Chapter 1186 Fei Huang Studio, ready to go. More updates, please vote for me. At the same time, Fei Huang Studio. Zhu Xiaozi, along with the core members of Fei Huang Studio, as well as Cui Geng, Lu Zhiyao, Zhang Zuding, Lin Jiaqiang and other actors who had worked with him, held a meeting in the conference room. Huang Sibo was not there, because he went on a trip with Hu Xianbin, and he passed away peacefully. Oh no, in a hurry. It was a bit difficult for Zhu Xiaozi to handle it alone, but fortunately Fei Huang Studio had been consciously cultivating the next generation of directors, so when the person in charge left, someone could immediately take over, and nothing would go wrong. The script of successor had already been written, and even the preparatory work had been arranged. This meeting was to check the script for the last time, unify the ideas, and then prepare to officially start filming. This filming was different from the past. It was to cooperate with the team in the United States to film, and the characters in the play were mainly foreigners, so naturally they had to be cast from abroad. So, Zhu Xiaozi didn't plan to find actors from China. But Lu Zhiyao had obviously tasted enough sweetness from the previous collaboration, and he insisted on playing a minor role in the movie, and would not leave unless given the role. Zhang Zuding, Lin Jiaqiang and others also said that they must help, even if it was just a cameo for a few minutes. Zhu Xiaozi was really kind and could not refuse, so he had to find a way to force all these people in. Fortunately, these people have a good level of English and have no problem memorizing lines. Even if there are a few minor flaws in their accents, it will appear more real. If it really doesn't work, they can still dub it later, so it's not a big problem. Zhu Xiaozi briefly introduced the basic content of this filming. This time we are going to shoot it in the form of a web series, with a total of 12 episodes. Each episode is about 50 minutes to an hour. The scripts of these 12 episodes have been sent to everyone, and a brief story outline is also attached at the end to help everyone better understand the story. After the filming is completed, the drama will be released in China. It may cooperate with video websites in the form of exclusive broadcast, and there is no plan to release it overseas. The specific release method is not the point. After all, there is no need to worry about the quality of the film. It is too early to think about these things now. Today's meeting, the original author Cui Geng is also here. If you have any questions about the story, you can raise them. Cui Geng and our screenwriter team will try their best to answer them for you. Lin Jiaqiang was also present. Compared with the status of Lu Zhiyao and Zhang Zuding, he is obviously not qualified, but after all, he has cooperated with Tenda many times, so he came to help out as a minor role, and he didn't expect to get much pay. If he still had the fat image before, he could only play a comedian, and it was obviously not appropriate to make a cameo in this drama. But now that he has lost weight, it is no problem for him to play a passerby. However, at this time, he flipped through the script and showed a slightly incomprehensible expression. Is this okay? Fei Huang Studios' filming this time is really full of complaints, more than any previous one. First of all, with such a large investment, and cooperating with the crew in the United States to shoot, it turned out to be just a web drama, not a movie. Secondly, this web drama is all dubbed in English, and it tells a story that happened abroad, but there is no plan to release it abroad for the time being, and it is prioritized in China. Thirdly, from the perspective of subject matter and content, it is said that this is a superhero-themed movie, but in fact it has nothing to do with traditional superheroes. There is not even a good person in the traditional sense in the entire series, and the biggest protagonist is even more evil. Lastly, the original novel of this novel has actually been serialized on the Chinese website Endpoint, but the effect is not very good, and the acceptance of domestic online readers is not very high. Will this work? No matter how you look at it, it looks like it will fail. Lin Jiaqiang secretly looked at Lu Zhiyao and Zhang Zuding and found that although these two people seemed firm on the surface, some small actions actually revealed that they did not have 100% confidence in the script. Obviously, no matter how many times a miracle has happened, whether the next miracle will happen or not will still make people doubt. I created a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. This is human nature, not to mention that the difficulty this time is significantly higher than before. Zhu Xiaozi obviously realized this, so he held a meeting in advance to unify his thoughts. If even the internal staff are skeptical about whether this web drama can succeed, then the filming will probably take a lot of detours. They are all old acquaintances, so everyone will no longer hide and speak out their confusion truthfully. Zhang Zuding spoke first. This script is quite special. But are you sure you want to use the web series format? As far as I know, web series are generally low-cost, small-scale content. After all, web series have limited ways to make money. If you want to recover the cost with a large investment, it's best to make a movie and make money at the box office, and make money at the global box office. The web series format, foreign themes, foreign actors, English voice, and subtitles for domestic broadcasts. These restrictions have repeatedly reduced the audience group and turned it into a very niche format. Can this really recover the cost? For actors like Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao, whether the drama can recover its cost is not very important. After all, they all receive fixed salary. If the drama becomes popular, it can increase their popularity, and if it does not become popular, there will not be much loss. But what they are worried about is that if it fails this time, it may cause a blow to Fei Huang Studio, both in terms of funds and mentality. What if because of this failure, Fei Huang Studio loses its previous unrestrained imagination and adventurous spirit, and the quality of future works declines? Wouldn't it be a pity? So, it is necessary to remind you. Zhu Xiaozi replied, Uncle Zhang, these questions you asked were specifically requested by President Pei. In fact, at the beginning, I had the same idea and felt that the success rate of doing so was not high. But then I thought about it carefully and decided that this drama must be shot this way. First of all, this kind of subject matter must be filmed abroad, just like the original struggle. It must be filmed abroad as the background, otherwise it will not have that flavor. Secondly, the amount of information contained in this script is very large, and there are many key scenes. If it is split into movies, it must be split into at least 3 parts, and it will also lead to the loss of a lot of key information. Even if the split is successful, watching each movie separately is actually not interesting, and the whole story is broken up. It must be made into a series to show the complete core to the audience in its original form. As for why we consider domestic first, it's because only domestic audiences can understand the deep meaning of this story from the perspective of an observer. It's not that foreign audiences can't understand it, but we have to give priority to domestic audiences. Combining the above points, we can only make such a choice. Although this will reduce the chance of success, I believe that since it is a script that President Pei has affirmed, as long as we shoot it seriously, we will definitely stand out. Lu Zhiyao couldn't help asking, what is the core of this story? In fact, I don't quite understand it. I read the story outline and only know that a despicable villain carried out a series of plans and succeeded in the end. Zhu Xiaozi replied, according to my personal understanding, this story should be combined with realistic works such as A Better Tomorrow and Struggle. As for its specific meaning, let's let the original author say it. After speaking, he looked at Cui Geng. The situation this time is different from before. The previous script was mainly based on President Pei's creativity. As for how to interpret President Pei's creativity, it depends on the performance of Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi. But this time the script is completely original by Cui Geng, and President Pei did not participate in it, so the final right of interpretation must still lie with the original author. It is precisely because the author is not Mr. Pei that everyone does not trust this script very much. Cui Geng cleared his throat and said, actually, I got the inspiration for this story from President Pei. To put it simply, A Better Tomorrow, Struggle and Successor have something in common, and all have a certain reflection of reality. struggle, and a better tomorrow are related. If the society in struggle develops for a few more decades, and technology makes a few more leaps and breakthroughs, the entire social structure will become more extreme, and it will become the social structure in a better tomorrow. And Successor is more like a story that takes place in a parallel universe. The premise of this story is that it makes an assumption that this is a world where superheroes rely on faith and supervillains rely on mutations. Then how will the story develop? Just like the concerns and distrust expressed about the social structure in A Better Tomorrow, I was surprised to find that the story in Successor is also full of such concerns and distrust. This core is completely consistent. In fact, the subject matter of this story was selected for me by President Pei. At first, I didn't understand President Pei's intention at all, and felt that the superhero subject matter was actually a subject matter that could not be written at all. But Mr. Pei enlightened me. He said 3 things. Superhero themes can also be written for domestic readers. It is not necessary to make domestic readers like these superheroes, and it is okay to write these superheroes half-dead. I thought about it for a long time and finally understood. It turns out that Mr. Pei hopes that I can use our own cultural perspective to subvert the popular superhero themes. It is to observe Western stories from the perspective of Chinese culture, deconstruct them, tear apart the perfect outer coat of these works, and fully reveal its inner nature. Just like struggle, the meaning of Successor is to deconstruct the false utopia constructed in Western cultural works and show some social problems in a more absurd form. If you jump out of the circle of reality, many problems will be easier to see clearly. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 11, 87 Choices of Different Game Companies, 13,000 words. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Everyone listened carefully. When they first came into contact with this script, everyone felt that the script seemed to be a little lacking in meaning and the chance of success was not high. But now, it turns out that the source of the idea for this script is President Pei? And it has been recognized by President Pei? Then this story is completely different. After Chui Gung explained his creative intention, many people followed this direction and found that it was really the case. Many contents in this script are actually meaningful if you dig deeper. Moreover, it satirizes not only the system, but also some common economic and cultural issues in reality. For example, the protagonist Phil in the story used a variety show called Successor to change people's minds to some extent, making most people's impression of him from a rich second generation who is unlearned and unskilled to a professional who really understands superheroes, and further to the only perfect superhero candidate who has the hope of saving Hope City. In reality, aren't some capitals trying to change people's minds through public opinion and various cultural and entertainment activities, and ultimately make profits for themselves? In the story, Phil's fans spontaneously enter the information cocoon, only believe in the public opinion that is favorable to Phil, and turn a blind eye to the public opinion that is unfavorable to Phil, which ultimately makes Phil invincible in the process of running for superheroes. In reality, aren't some capitals trying to create information cocoons, making those fans and users the most useful soldiers and the most indestructible walls, and collecting wealth to their heart's content? In the story, the wrong concept that the rich's money comes from hard work and the rich naturally have noble character is also like the world in which struggle is located. It is deeply rooted in the minds of ordinary people under repeated propaganda, like a thought stamp, adding an extra shackle to them. To sum it up, Successor is a bit like the superpower version of struggle, except that its story is not about the rich struggling in the clouds and the poor struggling in the mud, but about the rich trying to defeat all the rich who compete with them in the clouds by kicking all the poor into the mud, thus becoming the only god high above. After a long silence, Zhang Zuding said, "I see, I understand what I felt before. When I first saw the script, I didn't think about it at all, but just saw a little bit of irony. This irony was not enough to touch me. Now I understand that the reason why this story is not popular is that it uses words as a carrier, and the dimensions of expression are too scarce. The impact of many contents is far less than the actual pictures, so it is difficult to express such profound content. The reason why A Better Tomorrow and Struggle are successful is that their carriers are movies and games, and they use a lot of content to show various details, allowing the audience to be completely immersed in it. At this time, the hidden content can be excavated. But Successor is a novel, and these satirical contents cannot be explained too roughly. The immersiveness and appeal of words alone are not enough. In addition, the Chinese Terminal website is an online literature platform after all. Your writing style and creative habits all come from online literature. It is difficult to control this subject matter and cannot show so many details well, so it is not very popular. In fact, the framework of this story is still quite worthy of deep excavation. That's why President Pei asked to adapt this work into a web drama. Only by adapting it into a web drama can the true potential of this story be fully brought into play. Of course, since this script was not written by Mr. Pei himself, it may be a little less profound. But I thought about it carefully. Even so, this is still a good script, because the content it expresses is exactly the same as what Mr. Pei wants to express. As long as our screenwriter team works together to make up for these shortcomings, this story can still tap a lot of potential. Mr. Pei seems to have a compassionate sentiment, always worried about capital controlling our lives and further controlling the world, and this worry is also reflected in some of his works. But most people think that this worry is groundless. Perhaps this makes Mr. Pei feel a little anxious, so he is very supportive of similar themes. I think Mr. Pei's attitude is that even if this web drama loses money, it must be filmed. Because it is meaningful and valuable. Everyone nodded. Those who had doubts about the script before no longer entangled with this issue. Since Mr. Pei thinks it's okay, then let's shoot it. Even if it loses money, it's not a serious blow to Tenda now, and Mr. Pei should be able to bear it. As for Fei Huang Studio, even if this web series fails, it should not be a heavy blow to them. After all, everyone knows from the beginning that it is very difficult for this web series to make money. Some things, after all, cannot be achieved at the same time since the choice has been made, and this choice is firm enough. There is no need to worry about regretting after failure, and it will not affect their creative mentality. Lu Jiao took the lead in expressing his opinion. Okay. What President Pei is going to do is a very meaningful thing. Even if the probability of failure is high, I will fully support it. It's okay not to ask for pay this time. I am not short of money. I feel honored to be able to participate in such a meaningful thing in person. Zhang Zuding also nodded. Yes, no matter whether it is emotional or reasonable, we should help. Zhu Xiaozi hurriedly said, it is definitely not okay not to ask for pay. Not only the pay, but also all the expenses required for filming in the United States, including air tickets and accommodation, etc., of course, are all covered by us, according to Tenda standards. Friendship is friendship, business is business. If President Pei knows that you don't want pay, I'm afraid I can't be a director anymore. Zhang Zuding and others looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Okay. Working with President Pei makes people feel comfortable. Not only is it spiritually satisfying and doing meaningful things, but also in terms of material, you will never be treated unfairly. It's just a pity now that Tenda Group only has Fei Huang Studio, a film and television department, and the speed of making movies is really limited. If Tenda had 3 crews working together, it would be great to be able to make 6 movies a year, Zhu Xiaozi said. Okay, then we will prepare and officially set off in 2 days to complete the filming mission abroad. August 14th, Tuesday. Chaolu Game Platform. Tang Yishu sent off another representative of a game company and returned to her workstation to drink a sip of tea to moisten her throat. She was a little busy these 2 days, but fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, not all game companies will come to interview in person. During the weekend, Meng Chang's publicity worked. Although this publicity plan was not effective and did not attract many players, it was equivalent to spending money to hear a bang, but at least it had a certain degree of popularity. For players, this platform has not even made an application, and they have not heard of any awesome exclusive games, so they naturally will not pay too much attention to it, but in the eyes of many game companies, large-scale advertising at least shows one thing, that is, this platform is quite rich. Although this kind of advertising is a bit stupid, but stupid people have a lot of money. Isn't this just right? Therefore, on Monday and Tuesday, more and more game companies came with their own games and wanted to discuss cooperation with the Qiaolu game platform. In fact, a company came here on Sunday, but was turned away because we don't work on weekends here. Not only that, a large number of companies also contacted the business of Qiaolu game platform through the official website and sent the demo of their own games being tested, hoping that they could try it out. If they think there is no problem, then the two sides will meet to discuss in detail. As a result, more than 90% of the games were rejected because of bugs. Because there are many games received, and there are many games that have been operating stably for several months, so there will not be a no one survives situation on the issue of bugs. After all, those games that have been operating stably for several months may have hundreds of thousands or millions of players running, and some bugs with a low probability of occurrence will also be fed back to the official for modification. As long as the testing teams of these game manufacturers are a little more diligent and responsible, these bugs can basically be fixed. Tangishu's halo will only accelerate the exposure of bugs and increase the probability of those bugs that are not easy to appear, but it will not create bugs out of nothing or create non-existent bugs. And this is a probability problem. Bugs that have not appeared after millions of players have run the game process tens of millions of times can basically be regarded as non-existent. The probability is too low and will not be triggered. But even so, eliminating more than 90% of the games is still a pretty shocking result. Li Yada even thought that the Qiaolu game platform might die before it succeeds. Based on this ratio, how many games can be launched when the game platform is officially launched? If there are so few games on the entire platform that you can count them on your hands, do you still have the nerve to call yourself a game platform? But these games do have serious bugs, and it is definitely not okay to force them to be put on the shelves. Therefore, we can only hope that these companies will give some effort and fix all the bugs as soon as possible, like Yanqi. At present, the attitudes of these companies are clearly divided into two categories. Send everyone red envelopes. You can get red envelopes on the WeChat official account now. One category is like Lao Lu, who said that he would make changes, but then there was no news. They think that their games run well on other platforms. Although there are bugs sometimes, they are not unplayable, right? For such a newly established small platform, is it necessary to invest so much manpower and resources to fix these bugs? If you have the energy, wouldn't it be better to make a few more sets of clothes and weapons to make money? The other category is similar to Yanqi. No matter how many bugs are found, they promise to make changes steadily until there are no serious bugs. At present, the ratio of companies whose managers come to Qiaolu game platform to discuss cooperation is about 6 to 4. Only 40% of the companies are willing to fix bugs and keep in touch with Qiaolu game platform. Most of them are small companies. As for the companies contacted online, the ratio was 9 to 1 or even higher. Only less than 10% of the companies expressed their willingness to modify these bugs, and the remaining more than 90% did not follow up at all. This is also normal. After all, you can see the appearance of these bugs on the spot. After receiving feedback from the Qiaolu game platform, the companies that sent the game demo remotely could not reproduce these bugs. They might think that the Qiaolu game platform was deliberately picking faults and had no sincerity in cooperation, so naturally, there was no follow-up. In order to avoid misunderstandings from these companies, Tang Yishu had to record while trying to play, and sent the video file with the bugs. In this way, the situation improved slightly, but the improvement was very limited. Because these companies are not in Jingzhou, it is very difficult to communicate online, and bugs are difficult to reproduce. Since most of the changes will not meet the requirements of the Chaolu game platform, it is better not to waste the effort and break up. Now Liada is like a hard-working squirrel, working hard to collect chestnuts for each winter. After gathering a few companies willing to fix bugs, we created a group, pulled all the heads of these companies into it, and regularly cheered them up. What if another game company gave up cooperation because of the endless bugs? Then this game platform really couldn't be opened. Chapter 1188 Bug Exchange Group, Ask for Monthly Votes. August 15, Wednesday. Yan Qi continued to find bugs with the test team and submitted them to the development team for modification. Many bugs have been fixed, but the number of newly found bugs has not decreased at all. I have to say that this situation is really discouraging. It feels like standing on a broken boat and scooping water out. The more you scoop, the more water you get. In other words, Yan Qi is optimistic and can still hold on. In theory, after the development of the game Empire Blade was completed, a small range of players were arranged to test it. Although there are bugs, it is not to the point where it cannot be played, right? As a result, a bunch of bugs have emerged inexplicably, as if all the previous work was in vain. It's like doing a math problem. When you see that the answer is about to be solved, you find that you have made up an implicit condition in your mind, resulting in a large number of steps missing, and you have to make up all these steps. It's hard not to have problems with your mentality when you endure this kind of blow. However, Yan Qi felt that there were only so many bugs, and it was better to find them early than late. Since the bugs could not be fixed, they could be postponed. The game had been developed for several months, so it didn't matter if they waited a few more weeks. Even as the boss, Yan Qi personally experienced the game repeatedly, submitted new bugs to the development team, and kept an eye on the progress. After finding a few more bugs, Yan Qi was ready to take a break. He turned on his phone and found that someone had invited him to a new group chat. Huh? Chaolu Game Platform Developer Exchange Group? Do you need to create a group for this? Isn't it a bit redundant? After seeing the name of the group, Yan Qi felt it was a bit outrageous. I've never heard of a game platform setting up a group to pull all the cooperating game developers in. Because most game companies only focus on their own games and don't care much about the situation of other game companies. The game platform only needs to communicate with the game manufacturers separately, so why bother to create a group and pull everyone in? However, Yan Qi thought about it and felt that it was nothing to join this kind of group, and he could also get to know other companies in the industry. The person who created the group was obviously a small account. Yan Qi guessed that this should be one of the employees of the Chaolu game platform. His guess was correct. This group was created by Liada using a small account. The reason why he did not use a big account was mainly to prevent leaks. Yan Qi didn't think much about it, because it's quite common to open a small account at work. Many people separate their work account from their life account, and use their work account to add business partners. I took a look at the member list of this group. So far, there are only a dozen people, but they are still inviting others to join. The group owner of the chat group, whose ID is Chaolu Platform Staff, spoke first. Hello everyone. Thank you for your trust in the Chaolu game platform. I created this group in the hope that I can share some new developments of the platform with you in a timely manner and strengthen communication. In addition, you can also have some daily experience exchanges and sharing in the group. At present, the program of the Chaolu game platform has basically been developed, and the cloud servers have all been arranged. It is expected that the trial operation will start before this weekend. Games with bug fixes can be privately chatted with me to arrange for them to go online. Those that have not been fixed don't need to rush, after all, it is still in the trial operation stage. In short, come on, everyone. He also sent an expression of striving hard. Yan Qi was a little surprised. This Chaolu game platform is quite efficient. Due to the technological problems in this world, game development and other program development are relatively fast, but it is obviously not an easy task to complete the game platform in such a short time. It seems that the technical team of Chaolu game platform is also a relatively mature technical team. In addition, the act of building a flow also made Yan Qi feel warm. After all, other game platforms basically don't chat with developers, they all talk about business seriously. Some large platforms are particularly arrogant and often ignore small game companies. Soon, someone in the group replied. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on the WeChat official account now. Is the trial operation going to start this weekend? It feels like we can't fix all the bugs at all. Not only can't fix them all, it's even difficult for us to reproduce those bugs. +1, it's the same here, we found so many bugs that we vomited. When they heard that the trial operation would start this weekend, these companies were obviously a little bit nervous. During the trial operation, although there won't be too many players, there are few games on the platform, and the games that are launched can basically get good recommendation positions. Therefore, there are still many benefits to participating in this trial operation. But the problem is that bugs can't be fixed at all. Many companies don't even know how to reproduce a bug that has already been triggered, let alone fix it. It sounds easy to fix all the bugs, but it may be a long way off to actually do it. Of course, the condition of Chaolu game platform is not fix all bugs, but Director Tang encounters no more than 3 bugs in half an hour of playing. Many game companies have some fluke mentality because of this. After fixing more than a dozen bugs, they come to the door again with the game, but they are ruthlessly taught a lesson by reality. Now many people highly suspect that the gap between the two conditions of Director Tang encounters no more than 3 bugs in half an hour of playing and fix all bugs may be much smaller than everyone imagines, or even may not exist. It would be better if there was no such group. After entering this group, everyone communicated and found that everyone was the same. All suffered from bugs. Yan Qi silently looked at the chat records of everyone, and suddenly realized that the situation he encountered might not be an isolated case. And, everyone seems to have not yet discovered that this building is actually a feng shui treasure land? Seeing that these colleagues were all suffering from bugs, Yan Qi felt that he should do something to help them. Although it cannot reduce the number of bugs, it can speed up the discovery of bugs. Moreover, this office building seems to have a lot of vacancies, so it would be no problem for a few more companies to move in. Thinking of this, Yan Qi replied in the group, if everyone thinks it is difficult to reproduce the bug, I have a more metaphysical solution. You can just come to the building of the Chaolu game platform to find bugs. This seems to be a feng shui treasure land, and the probability of finding bugs is greatly increased. As soon as Yan Qi sent the message, he received a bunch of question marks. Brother, you are so humorous. Do you have to choose a place to find bugs? You are not metaphysical at all, you are obviously deceiving yourself. Could it be that a building property has sneaked into the group? It's broken, it seems that there are too many bugs and the pressure of fixing them is too great. The child has become mentally ill and has hallucinations. Brother, believe in science. No matter where, the probability of bugs appearing is the same. Such simple probability knowledge, it is impossible for game developers not to understand it, right? No one believed it at all. This was also within Yan Qi's expectations. After all, what he said was too bizarre. If he hadn't really tested it repeatedly and it was effective, he himself would not believe it was true. Why would I lie to you? I have already moved the entire testing team here, you see. Picture. You can also come and try, just send 2 testers with your own games, there is no loss anyway. Yanqi did not say much. After all, this is indeed a complete metaphysics, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It doesn't seem to work on weekends. He just saw that these companies were all suffering from bugs, so he understood compassion and wanted to help them. If they don't believe it, forget it. Anyway, it's none of his business if these companies can't fix all the bugs and the games can't be launched. I still think it's nonsense. I'm very close here, never mind, I'll go over there. If I can't find the bug, you have to treat me to a meal. Well, everyone is in Jingzhou, it's not bad to take this opportunity to meet and get together, so I'll go over there to take a look. Who can send me a location? Obviously, most people still think it's nonsense and don't believe it at all. But after all, this group is full of small companies, all in the game circle of Jingzhou. It's good to know more people, maybe they can help each other in the future. So several company leaders who are close to each other discussed and decided to come over again with their own games. If they can't find the bug, just treat it as a face-to-face meeting. Yanqi didn't look at the group again and continued to find bugs. After more than half an hour, the leaders who were talking in the group arrived one after another. There was the boss of the game company, the main game designer and the head of the testing team, who came directly to the address given by Yanqi. After greeting each other, Yanqi led them to the workstation he had just rented last week. The testing team was still busy. Good fellow, Mr. Yan, you really moved the testing team here? I don't know what to say. Mr. Yan, you don't have to be so superstitious about metaphysics, right? I thought you were just joking before, but now it seems that your problem is much more serious than a joke. Although these people came, they still didn't believe that this place could detect bugs. Yanqi was too lazy to explain anything more. You will know after running your own game. Everyone was skeptical, and each found a place to sit down nearby, then took out their mobile phones and started running their own games. At present, most of the games on the Qiaolu game platform are mobile games. Because the threshold for making mobile games is relatively low, and now is the booming period of mobile games with many players, making mobile games is the best choice for these startups. Those willing to cooperate with the Qiaolu game platform are basically small game companies in Jingzhou, so basically they are all mobile game companies. The representatives of each company don't believe in this metaphysics at all. However, after opening their own games and running for a few minutes, their expressions all changed. From disdain to shock, from shock to surprise, and finally to confusion. Because they found that game bugs really appeared frequently. Even the bug that had appeared once before and never reappeared again was encountered again. Although I didn't deliberately count it, I felt that the probability had obviously increased a lot. But this shock and surprise soon turned into confusion. The long-standing materialism and scientific concepts were challenged at this moment. At first, everyone thought Yanqi was joking and just told a not-so-funny joke. After coming, everyone found that the situation was more serious than that. Yanqi was not joking. He really thought so, and even moved the test team here. So everyone began to worry about Yanqi's mental state. And now, everyone found that the severity of the situation has completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. Because what Yanqi said was actually true. Many people still found it difficult to accept this fact. After turning off the game process, they calmed down for a few minutes and opened the game again to experience it. As a result, they still encountered a lot of bugs, and they were not the same as the previous bugs. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, feeling that their 3 views had been overturned. Is there really such a thing as a feng shui treasure land? The probability of the bug that has not been reproduced before being triggered here has obviously increased. I will call the test director of our company and ask him to bring 2 testers here to test. I'm going to find the building property to see if there are any other workstations. Wait a minute, don't worry, I think in the spirit of scientific, rigorous, and serious testing, we should try other floors first to find out which floor has the best effect in this building. If there is a floor that works better than this one, wouldn't it be better for us to rent that floor directly? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1189 Promotion without games is still possible. The last day to ask for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. The company representatives who just said they believed in science suddenly changed their attitudes 180 degrees. Because people who make games are very sensitive to probability, other things may deceive people, but probability will never deceive people. There is even a company's test team leader who, in the spirit of seeking knowledge with attention to details, wants to test all the office buildings and floors in this area to find the best location for feng shui. Otherwise, if the rent is similar but the wrong floor is rented, wouldn't it be a big loss? Hearing the analysis of the test team leader, everyone nodded. Well, it should be like this. Although this behavior is absurd, but everyone believes in metaphysics, does it matter whether it is absurd or not? It is serious to fix the bugs as soon as possible. Even Yan Qi regretted it a little. Good guy, why didn't I think of looking for signals before renting a workstation? We really should have looked for the best location for this feng shui treasure land. We were too hasty, but on second thought, it's not a big problem. At worst, I can be a middleman in the future, sublet these workstations, and move to a place where I can find bugs more efficiently. Everyone quickly took action, dispersed, and searched nearby for the center point of the feng shui treasure land. If there was a fortune teller who could tell the location of the cave, the efficiency might be higher, but it doesn't matter if there is one. Anyway, the game on the mobile phone is like a radar. If you go to a new place to test for 10 minutes and see how many bugs appear, you can roughly guess the specific feng shui of this place. Moreover, everyone is still not sure whether this feng shui treasure land is distributed around a certain center point, or is it distributed irregularly in a certain area. Therefore, you have to test several more places to find the best location. Everyone has been testing from noon to afternoon, and finally determined a rough range. It seems, the best feng shui treasure land has been occupied by the Chalu game platform. And the effect of finding bugs is basically spreading from this area to the surrounding area, and the entire area is roughly spherical. Therefore, the effect is better on the same floor of the Chalu game platform, or 2 floors above or below the Chalu game platform office area. If it is farther away, the effect will be greatly reduced or even disappear completely. After the test, everyone was not calm. Is there really such a metaphysical place in the world? If that's the case, why didn't anyone find it before? Later, after a little investigation, I found that the location of this office building is relatively remote and relatively old. The companies that rented workstations here before were basically traditional industries, and there were no internet companies or game companies. Obviously, this place has been buried. At first, many people were skeptical, but after testing around, they were completely convinced by metaphysics. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, you can get a 888 red envelope. And this news was shared in the group as soon as possible. It's not that everyone is so selfless and willing to share the feng shui treasure land with others. The main thing is that this matter is too bizarre. It's really uncomfortable not to say it out. Chalu game platform. Liada just finished his own work and took the time to take a look at the chat group. I wonder what these people from the game companies are talking about. Although this is theoretically a work group, it is composed of different companies after all. The atmosphere in the group is relatively free and relaxed, so there are a lot of chat messages and the topics are more daily. Liada was busy with work, and after not checking for a few hours, the number had already increased to 99 plus. When he looked through the chat records of these people again, Liada was stunned. Ah? What are these people talking about? Is this building a feng shui treasure land? The probability of bugs is particularly high? And the most central location of the feng shui treasure land is right here? Too outrageous. How can such a thing be discussed in the group openly? Don't you game developers have any scientific common sense? Liada was puzzled. How can this be a feng shui treasure land for finding bugs? We have moved here for a long time, but we haven't felt it. The program of the Qiaolu game platform has been under development, and the number of bugs is not so bad. I don't feel any difference from when I was in Tenda before. The others were basically transferred from Tenda's game department and TPDB website. They originally worked on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors of Shenhua Haojing, and they didn't feel anything unusual when they came here. Liada was a little speechless. Seeing that a group of people were still trying to attract more people to rent workstations and use the feng shui treasure land, he hurried to clarify in the group. The feng shui treasure land thing should be a joke. Don't take it seriously. I don't feel any changes at all. But the people in the group didn't believe it at all. We've tested it, it's really different. It doesn't matter, believe it if you want, don't believe it if you don't want. Anyway, the feng shui treasure land is almost sold out, and those who come late won't be able to rent it. In fact, there is no need to arrange the entire test team here. Just arrange 1 or 2 testers to keep finding bugs here, and then the development team can modify it in their own company. The money for 2 workstations can greatly improve the speed of finding bugs. It's really too cost-effective. That's right, it's just 2 workstations. You can't buy a loss or be fooled. I didn't believe it at first, until I really came here to try it. Is it true? I'm in Shanghai. I'm sending 2 testers on a business trip. Can you guys reserve a position for our company? If it's true, there will be a big reward. There are some companies in the group that are not in Jingzhou. Seeing that everyone in the group is talking about it, they can't help but be curious and want to send people here to take a look. What if it's true? How much is the rental of 2 workstations? If it can really greatly improve the efficiency of finding bugs, it will be a great deal. Liada tried to clarify it, but found that it didn't seem to work at all. Forget it, whatever. It doesn't cost me money to rent a workstation here. Regardless of whether this place can improve the efficiency of bug fixing, it's good to give these people some psychological comfort. Liada knew that it was meaningless to talk about science and rationality in front of these people with serious metaphysical thoughts. They would never believe it anyway. Let's just focus on the game platform. However, she was busy with work for a while, but she still couldn't forget about this matter. How about I also go to test it? Well, take a random game demo from any company, run it on this floor, count the bugs, then run it outside the building, count the bugs, can't you see if there is a difference? And people were coming and going, looking quite busy and excited. Meng Chang came to the meeting room of Qiaolu game platform with doubts, and had a meeting with Tangishu and Liada. Why are there so many companies moving in recently? What happened to this building? Did the rent drop? Meng Chang asked. Liada was also a little amused and told what happened recently. This building is a feng shui treasure land. Has the efficiency of finding bugs been improved? How is this possible? Meng Chang was also surprised. So many people actually believe in such metaphysical things? It's outrageous. Liada sighed. I was just like you at first, I didn't believe it at all. But I took a bugged game to test it, and found that it was actually true. In this area, the probability of bugs has indeed increased. This is the real data measured. But our development process has not been affected. It is mainly those game companies outside that are more affected. And I found that those games that have rarely had bugs in the test seem to have no bugs, or even if there are bugs, they are the kind with a very low probability of occurrence. Basically, you can't encounter them, and they don't affect the game experience. Now I don't know how to explain this matter. Is it metaphysics, or just luck? As Liada spoke, Tang Yishu's head, beside him, lowered even more. Meng Chong fell into deep thought. Is there such a thing? Liada waved his hand. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's a good thing anyway. These companies can find bugs faster, and the game can be launched earlier. Let's talk about the promotion plan first. Meng Chong nodded and started to get to the point. The first phase of the publicity work has been successfully completed. There are two purposes. The first is to leave an impression on netizens and let the Chaolu game platform gain a certain degree of attention and popularity. The second is to let game companies know about our platform and try to get more games before the platform goes into trial operation. I heard that the game platform program has been developed, so, do you have a clear idea about the specific day to start the trial operation? For the second step of the next publicity plan, I have prepared two plans and am waiting for the platform to officially start trial operation. After thinking for a while, Liada said, I originally thought that Friday, that is, tomorrow, will officially start the trial operation. But the most pessimistic situation we estimated has happened. I thought that the two companies encountered a lot of bugs just as individual phenomena, but now it seems to be a common phenomenon. Most of the games we cooperate with cannot be launched because of too many bugs. Only 3 or 4 old games that have been in operation for a long time meet the conditions. Although we can start the trial operation, there are only 4 games on the entire platform. Is this reasonable? And these 4 games are old games that have been running for a long time. It's better not to start this trial operation. Meng Chong said, in this case, let's just use the promotion plan without games that I prepared before. 4 games and no games are the same plan. Liada was a little surprised. You really came up with a promotion plan without games? Will it work? The game platform is in trial operation, but there is no game on it. Isn't this too outrageous? Meng Chong smiled slightly. It works. But we need a little cooperation from the platform to make a small functions. Liada asked, what small functions? Meng Chong, according to the previous arrangement, all game data pages and promotional pages will be open as usual. But players cannot download these games that have not yet fixed the bugs. On the details page of each game, the number of bugs it is currently fixing is displayed, and it changes in real time. Liada was a little surprised. Is this possible? Well, maybe it will really work. On the one hand, the game library looks more substantial and not so shabby. On the other hand, the game is still fixing bugs, which is also in line with the situation that our platform is in trial operation. The most important thing is to let players know the current progress and have a sense of participation. But this doesn't really solve the problem, does it? Players still can't play the game, and some players may even be disgusted. Meng Chong smiled slightly. Of course I expected this. It doesn't matter. This is also part of the promotion plan. And, combined with the bug finding of these companies, I also thought of a very good follow-up plan. But we must further prove the authenticity of this feng shui treasure land and confirm that there are indeed no bugs after these companies have made the changes, so that this plan can be fully implemented. Chapter 1190 Unexpected Trial Operation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. August 18th, Saturday. Yan Qi, as usual, came to the office building where the Chaolu game platform is located during normal working hours in the morning to continue looking for bugs. To be precise, finding bugs is only the second purpose. The first purpose is to verify the authenticity and universality of the speculation on the law of metaphysics last week. Is this feng shui treasure land not effective on weekends? Does the bug not work on weekends? This question must be verified carefully. Last weekend, Yan Qi asked his test team to work overtime for 2 days in vain, but the bugs found in 2 days of overtime were not as many as those found on Monday morning. This efficiency is really worrying. If I had known that the efficiency of overtime was so low, I might as well let everyone rest at home. Therefore, Yan Qi told everyone to work half a day this weekend. If the efficiency of finding bugs is still very low on Saturday morning, then just rest this weekend and wait until the feng shui treasure land returns to normal on weekdays, before continuing to find bugs. At this time, most of the members of the Empire Blade testing team had arrived, and testing teams from other companies also moved in one after another. All the workstations on this floor of the office building have been rented out, and even the 2 floors upstairs and downstairs have been rented out. However, although everyone in the group discussed it enthusiastically and even attracted many companies from other cities, many companies in the group did not participate. It may be that the heads of these companies have strong scientific literacy and firm will, so when it comes to such metaphysical issues, no matter what others say, they will not be moved. For these companies, Yan Qi certainly doesn't care. For him, a reminder is already a kindness. Come or not, anyway, whoever comes to this place will know how efficient it is to find bugs. The heads of the testing teams of other companies also basically know Yan Qi, and they greeted him one after another. It's just that when passing by the workstations of other companies, it is obvious that these testers also have some doubts on their faces. Hey, strange, why are there fewer bugs found today? There are not many bugs. Find them all? That's impossible. Obviously, the huge change in the efficiency of finding bugs on Friday and Saturday made them all aware. Yan Qi suddenly remembered that he had not told other companies about this matter. He quickly sent a message in the group. Oh, I forgot to remind you of one thing. Last weekend, I found that this feng shui treasure land seems to be ineffective on weekends, so don't worry if you can't find the bug. It will return to normal on Monday. I only arranged a half-day test today to verify this matter. At present, it seems to meet this rule. So if you don't have other work, you can go back to rest and recuperate, and continue to fix bugs on Monday. Soon, the leaders in the group responded one after another. Ah? Bugs don't work on weekends? This is too unscientific. This is unscientific, but it is very metaphysical. A feng shui treasure land that presents a spherical shape in space is already very unscientific, so it seems not surprising that this space has a certain time law. I don't believe it. Find the bug again. If the efficiency is indeed lower, it means that what Mr. Yen said is true. There is no need to find bugs when the efficiency is low. It's better to do something else. This time, the people in the group seem to accept this setting quickly. Although this matter still sounds very outrageous, after all, most of the companies that moved here have been baptized by metaphysics and have objectively recognized the existence of this special space, so adding a few time rules does not seem to be a big deal. Yan Qi sat down at his workstation, took out his mobile phone and ran his own game several times. Well, as expected, bugs really don't work on weekends. In fact, Yan Qi was a little entangled before running. Should he hope to have bugs or not? If there are bugs, it means working overtime on weekends, but the progress of the game can be advanced a lot. If there are no bugs, the progress cannot be caught up, but you can rest on weekends. Now that the dust has settled, it is more solid, giving employees a reason to rest on weekends. Not bad. In fact, as a boss, Yan Qi is more entangled in the issue of overtime. He is not like many unscrupulous bosses who force employees to work overtime for free simply to reduce costs and further exploit employees' labor, but even as a boss with a little conscience, it is inevitable to ask employees to work overtime. After all, as a small company or a startup company, there are not so many resources, nor a sufficient number of high-quality employees. Sometimes, if you want to catch up with the progress, overtime is a forced choice. The game industry is an industry that pays great attention to timeliness. If two games of similar types are launched 1 or 2 months later than the other, the difference in income may be millions or tens of millions. For small companies, the difference in speed is enough to determine the life or death of the company. Therefore, in order to keep the company alive, so that employees don't have to look for jobs again, and to get more bonuses in the future, Yan-Chi sometimes has to ask employees to work overtime to catch up with the development progress. This point often makes him feel entangled. Although the employees understand this behavior very well and cooperate very well, Yan-Chi still feels a little guilty. Now it's okay, no need to worry about it. Since feng shui treasures do not advocate overtime on weekends, and overtime on weekends is inefficient, it is better to give employees a holiday to rest, adjust their status, and continue to fight bugs next Monday. Thinking of this, Yan-Chi said, okay, it has been verified that it is indeed inefficient to fix bugs on weekends. Everyone order Mayu takeout at noon today, I will treat you, and you can go home after get off work after dinner. Of course, if you have an appointment at noon, you can also leave early. As soon as this was said, the employees cheered. Boss Yan is awesome. Thank you for the treat, Boss Yan. So, a small number of employees who had lunch with friends or were going home for lunch said hello to Yan-Chi and left, while the other employees stayed and waited until lunch was over before leaving. Yan-Chi stopped looking for bugs and opened the official website of the Chaolu game platform to check the current status of the platform. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Ah? The game platform started trial operation yesterday afternoon? It seems that it was mentioned before, but aren't you still fixing bugs? Yan-Chi vaguely remembered that the staff of Chaolu game platform had mentioned the trial operation in the group before, but everyone was busy fixing bugs, so they subconsciously thought that the trial operation would definitely be postponed. How can this platform be trial operated when there are not many games? As a result, it is now found that it is really a trial. Opening the game platform, everything seems normal at first glance. There are also various recommendation positions on the homepage of the platform, and different partitions are made according to game types and devices. Although the content is not much, it cannot be compared with those game platforms with hundreds or thousands of games, but it looks pretty neat. Yan-Chi habitually clicked on the column of action games to check. After all, he himself is an action game developer, and he also wants to see if there are any competing games on the platform that directly compete with his own games. However, when he clicked in, he found that there was his own game Empire Blade. Ah? That's not right, isn't our game still being modified? Why is it already on the game platform? Yan-Chi hurriedly clicked on the game details page to check. The details page has the game's introduction, information and promotional pictures, which were previously provided to the Chaolu game platform, so it is not surprising that they appear on the platform. The original download game/start game button is unavailable, and there is a special prompt bar that shows the current number of bugs in the game Empire Blade. This number seems to be data directly captured from the game's test background. Yan-Chi asked the test team leader, "Hey, did the Chaolu game platform ask us for the data interface of the test background?" The test team leader nodded, "Yes, we gave it to them after signing the contract. After all, they also need to know our bug fixes in real time." Yan-Chi clicked on other games and found that most of them were also modifying the status of bugs. The only difference was the number of bugs. Occasionally, you can even see the change in the number of bugs, which means that the company is working overtime. After a bug is fixed and submitted, the test team tests and confirms that there is no problem and the modification is completed. The bug is eliminated, so the number of bugs in the background will also change and be synchronized to the game platform in real time. Most of the games on the Chaolu game platform are in this state. You can see how many bugs are left to be fixed, but you can't play them. Yan-Chi searched for a long time before finally finding a playable game. It was an old game that was launched on other platforms half a year ago. According to its lifespan, it should have entered the middle and late stages of its life. This kind of game does have very few bugs, because the game version is already very stable, but it also means that there is no new content, and the attraction to new players is basically zero. Although Empire Blade and other unreleased games are also mobile games developed by small companies, they are at least new games and are still competitive in the mobile game circle. As a result, all the competitive games are fixing bugs, and the uncompetitive games are released, but they can't attract many players. Moreover, although the Chalu game platform has made some distinctions between games that can be downloaded and played and games that are fixing bugs, such as making special marks on the game icons and filtering out playable games, it is not so obvious. So that players who enter the platform can't find playable games at the first time, click on one to find that the bug is being fixed, and click on another one to find that the bug is still being fixed. This feeling is understandably quite painful. Chapter 1191 What a Weird Game Platform. Yanqi couldn't help but sweat for the Chalu game platform. How could it be done like this? This is just nonsense. According to normal thinking, for a new platform, why are you in such a hurry? Since the games on the platform have not yet fixed the bugs, why not postpone it? When all the games are fixed and there are no bugs, it won't be too late to promote it online? The key is to rush to test it. What's the point? It can't make more money, and it can't accumulate players. Players can only watch, but not play, and they may even curse. I really can't figure out what kind of brain circuit can do this. I searched the comments of players on the internet and found that the discussion among players is quite high. Although there are curses, more people treat it as a joke. This Chalu game platform is simply insane. It was advertised everywhere some time ago, and I thought it was a big platform. I also thought that the trial operation would give away 2 games and hold some activities. Then I downloaded it, but I never expected that not only there were no activities, but the games on the platform were also unplayable. I was fooled because I saw that this platform can be linked to a Tenda account to log in. Shocked +1, the bugs in the game haven't been fixed yet. What's the point of trial operation? It's just a waste of time. Are you kidding us? I looked around and found only 4 games on the entire platform, and they are all old-fashioned and boring mobile games. This Chalu game platform is really confusing. You say it has no money, but it keeps advertising and the funds seem to be sufficient. You say it has money, why doesn't it spend money to cooperate with big companies and launch a game to promote itself? This is much more efficient than spending money. I feel like it can be selected as one of the top 10 stupid events in the gaming circle this year. The trial operation of the game platform, there are no games, leaving players to play alone. Ordinary game platforms really can't do such a thing. It's so funny. I saw the advertisement of this platform before, but I never clicked it. I thought it was a new platform for the rich. Now it seems that it is actually a comedian? Yes, it also wrote the number of bugs in the game and updated it in real time. Is this going to hold a bug-fixing speed competition? Rather than saying it is a game platform, it is better to say that it is a testing platform for these games, or a bug number recording platform. There is such a funny game platform in the world? I don't believe it. Could it be a made-up joke? Really, if you search for the Chalu game platform, the data on the official website and the platform application are interoperable, and you can see it when you go in. Those who are angry about this are mostly players who have been successfully diverted by advertisements. Although there are many small channels now, and most players have their own preferred platforms, there are also some players who wander between various platforms. When they see which platform has more discounts or which platform gives away more games, they wander over to grab some wool. Many guilds that specialize in mobile games will also organize people to open up new platforms. After all, there are many new players on new platforms. Even for old games, it is easier to meet new players when the new platform is launched, and the game experience will be better. So, Meng Chong spent a lot of publicity funds on advertising before. Although the conversion rate was very low, it still converted to a group of people. These people are either looking forward to the trial operation of the new platform to get wool, or want to change the environment. In short, they are all waiting for the official opening of the platform. As a result, after the platform is opened, it is just like this? Expectations are dashed, and they feel cheated, so they are naturally very angry. But most people didn't have high expectations for the Chaolu game platform, so they didn't feel angry, but instead treated it as a joke. A game platform was in trial operation, but there were no games on the platform. It sounded like an April Fool's joke. Many people even went to the official website to search for it and found that it was not a joke, but true. After spreading the word, the popularity of the Chaolu game platform has really increased. However, this increase in popularity still has little impact on the platform's attracting players. And one player said it right. With so much publicity funds, wouldn't it be better to find a big company to negotiate an exclusive or first release? After all, the most valuable resource on the game platform is still the game content. Those new games from excellent big companies are often highly watched, and naturally have a large number of players. Even if you can't sign a platform exclusive, at least you can sign a limited time exclusive. For example, you can only go to the Chaolu game platform within a week, and then go to other platforms a week later. In this way, most of the players who experience the game on the Chaolu game platform can also stay. Isn't this conversion rate much better than advertising stubbornly? If you can discuss with Tenda and make the new game exclusive, forget it. Tenda is unlikely. After all, the gap in status is too big. But if you talk to a company of the level of Tianhua Studio in China, as long as the price is a little higher, there is still hope. But it seems that the people at Chaolu game platform have never considered this at all. They just contacted the game companies normally and accepted all games. As long as the bugs were fixed, they could be put on the platform. Even for some relatively excellent games, there was no special preferential treatment. In short, the more Yanqi learned about Chaolu game platform, the more he felt that it was full of evil. Compared with other platforms, it was totally out of tune and had a completely different style. Is this why mentally ill people have broad thinking and mentally retarded children have more fun? It's hard to understand. Yanqi couldn't help but worry about Empire Blade. If his own game was put on such a platform, would there be players to play it? Can he make money? But no matter how worried he was, there was no better way. He could only hope that Chaolu game platform would be powerful. August 20th, Monday. Meng Chong came to Chaolu game platform again to see the current situation, and then went back to continue to implement the next promotion plan. This time, Meng Chong found that there were not as many people in the office area as before, and it became orderly. Could it be that everyone has found that metaphysics has failed, so they are no longer fighting for workstations? Don't do that. The publicity plan I racked my brains to come up with this weekend is based on the establishment of metaphysics. If metaphysics fails, what should I do with my plan? Meng Chong hurriedly quickened his pace to the meeting room and asked Li Yada. Li Yada shook his head. No, on the contrary, not only did they not question metaphysics, but they believed it more firmly. The reason why you see that there seem to be fewer people is because these companies have reached an agreement. Meng Chong was a little confused. Agreement? What agreement? Li Yada explained. The companies that came later found that the key positions of the Feng Shui treasure land were already occupied, so they wanted to rent 1 or 2 workstations from the previous companies at a high price. After all, if you want to find bugs, you only need 2 testers to test here, and then submit it to the development team for modification. But there are many new companies. If all of them increase the price to rent workstations, it will definitely be very chaotic and full of vicious competition. So Yanqi suggested that there are more occupied positions, and not so many workstations in fact. Then, each company can get 2 workstations, with a clear price tag, which is higher than the original rent. And these workstations should be given priority to those companies with high completion, about to go online, and those who are more urgent to fix bugs. It can be regarded as a redistribution of these workstations. The companies that come first can make a little difference by subletting the workstations, and the companies that come later can also enjoy the benefits of feng shui treasure land. In short, with this rule, there is no need to fight for workstations, and it certainly looks more orderly. Meng Chong. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Wow, with such a small number of workstations, these people have made a lot of fun. But on second thought, let them play however they want, as long as their publicity plan is not affected. Okay, let's get on with business. I also paid attention to the situation of the Chaolu game platform over the weekend. Except for the fact that it was not criticized enough, it was generally in line with previous expectations. Next, I will continue to invest in publicity funds to make this discussion more intense. It would be even better if it can create greater controversy. By the way, when will the bugs of these games be fixed? Liada said, the first batch of cooperating game companies headed by Empire Blade have been fixing bugs for more than a week. If the situation is optimistic, it should be online around Thursday or Friday this week. Meng Chong nodded slightly. Well, I understand. Let's proceed according to the original plan. You just need to focus on the game platform. I will be responsible for the publicity plan. Before the publicity plan is completed, try not to express your views to the outside world. Even if many people suddenly criticize you, don't clarify. Just wait patiently. My publicity plan has been basically completed, and there is only one key link left. But how to enter this key link, I still need to think about it. Only by finding a perfect entry point can the publicity effect be explosive. At the same time, Shenhua Haojing. Pei Qian came to the office to check the situation of each department as usual every Monday. Well, the situation of GOG and IOI seems to be getting more and more wrong. Looking at the report sent by Tenda Game Department, Pei Qian had an ominous premonition. During this period, Pei Qian deliberately told Min Jingqiao that GOG should not organize those large-scale activities for the time being and take a break. On the one hand, it is because the settlement cycle is still early and there is no need to spend money now, and on the other hand, it is also to allow IOI to recuperate. Although it seems safe and sound at present, from the recent game data changes submitted by Min Jingqiao, Pei Qian smelled a sense of crisis. Because the number of new players of GOG, as well as the number of active players, online time and other data, seem to be growing faster than before. Although Pei Qian couldn't see IOI's data, judging from the changes in GOG's data, IOI might be in some danger. After all, these data will not grow for no reason. The growth rate is still faster even without any activities. This means that in addition to natural growth, some players come from other games. So, where else can these players come from? This is an obvious question, because there are no other large-scale MOBA games at present. The question is, what should we do now? How can we help them? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1192 President Pei praised over the phone. Additional chapter for Li Xiaoyue Yinglei. Pei Qian thought for a long time, but was completely helpless. This seemed to be a dead end. The reason why IOI was criticized by players was that it raised the price of skins for profit, so compared with GOG, it was not conscientious enough and had a strong implication of cheating Krypton. But Pei Qian couldn't let GOG raise prices along with IOI. GOG skin prices and various fees have all been suppressed to a very low level. A slight increase would result in a large increase. For example, raising the price of a 10 yuan skin to 15 yuan or even 20 yuan would make some players dissatisfied, but the price of the skin is still not expensive. Those who want to buy skins will still buy them. But in this way, the money GOG earns will increase by a lot. Although this kind of thing will slightly damage its reputation in the long run, how can Pei Qian think so far ahead? As long as the price increases, this settlement cycle will be ruined. Therefore, GOG's fees can only be lowered, not raised. Pei Qian has no way out. Tenda said that the price cannot be raised at all, and Dayak Group said that the price cannot be lowered at all. Isn't this awkward? Therefore, Pei Qian pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a solution. Forget it, I can't think of a good solution in a hurry. If I don't consider it fully, it will have a counter effect and give IOI another blow, which will be a big deal. Let's wait and think about it slowly. Anyway, IOI has a strong foundation, and Dayak Group is a big family. It should be no problem to hold on for a few more months. I will take advantage of these few months to think of a way to see how to make a profit from IOI. Pei Qian felt very sad. This cycle has just begun, and he always hears bad news. Continue to read the reports sent by other departments. Suddenly, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Huh? Chalu game platform has done a good job. It's a perfect start. Good job, Xiao Tang. I really didn't misjudge you. Meng Chang has done a good job, and I have high hopes for you. The reports sent by Chalu game platform are almost all good news for Pei Qian. Because of Xiao Tang's existence, all the companies that went to Chalu game platform were discouraged by the bugs. Some simply refused to cooperate. Even the companies that stayed and insisted on cooperating were trapped in a long and boring process of finding bugs. The game platform was forced to go online for trial operation, but as a result, there were only 4 playable games on the entire platform. Many players were fooled and were very angry. Meng Chang adopted a very mediocre promotional plan, and he promoted it when the platform was not online and there were no games. As a result, the conversion rate of this promotional plan was very low and the effect was extremely poor. It was perfect. And even if these games were online, they were nothing more than some very ordinary mobile games, which were not enough to reverse the current situation. In short, the situation was very good. Pei Qian hadn't encountered such a comfortable start for a long time. It seemed that Meng Chang was completely enlightened after deciding to stay, and finally found the trick to get the commission. Congratulations. Pei Qian was very happy and decided to call to encourage Meng Chang. From the current situation, Meng Chang's guaranteed commission was basically stable, and there was also great hope for the commission at the end of the month. Encourage him and let him continue to work hard on reverse publicity. After crashing the Chaolu game platform this month, he can create a money-burning tree for himself, then change to another industry next month and create another money-burning tree. Planting one by one like this, sooner or later, you can create a forest of money-burning trees. It is really meaningful. Pei Qian immediately called Meng Chang. Hello? President Pei? Meng Chang's slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Obviously, he didn't expect President Pei to call him on his own initiative. Pei Qian was very happy. I have seen the current situation of the Chaolu game platform and I am very satisfied. It seems that you have realized and mastered the correct promotion method. I'm proud of you. Keep going, do a good job of finishing, and the commission is waving at you. You must remember this experience in the future, keep working hard, and strive to create more glory. Pei Qian also praised him generously. Whoever can make me lose money is my good brother. What's wrong with praising a good brother? Meng Chang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Pei. Before, my understanding was too low, which led to many times not getting commissions. After seeing your operation, I finally realized how to make a publicity plan. Mr. Pei, don't worry, I will definitely do a good job of finishing and get a high commission." Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Meng Chang's work attitude is finally right. He had received the basic salary several times before, which was obviously a big blow to him. Now he has finally adjusted gradually. Meng Chang before was powerless. Although Pei Qian trusted him very much, Meng Chang could not complete the task well. Now Meng Chang is strong and powerful. Pei Qian feels that this is the script he expects. Okay, when I get my commission this month, I will prepare a medal for you to commend your contribution. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt much better just waiting for the day to pay Meng Chang the commission. At the same time, Meng Chang also hung up the phone. Boss Pei actually called me in person, and praised me against his usual behavior. This shows that Boss Pei understood my promotion plan. No, that's not the case. This plan of mine was originally taught by Boss Pei. It can't be said that Boss Pei understood it, but Boss Pei taught me for a long time, and was very pleased to see that I finally learned it. That's why he called me. This shows that the Pei's promotion method I summarized is completely correct and fully meets Boss Pei's expectations. But there seems to be another problem. I haven't figured out what the explosive point is yet, but from Boss Pei's tone, it seems that everything has been settled in his opinion. Can I congratulate me in advance? Did Boss Pei mistakenly think that I had thought of the key explosive point and entry point? Meng Chang fell into deep thought again. Before Boss Pei called, he was thinking about the most important part of this promotion plan, which was how to complete the turnaround through a unique concept. This is the core of the entire Pei's propaganda method. But he never found this point for Meng Chang. As long as he holds on until the end of this month, he will get the commission. What will happen to the Chaolu game platform afterwards has nothing to do with him, because he will be responsible for the promotion of other projects next month. Therefore, this explosion point must be found as soon as possible. Because only by finding this explosion point can he spend money crazily around it before the end of this month, without worrying about accidents, making the entire publicity plan in a completely controllable state, and pursuing higher commissions. If it is not found correctly, then continuing to spend money may mistakenly cause the explosion point to be detonated before the end of the month, and then the commission will be directly cleared. This was the case with several previous publicity plans, because the investment in publicity funds was too careless, which led to a chain reaction in the entire project, and it suddenly became popular, causing Meng Chang's commission to vanish directly. And if this explosion point can be found accurately, then its detonation time can be controlled and postponed to the beginning of next month. This is the only way to maximize the commission you get. What exactly is this explosive point? Judging from Mr. Pei's tone, he seems to think I have found it. Is it a bug in the game on the platform? It may have a certain impact, but it should only add fuel to the flames, and cannot play a decisive role. Most likely, Mr. Pei has laid the foreshadowing from the beginning, waiting for me to discover it. Thinking of this, Meng Chang immediately tried to recall Mr. Pei's initial requirements for the Chaolu game platform. Meng Chang was in Mr. Pei's office at the time, and the two talked a lot. What Mr. Pei talked about the most was the trial period rule of the Chaolu game platform, which means that players can decide which games to keep and which games to remove through voting within the rules. At present, the Chaolu game platform has just started trial operation, with few players and few games, and this rule has not attracted much attention. But as these games are fully opened and the number of players continues to increase, this will definitely be discovered. Could it be that the core explosion point is here? I see. So, I should do follow-up publicity around this point, invest all the publicity funds into it, and continue to create controversy. As long as I control this explosion point and let it explode at the beginning of next month, then I can get the commission very smoothly. But, there is still a fuse missing. This fuse must be handled well. If it is short, it will explode this month, and then the commission will be gone. This fuse seems to be only Mr. Chiao, who poses a huge threat to my commission. After talking to Mr. Pei on the phone, Meng Chang went through the entire publicity plan from beginning to end again, and found that everything went smoothly. The only problem is this fuse. The so-called explosion point is that after an interpretation or an event, the foreshadowing buried by Mr. Pei is known to everyone, and the heat accumulated by the previous publicity explodes and transforms into real heat, and this explosion point needs certain means to detonate, that is, the fuse. For example, the fuse of the popular game Turning Back is the Shore is Qiao Laoshir's video. Through the interpretation of breaking the dimensional wall, players are fully accepted by the game, so the game is a big hit. For Mr. Pei's project, each one has a burst point, and it is going to be a big hit, it's just a matter of earlier or later. The reason why Meng Chang wants to find this explosion point and detonate it personally is to prevent others from detonating it. Suppose Meng Chang delays to get the commission, but Qiao Laoshir suddenly posts a video interpretation during this process, which detonates it in advance. Wouldn't Meng Chang's commission be gone? The solution Meng Chang thought of before was to let Qiao Laoshir do other things and go to Qingshan studio to try the game. But now it seems that this method is not feasible and is very unsafe. Now Meng Chang has thought of a better way, which is to communicate with Qiao Laoshir. He didn't know whether Mr. Qiao paid attention to the Qiaolu game platform, nor did he know whether Mr. Qiao would suddenly release a video to explain the Qiaolu game platform, so there was a certain risk. This time, Meng Chang decided to find a suitable time to contact Mr. Qiao privately and take the initiative to tell him the explosive point. The advantage of doing this is that Meng Chang can ask Mr. Qiao to postpone the time of detonation, for example, ask Mr. Qiao to release the video next month. In this way, isn't it foolproof? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1193, This Must Be Hype. Fake data. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. August 22, Wednesday. Yan Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the last bug on the platform had been fixed. Finally done. Who knows what he has been through during this period? In fact, according to the original development process, Empire Blade should have been launched a week ago, but because of many unexpected bugs, the game was delayed for more than a week. This is still under the premise that everyone is like chicken blood, quickly finding bugs and quickly modifying them. Although it was delayed for a week, it is a good thing for Yan Qi. If it weren't for the blessing of the Feng Shui treasure land, it is unknown how long it would take to find these bugs. Although the game can be launched a week earlier in that case, it will definitely be busy after it is launched, and it will still have to continue to fix bugs, and it may also affect the reputation of the game. As for how many bugs are left in the game, it is hard to say. It can only be said that those bugs with a higher probability of occurrence and easier to find have been found. Although there may be other bugs, if they are not encountered in the state of Feng Shui treasure land, then players are even less likely to encounter them in normal conditions. Yan Qi packaged the modified game and installed it on his mobile phone, and came to the Qiaolu game platform again. Whether the game can be launched online depends not on the number of remaining bugs they counted by themselves, but on how many bugs Director Tang encounters during the game. Don't worry, Director Tang, we have fixed all the bugs that can be encountered in the game. There will definitely not be a single bug this time. Yan Qi was full of confidence. Tang Yishu didn't say anything, just nodded, and then took the phone. Yan Qi watched from the side, and the game really ran smoothly as he expected, accepting tasks, entering levels, fighting monsters, everything was fine. Seeing that half an hour was about to come, Yan Qi finally put his mind at ease. But just when he thought it was stable, the game screen suddenly froze and reported an error. The time was exactly at the 29th minute. Yan Qi was shocked. How is this possible? After fixing the bug, the test team ran it several times again and found no new bugs. And there are still some? How unlucky is this to come across? Tang Yishu handed the phone back. Well, it meets the requirements, and the game can be arranged to go online. Yan Qi took the phone and suddenly felt very disappointed. Logically speaking, he should be very happy that he achieved the goal of less than 3 bugs in half an hour and the game can be launched. But he didn't expect that Director Tang would find a bug. Yan Qi nodded. Okay, Director Tang, I will go back and fix this bug and arrange it to go online. Back at his workstation, Yan Qi immediately sent the screenshot of the bug to the testing team and the development team and asked them to modify it immediately. However, after trying for more than an hour, he couldn't reproduce it. If it wasn't for seeing it with Director Tang's own eyes, Yan Qi even doubted whether the bug really existed. What's going on? Today is Wednesday, bugs should be working, right? Feng Shui Treasure Land failed? But look at the testers of other companies, they are all busy looking for bugs, and everything seems normal? The only explanation can only be that this seems to be a bug that is very hidden and has a very low probability of reproduction. Even in the state of Feng Shui Treasure Land, it is still a very difficult thing to encounter it. Yan Qi is very entangled, he feels that his obsessive-compulsive disorder has occurred. I know there is a bug in the game, but I can't reproduce it, and I don't know how to fix it. It's like a small thorn stuck in my hand. I can't find it, and I can't pick it out. I always feel uncomfortable. It hurts. What is even more speechless is that the Chaolu game platform has an interface for the test backend of each game. The number of bugs in the current version on the test backend will be displayed in real time on the game platform. The bug had originally become 0, but now it has become 1 again. This is not the difference between 0 and 1, it is simply the difference between what there is and what there is not. Yan Qi struggled for a long time and finally gave up. Forget it, it's just a bug. It's not worth it to continue to postpone the game for such a bug with a very low probability of recurrence, and most players will never encounter it. Let's launch the game. Yan Qi notified the development team and communicated with the staff responsible for docking on the Chaolu game platform to officially launch the game. The launch operation itself is very simple, but it must not be launched dryly. The corresponding recommended resources must be arranged. If the game is launched but no players see it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? At present, the Chaolu game platform has undergone 2 rounds of large-scale publicity. Although the conversion rate is not high, it has also accumulated some players. Moreover, there were few games in the early stage of the platform, and the competition was not so fierce, so it was easy to get a good recommendation position, which was enough for small companies to meet their requirements. The staff on both sides quickly carried out the preliminary preparations and set the launch time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In addition to continuing to find the bug that was difficult to reproduce, Yan Qi had nothing else to do, so while waiting for the game to be launched, he opened the web page to check the discussion of netizens on the Chaolu game platform. Then he was very surprised to find that during the time when he was busy fixing bugs, netizens seemed to have had a very heated discussion about the Chaolu game platform's behavior of displaying the number of bugs in each game. I found that this Chaolu game platform is obviously deliberately hyping and showing off. The so-called display of the number of bugs in all games is simply fake data, just to deepen the impression of players and promote themselves. How can you tell that this is fake data? It's very simple. I have been paying attention to the changes in the number of these bugs. On Sundays, the bugs of these companies basically did not move. Even if there were changes, whether it was discovering bugs or modifying bugs, it was very slow. But on Monday and Tuesday, the speed is like a cheat, growing rapidly. Ah? Isn't this normal? The company is on holiday on the weekend. That's too unprofessional. What do you mean by weekend holiday? First of all, game companies usually work overtime intensively before the game goes online, and it's normal to work overtime all night. Weekend holiday? What a joke. Do you think all companies in the industry are like Tencent? Secondly, I regard those games with no change in the number of bugs as holidays, but what about those with slow changes? Why are they slower to find on weekends and faster on Mondays? That's really suspicious. Yes, I also found that the speed of finding and fixing bugs is not scientific at all. It feels much faster than normal. According to common sense, it should be more and more difficult to find bugs in the later stages of project testing, but the number of bugs on the Chaolu game platform changes linearly. It's very fast. So, I also suspect that this should be fake data prepared in advance. Damn, what's the point of this fraud? It's simply incomprehensible. It's very meaningful. First of all, it's precisely because most people think that the platform doesn't need to falsify this kind of thing, so the fraud is not easy to be suspected and will not be exposed. Secondly, this marketing event is nothing more than a gimmick, claiming that the games on their platform are only put on after the bugs are fixed, and giving their own platform a few bugs personality. Wouldn't this also attract many players? Damn, then this behavior is very bad. Although it's not very destructive, it's extremely insulting. Isn't this making fun of us players? Watching these people's discussion, Yanqi was simply stunned. They actually quarreled because of this. Yanqi knew very well that the reason why the bug was found so quickly was because of the existence of a feng shui treasure land. But the players didn't know that. They only saw that the speed of bug modification was obviously wrong, so they suspected that the Chaolu game platform had faked the data. Yanqi wanted to speak up for the Chaolu game platform. These are all real data. It couldn't be more true. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. But on second thought, I am a person of little influence, and no one will believe my words. Instead, I will be regarded as a running dog or water army of the game platform. After this incident, why does it feel like Chaolu game platform is doomed? Since the establishment of the website, nothing seems to go smoothly. We spent a lot of money on publicity, but not much money was put into practice. Instead, we have been misunderstood. Fixing the bug was originally a good thing, but it was misinterpreted as hype. Well, forget it, I can't help much. Send a private message to Chaolu game platform and tell them the news. As for how to deal with it, let them do it themselves. Yanqi didn't know whether Director Tang knew about these online opinions, but it was always right to remind him. So, he opened the chat group and sent a private message to the staff member who created the group. Soon, the other party replied, "Well, thank you for reminding us. We have noticed it and are trying to find a solution." Yanqi shook his head slightly. It's a bit too late to find a solution now. He looked at the online discussion. It has been arguing since Monday. At the beginning, there were some players who spoke to the game platform, but today is Wednesday, and the Chaolu game platform has not come forward to explain, so those who believe that the platform is cheating have already gained the upper hand. For public opinion events like this, once a stereotype is formed, it will be too late to clarify. Unless there is a major event that can reverse public opinion at once, how can such a thing happen? Yanqi wanted to say a few more words, but then he thought that he had done his best to say so. If he said more, it would make him look nosy, and he could only let the Chaolu game platform fend for itself. Yanqi thought for a long time and finally said nothing more. He was ready to close the chat software and continue to do his own things. But at this moment, he saw someone sent several messages in a row. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Our game has a very high negative review rate. If it continues like this, it will be removed from the shelves on Friday. What should I do? He sent several messages in a row, and also sent a screenshot. Yanqi took a closer look and found that he knew the person who sent the message. He was the head of a local game company in Qingshan. This game is relatively old and has been running on other platforms for more than half a year, so there are very few bugs. It is one of the 4 games officially launched on the first day of the trial operation of the Chaolu game platform. But now, the person in charge keeps at ing the group owner, wanting to get an explanation. Chapter 1194, Malicious Removal from the Shelves. Soon, someone else spoke up. Damn, I didn't notice it before, but now that you've said that, I realize that our game's non-recommendation rate has reached 47%. It's about to be removed from the shelves. Is our game so bad? It has a positive review rate of more than 80% on other platforms. This is the chief planner of another local game company in Qingshan. Unlike the previous game, this is a standalone casual mobile game with a buyout system. Logically, the reputation of standalone games should be better, but the problem is even more serious. Yan Qi clicked on the page of the Chaolu game platform and saw that the non-recommendation rates of these two games were indeed very worrying, one at 44% and the other at 47%. There is no such thing as a rating on the Chaolu game platform, only a very straightforward recommendation or non-recommendation. If the non-recommendation rate reaches 55%, then the game will not pass the trial period and will be directly removed from the shelves. If the game has passed the trial period, but the non-recommendation rate reaches 65% for some reason, the game will still be removed from the shelves. It has only been a few days, and the non-recommendation rate has exceeded the 40% warning line, which can be said to be very dangerous. Yan Qi felt a little puzzled. Shouldn't it be? He knew that although these two games were old games, their operations on other platforms were basically stable and their reputations were also good. The first game was a Krypton Gold mobile game. Although it certainly couldn't be compared with those excellent masterpieces, in the circle of domestic mobile games, how could it be reduced to such a high non-recommendation rate of 44%? The second game was a single-player game with a buyout system. The overall reputation in the game circle was not bad, but the non-recommendation rate reached 47%, which was even more outrageous. Before, when Yan Qi signed the contract, he noticed that the Chaolu game platform had such a rule that if the non-recommendation rate exceeded 55%, it would be directly removed from the shelves, but he didn't care too much. On the one hand, it was because half of the money could be refunded, so there would not be too much loss. On the other hand, because there was a special weighting algorithm in this non-recommendation rate, Yan Qi felt that it was unlikely to fall to this point. According to the regulations of the Chaolu game platform, the specific recommendation rate and non-recommendation rate are not calculated according to the number of players, but are calculated after assigning weights to each player. Simply put, players who play games for longer, spend more, and buy more games of a certain type on the gaming platform will have a higher weight when clicking on a recommendation or not. There is a very important indicator here, which is the playing experience of a certain type of game. For example, there are two players A and B. Player A spends more, but player B plays a lot of action games. Then when judging action games, player B's recommendation or non-recommendation will have a higher weight. Overall, this is a relatively objective and comprehensive evaluation mechanism. Even if there are certain deviations, they will not be too large. But, at present, this mechanism does not seem to work properly. Other people in the group were also alarmed and all showed great concern. Because this mechanism of the game platform will also affect them. These game companies have signed an agreement with the Chaolu game platform. After the game goes online, there will be a 1-week trial period. If the recommendation rate does not exceed 55%, it will be removed from the shelves. At first, everyone thought it would not be difficult. After all, the recommendation rate of the game is less than 45%, which is almost equivalent to a score of less than 2 points on a 5-point scale on other platforms. There are not many games with a score of 2 on other platforms, right? In addition to this weighting algorithm, as long as the game is of decent quality and has no bugs, isn't it normal to get a passing score during the period just after it goes online? But looking at the situation of these two games now, things are obviously not that simple. What's going on? Why is the non-recommendation rate so high? Is it that the weighting algorithm is not working? After all, the Qiaolu game platform has only been open for a short time, so the information of players on this platform is very scarce, and this weighting algorithm cannot clearly distinguish players. It is possible. Moreover, it may also be because there are few players and few samples, so there will be a large deviation in probability, resulting in inaccurate ratings. That's not right. Players must buy the game to rate it. Players who don't like this type of game will not buy it at all. How can they click not to recommend it? In any case, we have to improve this rule quickly. The bugs of our game will be fixed soon. It will be online in the next 2 days. What if it is also removed from the shelves? Everyone was very concerned. While helping to analyze, the group owner was trying to find a solution. As a result, before the group owner came out to express his opinion, the person in charge of the first game spoke again. The new platform has a problem because of the small amount of player data and the inaccurate weighting algorithm, but it is not the main problem. I was also wondering at first why the non-recommendation rate was so high. Later, one of our employees lurked in the player group and found out what was going on. It turned out that some game guilds were taking advantage of the loopholes and wanted to use this method to get half of the refund after recharging in the game. Because other players can also benefit from the removal of the game, there are still many players supporting it. Now the non-recommendation rate is getting higher and higher. The person in charge of the standalone game suddenly realized, so that's it. That explains why our game is obviously a standalone game of good quality, but the non-recommendation rate is so high. Some people didn't understand and asked, But what's the benefit of removing the game from the shelves for players? Won't they be unable to play it? Someone immediately reminded, no, even if it is removed from the shelves, players can still play it, but there will be no new servers and no subsequent maintenance. But the problem is that the current games will not have subsequent updates and maintenance. The group is full of heads of various game companies, and they are very familiar with the inside story of these aspects, so they quickly analyzed the truth of the matter. Obviously, this refund system was exploited by players. According to the regulations of the Qiaolu game platform, if the non-recommendation rate of a game is too high, it means that there are serious problems with this game. Removing the game from the shelves and partially refunding it is a responsible behavior for players. But now, players obviously don't click not to recommend because of the poor quality of the game, but for the refund. One of these two games is a Krypton Gold online game that has entered the end of its life. On the first day of the server opening, some game guilds moved in. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can now receive red envelopes on the WeChat public account. After studying the platform's mechanism, these people suddenly found that it seemed more beneficial for them to remove the game from the shelves. According to the platform's regulations, they can continue to play the game after it is removed from the shelves, but no new players will join, and there will be no version updates for this game in the future. But for this old game, there will be no version updates. Even if there are updates, most of them are some trivial content, which does not have a big impact on the fun of the game itself. Moreover, mobile games are all operated in a small server mode, with an average of 2 or 3 days to open a new server, so for these old players, whether new players come or not does not affect their gaming experience, because even if new players come, they will go to new servers instead of old servers. Removing the game from the shelves means that players who recharge can get half of the refund. Don't underestimate this half of the refund. How many Krypton Gold games will have such an unlimited and indiscriminate 50% promotion? Now Krypton enough money in one go, get half of the rebate after the game is removed from the shelves, and you can't recharge the game later, but you can completely rely on the money you Krypton before to stay ahead of other players and continue to be domineering. And the players of that standalone game obviously have the same purpose. For them, there are even fewer restrictions because this standalone game has entered the end of its life cycle, and it is difficult for developers to recover costs by investing resources in developing a new version, so it is better to develop new projects. Therefore, removing this game from the shelves can directly save these players half of their money without any negative impact. Since you can do it by just clicking the Not Recommended button, why not click it? Moreover, as many people have analyzed, the new platform cannot determine the real weight of players very well, and the newly diverted players are all players who are more greedy for immediate benefits. These 2 points further contribute to this phenomenon. So it has developed into what it is now. Soon, the group owner came out to speak. Everyone, please be patient, we have noticed this problem. The platform has urgently discussed and decided to make certain changes to the agreement. After the game is removed from the shelves, it can be modified and applied for relisting, but there is a time limit. After the first removal, it takes 1 month to apply again, after the second removal, it takes 2 months to apply again, and so on. For games that are put on the shelves again after removal, old players who have already evaluated them will not participate in the evaluation, and the original evaluation will only be used as a record, which will not affect the data of the trial period when it is put on the shelves again. If the game still fails to pass the trial period, then continue to remove it according to the previous rules, and the next application will be extended to 2 months later. If the game is out of trial period, old players can get the latest version of the game again by paying the price difference. Yan Qi carefully analyzed this new rule and found that it plugged some loopholes. At least the game will no longer be sentenced to death directly, but can be appealed. It is equivalent to changing from instant death to unlimited resurrection. Some games that have been removed from the shelves due to too many bugs and incomplete game content can be put online after modification. Those games that have been maliciously removed from the shelves by players will not be evaluated by previous players when they are put on the shelves next time, but will be replaced by a new group of players, which is more fair. But the problem is, this method seems to be a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Sure enough, someone in the group soon raised an objection. This method won't work. The most profitable time for a mobile game is the first 1 or 2 months. After it is maliciously removed from the shelves, it takes a month to be put online again. Isn't this a waste of time? This time is too long. Yes, and changing a group of players may not solve the problem. What if most of the players on the entire platform want to use this method to get the game for free at half price? Then most of the games will be removed from the shelves. Then the platform will not be able to operate. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. In my opinion, this measure is too unprofessional. It is obviously thought up by someone who doesn't understand games. Yes, this measure is not feasible at all, just cancel it. Just don't recommend the low-rated games, there is no need to remove them. It is also a loss for the platform. However, the group leader was unmoved. Sorry, the rules are the rules, this cannot be changed. For the problem of players deliberately not recommending and maliciously removing games, we already have a solution, but we can't announce it now. Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer soon. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1195, The Platform Boss obviously doesn't understand games. Although the group owner repeatedly assured that he would solve the problem of players deliberately not recommending and maliciously removing products from the shelves, the bosses, producers, and main planners in the group were obviously not very convinced. Because everyone really didn't expect much from this. As game designers, most of them don't believe in the self-consciousness of players. It's not that there is any misunderstanding or stereotype about human nature. This is mainly due to the experience accumulated by most games in operation and the bloody lessons. After all, games are not the real world. Many people in the game often do not care about the cost and consequences in order to pursue a special experience. Some lawful players may play some tricks in the game, such as deliberately not following the recommended process to see what will be different, or jumping back and forth within the rules to see if bugs will be triggered or something interesting will happen. Some relatively malicious players may maliciously use bugs in the game to make profits, or even maliciously cheat in online games, seriously destroying the game experience of other players for their own momentary pleasure. Long-term interests? Maintaining the game environment? For many players that doesn't matter at all anyway. There are so many games on the market now, and at most, you can change your account or play another game. As the designer of the system, the game designer must find a way to prevent such things from happening at the very beginning of the bottom-level design level. The corresponding constraint system must consider the player's very extreme and anticipate the worst possible situation in advance. Just like the ancient lawmaking, the highest punishment standard must not be missing. Therefore, most designers do not approve of the practice of the Chaolu game platform. It obviously overestimates the player's consciousness and the bottom line of some players. The current decision of the Chaolu game platform is nothing more than giving these games a chance to revive, but this revival has a cooling time, and the cooling time is quite long. It will take a month to put it on the shelves again, and I am afraid that the daylily will be cold. This system that allows players to decide which games can be removed from the shelves is obviously unreasonable. It obviously gives players too much freedom without corresponding systems and responsibilities as constraints, so the whole environment is in chaos. So everyone thinks that this is something that only an amateur can do. The real boss behind the Chaolu gaming platform probably doesn't understand the game at all. He just messed around and is about to bring the platform into an abyss of no return, but no matter how much people protested, the group owner was not moved at all. Obviously, the Chaolu game platform has already made a decision on this. Most likely a big boss or senior executive behind the scenes has made the decision. The designers in the group also knew that it was meaningless to embarrass this staff member, so after a long time of arguing, they had to disperse. The more optimistic ones continued to modify the bugs of the game, hoping that the platform officials could really handle this problem. The more pessimistic ones had already given up on this platform in their hearts and planned to find another way out. The group gradually fell into silence. What these designers didn't know was that this measure was finalized after Liada consulted with President Pei. Earlier, Pei Qian was watching a drama in the office when he suddenly received a call from Tang Yishu. "Senior, it's bad, something has happened on the platform. 2 games are about to be maliciously removed by players, and the heads of the game companies that cooperate with our platform are making trouble in the group. There are all negative opinions about our platform on the internet, and Sister Yada can't make up her mind. Meng Chong said that we should call for instructions on such matters. Senior, what should we do?" Tang Yishu briefly introduced the current situation, her tone a little flustered. Obviously, this incident was completely beyond her ability, and Liada could not give a 100% solution to the problem. So, Meng Chong asked Tang Yishu to call and ask. Pei Qian listened to Tang Yishu's report, and his face showed a surprised expression. There is such a good thing? Recently, the Chaolu game platform has been reporting good news frequently. First, a large number of game manufacturers were persuaded to withdraw because of bugs, followed by the poor effect of publicity and drainage, and then the number of bugs caused players to question that the Chaolu game platform was maliciously hyped. Now, even malicious removals have come? I set up a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. It's really surprising. Before, Pei Qian thought that even with this system, the possibility of large-scale removal of games was very small. Because most players are not paramecium, under the premise of a weight mechanism, the game's score will eventually be fixed at a relatively reasonable level. But now Pei Qian realized that when he made this assumption, he overlooked a very critical point, that is, the issue of the player base. When talking about probability, we cannot ignore the cardinality, because the larger the sample, the closer the true probability will be to the expected probability. If the sample is small, there will definitely be a huge deviation. As a new game platform, the group of players that Chaolu game platform attracted in the early stage is quite special. Most of them do not have a specific game platform and have no sense of belonging to the platform. Most of them come with the mentality of getting something for free. They only consider how fun they are playing in the first 1 or 2 months, and do not consider the overall environment of the platform. And this mentality will become more serious without intervention. It is like the wool party on the shopping platform, which is organized. If a certain product is priced wrong, these people will immediately rush in and directly make the store cry. After these players find that Chaolu game platform can get games at half price in this way, it will attract more players to join this ranks. Over time, the player composition of the entire platform will become more unbalanced. Happiness came too suddenly, and Pei Qian could hardly suppress his joy. Doesn't this mean that Chaolu game platform, this money-burning tree, has become successful? According to the current nature, it can continue to advertise and burn money, contact other game companies to put games on the shelves and burn money. In short, it can be made in various ways. Anyway, the players will help me remove all these games. The most perfect situation I imagined really happened? Pei Qian was ecstatic. However, he was not overwhelmed by this good news, but suddenly realized a problem. Since the most perfect situation has appeared, the previous measures must be slightly adjusted. It is this mechanism for removing games from the shelves. Pei Qian's previous rule was that games that did not pass the trial period would be removed from the shelves permanently and could not be put on the shelves again. This rule is too one-size-fits-all on the surface, and may accidentally kill many games that were modified later, but on the other hand, it is also a protection mechanism. The consequences of removing games from the shelves during the trial period are too serious, so players must think carefully when deciding to remove games from the shelves, which objectively raises the threshold. Currently, the games that players have removed from the shelves are all old games. Most of these games are no longer updated and no new blood is added. After being removed from the shelves, the impact on old players is not great, so these players are relatively unscrupulous. But if there is a high-quality online game that continues to operate and update in the future, and it needs to update the version and new players to improve the game experience, will players still remove games so unscrupulously? I am afraid not. Therefore, Pei Qian thinks that in order to stabilize the current good situation, the loophole in the rules should be torn a little wider. The game is no longer permanently removed from the shelves, but can be modified and put on the shelves again. It's just that this mechanism has a certain cooling time. In this way, players don't need to consider the consequences when removing the game from the shelves. They can remove the game without thinking, because it will be put back on the shelves later anyway. At that time, a small number of players may regret it and make up for the difference to continue playing, but there are still many players who have already gone away after enjoying this wave. Isn't this a bigger loss? Moreover, the change in the mechanism of delisting still seems to be beneficial to these game companies on the surface, and will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Well, perfect. Pei Qian directly told Tangishu about this solution, and the sound of typing on the keyboard was heard over there. Obviously all of it was written down. Then let's do this for now. Is there anything else? Pei Qian asked. Tangishu hurriedly said, Senior, is that all? This only alleviates the problem of malicious delisting, and other problems are still not solved? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1196, Just let Meng Chong make the decision. Other problems? Other problems don't need to be solved at all. The current situation is good enough. Pei Qian hopes that this situation can continue forever. That would be perfect. But since Xiao Tang asked, he has to give a little reply, otherwise if she feels that she has messed up and quits, it will be a big problem. Xiao Tang must not take the blame for the failure of the Chaolu game platform, otherwise she will definitely run away. So, who will take the blame? Pei Qian really wants to take the blame himself, but he can't. Now the whole company of Tenda believes that President Pei is absolutely right. Even if there is a problem, it is the execution of his subordinates that has gone wrong. Even if President Pei takes the initiative to say that he will take the blame, it will only be interpreted as comforting his subordinates. So, we have to find a suitable candidate. Pei Qian thought of it quickly. Isn't Meng Chong the most suitable person? This guy is simply a natural scapegoat. His reputation has always been bad, and many people have prejudices against him. Moreover, as the head of the publicity department, he has been roaming around in various projects. It can be said that he moves from one place to another, takes the blame and leaves, and there will be no follow-up impact. As for Meng Chong himself, as long as he can get commission, he should not care about taking the blame. Moreover, Meng Chang's interests are completely consistent with his own, so there is no need to worry about any problems if he is given the blame. If someone else takes the blame, he may work hard due to the huge pressure and shame, and suddenly turn the whole project from loss to profit, but if Meng Chong takes the blame, he will just accept the blame calmly, do nothing, and then happily take the commission. Just like just now, after the game platform encountered problems, Tang Yishu and Li Yada were helpless, and it was Meng Chong who asked Xiao Tang to call and share the good news with President Pei. What a perfect candidate! Pei Qian made up his mind and said, other problems. None of them are critical issues, just let Meng Chong make the final decision. The meeting room of the Chaolu game platform was in a brief silence. Li Yada had immediately announced the revised new plan in the group according to President Pei's request. The designers in the group were not very accepting, but after finding that there was no follow-up, they had to disperse. But Li Yada is also a designer, can she not understand what is being said in the group? The solution given by Mr. Pei is indeed a little imperfect. No, that's not right, how could Mr. Pei's solution be imperfect? It is obvious that I have not found the right way to open it yet, but she couldn't figure out what the specific method was. She turned her head and looked at Meng Chong. Boss Pei said that other problems were not critical issues, and Meng Chong could make the final decision. But, can Meng Chong really do it? Tang Yishu also looked at Meng Chong, so, what should we do? Meng Chong was silent for a moment and said, you don't need to do anything, just wait. Li Yada was a little surprised, wait? This kind of thing doesn't seem to be solved by waiting, right? Didn't you say that there are follow-up plans for your publicity? Meng Chong made a hush gesture, don't say it, it won't work if you say it. This matter must not be leaked. Even if people know the existence of the follow-up plan, it may cause a fatal blow to the entire plan. For Meng Chong, Boss Pei has already buried the explosives and is waiting for Meng Chong to detonate them. At this time, confidentiality is particularly important. Not only can people not know where the appropriate detonation and detonation point are, but even the existence of explosives cannot be let out. Otherwise, after this point explodes, it will not be so unexpected, and the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. Li Yada was somewhat helpless. This feeling of hiding made her uncomfortable. Although President Pei also acted in this way, he was confident after planning everything. He didn't have to worry about making mistakes. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on WeChat official account now. Meng Chong also played this style, which was quite worrying. But on second thought, since President Pei has said to hand it over to Meng Chong, then let's hand it over to Meng Chong. President Pei is very accurate in judging people and must know what kind of person Meng Chong is. Since President Pei chooses to trust him, he must be 100% sure. Thinking of this, Li Yada nodded, okay, then let's wait patiently. Sure enough, everything is within Mr. Pei's plan. Even the time when I found this explosion point was roughly planned by Mr. Pei. No, it may not be planned, but the time when the malicious removal phenomenon on the platform will occur has been estimated. As long as I see this phenomenon, combined with what Mr. Pei said before, I will naturally think that this place is the explosion point. Both situations are possible. Forget it, there's no point in worrying about this. Anyway, Mr. Pei has guessed my plan, so he told Yada that I will be responsible for the entire plan. Then, the time is almost ripe, and it's almost time to start the final preparations. After this incident where players maliciously did not recommend and removed the game, and after knowing Mr. Pei's handling attitude and getting Mr. Pei's approval, Meng Chang has completely determined that his plan is the standard answer planned by Mr. Pei. It's almost time to arrange the final finishing work. Although there is still a week until the end of the month, this work must be prepared early. After all, Meng Chang knows nothing about the situation on Mr. Chiao's side. What if Mr. Chiao has noticed the Chaolu game platform and has even made a video and is ready to release it? Now, the time is ripe. Meng Chang is going to contact Mr. Chiao and take the initiative to tell him the explosive point. In this way, Mr. Chiao will definitely be very grateful, and Meng Chang will naturally ask Mr. Chiao to postpone the time of posting the video to next month. The reason for a week in advance is mainly to prevent Mr. Chiao from posting the video on his own initiative in advance, so that Meng Chang's commission will go down the drain. Moreover, 1 week is more than enough time to make a video, which can ensure timeliness while also ensuring the quality of the video, thus achieving the best publicity effect. It is conceivable that by next month, all the heat of the previous publicity will be accumulated together, and all the negative discussions will be reversed. The Chaolu game platform will surely soar to the sky. For Meng Chang, he will get a high commission after this month, and the things next month will have nothing to do with him. For Tenda, it also gained an excellent publicity plan, and this commission can be said to be worth it. It is obviously a win-win situation. Meng Chang can't wait and is ready to contact Qiao Laosher immediately. Of course, in this way, Qiao Liang will immediately know the relationship between Tenda and the Chaolu game platform. Although Meng Chang has posted a Weibo to announce his cooperation with the Chaolu game platform, no one has linked the Chaolu game platform with Tenda Group so far. There are mainly 2 reasons. First, many people only know that Meng Chang owes money to Tenda and signed a special agreement with Tenda to repay the debt. And Meng Chang went to other companies to cooperate and come up with a plan to help with publicity in order to repay the money as soon as possible. This is not an official act of Tenda, but a personal act of Meng Chang tacitly approved by Tenda. Secondly, most people would not think that Chaolu game platform has anything to do with Tenda Group. Because it is too easy for Tenda to set up a game platform. They can just put their own games on the platform and it will become popular. There is no need to take off pants to fart. Therefore, even if Meng Chang develops a publicity plan for the Chaolu game platform, most people will not conclude that the Chaolu game platform belongs to Tenda. But if Meng Chang wants to tell Mr. Chiao everything, with Mr. Chiao's intelligence, he will definitely know the truth instantly. But this is not a big problem, just ask Mr. Chiao to keep it secret. Once the relationship with Tenda Group is announced, the Chaolu game platform will definitely become popular instantly, but this is obviously inconsistent with Mr. Pei's plan. Meng Chang speculated that the reason why Mr. Pei repeatedly ordered not to expose it was to temper the Chaolu game platform in such an environment and verify the new business model developed for the game platform. It is obviously not the right time now. Maybe this is just the first round of publicity plans, and there will be second and third rounds in the future. Once the relationship between the game platform and Tenda is exposed, it not only means that Mr. Pei's plan is destroyed, but also means that the possible second and third rounds of publicity plans in the future will also be ruined. Isn't this a waste of the opportunity to get commissions in the future? Mr. Chiao is a good friend of Mr. Pei and understands the righteousness. As long as this truth is made clear to him, Mr. Chiao will definitely keep his mouth shut in the short term. Maybe this content will be leaked during the second or third round of publicity, but so what? Anyway, by then it will be the time that President Pei is looking forward to. After making up his mind, Meng Chang sent a message to Qiao Liang. At this time, Qiao Liang was preparing materials. In the new video, he planned to talk to everyone about the Qiaolu game platform. Recently, Qiao Liang did not make a game video. Because the most anticipated game recently is Tengda's Eternal Reincarnation, but this DLC has just started to be developed not long ago, and it is afraid that it will not be playable in the short term. So, if you want to make a water video, oh no, if you want to make a video, you can only look at other aspects. The Qiaolu game platform has been very popular in the game circle recently. On the one hand, it is because the publicity is very large and it seems that the funds are quite sufficient. On the other hand, it has made various operations that seem to be quite stupid, which has caused some players to discuss and even laugh. However, Qiao Liang always feels that this matter seems not that simple. This series of operations of the Qiaolu game platform made him smell a familiar smell. Qiao Liang couldn't help but wonder if this matter is related to Tengda. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1197 Mr. Tian, extra chapter for Luyun Ranmo. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from games. When Qiao Liang first knew about this game platform, he didn't think about it. Because the only part of the Qiaolu game platform that is related to Tengda is Meng Chang. But according to Meng Chang himself, he is currently working for various companies to make publicity plans to pay off his debts, so it is not surprising no matter which company he cooperates with. Everyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. If this game platform is opened by Tengda, then Tengda can completely put its own games on this platform and make it popular in an instant. So, Qiao Liang originally thought that it was more likely that this platform had nothing to do with Tengda, and Meng Chang might really just go there to make extra money. He vaguely knew that the contract signed by Tengda and Meng Chang was a very special contract. He was not a formal employee and there was no binding relationship. He could go to other companies to help at any time, probably to allow Meng Chang to pay back the money faster. Therefore, at first, Qiao Liang just thought that Meng Chang went to the Qiaolu game platform to make extra money. But with the series of operations of the Qiaolu game platform, Qiao Liang suddenly felt very familiar. Meng Chang's routine seems to have something to it. Many people say that this promotional plan is very stupid. But Mr. Qiao knows very well who Meng Chang is. He is a marketing master. He has done many popular marketing plans before. Now he is learning from Mr. Pei and his level is improving by leaps and bounds when making Doubt VR glasses. Even if he didn't do it seriously for extra money, he shouldn't be so sloppy, right? Combined with the special regulations of the Qiaolu game platform, Qiao Liang felt that something was wrong. This is the intuition of an old interpreter, who is good at restoring the truth from various details. Qiao Liang felt that this matter seemed to be worth talking about. Although it has not been analyzed very clearly, with Qiao Liang's strength, 2 days of analysis and 2 days of making videos are enough. This weekend, around the 26th and 27th, it will be no problem to send this video to everyone. However, when he was collecting material seriously, he noticed that he had received a new message notification. Huh? Meng Chang is looking for me? Half an hour later. After a patient and detailed exchange, both of them fell into a temporary silence. Meng Chang felt scared. Fortunately, he came here in advance, otherwise Qiao Laosher would have posted a video in 2 days. Mr. Qiao and Mr. Meng had similar ideas, but in some details. After all, he was not an insider and did not know the inside story, so his interpretation was not so perfect. But even so, Mr. Qiao's video was enough to achieve the effect of igniting the explosion point in advance. In other words, as soon as this video was released, it would destroy Meng Chang's overall plan. On the one hand, It was to make all the heat explode before the end of the month, so that Meng Chang's commission would be directly cleared. On the other hand, due to the incomplete interpretation, the heat that was exposed was not as expected, and the careful preparation of Meng Chang and Mr. Pei would have a discount on the publicity effect. Meng Chang was a little scared, and almost fell into the hands of Mr. Qiao again. Fortunately, he was well prepared and had a better skill this time. Qiao Liang was very surprised. Qiaolu game platform is actually Tengda's industry? Meng Chang was actually acting on orders, and the person behind this publicity plan was actually Mr. Pei? Moreover, this plan actually has a deeper meaning? In this way, the video he made was a bit superficial. Because he didn't think it was Tengda's industry at first. The object of analysis was not Mr. Pei, so Qiao Liang naturally didn't think so deeply, and many of his analyses were shallow. Fortunately, Meng Chang came over, otherwise his analysis this time would not be to the point, which would damage his reputation. What if the truth comes out in the future, and everyone knows the past and present of the Qiaolu game platform, and the relationship between this platform and Tengda, and then looks back at this video, wouldn't Mr. Qiao be slapped in the face? The two were silent for a while. Meng Chang said, "Old Qiao, I have told you the general situation. I only have one request. You can post this video at the beginning of next month. In this week, you should revise the copy of the video, edit it carefully, and prepare it more fully." After a while, Qiao Liang replied, "No, I don't plan to post the video." Meng Chang, ? Why? Qiao Liang replied, "Even if these analyses are posted, they are not my own interpretations, but they are equivalent to being your mouthpiece. I am an ethical host, how can I do such a thing?" Meng Chang was a little dizzy. This Mr. Qiao is quite proud. If it is not the content analyzed by yourself, you will not make a video? No. If you don't make the video, the second half of my promotional plan won't work. There has to be an interpreter. I can't interpret it myself, right? Although I have some influence, it's all negative influence, which will mess everything up. It's like a painter painted a masterpiece. If no one knows how to appreciate it, won't it be buried? There must be someone who can convince everyone to analyze what is good about this painting, so that the value of the famous painting can be reflected. Qiao Liang said, "It's okay for you to interpret it yourself, just open a small account. I'll forward your video when the time comes." Meng Chang, this. He didn't expect Qiao Liang to not take advantage of the popularity, which made him a little at a loss. Qiao Liang said again, "Since you want to interpret it, you must interpret it well. Now it seems that you interpret it better than me this time. In order to make the promotion have a perfect ending, you must make the video yourself." Meng Chang, "But my voice will be heard." Qiao Liang, "Find someone else to dub it, or directly generate it with electronic sound." Meng Chang had nothing to say this time. Qiao Laosher was determined not to make this video, so he had to do it himself. After all, Meng Chang was worried if he handed it over to others. If this video came out and couldn't have a reversal effect, wouldn't it mean that his Pei's propaganda method had not been learned well? Wouldn't that disappoint Mr. Pei? Fortunately, making videos is a piece of cake for Meng Chang. As for the sound, just use AEIS's sound directly. Okay, I'll do it myself. By the way, the relationship between Qiaolu game platform and Tengda, as well as my role in this promotional plan, must be kept confidential. Qiao Liang agreed immediately, "No problem, Mr. Pei and I are friends, of course I will help." Qiao Laosher refused to cooperate, and Meng Chang had no choice but to do it himself. It's just that the confidentiality work must be done well, and the video must be posted with a small account. He has no intention of getting any credit for the success of this promotional plan. Even if public opinion reverses, he must work hard to make everyone think that this is the success of the platform and has nothing to do with Meng Chang. This is mainly due to 3 reasons. First, Meng Qiang has a bad reputation. He is worried that if he posts this video with his real name, it may cause negative effects and greatly reduce the promotional effect. Secondly, Meng Qiang has to keep this bad reputation and keep it for the high commission in the future. Finally, Meng Qiang himself came out to interpret it, which is really a bit awkward. He is afraid that Mr. Pei will be unhappy. When Mr. Pei uses Pei's promotion method, he doesn't have to do anything, and a lot of people come to interpret it spontaneously. However, Meng Qiang used Pei's propaganda method, but he had to post his own video interpretation. This is really a bit embarrassing. Considering all these factors, Meng Qiang decided to post videos using a small account. From now on, Meng Qiang's Weibo and this small account on the Eli Island website will have a dual personality, one bright and one dark. Use Meng Qiang's bad reputation to get commissions, and then use this small account's interpretation to complete Pei's propaganda plan. Not bad. Meng Qiang thought about it for a long time and felt that this was a good choice, so he immediately decided to create a small account. Well, what's the name of the small account? Let's call it Master Tian. Meng Qiang slapped his forehead and came up with a small account ID. He first thought of Meng Qiang Jun based on his own name, but this ID seemed a bit too obvious. So he turned it over again. Meng Qiang Jun's original name was Tian Wen, the leader of the four princes of the Warring States period, so he was called Master Tian. And most people who see the ID Master Tian will only think that the person is a young man with the surname Tian, and will not associate it with Meng Qiang. There is still nearly a week until the end of the month. You don't need to rush to make the video. You can take your time and just wait to post it before the end of the month. When the time comes, let Mr. Qiao forward it. It should get a good popularity soon. During this period, the follow-up plan for the bug can also be released to add fuel to the fire. Meng Qiang sent a message to Liada, indicating that she could put the previously prepared plan online. The Qiaolu game platform will launch a bug-finding activity. The games that can be played on the platform are basically the same as Empire Blade, with 1 or 2 bugs. After all, the standard for being online is that Tangishu has to have no more than 5 bugs in half an hour of playing. It is impossible to have no bugs at all. In this activity, players can get a reward of 1,000 yuan if they find a bug in a certain game and reach the number of bugs recorded on the platform. If the number of bugs exceeds the number of bugs recorded on the platform, they will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Take Empire Blade as an example. The number of bugs recorded on the platform for this game is 1, that is, if players find this bug, they will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan, and if they find the second bug, they will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. It is conceivable that once this activity is launched, it will inevitably attract huge attention and huge controversy. There will definitely be players who curse and say that this is malicious hype and a routine. With the current bad reputation of the Qiaolu game platform, I am afraid it will be scolded badly. But after this month, when Meng Qiang gets the commission, all this will change dramatically. Chapter 1198 looks good at first glance, but actually has many problems. August 24th, Friday. I worked overtime until 10 p.m. yesterday, and I was busy until noon after work today. Empire Blade is finally going to be launched. In order to launch on the Qiaolu game platform, the game Empire Blade has been postponed for 2 weeks. Fortunately, except for the bug that can't be reproduced, all other bugs should have been fixed. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. As the launch is approaching, Yan Qi is very nervous. For a mobile game, the data of the first 2 days of launch basically determines life and death to a certain extent. Unlike those large-scale terminal games, mobile games have a relatively unique operating mechanism. Most startups that make mobile games cannot get too many resources for recommendation or game promotion in the early stage, so the only way to get more recommendation resources from the channel is to speak with data. If the data on the day of launch is very good, the players are active and recharge actively, proving the potential of the game to make money, then the platform will naturally be willing to spend more resources to promote it. The better the data, the more promotions you can get. The more promotions you get, the better the data. This is the only way to form a virtuous circle. If the data is poor as soon as it goes online, it will fall into a vicious circle and it will be difficult to save it. Because it is difficult to tell which part of the game the players don't like. Even if it is modified, it is difficult to guarantee that the players will like it after the modification. The Empire Blade developed by Yan Qi is relatively not so heavy and so Krypton cheating. As an action mobile game, although there are also charging points, the main focus is still on the polishing of gameplay and quality. He is worried that this will make the game's recharge data not look good, thus dragging down the overall performance of the game on the first day of its launch. In addition, a series of negative events recently on the Chalu game platform, and the rule that it will be removed from the shelves if the non-recommendation rate exceeds 55%, all make Yan Qi feel more worried. Now, everything is finally ready, and the status of Empire Blade on the Chalu game platform has also become about to be launched. As long as you wait patiently for a few more hours, you can know the final fate of this game. But at this moment, Yan Qi suddenly noticed that there was a huge promotional page in a prominent position on the platform. Find a bug and win a 100,000 yuan bonus? What the hell is this? Isn't it what I understood literally? Seeing the information on this promotional page, Yan Qi was shocked and quickly clicked in to check. As it turned out, it was clearly written here that as long as you find the same number of bugs as the ones recorded on the platform, you will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan, and if you find one more, you will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. However, this activity has a series of additional conditions. First of all, the definition of bug only refers to procedural bugs that affect the normal progress of the game. Although typos and grammatical errors in the text also belong to the category of bugs in a broad sense, they are not counted in this activity. Secondly, this activity is based on the game version number officially recorded by the Chalu game platform. If the game version or content changes, the number of bugs needs to be recounted. Thirdly, the process of finding the bug by the player needs to provide a full video recording to prove that the game is a normal version downloaded from the official platform and has not been maliciously modified, and the found bug can be stably reproduced at least once. Finally, this activity only lasts for 2 weeks, and only one reward is given for the same bug. The order depends on the specific time of providing valid proof materials to the official. This activity may be opened again later, and the specific time will be notified separately. After reading the rules several times, Yan Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this rule is quite complete. When doing this kind of activity, the most feared thing is that there are loopholes in the rules, allowing players to exploit loopholes and finally arguing about it. And the series of additional conditions of this activity basically blocked most of the loopholes that can be exploited. The first rule is to prevent players from playing word games and arguing. Typos, grammatical errors, etc. in the game are inevitable, and most testers will not focus on this aspect. If a player insists on a typo and insists that it is a bug, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. If it is limited to procedural bugs that affect the normal progress of the game, the definition will be clearer and more intuitive, and it will not be easy to blur the past. The second rule is to prevent game developers from internal fraud. What if an employee secretly uploads a bug and then finds it himself to claim the bonus? The way the Chalu game platform handles it is to take the game version submitted to the platform by each game manufacturer as the standard, that is, the version that Director Tang has tried. If the game developer wants to make changes to this version, he must first obtain the consent of the platform, and secondly, it will leave traces of the changes. Secret changes will definitely be discovered. If it is a normal version update allowed by the platform, then the number of bugs recorded on the platform will naturally change accordingly, and the bug-finding activity will be based on this new number of bugs. Of course, during this activity, we must try to avoid game version updates as much as possible, so that players will not have to find bugs for a long time and all their efforts will go to waste. Although this effort is mostly in vain. The third provision is to prevent some technical players from cheating by modifying the game client. It must be downloaded from the official platform, the full video recording must be provided, and it can be stably reproduced twice. Moreover, when playing the game on the platform, it will be connected to the internet throughout the process, automatically verifying the integrity of the client version and detecting whether it has been modified. In this way, the possibility of players cheating through technical means becomes very small. Of course, it is not ruled out that some particularly powerful technical masters can bypass these restrictions and forcibly cheat, but the official platform must have a way, such as reimbursing him for round-trip travel expenses, asking him to come to the scene to prove with the official machine, recording the whole process, and live broadcasting. As long as it is proved that the bug really exists, an additional bonus will be given. If it is a cheater, he will definitely not dare to come, at most he will make a fuss online. The fourth rule determines the timeliness of the event. Such an event will consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and it is definitely impossible to continue forever. Although it will only last for 2 weeks, it will definitely attract huge attention. Moreover, even if someone really found a bug, so what? Just give money normally. Judging from the marketing activities that Qiaolu game platform had previously carried out, this platform is not short of money at all. Giving some money to very few players is equivalent to buying popularity. Compared with the large amount of publicity funds, what does it count for? Of course, there is a premise, that is, there cannot be far more bugs in the game than the number of bugs on the platform. Take Empire Blade as an example. There is a bug written on the platform. If there are actually dozens of bugs in the game, and they are all easy to reproduce, then these dozens of bugs will be picked up dozens of times by players, and millions of dollars will be directly picked up. That must be a play. But Yanqi knew very well that this place is a feng shui treasure land, which has been repeatedly verified by testers from many game companies. If only one bug can be found in a feng shui treasure land, then the possibility of players finding 2 bugs is very small. Even if it is really found, the worst case is to give 100,000 yuan. This 100,000 yuan is nothing more than a publicity fund, achieving the effect of buying horse bones with 1,000 gold. Not to mention the gaming platform, even for some small mobile games with a monthly turnover of several million, a bonus of 100,000 yuan is nothing. This is a good thing. Once this event is launched, a large number of players will definitely flock to the platform to find bugs for the bonus. Our game has just been launched, so we are the most likely to reap this bonus. Yanqi couldn't help but sigh. Qiaolu game platform had made many stupid moves before, but now it finally organized an IQ online event. Although this event is completely dependent on feng shui treasures and has little to do with the strength of the platform itself, so what? Every platform must make full use of its own advantages. Wait, that's not right. Although doing this will indeed increase the popularity in the short term, it will probably still cause controversy after the event is over, right? No, let alone after the event is over. I'm afraid that the controversy will reach its peak when the event is just 1 week old. Yanqi analyzed and found that this matter was not as simple as he thought. In the early stage, the huge bonus of this bug-finding event will definitely cause a heated response online and attract a large number of players. These players all came with the purpose of finding bugs, and they must be full of confidence. But after they searched for a few days with high intensity, most of them couldn't find the bug at all. At this time, someone will definitely think of various tricks, such as video fraud, or online denunciation, and fishing in troubled waters. For example, saying that they have found the bug, but the official does not give money. Some people may also say that some games have already fixed all the bugs, and the actual number of procedural bugs is 0, but the Chalu game platform deliberately writes the number of bugs as 1 in order to lure players to find them. Even if a player really gets the bonus, others will question whether he is the official agent. In short, those players who come here for the bonus and the wool will definitely not give up if they don't get the bonus, and they will definitely make trouble. What if this group of people get angry because they can't find the bug, and they madly don't recommend the game, causing more games to be removed from the shelves? Although the event attracted popularity, how to calm down the negative public opinion aroused by the anger of some players in the future? Yan Qi just thought about it and felt a headache. He knew very well that such public opinion events were the most difficult to deal with, because once they fermented, they were swept up by the emotions of many player groups. Even if the official statement was true, it would be difficult to convince people and it would be difficult to reverse the public opinion. Once the problem worsens, it is afraid that no matter how much publicity funds are spent, it will be difficult to properly solve it. Yan Qi, who was quite happy just now, was depressed again. I thought that the Chalu game platform suddenly got it right and made a good move, but after careful study, I found that this move was not good at all. There are benefits, but there are also risks, and they are huge. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful, you will get burned. Yan Qi couldn't help but sigh. This Chalu game platform is really full of disasters. Although it is difficult to build a game platform, it is not that difficult as long as you have money and resources. The Chalu game platform obviously has money and resources, but it has become a hell of difficulty through a series of tricks. This kind of operation of playing 4 twos with 2 kings with a good hand is also unique. But Yan Qi has no choice but to work on his own game while watching the changes. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1199 Meng Cheng is so reassuring. August 27, Monday. Pei Qian came to the company as usual to check the situation of each department. Huh? Chalu game platform actually held a bug-finding contest on the weekend? And was scolded? Pei Qian looked at the online discussion for a while and was surprised to find that Chalu game platform was scolded again. Why did you say again? Apparently, Pei Qian couldn't remember how many times Chalu game platform had surprised him this month. And the fuse for this scolding was the bug-finding contest of Chalu game platform. According to the regulations, anyone who finds the same number of bugs as those marked on the platform in the game can get a bonus of 1,000 yuan, and if they find one more, they can get a bonus of 100,000 yuan. As soon as this activity came out, it really caused a very enthusiastic response. Because players have never seen such an activity. Players are already accustomed to bugs in the game. As a result, there are game platforms that let players find bugs on the platform, and they will give bonuses if they find them? Moreover, a sky-high bonus was directly offered. There are very few games on the platform at present, only about 10 games in total, all of which are mobile games. These games were submitted to the Chalu game platform at about the same time as Empire Blade, and they have just been fixed and officially launched not long ago. The number of bugs in these games basically ranges from 1 to 3. Some old games that have been operating for a long time and have 0 bugs on the platform also participate in this event, but players cannot get the 1,000 yuan bonus, and can only get 100,000 yuan. Finding 1 or 2 bugs in a specific game can get 100,000 yuan, what a great temptation. Therefore, the news spread quickly, and a large number of players flocked to the Chalu game platform, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Pei Qian looked at the time. This event was officially launched on Friday, and now it has been a weekend. And this event has produced some chain reactions. For example, the non-recommendation rate of the 2 games before has stabilized. Originally, the non-recommendation rate of these 2 games was on the verge of being removed from the shelves, and the growth rate was still increasing, but after starting this bug-finding event, they survived. Even the recommendation rate has increased significantly. However, this is not because the players on the platform have a change of heart, but because the players want to keep these two games to find bugs. Both of these games are old games that have been running on other platforms for a long time, and they have very few bugs. For players, the fewer the bugs in a game, the more cost-effective it is to find them. According to the platform's regulations, if a game has 0 bugs marked, then the player can get 100,000 as long as he finds 1 bug, and if another game has 3 bugs marked, then the player must find 3 bugs to get 1,000, and find 4 bugs to get 100,000. In the eyes of players, there is obviously a big difference in the difficulty of finding bugs in these two games. As a result, these games with fewer bugs have naturally become popular. Many players have all run in to experience the game, and even spend a little money to unlock specific gameplay in the game, just to find every corner of the game and find bugs. This weekend, a new batch of games were launched on the Chaolu game platform, including Empire Blade, all of which have been fixed with bugs to meet Tangishu standards. Among these games, those with fewer bugs naturally became the focus of attention. Players rushed in instantly, and directly filled up the several new servers that were opened. On the surface, this seems to be a good thing. After all, it has brought a lot of popularity to the Chaolu game platform. But after 2 days of fermentation over the weekend, things have slowly changed. The direction of online discussions is a bit wrong. Scam. This gaming platform is a complete scam. I found a bug, but after I submitted it, the official didn't reply to me at all. Big Boss 666. Upload the video to the Ellie Island website, We Will Like You, so that the official can no longer play dumb. This platform is really bad. Why pretend when you don't have money? They boasted a bonus of 100,000, but they are reluctant to give it. Are they pretending to be two-faced? Hey, you all found the bug? I played for 2 days without sleep, but I didn't find the bug at all. Gee. I did find a few grammatical errors, but the official is so cunning that it says this is not a bug. It must be a program bug. Don't worry about it, everyone, just keep cursing. This platform is just playing tricks on you. They don't even intend to give you money. People who curse online are basically divided into 2 types. The first type says that they found a bug, but the official didn't respond, obviously wanting to shirk their responsibility. The other type says that the official is just maliciously hyping it up, just writing a random bug number to trick players into finding bugs, and using this gimmick to stir up the heat. The latter is basically driven by the former. Many people cursed, but in fact, they may not have found any bugs in the game at all. They just saw other people cursing, so they were also incited. Pei Qian was simply surprised and happy. Who came up with this activity? It's probably Meng Chong. Liyada is so simple-minded and only knows how to design games. He probably can't think of such a bad idea. Moreover, this kind of activity that looks good on the surface, but is actually full of traps is very consistent with Meng Chang's personality and motivation. This activity is quite successful. At least it has brought up all the negative public opinion. The only bad thing is, how can you not pay them? You must pay. No matter how many bugs are found, you must pay the money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately called Meng Chong. Hello? Mr. Pei? There was a sound of keyboard tapping on the other end of the phone. Meng Chong seemed to be busy with something. Pei Qian was 120% satisfied with Meng Chang's work attitude. It's so reliable to have Meng Chong help keep an eye on the Chaolu game platform. It's so reassuring. Did you come up with this bug-finding activity? Pei Qian asked. Meng Chong, yes, Mr. Pei, what do you think? Great. It's a genius idea. Pei Qian praised him, but there is a problem. We still have to keep our word. We have to pay the amount we said we would pay. We can't default on our debt. Meng Chang said as a matter of course, Mr. Pei, how could we default on our debt? But we didn't work this weekend. We only started processing the videos submitted by these players this morning. We will record all the content one by one and make it public on the official website. If someone really finds enough bugs, we will definitely pay the full amount and won't save it. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Since you didn't intend to default on the debt from the beginning, why didn't you tell the players in advance that the weekend was off? Meng Chang smiled. Of course it was for some special purpose, President Pei, you must understand. Pei Qian immediately understood. Oh. Of course. Very good, since you now have a very deep and thorough understanding of your work, I am relieved. The momentum of publicity work this month is good, keep it up. It's almost the end of the month, keep holding on, and the commission will beckon you. Meng Chang was very excited. Okay, President Pei. After hanging up the phone, Meng Chang was very encouraged. Sure enough, no matter how unexpected the plan he gave was, President Pei could see the intention behind it at a glance. This shows that the publicity plan he racked his brains to come up with is still in President Pei's plan. Meng Chang checked the current public opinion online and shook his head with some regret. What a pity, the timing was not well chosen. I thought these players would wait at least a week before making a fuss, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient that they couldn't wait for 2 days. At least take a few days to make a fuss? Meng Chang had originally planned it perfectly. He started this bug-finding activity last weekend for 2 weeks. It was estimated that the players would completely lose their patience this weekend, which is the end of the month, and the negative public opinion on the Chaolu game platform on the internet would reach a peak. In this way, Meng Chang's commission could be maximized. However, because the players on the platform are very impetuous, they lost their patience in 2 days and made a fuss. This affected Meng Chang's plan a little bit, and it was unlikely to delay it for another 4 or 5 days. The main reason was that he was afraid that if he didn't respond, the players would stop scolding him, and the negative public opinion would not continue to grow. In that case, when the video comes out next month, it will be a bit out of time. This publicity plan is equivalent to a 3-5-day break in the middle, which is very imperfect. In order to continue to maintain the popularity of this matter, he can only clarify it first. Send everyone a red envelope. You can get a red envelope on the WeChat official account now. Meng Chang has written a new official announcement and sent it to Liyada. This announcement responded to the players' current doubts, stating that there was no response on the weekend because the company was on holiday. Next, all bugs submitted by players will be checked and responded to one by one. And remind again that the video sent by the player must comply with the rules, must be the game version of the official platform, must not be maliciously modified, the video must not be maliciously edited and produced, and can be reproduced twice. If any player is dissatisfied with the result, he can come to a specific location in Jingzhou for demonstration. The Chaolu game platform will broadcast it live on the entire network. Once confirmed, not only will the round-trip travel expenses and accommodation expenses be reimbursed, but the bonus will also be doubled. Of course, when the player comes to Jingzhou, he will definitely not be arranged to test in the feng shui treasure land of the Chaolu game platform, but will be arranged in a hotel venue far away. After the arrangement was almost done, Meng Chang leaned back in his chair and sighed softly. I'm still not proficient in Pei's propaganda method. I can't achieve the feeling of being able to lift heavy things with ease and freely like President Pei. I feel that although my plan is developing according to the expected plan as a whole, it is often disrupted by some unexpected situations. Although it can be remedied, it is not so natural after all. But, it's much better than before. Meng Chang recalled that when he was doing a plan and getting commission before, he was so nervous. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention to something, the project would become popular ahead of time, and his commission would be completely wasted. But now, Meng Chang no longer has this feeling, because he has mastered all the details of the entire project. He has already estimated when and how the project will become popular, so he will no longer be worried. Now Meng Chang only has one feeling, that is, he can't wait for the end of the month to come. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1200 Open more experience stores. Tuesday, August 28. Pei Qian was in the car and was about to go to the Tenda experience store. He was bored in the car, so he took out his phone and happily read the discussion of netizens scolding the Chaolu game platform. Seeing netizens saying that this platform was doomed to fail and would definitely collapse soon and be spurned by everyone, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel refreshed. Comfortable. It's been a long time since I felt so happy. In recent months, it seems that every month, we can hear bad news about the industry. After suffering many heavy blows, Pei Qian even forgot the initial joy of losing money in the project and got used to the normal state of making money and becoming popular. This is not good. People should be more courageous and unyielding in the face of setbacks. As long as they persist, won't they see a turning point? Take Meng Chang, for example. If Pei Qian gave up on him when Meng Chang repeatedly got the minimum salary and always messed up the promotion plan, how could he have achieved today's success? Pei Qian was a little proud when he thought of this. In short, the start of this cycle was good. As the first project of this cycle, Chaolu game platform set a good example for other projects to lose money and get criticized, i.e. in the future. As long as we summarize the experience of the Chaolu game platform and then enter other industries, the probability of losing money will definitely increase greatly. Pei Qian has already made all the arrangements for the future planning of the Chaolu game platform. After the bug-finding activity ends, the traffic attracted by the bonus will definitely dissipate quickly, and the negative public opinion accumulated before will inevitably explode. Therefore, the popularity of the Chaolu game platform will definitely drop at the speed of light. Pei Qian will take this opportunity to continue to allocate more publicity funds to do regular publicity for the Chaolu game platform. But after all, the reputation is bad, and there are no good games on the platform. No matter how much publicity funds are spent, it will all be wasted and will not have a very good effect. In this way, isn't it possible to burn money while lying down? In the optimistic case, if the relationship between this platform and Tenda can be concealed for a year or two, it will be a great help. How many settlement cycles will it help President Pei survive? In the pessimistic case, it should not be a big problem to hold on for half a year, at least to keep the current settlement cycle. If the relationship between the Chaolu game platform and Tenda is exposed one day, public opinion is expected to reverse instantly. At that time, Pei Qian would move all of Tenda's games over and set a lower price than the official platform. At the same time, he would change the revenue sharing of other game companies to a 19:1 split, with the platform only taking 10% while keeping the profit as low as possible. We should also organize more promotional activities to burn money and try to make the profit of the game platform negative for a period of time. In this way, it is estimated that it can last at least 1 year. That's enough. For Pei Qian, if the game platform project can keep making no money for 2 or 3 years, it will be perfect. As for the future, it is too far away and not a problem that needs to be considered now. Pei Qian made a plan happily. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a wise decision to let Tang Yishu take charge of the game platform and let Meng Chang do the promotion work. While thinking about it, we arrived at the experience store. The entrance of Jinxing Plaza was still crowded with people as before. Pei Qian was a little melancholy and sighed silently. This time, the big screen outside the experience store was no longer the promotional poster of the GPL Spring Finals, but the focus promotional poster of the GPL Summer Regular Season. Obviously, this big screen has become a huge promotional poster of the GPL League Stadium opposite, and it is dynamic and can be seen from a long distance. The promotional effect is simply too good. Pei Qian really wanted to complain, "I didn't give you this big screen for this purpose." But he was also worried that Tianmo would ask back, "What is it for?" Pei Qian really didn't know how to answer. Forget it, let it be. It is better to advertise for GPL than to advertise for other businesses. After all, GPL has a big enough influence and popularity. It will not make much difference whether or not to add this big screen for promotion. Pei Qian put on his mask and went straight to the experience store to find Tianmo lurking in the crowd. Then, Pei Qian led him to a relatively secluded coffee shop in Qingshan Plaza. As for why he was not in the experience store, it was obviously because there were too many people. Although the experience store also has a dining area and a movie viewing area, it is basically full all year round. Especially after the food market became popular, the experience store also arranged for food stall owners to come and take shifts regularly. Many people come to the experience store to eat in the dining area, so there are a lot of people. There are too many people and it is easy to be exposed, so I still found a secluded coffee shop. Pei Qian looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he took off his mask and drank a sip of coffee with confidence. Looking at Tianmo, Pei Qian was a little speechless. 3 months have passed since the trial operation of the experience store. During these 3 months, the popularity of the experience store was beyond Pei Qian's imagination. Fortunately, there was only one piece of good news, which was that the experience store basically made no money. Although the experience store also sold things, after all, due to the existence of adverse logistics, most customers only looked but did not buy. Of course, they might also have placed an order online after watching, but there was no way to know this. In short, although the experience store is very popular, the actual money earned can barely cover the various costs of normal operation, and sometimes even a little loss. At first, Pei Qian was very disappointed to see the experience store become popular, but after a while, he thought about it again, and it seemed that the situation was not so bad. The first experience store can't make much money, so if more stores are opened, will it be even less profitable? The marginal effect is diminishing. Jingzhou can be Tengda's base camp, and there are many fans. This is Tengda's first experience store, and it is opened opposite the GPL venue. It seems to be excusable that it is a little popular. If more are opened, in super first-tier cities such as the capital and the Magic City, and a few more are opened, will it be a loss? After careful consideration, Pei Qian felt that the experience store, a good thing that burns money, should not be given up so rashly. At the risk of continuing to make money, he must open a few more stores to try. The thoughtful Pei made Tianmo feel a little uneasy. "President Pei, is there anything about my work that makes you dissatisfied?" Pei Qian said, "He. Isn't this nonsense? There are too many things that I am not satisfied with, and the most unsatisfactory thing is that you failed to persuade all customers to leave. But I can't be so straightforward, so I can only say vaguely, well, there is still some room for improvement." Tianmo nodded slightly. "It is normal to have room for improvement. After all, I am just a layman in the sales industry. No matter what, there is still a lot to learn from Mr. Pei. President Pei, don't worry. If there are any shortcomings in my work, you can point them out. I will definitely correct them seriously. In the future, I will continue to follow you to learn more about sales knowledge." Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "You don't have to follow me." Tianmo, ah? Pei Qian said with some melancholy, "I have nothing to teach you. Your next task is to open another experience store in the 3 cities of Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Guangzhou. Choose the best location, spend the most money, and recruit all the staff again. In short, everything starts from scratch and starts again. As for the employees of this experience store in Jingzhou, you notify them that only 1/4 of all the backbone employees will be retained, and all the others will be sent, oh no, assigned to Moyu Internet Cafe, one internet cafe for each person, choose your own. Pei Qian has thought about this plan over and over again. 2, 3, 4, do it again. I don't believe that Tianmo can still open an experience store this time. The success of this experience store in Jingzhou is due to Tenda's long-term cultivation and accumulation in Jingzhou, and also to Liang Qingfan's excellent site selection and design. In fact, if the work of the experience store was given to Tianmo from the beginning, it might be better, but after all, talents like Tianmo who you meet by chance on the street are hard to come by, and the experience store was under renovation before they found him, so there is nothing we can do about it. In short, let's not let Liang Qingfan intervene this time, and leave all the work to Tianmo. Should it be okay? With Tianmo's current ability, it is no problem to sell things at the easy difficulty of the Tenda experience store, but it must be difficult to open an experience store by himself. Moreover, cities like the imperial capital and the magic city are unfamiliar to him, and the probability of failure is even greater. In addition, this time, Pei Qian also plans to arrange all the old employees of the experience store out. After all, if only one person in charge is sent away, the experience store may still continue to operate according to the previous arrangement. But what if all the key employees are sent away? The various Moyu internet cafes have just made rectifications to the sales area. In the future, no other third-party peripherals will be sold, and only Tenda's own products will be sold. There are not many products to begin with, and with these sales of persuasive services, it should not be possible to sell many, right? Even if they had to sell some of it reluctantly, the damage would not be as great as that of the experience store. If 3/4 of the staff were replaced at once, the entire experience store might suffer a major blow and never recover. Tianmo was stunned. Ah? Mr. Pei, this is not good, right? I just barely adapted to the management work, and I still don't know how to open an experience store. Besides, who will be the store manager of this store after I leave? Pei Qian had expected him to do this. The selection of the store manager is very simple. Isn't Shuangdong a good choice? Shuangdong? Tianmo was even more shocked. Others may not know, but how could he not know what Shuangdong's situation is? He was able to work as a salesperson in the experience store without causing major damage to the experience store, which was the result of his efforts to maintain the upper limit of his IQ. Boss Pei, Shuangdong is my brother, of course I have no opinion on him. But, can he be the store manager? Tianmo looked at a loss. Pei Qian smiled slightly. You can be the store manager, why can't he? Tianmo, this. He originally thought that Boss Pei, please don't insult people, but on second thought, it seems that Boss Pei is completely fine. It's just that he thinks he is much smarter than Shuangdong. But in the eyes of others, even if he is smarter than Shuangdong, he probably won't be much smarter. President Pei had praised and favored Shuangdong many times. It was obvious that he had found some qualities in Shuangdong, and these qualities, under President Pei's catalysis, could lead to success. Chapter 1201 Special Training Base. Pei Qian continued, as for opening a store, don't rush, just take your time. If you feel that you are not well prepared, then prepare more. If you feel that the plan is not mature, then spend money to make several more plans. Even if you regret it halfway through, you can also say hello to me and overturn it and do it again. In short, don't be afraid of making mistakes. This task does not have a hard target, and there is no particularly strict time limit. What is there to worry about? The only requirement is to complete at least one experience store within half a year. That is, by February next year, at least one experience store must be opened, and there must not be any experience stores under construction. Do you understand? Tianmo nodded. I understand, this requirement is very loose, but... Pei Qian interrupted him, since it is very loose, what else but... Tian Mo was speechless for a moment. This requirement is indeed not difficult, and it has a certain degree of flexibility. If you want to be more cautious, then stick to an experience store, from site selection to finding people to design and decorate, and start trial operation within half a year with sufficient funds. It is not difficult. If you are more adventurous, you can even arrange 2 experience stores at the same time, but then Tian Mo will have to run between the 2 cities frequently. Tian Mo thought about it and decided that with his current ability and level, it would be good to open 1 experience store first. As for why Mr. Pei asked that there should be no experience stores under construction in February? This may be to exercise his planning ability, right? Even if the preparation is slow, there must be a clear deadline and it cannot be delayed indefinitely. Originally, Tian Mo thought that it would be good to be the person in charge of this experience store. Even if he only does this job for his whole life, he would be very satisfied. But obviously Mr. Pei is not satisfied and wants to give him more tasks, to let him get further training. Tian Mo originally felt that his ability was not enough, so he subconsciously declined, but then he thought again, wouldn't it be a waste of Mr. Pei's good intentions if he declined like this? He also gave up his future career development plan. Thinking of this, Tian Mo nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do my best. If I can't do it well. Pei Qian smiled slightly, that's okay. Remember, there are only 2 requirements. First, spend more money. Second, it must be completed before February. Even if you just find a random store to renovate and start trial operation, you must not delay it until after February. Tian Mo nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, I remember. Then I'll arrange it right away. After finishing the experience store, Pei Qian took a car again to the special training base of Suffering Travel in Jingzhou. This special training base is in an industrial park on the outskirts of Jingzhou. The location is relatively remote, but the whole building is very large and very impressive. This is Pei Qian's first time here. After all, he is very confident about the industry of Suffering Travel. Because Pei Qian knows very well that Bao Su will never think of making money from this industry, but only wants to arrange more enemies to travel and suffer. However, although he is confident, he still has to take a look after the special training base is ready. The main reason is that he is afraid that Bao Su will not think of something and will not suffer enough, so Pei Qian will come to remind him and increase the intensity. After getting off the car at the entrance of the venue, Pei Qian looked up and saw that the venue was quite impressive. It covers an area of 700 to 800 square meters, and the height seems to be less than 20 meters, about 5 or 6 stories high. Pei Qian was not very satisfied with this location because he thought it was too remote. Being located in a more prosperous area means less rent and less expenses, so how can you spend more money? But on second thought, if you open a store in a more prosperous area, you will spend more rent, but the chances of it becoming popular will also be greater. Pei Qian thought about it and thought that there were risks anyway, so he did not raise any objections to this location. Now seeing the entire venue, Pei Qian was quite satisfied. Mainly because it was big. How many internal employees of Tenda could participate in the special training? Even if it was open to the public, there would not be many people who signed up. Although the location was remote, the venue was so large that the rent should not be cheap. Moreover, since the venue was large, there would probably be no shortage of various projects that required hard work. Bao Su and Ziren were already waiting at the door, leading President Pei inside. Entering the main entrance, Pei Qian looked around. What was this place used for before? Bao Su answered truthfully, it was originally a factory building, and later it was rented and renovated into a rock climbing gym. After a while, the rock climbing gym closed down because of too many people and could not recover the cost. Ziren and I saw that this place is more suitable for practicing rock climbing. The previous rock climbing gym has been renovated almost, especially this simulated landscape rock wall is very good, which can be used directly. In addition, the venue is relatively large, which is convenient for subsequent expansion, so we rented it. Pei Qian nodded, not bad. It used to be a rock climbing gym, and it closed down? This is a good sign. The entire venue is very spacious and open. After entering from the main entrance, there is a huge simulated landscape climbing wall nearly 20 meters high opposite, and there are some shorter artificial rock walls around, which are obviously left over from the previous climbing gym. The two types of rock walls are very different in appearance. The largest rock wall is a simulated landscape rock wall, which looks like a real rock wall in nature. It fully restores the texture characteristics of natural rock walls and has rich shapes. It is estimated that climbing it is no different from a rock wall in the wild. According to Bao Su, this kind of rock wall is not cheap to make, and the process is relatively cumbersome. It is necessary to lay resin and glass fiber layer by layer on a double-layer substrate, and finally spray resin and quartz mortar for surface roughening. Only by processing layer by layer can the strength required by the project be achieved. Obviously, the climbing gym also spent a lot of money at the beginning, but it still failed to escape the fate of bankruptcy. As for other artificial rock walls, they are purely composed of alloy rock plates, steel frame structures, professional fulcrums, and other parts. They can also simulate climbing surfaces of various difficulties such as straight walls, prone walls, eaves, etc., and the fulcrums can be adjusted at any time to simulate different routes. This kind of rock wall looks like an ordinary wall, without the sense of reality of landscape rock walls, but it is just right as a rock wall for novices to start training. In addition, it is also equipped with various safety equipment, including safety ropes, protective gear, all-round sponge pads, etc. People are not allowed to climb over the 4-meter-high red line without wearing safety ropes. You can climb rocks, and you can also use ropes for rappelling. These training programs can be adjusted at any time according to needs. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, yes, rock climbing is a necessary survival skill in the wild, so of course you have to train well. What about other areas? Bao Su introduced. The original rock climbing gym also made other areas into artificial rock walls, which is convenient for a large number of tourists to experience climbing. But we don't need so many artificial rock walls, so we only keep this part as the rock climbing area, and other areas are used to train other skills. Bao Su said as he led Pei Qian inside. At present, the entire special training base can be roughly divided into several different areas. The rock climbing area is the area we just saw. The physical fitness area is mainly for basic physical fitness training, including endurance training, strength training, balance training, flexibility training, etc. The learning area is mainly for learning some professional knowledge of survival in the wild. When the training is more tiring, come to learn and understand these theoretical knowledge. The living area is mainly for training how to build camping, build shelters, chop wood, make fire, skin animals, find food, etc. Pei Qian took a look. The largest area in the entire venue was obviously the rock climbing area that he saw when he first entered, followed by the physical fitness area and the living area. The study area is the smallest, more like a conference room, with only about 20 chairs, a lecture table and a projector. There are also some outdoor health protection supplies here, such as medicines, bandages, etc., which are obviously included in the teaching. There are a small number of fitness equipment in the physical fitness area, but they are obviously different from the equipment in the gym. Obviously, the focus of the training is different. When doing endurance training, you need to carry a backpack to train with weights. In addition, a series of special targeted training, such as frog jumps, weighted squats, single leg balance, dynamic balance, etc., will be arranged to simulate outdoor conditions. There is a special area in the physical fitness area, where arrows and crossbows are placed, which should be the place for shooting training. Pei Qian also saw the acupressure board walking area that he emphasized, which is used to enhance the bearing capacity of the soles of the feet and prepare for future mountain climbing and dangerous roads. The content in the living area is even richer, with training in setting up tents, cutting branches to make fire or building shelters, training content on eating compressed biscuits, and training content on slaughtering prey and barbecue by yourself. In short, all the practical skills needed for survival in the wild are practiced here. Pei Qian was a little confused. Since there are compressed biscuits, why is there still content about slaughtering prey by hand? Ziren explained, Boss Pei, this is to meet different training requirements. In terms of food and accommodation, our training is gradual. At the beginning, we will arrange for the trainees to eat some compressed food and quick-heating food, then, eat compressed biscuits and dried meat patties, finally, kill and cook the game by yourself. The same is true for accommodation. At first, we live in tents, then there are no tents, and we have to build shelters and sleep in sleeping bags. After that, there are no sleeping bags. Such a gradual training can make everyone adapt step by step. Pei Qian took a curious look at the prepared food sample, which contained a grayish-white thing that looked like a brick. Is this your dried meat patties? Bao Su hurriedly reminded, yes, Mr. Pei, but it is not recommended to try it. This thing tastes like dog food mixed with cardboard. Pei Qian's curiosity was immediately extinguished, and he silently retracted his hand. It can be seen that Bao Su also took great pains to arrange Huang Sibo's enemies. Not bad, the overall situation is still very satisfactory. But, do you think there is room for greater improvement in the future? Pei Qian is already very satisfied with this special training base. But this did not stop Pei Qian from pursuing a better way to spend money. Ziren was silent for a moment, and said, if we want to improve it further, then we can only go to a special outdoor venue for training. But that's even more troublesome. It requires a comprehensive transformation of the outdoor venue, which is almost the same as building an ecological park from scratch. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. This is good. It sounds like it costs a lot of money. But there is no need to rush this matter. This indoor special training base can be used first. After a while, when the situation of suffering travel stabilizes, it will not be too late to invest in building a large-scale special training base in the wild. And there is an advantage to this, that is, no one can skip classes. Pei Qian can foresee that some employees will shirk their physical discomfort and avoid training during the training process. For such employees, forcing them to go to the wild is still dangerous. But if it is an outdoor special training base set up by yourself, then there is no problem, and safety is definitely guaranteed. First, screen them at the indoor training base, and send those with no physical problems to travel around the world. Those with slightly worse physical conditions should not think of running away, and send them to the outdoor special training base to continue training. In short, no one can be left behind, and everything must be arranged clearly for them. Chapter 1202, Just Waiting for the Fish to Bite. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian walked around the special training base again and felt very satisfied with the overall feeling. Boss Pei, this is about it. Do you think there is any room for improvement? Bao Su asked. Pei Qian shook his head, there is no need to change it. It is perfect. Bao Su was surprised and a little surprised. As far as he knew, Boss Pei rarely said there is no need to change. It seems that I did a very good job this time, because Boss Pei could not find fault with it. Was it because I was making the plan with strong emotions and made it very perfect, or was it because I happened to achieve the extreme in some aspects by accident and perfectly met Boss Pei's requirements? In any case, this evaluation is too precious. However, the reason why Pei Qian felt that there was no need to change was that he and Bao Su's brain circuits were completely matched this time. Boss Pei's goal was to make everyone suffer, and Bao Su's goal was also to make everyone suffer. and Bao Su's emotion was even stronger. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that there was no need to make any changes. Even if there were any, that would be a matter for consideration later. The special training base for the first phase of the suffering journey has achieved this level of perfection. Pei Qian walked around again and sighed. The only regret is that this special training base is still a bit empty, and there are not many people. Bao Su hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, the relevant personnel of the special training base have been recruited almost, including site cleaning, equipment maintenance, coaches responsible for physical training, nutritionists, wilderness survival experts and other staff. They are all ready and can start work in the near future." Pei Qian shook his head. "That's not what I mean. I mean, there is a lack of customers. I'll call and ask when Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin will come back." Pei Qian took out his mobile phone, turned on the speaker, and called Huang Sibo. After a few rings, the other party picked up. "Hello? Mr. Pei. Do you have anything to talk to me about work?" Pei Qian laughed. "Of course not. I just remembered that you guys have been traveling for almost a month, so I wanted to check on you. How was it? Did you have fun? Did everything go well?" Huang Sibo hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, everything is fine. The hotel is very comfortable, the food is all local delicacies, and the rest is very good. After the trip, I can immediately get back to work." Pei Qian laughed in his heart, coming back from a trip and immediately getting back to work? Wishful thinking. Where in the world is such a good thing? The phone was on speakerphone, and Bao Su could hear it clearly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. "Huang Sibo, I went on a trip to suffer, but you turned it into a trip to enjoy the mountains and rivers. How can I tolerate this? Arrangements must be made. I will not stop until you eat 3 tons of dried meat patties." Pei Qian coughed twice. "Don't worry about work. You guys, don't be too tired when you go out to play, take care of your body. There is no need to work so hard in the last few days. If you can't do it, just rest in the hotel. There will be many opportunities for travel in the future." Huang Sibo hurriedly said, "Okay, thank you for your concern, President Pei. We will pay attention to conserving our energy, we won't play too hard, and it won't affect our work when we go back." Pei Qian laughed again. "Who told you to conserve your energy because it is afraid of affecting your work? I am afraid that you will play too hard and can't stand the special training when you come back, okay?" If Huang Sibo played too hard outside in the last few days and was exhausted after returning, or even had some minor problems, wouldn't Bao Su's painstaking preparations be wasted? It's okay if you misunderstood it, anyway. As long as Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin conserve their energy and don't get tired in advance, it will be fine. Okay, then have fun. See you in Jingzhou. Pei Qian hung up the phone. All done. All preparations for the suffering trip have been completed, just waiting for the fish to bite. Pei Qian looked at Bao Su. "How many people do you plan to accept in the first session of this suffering trip special training camp?" Bao Su answered truthfully, "In terms of the capacity of the entire special training base, the upper limit can accommodate about 20 people. It will last for 1 month, and mobile phones will be confiscated during the period. Daily training, food, accommodation, etc. will all be arranged uniformly. But 20 people will be a little crowded, and the arrangement may not be so free and smooth. So only 10 people will come in the early stage, which is relatively easy to take care of. When the whole process is more familiar in the future, the number of people will be gradually increased." Pei Qian nodded. He was very satisfied when he heard that the training would take a month and mobile phones would be confiscated. This will definitely delay work, right? Then let's start with 10 people. Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin have already reserved 2 places, and the other 8 places. Pei Qian silently calculated the people in charge at the top of his little notebook. Xiaopeng from Moyu Internet Cafe, Rui Yuchen from Moyu Takeout, Yi Zhizhou from Shangyang Games, Shen Renjia from Numa Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Guo Liqing from Managed Gym, He Dishing from Yuanming Ventures, Chen Yufeng from Tuwei Live, Ma Yichun from Endpoint Chinese Network. Okay, let's start with these. Unfortunately, the number of places is a bit small, but these 10 people have basically covered the main industries that make more money in Tenda. There are some other industries, such as Yuyu App, Jingji Hostel, Nifeng Logistics, etc., but these industries basically don't make much money or are even in a loss-making state, so there is no need to prioritize them, just wait for the second batch. For example, LV Mingliang from Nifeng Logistics, that is Mr. Pei's right-hand man, and he will definitely be reluctant to send him to the training camp. What if LV Mingliang comes and hands over the work to his subordinates, and Nifeng Logistics makes money all of a sudden? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? We still have to prioritize these profitable industries. For key departments like Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and Feihuang Studio, 2 rounds can even be arranged, with the 2 main responsible persons traveling twice a year, each for half a year, for a truly seamless transition. Take Feihuang Studio as an example. Pei Qian used to arrange Huang Sibo, but Zhu Xiaozi could use Huang Sibo as a shield and rest easy. This time, Zhu Xiaozi must be arranged as well, and he can't be allowed to run away. Bao Su silently wrote down the list and couldn't help being shocked. My goodness, President Pei is going to catch all the heads of Tenda departments in one fell swoop. 1 person from each popular department can be said to be impartial and fair to everyone. You support my work so much. In Tenda, when Bao Su went on a trip, every employee was not innocent. And the heads of these departments were especially not innocent. Therefore, arranging them first also gave Bao Su a sense of revenge. He immediately stated, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, we will immediately start special training for them next month, and we must arrange it clearly." Pei Qian patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "Okay. You do the work, I trust you, and I will train you to death." After the bug-finding contest officially started, a large number of players flocked to the Chaolu game platform, including some who wanted to take advantage of the situation and make a profit. The staff of Chaolu game platform worked hard during this week to expose those fake videos that did not meet the requirements, publish them publicly, and repeatedly popularize the corresponding rules. They even invited some players who were fond of cursing online to Jingzhou to find bugs in the live broadcast. As a result, no one came. Obviously, most of the people who cursed online knew that they could not reproduce these bugs on the spot. But this did not affect their continued BB and abuse online, saying that Chaolu game platform was marketing and playing routines. The current situation is still in a relatively chaotic state. Although many players did not find bugs after searching for a long time, there are still some players who are leading the rhythm online for various purposes. There are even a group of players who have threatened that as soon as the event is over, they will remove all games on the platform by not recommending them, giving the official a good look. Although the official has the final say on whether a specific game should be removed, after all, the official has given the right to remove the game to the players. If they break their promise, it will eventually trigger some very unfavorable public opinion. In short, the future of the entire platform is still unclear, and judging from the current situation, there is a high possibility of tragedy. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Seeing that the Chaolu game platform would soon become a real money-burning tree, it was a cause for celebration. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Meng Chong arrived. Come on, sit down." Seeing Meng Chong, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. "It's worth cultivating you for so long, you finally got it. How much commission can I get this time?" Pei Qian opened the analysis report on his laptop and directly pulled up the specific commission figures. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. 98,000. Seeing this number, Pei Qian couldn't help but exclaimed. It's a little lower than he thought. After all, the commission he gave Meng Chang was capped at 200,000, and the commission is proportional to the publicity funds spent and inversely proportional to the publicity effect. Logically speaking, this case should be considered relatively successful, right? Pei Qian's own publicity plan for Doubt VR glasses only received a guaranteed commission and failed to last until the end of the month. In the end, it's less than 100,000? But after taking a closer look at the details of the report, Pei Qian understood. The team responsible for data analysis was still very rigorous and strictly followed Pei Qian's requirements at the time. The so-called publicity effect may have positive effects or negative effects. If negative news is too big, it will also create heat for the project and have a publicity effect. Therefore, if you want to get the highest commission of 200,000, you must be the kind of person who spent a lot of publicity funds, but ended up with nothing. Chapter 1203 finally got the commission. Obviously, although Chaolu game platform spent a lot of money on publicity and was criticized, it was still not perfect because of the high attention and popularity. This full commission is really hard to get. Pei Qian thought that even if he did it himself, he would probably give it away for nothing. This can only rely on Meng Chang to find a way. But no matter what, the commission of 98,000 is equivalent to Meng Chang's basic salary for more than 3 years, which is also very good. Pei Qian handed over the laptop. Well, very good, you finally got it. Found the correct way to get the commission. Meng Chang took the computer and took a look. When he saw the number of 98,000, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as expected. After months of groping and countless days and nights of hard thinking, he finally got something. Before, Meng Chang had been wondering why President Pei wanted him to get the commission through reverse publicity. Later I figured it out. It was obviously intended for him to learn Pei's propaganda method and achieve better propaganda effects through reverse propaganda. Meng Chang recalled that the reason why all his previous publicity plans failed was, on the one hand, because he was not well trained and did not have a good grasp of the situation of each project. On the other hand, it must be that Mr. Pei was playing tricks. Obviously, when Mr. Pei found that Meng Chang did not promote according to the Pei's publicity method, but deliberately wanted to make the project die, he would choose the right time and lightly touch it without leaving any trace to detonate all the previously buried heat. In order to punish Meng Chang, Mr. Pei often chose the end of the month. So, the project is still popular, Mr. Pei still achieved his goal, but Meng Chang could not get the commission. But now, Meng Chang has understood the Pei's publicity method, and it is natural to detonate the project to complete the last step, so Mr. Pei will no longer intervene. Meng Chang felt that if he did not do the last step and did not transform all the accumulated heat and controversy into actual publicity effects, then Mr. Pei would definitely do this step to make the project explode. Therefore, Meng Chang had to do the whole set and practice the Pei's publicity method from beginning to end, including the final detonation link. Because this is the only way to fulfill Mr. Pei's request, not to cause trouble to Mr. Pei, and to feel more at ease with the commission. Now, Mr. Pei praised Meng Chang in person, saying that he finally got it and found the right way to get the commission. This is no longer a hint, but a clear indication. In the future, we must promote in this correct way. 98,000. Meng Chang couldn't remember how long it had been since he saw so much money. It's not easy. Although he only got half of the full commission, Meng Chang had no complaints, because he knew very well that he was not very proficient in using the Pei's publicity method, and there were still many areas that needed improvement and improvement. Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your unswerving teachings. I didn't understand at first, and I blamed you wrongly. I'm very sorry. Meng Chang handed the laptop back and thanked him repeatedly. Pei Qian smiled and waved his hand. No, we are a cooperative relationship, helping each other. Then, this month's publicity work has come to a perfect end. You don't have to worry about the follow-up matters on the Chaolu game platform. Come back next week, and I will arrange the latest publicity plan for you. Meng Chang nodded excitedly. Okay, Mr. Pei. Leaving Mr. Pei's office, Meng Chang became very happy. This feeling is really good. In fact, after he understood the details of the Pei's publicity method, he also compared his previous publicity methods with the Pei's publicity method. In the end, he found that it was really inferior in all aspects. He was willing to admit defeat. Meng Chang's previous publicity method can be summed up in one word: take advantage of. He would take advantage of any hot spots, and if there were no hot spots, he would create them himself. In short, he would always attract people's attention by spending money madly around a hot spot. Before, Meng Chang thought that this was the best marketing plan in the internet era. After all, in the internet era, the most precious thing is always attention, and a plan that can attract a lot of attention must be a good plan, right? But after learning Pei's publicity method, Meng Chang realized that he was completely wrong. The popularity he got from his publicity plan was all fake, and it would be gone as soon as the wind blew. The popularity that Pei's publicity method got was real. These classic marketing plans can even be included in textbooks, and people still talk about them many years later. In addition, Meng Chang used to only pay attention to marketing and not products, so he burned a lot of money, but in the end, he only burned out loneliness. On the other hand, President Pei not only has much more sophisticated marketing methods, but can also really produce high-quality products. How can he win? I can only say that the loss is not unfair. Although Meng Chang's previous publicity plan attracted a lot of attention, he still felt uneasy deep down in his heart. Although he kept convincing himself, what was fake and could not be made real. A person does something wrong, knowing that it is wrong, but for the sake of money and interests, he comes up with all kinds of excuses to convince himself. Sometimes he feels that he has been convinced and accepted this matter, but the feeling of being adrift and helpless in his heart will still linger in his mind from time to time. Now, Meng Chang feels at ease with this commission. Because he feels that what he has done for the Chaolu game platform using the Pei's propaganda method is fully worthy of this 100,000 yuan commission. Of course, there is still one last step, which is to send this video out and put a perfect end to this Pei's propaganda method. I think Mr. Pei should also be looking forward to accepting his own results, right? September 1st, Saturday. Yan Qi did not go to work today and rested normally. Empire Blade has been developed and there are no bugs after it went online. It operates normally, and the project team naturally has no reason to work overtime. However, Yan Qi's worries have not diminished at all, but have become stronger. Because he calculated the days, in another week, Empire Blade will probably be removed from the platform along with other games. The first batch of games that were launched online were basically on the verge of being removed from the platform, and the reason they survived until now was only because players were still keeping them to find bugs. When the bug-finding activities are over, many angry players will incite them, and these games will die at the speed of light, right? Other games will probably be hard to escape. The only way is to extend the bug-finding activity, or open it more times, but the problem is that there are no serious bugs in the games on the platform. If players don't find it once, will they look for it again next time? Can the activity still attract players? I'm afraid it can't. Previously, the Chaolu game platform appeased the representatives of various companies in the group, saying that everyone should be patient and this matter will definitely be resolved, but it's almost the weekend and there is still no news. I'm afraid it's going to be tough. Yan Qi was a little melancholy. This bug-finding activity did bring a large number of players to Empire Blade, and even made the game's servers full in the early stage of the game's operation. The popularity was far beyond Yan Qi's expectations, but the key is that this popularity is simply unsustainable. No matter how high the short-term popularity is, the game will be removed from the shelf soon. What's the use? It's too inappropriate to work hard on a game and end up with a one-time deal. Yanqi struggled for a long time, but still couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock, so he had to sigh and let it go. Open the Ellie Island website and watch some videos. Is there any new news from Mr. Qiao? As a game producer, Yanqi also likes to watch Mr. Qiao's videos. Because through Mr. Qiao's videos analyzing Tenda games, he can always learn some new knowledge and get some new inspiration. Mr. Pei's game design ideas are unconstrained and difficult for ordinary people to follow and understand. But through Mr. Qiao's interpretation, we can more or less understand a few points, which is very helpful. It's just a forwarding. Yanqi was a little disappointed. He thought it was Mr. Qiao who updated the video, but it turned out to be just a forwarding of someone else's video. Other fans were obviously very disappointed and urged for more, but Mr. Qiao obviously did not intend to show up in the comment area and be caught alive. Originally, Yanqi did not want to watch it. After all, many of the up-host's video forwardings are PY transactions and human relationships. The quality of the forwarded videos is uneven and may not be worth watching. But after Yanqi saw the title of this video, he immediately clicked in without hesitation. Qiaolu Game Platform, Soul Torture of Every Player. Seeing this title, Yanqi was very surprised and curious. I created a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. There are up-hosts who noticed the Qiaolu Game Platform and made a video interpretation. Although Qiaolu Game Platform is a newly opened platform, it has been very popular recently, so it is not surprising that there is an interpretation video. What surprised Yanqi was that the title of this video was too outrageous. Why is it soul torture? This word is too strong, but it was precisely because the title was a bit exaggerated and was forwarded by Qiao Laoshi that Yanqi clicked in out of curiosity. The author of the video is Mr. Tian, and the editing of the video looks very sophisticated. It uses some materials from the Qiaolu Game Platform, which perfectly matches the beauty process explained. The only problem is that Mr. Tian did not use his own voice, but used AEI's artificial intelligence to automatically generate the audio of the full text. After continuous updates and iterations by the NUMA Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, AEIS as an artificial intelligence has been optimized to a certain extent compared to the initial version, such as speaking more fluently, punctuation more reasonable, etc. Of course, AEIS is still the original neutral mechanical voice, and the mean style that seems to mock human IQ is still retained. This style always makes people subconsciously feel that it seems to have its own ideas, so that this video is like AEIS made by itself. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1204 An Experiment. The video officially begins. The video style of this Mr. Tian is obviously completely different from that of Mr. Qiao. No matter which series of videos Mr. Qiao makes, the beginning is always the familiar opening remarks, a bit of a cheesy tone, and a greeting to the audience. A brief introduction to the cause and effect, and then naturally getting to the point. But Mr. Tian's style is completely opposite. There is no preparation or foreshadowing at all. He directly gets to the point, and even Yanqi, who is used to quickly skipping the first 10 seconds, almost missed the key information. At the beginning of the video, there is first a black screen with regular subtitles. After 16 years, the costly sociological experiment of Qiaolu Game Platform has finally come to an end. We don't know whether they got the results they expected. Maybe this result disappointed them, or maybe this result was already expected by them. But for them, the final result of all this may not be important. What's important is that this experiment makes us clear that it is still a luxury to keep some humans rational for a long enough time. This opening remark stunned Yanqi just like the title, Soul-Searching Questions for Players, the opening remarks are eye-catching enough, and even alarmist. How can it be a sociological experiment? How can it be a luxury to keep humans rational? Yan Qi had seen this last sentence in a classic domestic science fiction, but the specific words and the application scenarios were different. Its original sentence should be, "It is indeed a luxury to keep humans rational forever." The original sentence is forever, while the sentence in the video is a part of humans, for a long enough time, which obviously has lowered the requirements and made a lot of discounts. In the video, the law after lowering the requirements is obviously less sarcastic and more helpless. Meaning, don't let all humans stay rational forever, and it is a luxury to keep some people rational for a long enough time. Especially this sentence is spoken with the unique voice of AEIS, which has a different feeling. It seems that there is really an intelligent life of artificial intelligence standing opposite you, looking at all humans expressionlessly, expressing its helplessness. Of course, does artificial intelligence have such an emotion of helplessness? This is not good. But if it has such an emotion of helplessness, it may appear more helpless. I have to say that this beginning attracted Yan Qi. He was a little puzzled. What sociological experiments are there on the Qiaolu game platform? Hasn't it been making stupid moves and playing a good hand of cards badly? Can this be made up? Can this be washed away? Confused, Yan Qi continued to watch. If you create a game platform for making money, under the condition of sufficient funds, there is a set of mature, safe and complete templates that can be applied. Purchase traffic directly from other channel vendors, directly divert traffic from apps with a large number of users, and negotiate game exclusivity with well-known game developers. These are all very cost-effective and zero-risk starting plans. And placing a large number of advertisements online and offline is a method with extremely low cost-effectiveness, extremely low conversion rate and extremely poor effect. This is common sense in the industry, and even some game companies' game operators know this method. The Qiaolu game platform is a game platform with sufficient financial resources. Judging from the quality of the platform program, the core members should all be elites in the industry. There is no reason for such a platform not to understand these contents. The video briefly introduces these cost-effective starting plans, including specific processes and individual success cases. Yan Qi nodded. That's exactly what happened. In fact, if you want to start a gaming channel, it is not difficult as long as you have money. Many channel providers have clearly marked prices for traffic. A recommendation position in a specific area can continuously guide users to a certain app or a certain game. Although these traffics seem expensive, they are much more cost-effective than advertising. Similarly, you can also spend more money to cooperate with some app stores and hang on the app recommendation list for a period of time, which is much better than advertising. As for negotiating exclusivity with well-known game developers, which is a method that most designers can think of, there is no need. In short, people in the industry who are a little more knowledgeable can at least think of 4 or 5 more cost-effective ways to attract traffic. If you spend enough money, you can start the Qiaolu game platform steadily, smoothly, and without too many worries. However, the Qiaolu game platform chose the worst and least cost-effective solution, advertising. Of course, advertising is not impossible, but basically only large game platforms will go to this step. When some game platforms have developed into very large channels, with a lot of profits, and the previous solutions have not had a very obvious effect, they will advertise online or even do TV ads to seek further breakthroughs and attract more users. When have you ever seen those game platforms advertise online? Therefore, the behavior of Qiaolu game platform is indeed very abnormal. Previously, Yan Qi was anxious and angry when he saw Qiaolu game platform making a series of stupid moves, but now I think about it, it is obviously unreasonable to simply attribute this to the fact that the person in charge of the platform is too stupid. Because no matter how stupid, there must be a limit. This choice is not difficult. As long as it is explained simply, ordinary netizens can tell which one is more cost-effective and which one is less cost-effective. It can't be that the boss of the Chaolu game platform is a particularly outrageous layman who is arbitrary and unwilling to listen to other people's opinions, and even lacks the most basic logical thinking and understanding abilities? This possibility is too low. If a certain multiple-choice question has a total of 4 options, and the other 3 options can be determined to be the correct answer at a glance, but the most outrageous wrong answer is chosen, can it be inferred that there is a high possibility that the wrong answer was chosen intentionally? What's more, Yan Qi thought about it and realized that all the employees of the Chaolu game platform seem to obey the boss behind him. If a layman leads an expert, then these employees will have some complaints more or less, and they will not work silently like they do now. So, there is probably a real problem. Yan Qi hurriedly continued to read on. Obviously, there is only one explanation for this situation: Chaolu game platform did it on purpose. The display of the number of game bugs on the platform and the various regulations of removing games if the non-recommendation rate exceeds 55% during the trial period are actually special experiments. The content of the verification is that the game platform focuses on providing high-quality content, and after delegating the rights of screening, judging, and even removing games to players, can the players remain rational, achieve effective self-management, and use these rights well? Unfortunately, judging from the current results, the answer is no. Not only did some players fail to remain rational, but they also successfully incited most of the platform's players to join this irrational ranks, so that this right was completely abused, which was completely contrary to the original intention of the platform. Compared with other platforms, this right has obviously gained more rights, but because players attach too much importance to short-term interests, this right has damaged long-term interests, and ultimately made the environment of the platform that treats players well worse than other platforms. Is this the sadness of the game platform or the sadness of the players? Yan Qi's eyes widened. These contents were a bit too shocking, so that he fell into a state of confusion. He originally wanted to drag the progress bar back and listen to this passage again, but fortunately he found a more detailed explanation later. First of all, it is the special way of dealing with bugs on the Chaolu game platform. For other platforms, no matter whether the game has bugs or how many bugs there are, as long as it can run normally, it can be launched online, and the bugs can be slowly fixed later. Many players play semi-finished games with bugs, some of which may even seriously affect the gaming experience. Logically, this situation should not exist at all, because players pay for the finished game, not the semi-finished game. If you go to a restaurant to eat, after paying in full, but a half-cooked dish is served, then even if the chef repeatedly guarantees that he will add some ingredients and stir-fry it in 5 minutes, the diners will definitely get angry on the spot. If a game is full of bugs that affect the gaming experience, it should not be launched online, but should continue to be developed, fix loopholes, and launch it after reaching a very high degree of completion. But for other platforms and game developers, what are a few bugs? Launching early means making money early. So, the interests of the players are sacrificed. Unlike other platforms, Chaolu game platform strictly controls the platform games, and discourages many semi-finished games, giving up the huge profits brought by these games, ensuring the game experience of players. In order to enhance the sense of participation of players, everyone can see the bug modification status of each game in real time. This is just like those restaurants that have transparent kitchens. Although it does not help improve the taste of the dishes, it allows diners to see the situation in the kitchen, which in itself shows a great trust. However, are the players grateful for this? Not at all. Not only are they not grateful, but there are all kinds of conspiracy theories, some of which say that the platform is hyping it up, and some of which say that this is fake data. It is obviously a very necessary measure and an important right, but most people don't care at all, and even doubt the motives of the platform. Chapter 1205, The True Meaning of Morning Dew. The same is true for the subsequent bug-finding activities. The original intention of the Morning Dew game platform to launch this activity was to prove to all players that there were few bugs on the platform and everyone could play with confidence. If you find a bug, you will be given a bonus, ranging from 1,000 to 100,000, which is comparable to the saying one word is worth 1,000 gold in the game circle. But what did the players do? After trying hard to find the bug, the players on the platform did not think that the platform was very conscientious, nor did they realize how much effort the platform had made with the developers to eliminate these bugs. They just thought that if I couldn't get the bonus, it must be the platform's problem. Therefore, many players spread rumors online, and the official did not fulfill its promises by falsifying, inciting emotions and creating chaos. When the official exposed the problems in their videos and asked them to reproduce the bugs on the live broadcast, these people pretended to be dead one by one. The most vivid manifestation of this point is the removal mechanism on the game platform. According to the platform's regulations, any game with a non-recommendation rate of more than 55% during the trial period will be forcibly removed from the shelves, and half of the proceeds will be returned to the players and half to the game developer. Even after the trial period, if the game is outraged by the public and the non-recommendation rate exceeds 65%, it will still be forcibly removed from the shelves. This is obviously also a good regulation, which is equivalent to giving the final decision-making power on the developer to the players, and the players can decide the fate of the game on the platform by themselves. On other game platforms, this phenomenon can often be seen. A certain game has poor gameplay, many bugs, and malicious Krypton fraud, but no matter how low the players give it or how much they recommend it, this game will continue to make money as stable as Mount Tai. Anyway, no matter how low the score of a game is, as long as it can get a recommendation position and is exposed on the list, there will always be new players attracted by promotional pictures and videos. For the platform, these games will still give the platform a share of money, so why remove it from the shelves? Some platforms will even take the initiative to charge money to help these games change their scores and reviews, and make a lot of money. But on the Chalu game platform, most of these games are killed by angry players during the trial period, and there is no chance to continue to cheat new players. Even some old games that have been on the shelves for a long time will occasionally do some tricks, such as suddenly raising the price of the game, or tearing off their faces, and cheating players in the Krypton Gold activities of the subsequent versions. On other platforms, players are helpless, and can only curse a few words. Even if they madly brush 1 star, these games will not suffer much loss at all. But on the Chalu game platform, if old games want to take advantage of their age and want to do such activities at the end of their lives to cut a crop of leaks, they have to weigh the consequences carefully and think about whether they will be hit on the spot by angry players who click no recommendation before they raise their sickles. Obviously, the Chalu game platform gave up the rights of the platform and the huge profits that could have been obtained, and handed this right to the players without reservation. If players can treat this right in their hands well, they can create a platform that is truly controlled by players through their own efforts, a platform that is not treated as leaks and cut at will by game companies. But what do players do? After discovering that they have this right, they maliciously click no recommendation to remove the game, just to get a partial refund and a disguised discount of 50%. For this little bit of profit in front of them, they gave up the long-term interests in the future. This behavior will not only cause some good games to be removed from the shelves, making it impossible for subsequent players to obtain these games, but it will also lead to more serious consequences. The environment of the entire platform is damaged and can no longer achieve better development. The rights are abused, so these precious rights can no longer play a role, but become a piece of waste paper. What is particularly disappointing is that this behavior was only the behavior of a few players in the early stage, but most players were gradually incited, and this trend became popular, eventually pushing many games to the brink of being removed from the shelves. After analyzing these contents, the topic of the video changed and entered the summary stage. The Chalu game platform has many easy ways to make money, but it chose the most difficult one: to work together with game developers and players to achieve win-win results. Impose restrictions on game developers and strictly limit the number of bugs in the game. Transfer rights to players, so that players can directly judge and crack down on the behavior of unscrupulous developers, let them bear losses, and set an example. Even when the game is removed from the shelves and refunded, the Chalu game platform does not take a penny, half to the developer and half to the player. If this goal can be achieved, then the developers on the platform will not dare to fool the players anymore. Under the rational judgment of most players, those excellent games will survive, and the junk games will be eliminated. The environment of the entire platform will become better, with more and more players and more games. The Chalu game platform has achieved a win-win situation for all three parties by transferring its rights and giving up part of its interests. But this is ultimately just a beautiful wish. So, this is actually a soul-searching question for players. You know what is the right thing to do, but in the face of the temptation of interests, can you persist in doing the right thing? Unfortunately, judging from the current results, the answer of most players on the platform is no. And the name Morning Dew Game Platform also means that the founder of the platform has predicted the fate of the platform from the beginning. For example, the morning dew, the past days, are full of suffering. The morning dew, clear and pure, nourishes the flowers, but will soon be dried by the sun, blown away by the wind, dissipated in the air, buried in the dust. How short life is. Obviously, in the eyes of the founder, this platform is also the same. It is pure and clean, untainted by dust, and never colludes with any game or channel business, always maintaining its purity. It nourishes all games, just like morning dew nourishes flowers, allowing every passerby to appreciate the beauty of flowers and smell the fragrance of flowers. But it can't exist for a long time after all. Just like morning dew, it will always be affected by external factors and disappear quickly. As mentioned at the beginning, it is still a luxury for some humans to remain rational for a long enough time. Perhaps after this bug-finding activity, the games on the Chalu game platform will soon be removed from the shelves by players, and the platform will eventually stop operating due to insufficient income and expenditure, and disappear silently. But please, all players, remember that there was such a game platform that really made great sacrifices and made such an attempt. It's just that you didn't seize the opportunity. The video ends here. There is no one-click triple click to ask for likes, reposts, and favorites, nor is there a regular ending to say goodbye to the audience or see you next time. The video that ends abruptly makes people feel empty in their hearts. This adds a bit of mystery to the author of the video, Mr. Qian. From this video, Mr. Qian is obviously not a professional up host, because he doesn't seem to want to get close to the audience or seek popularity. Even in the whole video, he didn't mention his name at all, nor did he use his own voice. It seems that he just can't wait to tell all this, and there is nothing else to ask for. But Mr. Tian's copywriting and video editing skills are very good, even better than most video authors on Ellie Island. In terms of video editing, even Mr. Qiao has to sigh that he is not as good as him. Yan Qi finished watching the video and was speechless for a while. This video is simply deafening. All his previous confusion, doubts, complaints, and other complicated emotions disappeared. Before, he always felt that Chalu game platform made a series of stupid moves and ruined a good hand of cards, which was really heartbreaking. But after watching this video, he realized that the so-called fainting of the Chalu game platform was all intentional. Even this seemingly ordinary name actually has a deep meaning, predicting the fate of this platform from the beginning. Before, Yan Qi always thought that the boss behind this platform must be an outsider who doesn't understand games, so he can make so many outrageous decisions. But now it seems that this boss knows everything. He knew what the result of doing this would be, but he still did it without hesitation. This is obviously a determination to never regret it, a kind of regretless life facing death. Yan Qi even subconsciously reflected on himself. His own thoughts. Before, he always felt that these practices of Chalu game platform were very amateurish. In the final analysis, it was because he felt that players were not trustworthy at all. There are too many examples to prove that there is an evil side in human nature. Although humans are rational and intelligent creatures, they are sometimes very blind and short-sighted. There are many constraints in reality, and these aspects may not be so obvious, but in the online world, especially in the game world, because everything is virtual, the good and evil of human nature will be magnified. Therefore, in the process of fighting wits and courage with players, game designers will naturally consider the worst-case scenario. When designing a rule, you should first think about how players will take advantage of loopholes and bet on this loophole in advance. When designing a plot, you should first think about how players will interpret it in the worst case and think about how to avoid this situation in advance. Over time, it is difficult for game designers to trust players anymore. Instead, they tend to take charge of all content and decide everything for players like a patriarch. But is this really the right thing to do? If players can only play puppets within the rules and regulations drawn by designers, then what fun is there? The practice of the Chalu game platform is actually to trust players. Believe that players can distinguish between immediate interests and long-term interests, believe in the rationality and wisdom of players, and believe that most players on the platform will give fair and just evaluations. Although from the current situation, the Chalu game platform has paid an extremely heavy price for this belief, as shown in the video. The morning dew nourishes the flowers, even if it is soon dried by the sun and blown away by the wind, but this behavior is still meaningful. The founder of the Chalu game platform had already anticipated this, and for him, this might be a case of asking for something good. The players should regret it, because the opportunity was originally in their hands, but they just didn't seize it. Chapter 1206, I will do my best. After watching this video, Yan Qi felt an indescribable sense of loss. It was as if this video was really made by the artificial intelligence AEIS. With the thinking of an artificial intelligence, it stood from the perspective of a third party and made a fair and objective judgment on the whole incident, and expressed heartfelt ridicule to these short-sighted players on the platform. It seemed to be saying, you humans still claim to be higher life and intelligent creatures, but that's it? You can't even distinguish between immediate interests and long-term interests, and you can't even control your low-level desires. You are just a big paramecium. Very angry, but it seems that there is no way to refute it. Because the facts may be true. In the internet age, this is a very helpless phenomenon. Everyone thinks that they are rational, smart, can distinguish right from wrong, and will be indignant about many things. But on the internet, when countless rational and smart people gather together, they often do things that are more short-sighted than paramecium and make other rational people laugh and cry. Apparently, humans sometimes overestimate themselves. Yan Qi also didn't know how to solve this problem, or rather, no one in the world knew. Countless philosophers, sociologists, biologists, and artists have discussed this issue, and there are also a large number of classic works. But for the complex topic of human nature, I am afraid that there will always be only phased results, but no final conclusion. Yan Qi even asked himself, if he was not the designer of Empire Blade, but just an ordinary player who strayed into the Chalu game platform, would he be able to always judge these games from an objective perspective and resist the temptation of a 50% refund after the game was removed from the shelves? He was surprised to find that his answer was that he didn't know. Maybe he would make the right choice, but he was not sure. This made him feel even more disappointed. However, Yan Qi quickly got rid of this loss, because he realized that the appearance of this video itself was something to be thankful for, and he did gain something from this incident. At least he understood one thing: in many things, if everyone chooses to be alone, then this thing may never change, and the first person who takes the lead may appear stupid, be misunderstood, and suffer huge pressure and losses. It seems meaningless, but at least he awakens more people. Just like the Chalu game platform, this platform has made many designers and players re-examine themselves with its short-lived existence. Yanqi had always felt that players were unreliable, and the designer's mission was to set all kinds of rules and regulations so that those players who liked to exploit loopholes could not find any loopholes to exploit, so that the game could run normally. But now Yanqi realized that this might be the most efficient and effective way to solve the problem, but not necessarily the most correct way. Just like the famous saying, there are only two ways to solve problems in the world, one is the easy way, and the other is the right way. Think about it carefully, isn't it also a very proud and honorable thing to be able to witness the whole process of this game platform from its emergence to its demise? In any case, do the right thing with this game platform, even if the game is removed from the shelves. Money can be earned again, but this kind of meaningful thing is not something you can do just because you want to. The Qiaolu game platform has already done the most difficult part. For game developers, they only need to finish the game, fix the bugs, and then wait quietly. But even such a simple thing, many game developers still don't do it well. Seeing that his own game was about to be removed from the shelves, he rushed to put pressure on the Qiaolu game platform and asked them to change the platform rules. He only saw that his own interests were damaged, and completely ignored the fact that the Qiaolu game platform actually sacrificed more and bore most of the pressure. Even Yanqi himself had many doubts about the Qiaolu game platform before, and even wanted to give up this platform and look for another one. This is really embarrassing. I also want to contribute a little to the platform and stick to it. The worst that can happen is that it will be removed from the shelves. After it is removed from the shelves, I can wait a month before putting it back on the shelves. I will be a hero again. Moreover, I can also make money on other platforms without worrying about starving to death. Anyway, keeping our game in the game library of the Qiaolu game platform is also a small contribution. After figuring this out, Yanqi felt suddenly enlightened. Even if this matter will not have any results in the future, so what? It is enough to have a clear conscience. After his mind was clear, Yanqi clicked on the comment area of this video. While he was struggling with his thoughts, the comments, barrage and other data of the video also grew rapidly. This video is well made and refined in content. It discusses the hot topics in the current game circle. After being forwarded and recommended by Qiao Laoshi, the drainage effect is naturally excellent. Obviously, the netizens in the comment area are also like Yanqi, as if they had been enlightened, and they woke up all of a sudden. That's very well said. I thought the Qiaolu game platform was too stupid before. How could it be so stupid? Now I know that it's not stupidity, but knowing that it's impossible to do it, but doing it anyway. It's so touching, it makes me feel so sad. Alas, it turns out that many people don't deserve such a good platform. That's right, they strictly control the quality of games, require all games to fix bugs before they can go online, and give players the privilege to remove games, but they actually use their power like this? It's simply hopeless. I don't accept it. Don't AoE all players. The ones who are causing trouble on the Qiaolu game platform are just a small group of locusts roaming between platforms. They don't care about the life and death of the platform. Most players can still distinguish right from wrong, but this is a new platform, and most rational players don't. I just went there. That's right, I just saw the advertisement of this platform on the internet before, and I didn't know there were so many stories behind it. I'll log in now. Such a good platform cannot be ruined by these low-quality players. I'll help and do my best. The feeling of Qiaolu game platform survival really touched me, and it also reminded me of Tenda. I originally thought that only Tenda would do such a stupid thing, and I have always been looking forward to Tenda launching a game platform. Although this platform is not launched by Tenda, it is doing the same thing as Tenda. Just for this, I want to support it. Who is this Mr. Tian? It seems that he is just a puppet who posts videos. Could it be that the real author of the video is AEIS? This feeling is exactly the same as when AEIS argues, and both of them refute people speechless. Indeed, this aggressive posture is completely different from other uphosts. No way, is the crisis of intelligent machines coming? Many players are speculating, who is this Mr. Tian? I always feel that he is not an ordinary person. It's a pity that no relevant information can be found on the internet, and no information is revealed in the video. It's like a completely transparent existence. In addition, a large number of players are obviously moved by this video, like Yan Qi, and they all went to the Qiaolu game platform to help. As far as the current situation of the Qiaolu game platform is concerned, a few more rational players will not have any effect at all. After all, whether the entire set of mechanisms of the platform can continue to operate in a sustainable and healthy manner depends on the decisions of the majority of players on the platform. A few players are still not enough. But what if the number of players pouring in is large enough to even change the previous player group structure? Yan Qi suddenly realized that things might not be as bad as he imagined. The current situation of the Qiaolu game platform seems hopeless. After all, when the right to remove games is handed over to the players, how things will develop is no longer up to the platform. It is impossible for the platform to go back on its word and take back this right, because that would be like slapping itself in the face and making the platform completely lose its uniqueness. Can we expect this group of players to suddenly find their conscience? That is obviously unrealistic. But now Yan Qi suddenly found that there is another possibility to solve the problem. That is to make the entire game platform complete a major change and completely change the structure of players on the entire platform. At present, the majority of players only focus on immediate interests and do not care about the life and death of the platform. This is because the Qiaolu game platform is originally a new platform. The games on it are not attractive to many old players. Only these relatively poor players can be attracted. This video is obviously not enough to influence these players and make them give up their immediate interests. To be precise, I am afraid that nothing is enough to influence these players. But what if this video can publicize the behavior of the Qiaolu game platform, let more rational players join, gradually dilute these short-sighted players, change the player structure of the entire platform, and spontaneously form a better environment? This may require a certain process, not overnight, and the cost is huge, and it requires long-term losses. But as long as you persist, there is always hope. Whether this will ultimately be successful depends on how you view the entire player base. If you think that most of the players are short-sighted, irrational, and only concerned about immediate interests, then the Qiaolu game platform will not last long. If you think that most of the players are rational people who can distinguish between immediate interests and long-term interests, then as long as the Qiaolu game platform can hold on for a period of time, it will always develop slowly, and it will become smoother and better in the later stage. Yan Qi asked himself, he would still choose to believe the latter. Reality and ideal are different, and similarly, real reality and expected reality are also different. For many people, they always have to believe in something, so that life is meaningful, there are goals to pursue and the motivation to persist. I should learn more from these people on the Qiaolu game platform, not asking for eternity, but asking for a clear conscience. Just keep making my game well. Yan Qi suddenly felt very open-minded, and the previous entanglement and melancholy disappeared when he thought about this clearly. As if infected by a certain optimistic spirit, he figured out some things. If a goal is extremely difficult to achieve, don't think about it over and over again, but focus on taking the first step and letting things take their own course. Anyway, there are already companies like Tenda that have stepped up, so how difficult can it be to follow suit quietly? At the same time, in Yongqing, the southern studio of the incubation base of the Qian project, after the northern studio in the imperial capital got on track, Qiu Hong went to Shanghai and Guangzhou without stopping, and opened the eastern and southern studios in these two places respectively. Everything is running well now. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. The imperial capital, Shanghai and Guangzhou can be said to be the most developed places in the country in the game industry, with a large number of talents. So there will definitely be no shortage of people in the incubation base, the only problem is how to find them. After some training in the imperial capital, Qiu Hong has become very familiar and skilled in quickly finding people and quickly judging whether a certain game should be funded by the desperate plan. Of course, this is not a difficult technical job. After all, President Pei has never cared whether these games are successful or not. Moreover, there is no need for Qiu Hong to take the initiative to find them, and naturally a large number of independent game designers will come to him. Since the last time the editor-in-chief of the official platform, Xia Jiang, published that interview, many people have suspected that the real investor behind the desperate plan is President Pei of Tenda Group. But Qiu Hong has always remembered Mr. Pei's teachings, and would never admit it. Previously, the official platform interviewed the incubation base of the Qian project and Meng Chong, who was responsible for the promotion of the domestic game collection, in succession. There was only a day or so between them, which obviously had some kind of hint. In addition, the layout of the incubation base of the Qian project has some similarities with that of the Tenda Group, eating takeout from Moyu, using managed fitness. It is hard not to be suspicious. But suspicion is suspicion, Qiu Hong just refuses to admit it, so it won't matter. Moreover, there are so many independent game designers in the Qian project, and not every game is very popular. There are also some games that are not well performing and not liked by players, and the producers are still working hard to modify them. In the final analysis, pure feelings are definitely not enough, and players will only pay for excellent games in the end. In short, the Qian project was popular for a while after that, and then the popularity gradually decreased and returned to stability. In addition to some players who are keen on domestic independent games who have been paying attention to it, it is also more famous in the circle of independent game designers. Today's independent game designers are proud to get investment from the Qian project, which has also allowed the 3 studios of the incubation base to grow rapidly. After half a year of development, a batch of new games have emerged from the 3 studios of the Qian project, and the previous games that were well received after release or pre-sale, such as Working Dog Survival Manual and Ink and Clouds, are still being updated and maintained. For independent game makers, the speed of output is far from comparable to those of large companies. After all, there are not enough people. Therefore, after a game is developed, in order to fully express all the ideas you want to express, it may take a long time of 1 or 2 years to continuously add things and content to it. This is an inevitable process. In any case, the Dead End project has incubated a batch of excellent games, as President Pei expected. At this time, Qiu Hong had just finished watching Mr. Tian's video. There is such a game platform? Won't President Pei invest in it? Seeing the deeds of the Qiaolu game platform, Qiu Hong's first reaction was that it would definitely get investment from Yuan Ming venture capital. Because this is really in line with President Pei's style. Even Qiu Hong was a little suspicious that this might be the game platform that President Pei created. Later, after studying for a long time, it was found that the Qiaolu game platform did not capture the data of Tenda accounts, nor did it list any Tenda games. Qiu Hong reluctantly acknowledged the fact that this platform had no direct relationship with Tenda. This kind of game platform is really precious. I must help them. After all, didn't President Pei ask me to do the Qian project to support the development of domestic independent games? Then, it is also my job to help and support good domestic game platforms? After all, President Pei has been teaching us this concept by words and deeds. Qiu Hong immediately decided to pack all the games of the Qian project and put them on the Qiaolu game platform. Is it reasonable that such a conscientious game platform has few high-quality games? Qian project and Qiaolu game platform are a perfect match. Of course, there are some games in the Qian project that are not of good quality or have many bugs, which may not meet the requirements of the Chaolu game platform. But so what? If there are bugs, fix them. If the game quality is not good, change it. Anyway, President Pei originally had high requirements for the games of the Qian project, and all failed games had to be redone. Compared with President Pei's requirements, what are the requirements of the Chaolu game platform? Qiu Hong felt that this was just because President Pei was too busy at work and probably hadn't noticed the matter of this small platform. If Mr. Pei saw this, according to the spirit of the desperate plan, wouldn't he directly help and invest a large sum of money? Anyway, they will help sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if the desperate plan takes the lead. Thinking of this, Qiu Hong immediately called Shihao. Pack all the games that have been completed in the desperate plan and send them all to the Chaolu game platform. Such a good platform, we can't watch it collapse. Publish all our games there. After all, the development of the poverty plan has accumulated a group of players who are more rational and supportive of domestic independent games. It will definitely improve the ecology of the entire platform. It may not have a very obvious effect, but it can be regarded as a small contribution. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1027 Apply for Follow-up Investment. September 3, Monday. Pei Qian spent a carefree weekend, playing games at home for 2 days, playing until he was exhausted. It was the weekend, the whole Tenda was on holiday, and as the boss, Pei Qian must have a good rest. What? Some industries might have problems on the weekend? So what? All departments are closed on the weekend, and even if they know, they can't do anything, and they will only add troubles to themselves, making them feel uneasy even on the weekend. So, on the weekend, you should disconnect from the internet and have a good rest, and don't think about the company's affairs at all. No matter how big the problem is, it will be on Monday. Pei Qian felt that he had already arranged the system so well that he could get a lot of wool every periodic settlement, so why should he be so nervous? Today is Monday, and Pei Qian, as usual, came to the company slowly after having lunch at home, ready to go through the process. First, I'll read the reports from various departments, then wrap myself in a blanket and watch a TV show, and then I can go home at a certain time. I'll come back next time, most likely on Friday. Of course, this doesn't mean that Mr. Pei's work is easy. You don't have to work, but it's troublesome. On weekdays, if a department has a problem, I have to go there in person, rack my brains to plan the future development path for each department, think about how to lose money, and always be vigilant to observe various dangerous information. How much brain cells it takes? Can I survive without more rest and good sleep? I went to get a cup of coffee first, and then checked the work reports of each department while drinking coffee. Overall, everything is going well. From the reports of these departments, there are only 2 things worth paying attention to. The first is that the air transportation business of Nifeng Logistics has gradually got on track. However, there are more restrictions on sending parcels, so these flights are not fully loaded most of the time, and the price is not set very high, so the air transportation business is currently in a loss-making state. Not only that, in order to better cooperate with the air transportation business and increase the coverage rate, Lu Mingliang is still continuing to build Nifeng stations in important locations such as the capital, the Magic City, and the surrounding areas of Guangzhou, so that Nifeng Logistics can further increase the coverage rate of the 3 core areas except the Jingzhou area. Therefore, during the period of air transportation business, the loss has increased further. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. As expected, Lu Mingliang was very reliable and worry-free. The second thing was about the development progress of eternal reincarnation. Pei Qian did not expect that when Xiao Tang took Li Yada away from the game platform, there would be an unexpected surprise, because when Hu Xianbin left, he handed over the work of eternal reincarnation to Li Yada, and when Liada left, he handed over these works to Yu Fei, the original author of the novel. How did he come up with such a genius idea to find someone who knows nothing about games as the main designer? It's simply amazing. So, when Liada called to ask for instructions, Pei Qian agreed without hesitation, and even wanted Yu Fei, the temporary chief planner, to work until the end of time. But even so, the development progress of eternal reincarnation is still faster than expected. Judging from the current speed, it is likely to be officially launched and meet players at the end of this month. Eternal Reincarnation is just a DLC, which uses a lot of scenes and monsters from Turning Back on the Shore, but only makes some adjustments to the details. In the plot of Turning Back on the Shore, the protagonist is just an ordinary person, fighting his way into the 6 reincarnations and the endless hell, and the process is extremely difficult. In the plot of Eternal Reincarnation, the protagonist is a martial god who relies on his superb skills to fight his way into the hell and become the first prisoner. Eternal Reincarnation is equivalent to the prequel story, and the scene is the same as Turn Back, but the world of the prequel looks more orderly, and the protagonist is a destroyer of this order, while the main story of Turn Back looks more gloomy, chaotic, and desperate, and the protagonist is a struggling seeker. And this leads to a result that all art resources can be highly reused. For example, the scene in the original work can be used for the prequel by slightly changing the style and adjusting the route. The monster in the original work can become a monster or NPC in the prequel by changing the texture, adding a few new skills and new actions. If it is placed in other games, this behavior can be summarized in 2 words: skin change. In fact, many games have this phenomenon. Just after beating a green goblin in the front, a red goblin comes out in the back, but the skills of the red goblin are much more powerful. After all, the game capacity and resources are limited. It is a waste to use a monster only once. It is harmless to use it several times. As long as it is done well and the players do not feel too much repetition, it will be fine. Can it be called laziness in game design? That is called project resource management. The resource reuse degree in the DLC Eternal Reincarnation is obviously extremely high, and the actual development time is basically all in the combat system. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. In addition, Hu Xianbin and others had spent 2 months accumulating inspiration and preliminary planning before the official development. All the content had been finalized and everyone was clear about their work content, so the development was smoother. Pei Qian thought that since the development was so fast, it was almost time to arrange the preliminary publicity work. It just so happened that Meng Chang's reverse publicity skills had already been perfected, and the project of Eternal Reincarnation could be handed over to him with confidence. Pei Qian had nothing to worry about this time. After all, the project of Eternal Reincarnation had not been intended to lose money from the beginning. With the success of Turning Back, it's time to pay. No matter how bad Eternal Reincarnation was, this DLC would probably sell a lot. In fact, it has 2 main purposes. One is to put the DLC before the original, so that you can buy the DLC before you can buy the original, so that the sales of Turning Back, It's Time to Pay, can be greatly reduced, thereby reaching the free threshold of the system and making Turning Back, It's Time to Pay no longer make money. The second is to use the illusory thing of copyright adaptation to retain the authors of the inspiration class and prevent the authors from running back to write those profitable books. Therefore, even if Meng Chang's plan fails this time, as long as Eternal Reincarnation is a little popular, it is completely acceptable. After receiving the commission from last month, Meng Chang's mentality should have stabilized. Whether it succeeds or fails this time, Meng Chang should not run away. In short, the work this month seems to be relatively easy, and the overall situation is relatively optimistic. As for Chaolu game platform, because it is not a subordinate department of Tenda, it will not send work reports to this side for the time being. Pei Qian planned to call back and ask about the situation there. While thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was he Dishing, from Yuanming Venture Capital. Is there anything? Pei Qian was a little surprised, because he Dishing had not been here for a while. In theory, Yuanming Venture Capital can now operate on its own. He Dishing only needs to screen the queued projects according to the corresponding rules. The profit and loss are all up to fate, and there is no need to ask for instructions. He Dishing was obviously very clear about this and said, "Mr. Pei, there is nothing big about Yuanming Venture Capital. I came here this time mainly because I feel that I haven't reported my work for a long time, and by the way, I will submit an investment application." Pei Qian nodded, "Okay. It's true that Yuanming Venture Capital has not paid much attention to it for a while, so it's good to listen." He Dishing first briefly reported on the current work situation, focusing on several recent projects that have made more money. In particular, it emphasized that there were several projects that had failed before, but Yuanming Venture Capital kept investing and finally succeeded in turning losses into profits and making a lot of money. In addition, it also emphasized the matter of Qingshan Fitness. Currently, Qingshan Fitness is rapidly expanding to Jingzhou and even surrounding areas, and its valuation is growing rapidly. Of course, some projects have suffered large losses, but the funds earned by Yuanming Venture Capital from other projects are enough to make up for these losses, and it is still investing. In addition, Yuanming Venture Capital's behavior of investing in times of crisis and withdrawing after the crisis has also won the friendship of many companies, and has won a good reputation for Tenda Group. Many companies are proud to be able to cooperate with Tenda. Pei Qian listened and sighed silently. Oh, when Yuanming Venture Capital loses more money than it earns, that would be great. Okay, I almost understand. When Pei Qian heard that Yuanming Venture Capital was still making money, he completely lost interest in these contents and didn't want to listen. He Dishing nodded, he didn't intend to say too much. After all, these things are all within President Pei's plan, just mention it briefly, and it would be a waste of President Pei's precious time to say too much. Also, Mr. Pei, I want to apply for additional investment in a project. Pei Qian was not very interested and asked, casually, "Oh, what project?" Although he Dishing is now the head of Yuanming Venture Capital, due to the special regulations of this company, he can only screen and cannot take the initiative to invest. In other words, other companies must submit investment plans and wait in line for their turn before he Dishing can decide whether to invest or not. This brings up a problem. For companies like Qingshan Fitness, which have submitted investment plans a long time ago but have not been scheduled, or some companies have not submitted investment plans at all, he Dishing cannot invest. If he wants to invest, he must first obtain the consent of President Pei. And for these projects that have already been invested, if they are to make additional investments outside the rules, they must also obtain the consent of President Pei. This time, he probably took a fancy to a project, so he came to ask for President Pei's opinion. It is precisely for this reason that Pei Qian is not interested. The project that he Dishing took a fancy to must be a profitable project. Most of the time, he cannot follow up with the investment. But it is obviously not appropriate to reject it without asking. So, just listen casually, go through the motions, and then find a random reason to reject it. He Dishing said, "Mr. Pei, I want to follow up and invest in the Qiaolu game platform. From the current situation, your early layout arrangements for the Qiaolu game platform have been a great success, and your exploration of the platform model has also been verified. Now, the soul-searching of players has taken effect, and a large number of players and game manufacturers have settled in, which also proves that the platform model is highly compatible with the Tenda model. Next, we should further increase investment to make it grow rapidly." Pei Qian was stunned, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1208, Who is Mr. Tian? Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from games. Only a few people in Tenda know the relationship between Qiaolu game platform and Tenda Group, and Dishing is one of them. Because the funds for Qiaolu game platform were provided by Yuan Main Venture Capital, Tenda holds 70% of the shares, and it can't be hidden from anyone, not Dishing. Obviously, Dishing has been paying attention to the situation of Qiaolu game platform. He found that this platform was going to be popular, and was afraid that President Pei was too busy at work and couldn't pay attention to this information, so he ran to ask for instructions as soon as possible to see if he should immediately make additional investments to make Qiaolu game platform fly higher. Pei Qian was silent. He smelled an extremely dangerous smell from Dishing's words, and felt that something was very wrong. Soul searching of players? A large number of players and game manufacturers have settled in? What's the connection? Pei Qian remembered clearly that he had just paid Meng Chong a commission last Friday, and the situation of Qiaolu game platform was simply optimistic. How come things changed in just 2 days after just one weekend? But seeing Dishing's excited expression, it goes without saying that he must have thought that all this was arranged by President Pei long ago. Pei Qian forced himself to calm down and said vaguely, "Don't worry about this. I'll think about it. You go back and wait for the news." Dishing nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei." He originally thought that he was afraid that Mr. Pei didn't pay attention to the news here, so he came to remind him. Since Mr. Pei already knew and thought the time was not right, then he would listen to Mr. Pei's arrangement. After Dishing left the office, Pei Qian couldn't stay calm. He almost ran away in the office. What's going on? What happened this weekend? Pei Qian walked around the office twice, then sat down and started looking for relevant information on the internet to check what happened on the Qiaolu game platform this weekend. Half an hour later. This Mr. Tian. Who is it? Pei Qian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The game platform was not targeted by Mr. Qiao this time, but how come Mr. Tian came out again? Moreover, the lethality of this Mr. Tian seems to be greater than that of Mr. Qiao. Take the content of this video for example. If Qiao Liang were to post it, it might not have achieved this effect. Because Qiao Liang is a kind and reserved person, and he has a little intention to please the audience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a game zone father and keep calling the players dad. The topic of soul torture is actually a bit suitable for Qiao Liang. He doesn't have that kind of aggressive momentum, and neither the tone nor the style of the copywriting is very suitable. But this Mr. Tian is different. The copywriting is neat and tidy, and AEIS's dubbing is used. It is just like the kind of chic swordsman in ancient times, killing with one blow, leaving only an indifferent back. The action is quite handsome. The key is that it can be seen from the copywriting of the video that this Mr. Tian is completely different from Qiao Liang. Mr. Tian is obviously the kind of person who likes to fight bravely and fiercely, and he is very smart. He is used to standing in a relatively high position to despise other people's IQ. He has a sense of superiority from the bottom of his heart, so it is not at all inconsistent to speak with the voice of AEIS. Pei Qian began to think, when did he provoke an enemy like Mr. Tian? Mr. Tian. Do I know someone with the surname Tian? Pei Qian pondered for a long time, and he really only knew one person with the surname Tian, that is, Tian Mo and Tian Huan in the sales department. It can't be Tian Mo. How can he be so smart? If he had this ability, he wouldn't be unable to find a job and have to hand out flyers on the street. I created a WeChat public account to send everyone year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. Then this is strange. Pei Qian was speechless. Even before Mr. Qiao had made arrangements, Mr. Tian appeared. How could I bear this? Pei Qian had never expected that this series of operations of Qiaolu game platform would be interpreted in this way by Mr. Tian. It was so far off the mark. Pei Qian knew in his heart that he had no such intention at all. But after watching Mr. Tian's video, Pei Qian himself began to doubt himself. If he stood from the perspective of others, it would not be surprising to be fooled. Even compared with Pei Qian's original intention, Mr. Tian's explanation was more convincing. Pei Qian had originally thought that Chaolu game platform was a money-burning tree, but now it was a hammer, all ruined. What should I do? Pei Qian was thinking about how to save it, but he found that he seemed to be a little helpless. Just as he was worrying, there was another knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw that the person who came this time was Meng Chong. Mr. Pei, I'm here to take the task for this month. Meng Chong looked in good spirits. He had just received his commission. He probably had a good rest and relaxed over the weekend. Now he was relaxed. Pei Qian should have been very happy and appreciative of Meng Chong. After all, Meng Chong got the commission, and Pei Qian was happy for him from the bottom of his heart, which meant that Chaolu game platform would never return to the road of losing money. But now, Pei Qian couldn't be happy at all. Happiness belongs to Meng Chong, not Pei Qian. The Chaolu game platform is now popular, and it has nothing to do with Meng Chong, because Meng Chong has already received the commission, and he can go to Huahua's next project and continue to receive the commission. But Pei Qian still has to clean up this mess. He felt very unbalanced, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Meng Chong. In Pei Qian's opinion, Meng Chong also seriously wanted to reverse the publicity plan, and it did have a very good effect. In the end, this reversal. Who should be blamed? The first blame must be this Mr. Tian. The second blame may be Pei Qian's own bad luck. After all, this series of arrangements for the Chaolu game platform were all decided by Pei Qian himself. If it weren't for these rules, Mr. Tian probably wouldn't have made such a distorted interpretation. In any case, it's hard to put the blame on Meng Chong. Pei Qian sighed secretly, not letting himself act too abnormal, but his expression was still somewhat depressed. Meng Chong keenly noticed Mr. Pei's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Mr. Pei was not satisfied with my last move? The last time Meng Chong saw Mr. Pei was last Friday. At that time, the preliminary preparations for the publicity plan had been completed, and only the final touch was left. This weekend, Meng Chong released the video as Mr. Tian, which ignited all the heat. 2 days have passed over the weekend, and President Pei must have seen this last step. Meng Chong was complacent at first, thinking that he had done a perfect job and that the Pei's publicity method was perfect. But now looking at President Pei's expression, it seems that he is very satisfied with his previous steps, but not very satisfied with this last step. Does this mean that he is actually not very skilled and is too happy too early? Meng Chong hurriedly asked, President Pei, is there any flaw in the publicity plan of the Chaolu game platform? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He was quite satisfied with this plan, the only thing he was not satisfied with was the result. But this result had nothing to do with Meng Chong. Meng Chong probably didn't expect such a thing to happen, and Meng Chong got the commission, so he didn't care at all. Pei Qian wanted to lose money, but he couldn't say it so clearly. After a moment of silence, Pei Qian still couldn't think of a good answer, so he said, it's okay overall, but the final result is a little different from what I expected, but it's not a big deal. Meng Chong was refreshed. Sure enough, there was a problem with the last step. The key is where the problem lies? Meng Chong hurriedly asked, Mr. Pei, what is the deviation? Pei Qian was silent again, I can't tell you this directly. However, since Meng Chong asked, can we ask indirectly to see if we can get any useful information from Meng Chong? Or, let him check the true identity of Mr. Tian? Pei Qian thought for a while and asked, who is Mr. Tian? Have you ever thought about it? He felt that Meng Chong probably didn't know Mr. Tian's identity, but he might have some guesses. Meng Chang was stunned. He was very puzzled. Isn't Mr. Pei asking knowingly? Mr. Tian is me. With Mr. Pei's understanding of Pei's propaganda method, he can definitely guess that Mr. Tian, who eventually ignited all the heat, must have a very close relationship with me. But why did Mr. Pei ask knowingly? Meng Chang was puzzled and felt that this question was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more direct for Mr. Pei to ask directly, Mr. Tian is you, right? There is something wrong with this question. Meng Chang almost blurted out, it's me, but he felt that Mr. Pei was definitely not asking this, so he calmed down. Mr. Pei, why do you ask that? Before answering, it is better to find out Mr. Pei's real intention first. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why ask that? Of course, he wanted to find out Mr. Tian's identity, meet him, and recommend Tengda's new industry, suffering travel. Forget it. Seeing Meng Chang's confused look, he probably knows nothing about this Mr. Tian. Pei Qian waved his hand. Forget it. You are probably confused too. How about this? While you are making the plan, spend some time to study who Mr. Tian is. He paused and added, this is very important. Do you understand? It means that you should find out Mr. Tian's identity for me as soon as possible. Meng Chang blinked and failed to understand what Mr. Pei meant at the first time. But soon, a light flashed in front of his eyes. Got it. Like many philosophers, when asking, who are you, they are definitely not asking a name, a code name or an identity, but asking something more comprehensive and profound. Answering your own name at this time seems particularly stupid. Mr. Pei is a real philosopher. When Mr. Pei asked who Mr. Tian was, he was not talking about Mr. Tian in reality, not Meng Chang behind this vest, but this virtual identity and vest that existed on the internet, a complete persona, Mr. Tian. Meng Chang felt that Mr. Pei must know that the alias Mr. Tian belonged to him, but asking this question was obviously implying that Meng Chang did not really know or understand Mr. Tian, and did not make Mr. Tian's character perfect. Mr. Tian was currently just a symbol, an ID, and a tool. This question seems simple, but it is actually a code word. Mr. Pei is hinting that Meng Chang's characterization of Mr. Tian is not deep enough. Many places are not self-consistent. Therefore, Mr. Pei added that it is very important for Meng Chang to spend some time to study who Mr. Tian is while making the plan. This means that Meng Chang must find the correct position of Mr. Tian. He cannot let him be just a thin vest, but make this image full, vivid, and real enough. Meng Chang instantly understood that Mr. Pei was not satisfied with the last step, mainly because his characterization of Mr. Tian was not in place and had some flaws. He nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Pei. No problem. Obviously, the effect of this last step will be better if Mr. Tian's image is further dug into and shaped into a living, flesh and blood person, and further separated from Meng Chang. Pei Qian nodded, believing that with Meng Chang's intelligence, it is only a matter of time to dig out Mr. Tian's true identity. Okay, let's get to the point. The promotional task assigned to you this month is eternal reincarnation. This is a more difficult task. Do you have confidence? Meng Chang nodded immediately, yes. The reason why this is a more difficult task is mainly because it cannot be separated from Tenda.as. The DLC of the game Turning Back, Eternal Reincarnation naturally has extremely high popularity, attention, and reputation. It is extremely difficult to promote it in reverse under such conditions. If it were the previous Meng Chang, he would definitely be helpless and give up on the spot. But now, Meng Chang has Pei's publicity method, and many problems can be easily solved. Chapter 1209, Eternal Reincarnation is disassembled and developed. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Hearing Meng Chang's answer so straightforwardly, Pei Qian was a little surprised and a little pleasantly surprised. Hey, the young man is very confident. Looking at Meng Chang's appearance, It seems that he is not just blindly confident, but has a sense of confidence. Pei Qian asked, "Do you have a general plan?" Meng Chong nodded, "Well, I have been thinking about it these days, and now I have some clues. I will go to the game department in a while and discuss with the chief designer of the project. I need their cooperation." Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Meng Chong is becoming more and more reliable. Before, I passively accepted tasks and made publicity plans at the end of the month. Whether I could get the commission at the end of the month was all up to fate. Send red envelopes to everyone. Now you can get red envelopes on the WeChat official account. Now I have become proactive in predicting tasks and planning publicity plans in advance, and I can get commissions at the end of the month based on my real ability. Yes, this spirit of constantly fighting against fate has my style. It's not in vain. Okay, I won't ask about the specific plan for now, just go ahead and do it. The head of the game department has just been replaced, but you don't have to worry. Just say what you should say. After all, I have already sent a notice before, asking all departments to unconditionally cooperate with your publicity plan. Meng Chong nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Pei. Then I will go to work first." Pei Qian nodded, "Well, go ahead. You can come to me anytime if you encounter any problems. By the way, don't forget what I told you to do." Meng Chong nodded hurriedly, "Mr. Tian's matter, right? I will definitely not forget it." After sending Meng Chong away, Pei Qian felt a little better. The training of Meng Chong was finally successful. Although something happened on the Chaolu game platform, it shows that Meng Chang's reverse publicity method still has certain loopholes and problems, but after all, it is just a coincidence, and Meng Chong still has room for growth. Let Meng Chong continue to be in charge of a few projects, and hone his skills. This kind of rollover will definitely become less and less. Pei Qian stopped worrying about this problem for the time being, and turned to think about how to save the Chaolu game platform now. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to waste a lot of brain cells again. After leaving Mr. Pei's office, Meng Chong went straight to the Tenda Games department upstairs. While waiting for the elevator, Meng Chong began to ponder Mr. Pei's instructions about Mr. Tian. Mr. Pei is right. I was indeed a little careless in using the last step of Pei's propaganda method. The main reason is that the risk this time is very high, and it is actually not very safe. Mr. Tian is a new account after all, and his character is not really established, too thin. If it weren't for Mr. Chiao's forwarding, this video might have been buried directly. In the future, to ensure safety, we must build Mr. Tian's account into an account of the same level as Mr. Chiao's, with a unique style, recognition, and a group of fixed fans. Well, this is a very long-term task, but we can't be lazy. Meng Chong reflected on Mr. Pei's words, and felt more and more that there were hidden dangers behind this success. The new account is still too little exposed. If it weren't for Mr. Chiao's forwarding, Mr. Tian's video would most likely be buried. Even if Mr. Chiao forwarded it, there is still a chance that this video will be buried. So, if you want to be able to control and release freely and 100% stably detonate the heat that was buried before, you have to build Mr. Tian into a sufficiently influential account. Not only do you need to continuously output high-quality content, but you also need to have a specific character, personality, and field of expertise. While maintaining a certain level of style, you also need to be more down-to-earth. Pei's propaganda method is really profound. I thought I had mastered 70% to 80% of it before. Now it seems that I was blindly confident. Indeed, as Mr. Pei said, I have to think carefully about what kind of person Mr. Tian is and dig deeper. And this matter is urgent and can't be delayed. After all, next time I use Mr. Tian's account to post a video, I may not be as lucky as this time. Meng Chong thought as he came to the Tenda game department. He knew Hu Xianben and Min Jingchao, but Hu Xianben was obviously not there. Hu Xianbin went on a trip, and everyone knew it. So, Meng Chang found Min Jingqiao and asked who the new chief designer of eternal reincarnation was. Min Jingqiao pointed, "That's the original novel author, Yu Fei." Original novel author? Although Meng Chang has been in Tenda for a while and has seen many strange operations, he was still shocked by the operation of directly promoting the novel author to the chief designer. But Meng Chang quickly regained his composure and came to Yu Fei's side. At this time, Yu Fei was happily waiting for the handover. Calculating with his fingers, Hu Xianbin went out for a month and it was almost time for him to come back. Li Yada is a liar. Why does he need to take over for 2 months? It's only 1 month. Will I be able to leave after Hu Xianbin comes back? After Yu Feilai became the chief designer, he was originally nervous and trembling. The chief designer of Tenda's game department, is that a joke? He was originally worried that he couldn't handle it at all and would be busy every day, but he didn't expect that things would go much more smoothly than he imagined. Hu Xianbin had arranged all the work before he left. In terms of gameplay, the general framework was also finalized by President Pei. Even if the subsequent work needs to be modified, it is nothing more than changing the plot direction, process route and details of various scene monsters in the game. These are not difficult for Yu Fei, after all, he knows the plot too well. Moreover, he only needs to make a decision, and other designers will naturally do these jobs, without having to do it himself. Even Yu Fei had the illusion that the person in charge of Tenda is so easy to do. Of course, he soon woke up. This was only because Hu Xianbin and President Pei had designed the game in advance. He was just here to take over. If he had to design from scratch, it would be completely impossible. For Fei, it was a pleasant surprise that there was no major problem after taking over for nearly a month. It was better to wait for Hu Xianbin to come back and do the work handover as soon as possible, and then go back to continue writing novels happily. He was wandering in the sky and looked up to see Meng Chang. Yu Fei? Hello, I'm Meng Chang from the advertising department. I want to discuss with you the promotional arrangements for eternal reincarnation. Some details of the plan require the cooperation of the game department. Yu Fei nodded, then shook his head. Ah, cooperation, of course. But I'm just here to fill in, and the work will be handed over in 2 days. How about you wait a little longer, and when Hu Xianbin comes back in 2 days, talk to him directly. Yu Fei's idea was to save Meng Chang some trouble. Even if the plan can be finalized now, won't we have to communicate again after Hu Xianbin comes back? It just increases a lot of communication costs, which is a bit wasteful. Meng Chang's expression was serious. No, this matter is very urgent. I have arranged the time for each link of the publicity plan, and I can't wait. Yu Fei thought about it and nodded. Okay, then I will listen to the general plan first, and then hand it over to Hu Xianbin. The two came to the meeting room. Although Yu Fei has only been the person in charge for a month, he still knows a lot of basic knowledge as the person in charge of Tenda. All of them were taught by Min Jingqiao. As the person in charge, there are several rules, such as, you must do your best to cooperate with the requirements of other departments, and you must earnestly execute the orders of President Pei without asking too many questions, but you must speculate more about the real intentions behind them, etc. Therefore, after Meng Chang proposed to formulate a publicity plan for eternal reincarnation, Yu Fei didn't think much about it, and planned to cooperate with it to the best of his ability and hand over all the work in this regard to Meng Chang. Wait for Hu Xianbin to come back and then hand it over. So, now it's just a formality. Meng Chang had been prepared for this. He conducted extensive and detailed research on turning back and eternal reincarnation, and used Pei's propaganda method to go through the whole process. He could be said to be confident. However, the specific implementation process still required the cooperation of Yu Fei. Meng Chang said, "As far as I know, eternal reincarnation is the DLC of turning back, and the main changes are in the combat system, right? Then based on the current progress, what stage have the changes to the scene, monsters, and the redo of the combat system reached? Yufei answered truthfully, these two parts are being carried out simultaneously, and are in charge of different designers. In general, the changes to the scene and monsters are faster, after all, they are all using existing resources. The progress of the combat system is not bad. The design of the first version has been completed, but some details need to be repeatedly polished. According to the normal progress, the changes to the scene and monsters can be completed before the middle of the month, and the combat system can be completed by 80%, which is playable, but the experience is not so smooth. It should be completed by the end of the month. Meng Chong nodded, which is consistent with his plan. My publicity plan has certain requirements for the release rules of this DLC. Simply put, it needs to be developed separately. Yufei was stunned for a moment. Developed separately? Although Yufei is a novel author, he is also a game player, and he still has some basic common sense. How can the DLC of the game be developed separately? Aren't they all updated at once? Even some mobile game updates are updated at once. I've never heard of them being updated bit by bit. Meng Chong nodded. Yes, I know this is not in line with tradition, but it is for the needs of publicity work. In short, the release of the DLC Eternal Reincarnation will be divided into 4 parts, or 4 stages. Starting from this week, every weekend, we will update a part of the content and mark the current update percentage. This week, we will update about 1/3 of the DLC scenes, monsters, and DLC weapons. Next week and the week after we'll update the remaining content. By the end of the month, we will update the DLC combat system and plot-related content. Every time we update a part, we will explain to players the current progress of the DLC update, from 25% to 50%, then to 75% and 100%. According to Mr. Pei's requirements, Eternal Reincarnation will be the prerequisite of turning back. You need to buy Eternal Reincarnation first before you can buy Turning Back. Therefore, we need to adopt the pre-order method to allow players to pay in advance. After the player pre-orders, in the first 3 stages, we will update these contents to Turning Back so that players can experience it freely. After the 4th part is updated, that is, after the entire DLC content is updated, the DLC will be separated from the main body, and players can purchase the content of Eternal Reincarnation separately, and then they can buy Turning Back to the Shore, just as President Pei requested. This rule is quite complicated, but Yufei's understanding ability is not bad. After thinking carefully, he figured it out. But he was even more confused. Doesn't this mean that we have to release 4 different update packages? Yufei said, this has increased the workload for no reason. Meng Chong nodded, I know, so I need your cooperation. The workload has indeed increased, but it is worth it to achieve better publicity effects. Yufei thought for a moment. Meng Chang's plan, on the surface, only splits the DLC content into 4 parts, the scenes and monsters into 3 parts, and the last part is the battle system and plot. It sounds easy, but it is actually quite troublesome to do. For example, how to split different scenes. Where to split. How to ensure the game experience after the split. These are all issues that Yufei needs to consider. But then he thought, let's just do it as it comes. Hu Xianben hasn't come back yet, and since he is the chief designer on duty, he can only be responsible for these tasks himself. He thought about it and said, I can do this, but I may not be able to dismantle it so perfectly, which may affect the player's gaming experience. Meng Chong smiled slightly, it doesn't matter at all. Whether the previous parts will affect the game experience or not, they have no essential impact on the promotion plan, you can feel free to dismantle them boldly. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Seeing that Meng Chong had already said so, Yufei couldn't refuse any more, so he nodded, okay, then I'll stand guard for the last time and do my best. Chapter 12:10 Xiao Sun personally picks people up. September 5, Wednesday. Yufei sat at his workstation and had just planned the changes that needed to be made to cooperate with Meng Cheng's promotional plan and handed them over to the designers. Strictly speaking, Meng Cheng's requirements were not difficult, but they were a bit troublesome, took a little time, and were a bit inexplicable. Yufei did not ask much, but just split the entire DLC into 4 parts and handed them over to his designers. After arranging the work, Yufei received a message from Hu Xianben. I will arrive in Jingzhou around 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will come to the company directly to hand over the work. I'm sorry to bother you during this period. Seeing this message, Yufei couldn't help but cheer up. Great! Hu Xianben finally returned from his trip. Unfortunately, if he had come back 2 or 3 days earlier, the work given by Meng Cheng would have been handed over to Hu Xianben directly, and Yufei would not have to worry about it. The timing was not very coincidental. However, as long as you work hard, this workload is not a big problem. Completing the last task before handing over the work can be regarded as a perfect end to my cross-border experience. Yufei leaned back in his chair and stretched himself. He didn't have much work to do now, so he was relaxed and just waiting for the handover. He calculated that Hu Xianben and his friends had been out for less than a month, only about 27 or 28 days. There were no strict requirements for the number of days for travel. It didn't mean that they had to stay out for 30 days, but about 4 weeks would be enough. Obviously, Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo felt that the limelight had passed and they could come back to work and were eager to go home. Yufei also hoped that Hu Xianben would come back soon, so that he could continue to be his own online writer after the handover. He had been thinking about the new book for a long time, and he had already sorted out the worldview, basic settings, and outline many times. Now he was very eager to start creating and let the new work meet the readers. After the designers under him gave feedback that there were no problems, Yufei made the decision and issued an update announcement. The first part of Eternal Reincarnation will be updated this Saturday. At the same time, the entire update process will be explained in the announcement to notify the players in advance. After doing all this, Yufei cleaned up all traces of his use on the computer, leaving it the same as when he came. The 1-month substitute shift is finally over. Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. Min Jingqiao came over and said, "It's already been arranged tonight. Let's go to Mingfu family banquet for a meal. It's Hu Xianben's way of thanking you. Let him treat you." Yufei was stunned. Can't it be reimbursed? Min Jingqiao laughed. How insincere is it to reimburse? We have to rip him off. 3 p.m. Huang Sibo and Hu Xianben came out of the airport and found Xiao Sun, who was in charge of picking them up. You two, please get in the car. Xiao Sun was very attentive and helped with the luggage. Huang Sibo and Hu Xianben got in the car and sat down, swiping their phones while sighing. It was Xiao Sun who picked us up today. Do other drivers have no time? I feel like my treatment has been improved. Everyone knows that Xiao Sun is Mr. Pei's exclusive driver. Usually, he is the first to pick up Mr. Pei. The airport pickup tasks of other people are all given to other drivers. This time, it was Xiao Sun who picked us up, which surprised Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo. But they didn't think much about it. Maybe Mr. Pei didn't need the car today. The two of them leaned back in their seats, each took out their phone and started browsing the web. Although they had been traveling for a month, they were not really tired now. Because they were traveling in China, they had good food and accommodation, and they visited attractions that were not so physically demanding. In addition, they basically rested in the hotel for 2 days before returning, so their physical strength was fully restored. After a month's vacation, I can't wait to get back to work. Huang Sibo is still thinking about the filming of Successor. He knows that the crew has already gone to the United States. He plans to rest for 2 days after arriving in Jingzhou, make preparations, and then book a flight to fly there. As for Hu Xianbin, he is still thinking about the development of eternal reincarnation. While browsing the web page, Hu Xianbin suddenly said, Eternal reincarnation issued an update announcement? Isn't this too early? He remembered clearly that the development cycle of eternal reincarnation was to be completed by the end of this month, and this was under relatively smooth conditions. How come an update announcement has been issued at the beginning of the month? It is impossible to catch up so quickly, right? Hu Xianbin quickly clicked in and looked at the details of the announcement. The announcement clearly wrote these points. First of all, this Eternal Reincarnation DLC update will be updated in stages, with 4 updates of 1/3 of the game's scenes and monster resources, as well as modifications to the game's combat system and plot. The 4 updates will be at 2 p.m. on the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th, all on Fridays. Secondly, this DLC will be pre-ordered, and players who must pay the full amount in advance can download the corresponding update content within the corresponding time period. The price of the DLC is not expensive, 28 yuan. Players can also choose not to pre-order, but pay to purchase the complete content of the DLC after the update is completed on the 28th. Finally, it should be noted that after the DLC Eternal Reincarnation is updated on the 28th, players can purchase Eternal Reincarnation at will, but cannot purchase Turning Back on the Shore at will. If you want to buy Turning Back on the Shore, you must first purchase Eternal Reincarnation. Hu Xianbin frowned slightly. As the designer of Eternal Reincarnation, he certainly knows the situation of this game very well, and he also knows that some of the content in the announcement is specifically requested by President Pei. For example, after the update of Eternal Reincarnation is completed, Turning Back on the Shore cannot be purchased casually, which is what President Pei specifically reminded. But there are still some contents that make him confused, such as this pre-order and phased update, which makes him confused. Even Hu Xianbin feels confused, let alone the players on the internet. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. He casually flipped through the comments online and found that players were equally confused and puzzled. Of course, there were also a few surprises, mainly due to the release time that was far beyond expectations. Damn. Did I see that right? Eternal Reincarnation will be playable this Friday? This is too fast. According to official information, didn't it just start development last month? I thought it would take at least 4 or 5 months to develop. What does it mean to reverse the release date by 3 months? Happiness comes too suddenly. Other games are often delayed by 2 or 3 months, but Tenda is better, and reversed the release date by 2 or 3 months. I can play it in advance. Look carefully, it is a pre-sale and updated in batches. Only a quarter of the game content will be updated this Friday. A quarter is fine. You don't know that I am almost bored to death without Eternal Reincarnation to play. It's great to update a part of the content every week. In this way, I can play a little bit every week and complete it in a month. The time is perfect. I don't have to rush to push the game progress like before. Update quickly, I can't wait to suffer. This group of players is obviously very surprised. Because they have been waiting for Eternal Reincarnation for a long time, the news of this DLC was revealed as early as June, and everyone knows that Yu Fei, the original author, will personally participate in the development of the game. The loyal players of Turning Back are all very much looking forward to it. I thought it would take at least half a year to play the game, but now it's available in 2 or 3 days. What a pleasant surprise. But besides the surprise, many players also expressed their concerns. It's great to be able to play the DLC earlier, but the time is too tight. The development time of this DLC is only 2 months at most. Can the quality of the game be up to standard? Do you still not trust Tenda? It's not a question of trust or not. The key is that Tenda cannot violate the laws of nature. The larger the size of the game, the longer the development time required. This time cannot be compressed casually. I don't think this is necessarily good news. Does this mean that our expectations for eternal reincarnation are too high? This may just be a small DLC update, not a super large update that can match the original process and duration as we expected before. From the price, it can be seen that the original price of turning back is 128 yuan, and the price of the DLC is only a fraction of 28 yuan, which means that the size of this DLC is probably only a quarter of the original, or even less. At most, it is just a new large scene. That's not right. Where's the god of war in the original work? Where's the one who entered the hell and became the first prisoner? If all these plots are to be shown, the volume will be no less than Turn Back to the Shore. I can understand pre-ordering, but why can't you buy Turn Back to the Shore separately after Eternal Fall is updated, but you can buy Eternal Fall separately? Which one is the main game and which one is the DLC? What if you don't want to play Eternal Fall and only want to play Turn Back to the Shore? No way. Now, is there anyone who hasn't bought Turn Back yet? If you don't want to play Eternal Reincarnation, just hurry up and buy Turn Back before the end of the month. Actually, just think about it the other way around. You can treat Eternal Reincarnation as the main game, which is only sold for 28 yuan. You can buy the DLC after buying the main game. Turn Back is 128 yuan. You can get the main game with 28 yuan, isn't it a big profit? Fuck, what a logical genius, I give up. Obviously, the players are all confused and don't understand the meaning of such an arrangement. Isn't this the difference between 3 in the morning and 4 in the evening and 3 in the evening? Whether it is the 4 separate updates of the DLC or the reversal of the positions of the main game and the DLC, it seems a bit redundant and meaningless. What is more worrying is that the development time is too short. Although the price is cheap, the game content will definitely be reduced accordingly. I was expecting a large DLC of the same size as the main game, but in the end it was just a minor fix, which was really disappointing. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel is available at Chapter 1211 Another Month. I fell in love with your reading website, and I became the richest man from the game. After reading the comments of the players, who Xianbin sighed silently, it seems that a lot of things happened in the month when I was away. It's okay, go back and ask Yu Fei and Min Jingqiao, and these problems will definitely be figured out. He put away his mobile phone and prepared to close his eyes and rest for a while. After resting at the company, he can directly get back to work after handing over the work to Yu Fei. Huang Sibo was also a little sleepy, and Xiao Sun's car was very stable, which made people feel very relieved, so they leaned back in the chair and squinted. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Sun said, "You too, we are here." Huh? Are we here? So fast. Hu Xianbin was a little surprised, because the distance from the airport to the company was still quite far. Although he squinted for a while, it should not have been as long as an hour. Looking out of the car window, Hu Xianbin was stunned. Where is this? It looked quite desolate outside, as if it was an industrial park located on the outskirts of the city. Looking out of the car window, I saw a very large and imposing venue, which seemed to cover an area of about 700 to 800 square meters, and was about 5 or 6 stories high. Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo looked at each other and almost thought they were kidnapped. Something is wrong. Xiao Sun is Mr. Pei's full-time driver. How could he become a traitor? If they kidnapped, they would have to kidnap Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei is so rich. We are just 2 workers. How much money can we get by kidnapping us? Before they could imagine a more outrageous plot, they saw a familiar figure walking out of the venue. Bao Su. At this time, Bao Su had a mysterious smile on his face, which made people feel a little scared. Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin couldn't help but click in their hearts, and instantly had some bad premonitions. Something is wrong, very wrong. Something is going to happen. During the time they went out to travel, Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin did not contact other people in the company too much. They wishfully believed that Bao Su's tour group must have been prepared long ago, and the first list of people going out to travel must have been finalized, and there would be nothing to do with them. But now it seems that this idea is obviously too simple. Bao Su is waiting for them very patiently. The automatic door of the business car opened. Bao Su looked at Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo, who had just returned from their trip and were dazed and frightened, and smiled slightly. What are you waiting for? Get out of the car quickly? Huang Sibo forced a smile and said, Brother Bao, what are you kidding? We have come a long way, and are exhausted. We still have to go back to hand over our work and report to President Pei. Even if we want to catch up, it will take another 2 days. Xiao Sun, why don't you drive quickly? Huang Sibo kept shrinking in, but unfortunately the business car had electric doors and could not be pulled manually, otherwise it would have been closed long ago. Bao Su smiled, there is no need to report to President Pei, let alone hand over the work. Think about it yourself, who asked Xiao Sun to pick you up? Huang Sibo and Hu Xianbin froze, and their hearts gradually sank. Who else could it be? It must be President Pei. Besides President Pei, who else could command Xiao Sun? If it wasn't for President Pei's instructions, would Bao Su dare to be so blatant? Doesn't this mean it's all over? The two knew very well that if Bao Su did it, there might be some room for maneuver, and they could find a way to use work matters to cover it up. But if it was arranged by President Pei, then there is no way to evade it. I can only suffer here honestly. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. In Bao Su's meaningful smile, the two people got off the car very reluctantly and followed Bao Su into this very impressive venue. Bao Su led the two people around the venue, introduced the purpose of each part of the venue, and told them the time of this special training. 1 month. In the next month, they will start training in this venue to adapt to the wild living environment in advance. Stay in a hotel? No such good thing. You must sleep in tents and sleeping bags here. In terms of food, they are a little more lenient. In order to ensure nutrition, they can have a big meal every 3 or 5 days. But during daily training, they will not eat less food such as compressed biscuits and dried meat. After a round of walking, the expressions and mentality of Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo also changed slightly. The last bit of fluke mentality also disappeared. It can be seen that Bao Su has already laid a net and is waiting for them to come back. Want to run? I'm afraid there is no way. Hu Xianbin's face was stretched like a bitter gourd. He originally wanted to go back to hand over his work to Yu Fei and continue to be the head of his game department happily, but now it seems that there is no hope for this month. Huang Sibo was still unwilling to give up, and said with a forced smile, Brother Bao, it's a bit inappropriate to scold only 2 of us in such a big venue. How about this, let us go back and rest, arrange the work, and then talk about it after the staff is complete. What he thought was that he could delay it for a day. As long as he was allowed to go back, he would immediately book a flight to the United States to participate in the filming of Successor with Zhu Xiaozi and others. By then, even if Bao Su had great ability, he couldn't go to the United States to catch him back, right? Bao Su laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? The expression of wanting to go away was written on his face. How could you succeed? Don't worry, everything has been arranged, and everyone will be here soon. The first list was decided by President Pei, and the training can officially start this week, and no one can be left out. Hu Xianbin asked, Really? Who are they? Bao Su took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was the list of the first special training class of the suffering journey. Hu Xianbin reached out to take it, and Huang Sibo also came over to take a look. Xiaopeng, Rui Yuchen, Yi Zhizhou, Guo Liqing, He Dishing. Good guy, the heads of several core departments of Tenda, none of them were left out. The two looked at each other and completely understood their situation. Give up all illusions and accept your fate. Although these people are indeed people that Bao Su hates, Bao Su obviously has no right to arrange them together for special training for a month. The only person who can finalize this list is President Pei. Once President Pei makes the final decision, there is no room for maneuver. Hu Xianbin sighed, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Yu Fei. After sending the messages, Bao Su happily collected their mobile phones. During the special training, the mobile phones will be kept by me. Don't worry, if you have any problems at work, you can find me and I will convey them. Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo's eyes were full of despair. Bao Su laughed in his heart, you too, you should also experience my despair. At this time, Yu Fei had packed his things, and was ready to leave at any time. He had just been on duty in the Tenda game department for a month, and the office conditions here were very good, the keyboard and mouse were very easy to use, so his personal belongings were only a few things such as a water cup, which could be taken away in a small bag. The small amount of paper documents used in the work were all sorted out and placed on the desk. All the various documents used on the computer had corresponding modification and submission records, and they had been sorted out in various folders. As long as Hu Xianbin came and briefly introduced the work in this month to him, the handover would be completed. Based on Hu Xianbin's understanding of the game Eternal Reincarnation, this handover should be very smooth, and half an hour at most is enough. After the handover, everyone in the game department also planned to go to the Ming Mansion family banquet to give Yu Fei a farewell banquet, and let Hu Xianbin treat him and blackmail him. Yu Fei browsed the web for a while, and then looked at the time on his phone with some confusion. It's almost 4 o'clock, where is he? Flight delay? Or traffic jam? Yu Fei didn't care too much. After all, the traffic in Jingzhou is unreliable. It's easy to get stuck on the road from the airport to the company. It's normal to be late by 20 minutes. Yu Fei was not in a hurry. He put on his headphones again and prepared to watch a few videos on the Aladeo website. Just then, his mobile phone rang. It was a message from Hu Xianbin. Brother, I'm afraid I can't go back. I can only trouble you to take over for me for another month. Yu Fei was confused. What do you mean by can't go back? How come this sounds like a dying man's last words? He quickly replied, what's going on? Is there a problem with the flight? Hu Xianbin, I just arrived in Jingzhou and was kidnapped by the suffering trip. I have to train here for the next month and cannot leave. Brother, please help me for another month. If you have anything, call Bao Su and let him pass it on. Don't reply, my phone is about to be handed in. Yu Fei? He wanted to ask more, but after sending a few messages, there was no news from the other side. This? Yu Fei looked at the information on his phone, then looked at his personal belongings that he had packed, and fell into silence. On the other side, Min Jingqiao also frequently checked the time. Hey, it's strange, it should be here, where is Lao Hu? Yu Fei leaned back in his chair silently, I'm afraid this meal won't be sold. After understanding the whole story, the two of them were silent. Yu Fei didn't speak because he knew he had to take over for another month in the Tenda game department. Although a month had passed, another month wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was, I was tired. I was planning to leave, but suddenly I had to stay. It was like when I was in school, there was a sudden power outage at night. The head teacher just said that there would be no evening self-study today and school would be dismissed early, but before I finished packing my school bag, the power came back. Yu Fei felt almost like this now. As for Min Jingqiao, the reason he was silent was mainly because he smelled a very dangerous smell from it. Something was wrong. He was picked up as soon as he landed, and the two trips were seamlessly connected. It looked a little familiar, like retaliation. All the responsible persons knew that Bao Su had organized a suffering trip, but they didn't know what stage this suffering trip had reached and how it was arranged. Because Bao Su refused to reveal any information in the chat group of the responsible persons, it made people feel uneasy. At the beginning, Min Jingqiao also joined these people in making trouble and sent Brother Bao to travel. Now Hu Xianben has been arranged, so how far are the others? Min Jingqiao suddenly felt a little bit of a chill. Chapter 12:12 New Achievements of the Numa Lab. September 6, Thursday. In Qingshan Studio, employees are busy developing a new VR game, Real Estate Agency Simulator. After the tempering and running in of Animal Island, the entire development team has made significant progress, with more tacit cooperation and a smoother development process. Even the chief designer Kai Jiadong has become more adept at it. He seems to have gradually understood Tengda's design ideas and methods, and is increasingly matching Lin Wan's ideas, gradually becoming a qualified chief designer. After being busy on the computer for a while, he took the printed documents and went to Lin Wan to report his work. At this time, Lin Wan was concentrating on looking at the computer screen, frowning slightly, as if thinking about something very important. Seeing Kai Jiadong coming, Lin Wan temporarily turned his eyes away from the computer screen. Mr. Lin, have you seen the small program that was sent by the Numa Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, which is still in the experimental stage? What do you think? If it can be used, it can not only greatly shorten the development time of our entire project, but also may have a certain impact on the specific design of the game. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Oh, I've been thinking about other things recently, and I haven't had time to watch it. What do you think of the effect? Kai Jiadong answered truthfully, I think, the effect is unexpectedly good. Lin Wan didn't expect Kai Jiadong to give such a high evaluation. This small program was just sent to Tenda Games and Shangyang Games by the Numa Lab a few days ago. It was said that it was an artificial intelligence program that was still in the experimental stage, and they were asked to try it first and give their opinions. Because Lin Wan has a close relationship with Shangyang Games, this program was naturally sent to Qingshan Studio. Anyway, it's all Tengda's internal industry, and we are one family. Lin Wan was a little busy these 2 days, so she didn't have time to watch it. The reason why she didn't care too much was that she thought this thing would definitely not be very reliable. Current interactive movie games, or some RPG games with more dialogues and close-up expressions of characters and speech, all use motion capture technology and actors to perform. Motion capture technology can not only capture body movements, but also capture subtle facial expressions. When the actors are speaking their lines, facial capture is performed while recording, and then this data is applied to a model created based on the actors, which can produce a very realistic effect in the game. Of course, if you are not satisfied with the actor's line skills, you can also find someone else to dub to achieve better results. But this approach also has a problem, that is, the workload is too large and not very free. Once the plot dialogue is determined, it cannot be changed at will, otherwise even if it is just to add a sentence, you have to invite the motion capture actor to re-record. This program of the Numa Artificial Intelligence Laboratory is said to be an alternative to facial motion capture technology. The specific principle is to automatically generate the character's facial movements through intelligent analysis of the voice content and the past motion capture data in the editor. In other words, it can also be considered as automatic lip syncing. It is roughly the same as some software that makes photos sing, but it is said to be more effective. Lin Wan is a little skeptical about this. Can the concept of what the program automatically generates and what the motion capture actor personally performs be the same? Mr. Pei has very high requirements for the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. It must be modeled with high precision like struggle, and all actions must be captured by real people to give players an immersive and real feeling as much as possible. If the NPC's movements are stiff and their expressions are distorted, there will be more drama, and the whole game will be flawed. It might even trigger the uncanny valley effect and scare the players. After all, the sense of immersion in VR games is far from that of conventional games, and a slight mistake can lead to a huge mistake. But now, according to Qingshan, the effect is unexpectedly good? Lin Wan couldn't help but get interested and checked it on his computer. The game Real Estate Agency Simulator has been developed for a month, and many character models have been made so far. Due to the existence of the official platform simulator, making such a character model is actually a process of pinching people, and there is no need to start from scratch. Moreover, although most of the characters in the game struggle made by President Pei are Westerners, after a slight modification, many characters can still be used directly. As soon as he got the program, Qingshan arranged for the designer to make a few cutscenes with the existing models and recorded them. Lin Wan quickly finished watching the cutscenes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Is this automatically generated by the new program? Not motion capture?" Qingshan nodded, completely automatically generated. However, the current support for foreign languages is not very good. Lin Wan was silent. It doesn't matter whether the support for foreign languages is good or not, anyway, the game Real Estate Agency Simulator was originally only for domestic players. Even if the game receives a good response and a multi-language version is planned to be released, it will have to be a few months after the release. This effect is really amazing. The expressions of the characters in the game are very natural, without any stiff movements or distorted expressions. Of course, it is impossible to match the voice and facial movements perfectly like real-life motion capture. But as long as you don't stare at the character's lips intently, you basically can't detect any abnormality. In fact, this level is enough. After all, many foreign TV series and movies have completely mismatched lip shapes after redubbing, and the audience will not find it strange after getting used to it. And the facial expressions automatically generated by this program are much more natural than these redubbed TV series and movies. Based on the current situation, this technology can be directly used in Real Estate Agency Simulator. And Lin Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wouldn't this just solve the problem that has been bothering us before? No wonder, we always felt that this problem could not be solved well before, and we were not at ease. Now it seems that Mr. Pei has been prepared for a long time and knew that this new achievement of the Numa laboratory can solve this problem. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. The emergence of a new technology often affects the idea of game design. Previously, Lin Wan and Qingshan were very worried about the design details of the core gameplay in Real Estate Agency Simulator. According to the original setting, one of the core gameplays of this game is to sell houses. The basic process of this gameplay is that the player gets a new house type, renovates and rearranges the house, uses the funds in hand to repair it, replaces the furniture, and then receives the guests, answers different questions during the introduction, and finally fluctuates the price to facilitate the transaction. This gameplay runs through the entire game, but at the beginning, there may be no funds on hand and no ability to make changes to the room. After being picked out by the customer, the only way to facilitate the transaction is to lower the rent. In the later stage, the problems of the house can be discovered in advance and solved before the customer comes to see the house. But in the process of designing this core gameplay, Lin Wan and Qingshan encountered a little problem. Obviously, this is a repetitive gameplay. If it is not done well, the player will soon get bored. Assuming that the customers who come every time look similar, ask similar questions, and have similar dialogues, actions, and behaviors, then the player will probably get bored soon, and this core gameplay will not support the game experience at all. Therefore, how to make this game like a MOBA game? No matter how many times it is repeated, it will still feel fresh. At least let the players feel that every time they meet a new customer, they are full of expectations for receiving the next customer. which is the top priority in determining the game experience. This problem is multifaceted. To solve the problem of appearance, the appearance of the customer can be automatically generated by the program. Many games have similar functions in the face-pinching system, which is not difficult to do. Of course, the face automatically generated by the face-pinching system may be less coordinated. For example, it is obviously a woman in a professional suit, but she has a mohawk hairstyle, earrings, and an exaggerated tattoo on her forehead. It must be strange no matter how you look at it. Therefore, some patches need to be made on this system, and the identity of this person is limited by the algorithm, and some specific elements in the face pinching are locked accordingly, so that the appearance of the character does not deviate too far from the original personality. The problem of appearance is solved, and the next thing is action. This is relatively easy to solve. After all, in the room, there are only a few actions that NPC can do: sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, looking out the window, leaning over to observe the corner, etc. These actions can be arranged in advance, and several matching actions can be performed according to the gender, body shape, and age of the character, and they can be automatically triggered in the room according to the algorithm. In addition, when the NPC speaks, there will be corresponding body movements, which is also easy to handle. In short, these are all problems that can be solved by stacking. As long as the amount of action is piled up, it can be automatically extracted through random algorithms, combined with different appearances, body shapes and other factors, and it can be done roughly. The most critical issue is the content of the speech. In the core gameplay of the game, each house has corresponding problems, such as the north-south is not transparent, the bedroom is too small, the bathroom is not clean, the windows are not soundproof, etc. Of course, there are corresponding advantages. Players can see the house by themselves before the customer comes. After the viewing, the system will give several options for players to choose, such as whether the house is square, whether it is transparent from north to south, how is the lighting, etc. The player's choice at this time represents the correct degree of the player's understanding of the house, and will also affect the options when answering NPC questions. When taking the NPC to see the house, the NPC will ask questions about the house, and the player needs to choose the corresponding option to respond. If you choose the right one, there will be no problem. If you choose the wrong one, it will reduce the customer's evaluation of the house, and then either the price will be reduced or the transaction will fail. These questions are of course set, and a lot of professional knowledge is used. These contents are not difficult to do. After more communication with Sloth Apartment, standard answers can be set for each apartment type. But the biggest problem is how to deal with the specific words and sentences used by NPC to express these questions. Different people will definitely have different ways of asking and answering the same question. For example, some people may say the house has poor lighting, some may say it's too dark here, and some may say the building opposite is blocking it, etc. If all NPCs say the house has poor lighting, it will look very stiff. But this problem cannot be solved by piling up the volume. If we still use the previous method of motion capture, then every time we change a statement, we need to recapture the motion. People of different body shapes have different facial expressions when they speak, and motion capture cannot be mixed. So multiple expressions under the same meaning may need to be recorded several times. If it is other interactive games driven by plots, this is not a big problem. It's just more work and more recordings. But Real Estate Agent Simulator is different. There are too many problems and too much volume, but there is no key improvement to the game experience. If we don't do it, it's not perfect, not extreme, and it's easy for players to play. If we do it, the resources we pay are too many to bear, and the cost effectiveness is extremely low. So we are stuck. It's not appropriate to do it, and it's not appropriate not to do it. But now with the artificial intelligence program of Numa Lab, this problem has been solved in one fell swoop. In this way, there is no need to perform motion capture for every sentence, and only dubbing is enough. The workload of dubbing alone is much smaller. You can even directly collect it online and ask many enthusiastic players to help with dubbing. After importing these dubbing, the program will automatically generate the facial movements of the characters according to the audio, and then match it with certain body language and movements. You can create a feeling of thousands of faces. Kai Jiadong sighed, I said it. When I was doing the design details of this piece before, I was wondering that this problem could not be solved under the existing conditions. Didn't Mr. Pei think of this when designing this game? Now it seems that Mr. Pei obviously thought of it a long time ago. He must know the recent research results of the Numa laboratory, so he let us make such a game. Lin Wan nodded, that's for sure. Then don't hesitate, just do it this way. By the way, the Sloth apartment has sent a new batch of room type information. You can check it and give it to the designers. Kai Jiadong nodded and said, okay. After the project was established to develop this game, Lin Wan directly found Liang Qingshan and asked him to cooperate in the development. Speaking of this knowledge, who can be more professional than Liang Qingshan? There are many architects and designers in Sloth Apartment who specialize in researching how to transform the house. They just need to send people to collect information about various house types online, and then sort out the advantages and disadvantages of these house types, and then send them to Qingshan Studio to be directly implemented in the game. Of course, Lin Wan doesn't need to worry about these things. It is the job of Kai Jiadong, the chief designer. After watching Kai Jiadong leave, Lin Wan leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, Liang Qingshan was not arrested. If he was arrested, although we could go to Sloth Apartment to find another architect, he would definitely not be as reliable as him. By the way, President Pei suddenly arrested the leaders for special training. What's going on? Yesterday, Lin Wan felt something was wrong. Although she had come to Qingshan Studio, she was still in the chat group of Tenda leaders. Usually, everyone would often chat about the current situation of each department, and the group was quite lively. As a result, yesterday, the whole group suddenly became deserted, and the few people who usually bubbled up a lot did not say a word. Lin Wan felt something was wrong. After asking Wang Xiaobin today, he found out that the heads of 10 core departments, including Yi Zhizhou, had been arrested. Lin Wan was shocked. He thought that this group of people had done something bad behind the scenes and were caught by President Pei. But after asking carefully, he found out that they were taken to the special training base. Including the head of the Numa Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Shen Renjia, who had helped a lot not long ago, was also taken away like several other heads. Fortunately, Liang Qingshan from Sloth Apartment survived, otherwise the game development of Qingshan Studio would be affected. Lin Wan was very sensitive and immediately felt that this matter was very serious. After asking in the group, he successfully got the first list of the special training base, a total of 10 people, namely Huang Sibo, Hu Xianbin, Xiao Peng, Rui Yuchen, Yi Zhizhou, Shen Renjia, Guo Liqing, He Dixing, Qin Yufeng, Ma Yichun. The special training base has just been opened, so we have to proceed step by step and not train too many people at once. So the first list only has 10 people, which is reasonable. But, why these 10 people, not others? There are so many heads of departments in Tenda, there must be a corresponding evaluation standard, right? Boss Pei attaches great importance to this matter, and he is willing to temporarily affect the work to arrange all the heads of the core departments. Obviously, it is for some special purpose. And this purpose is even more important than short-term work or even profit. Simply to support Baosu's work? That's definitely impossible. Boss Pei is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. What he does is ultimately beneficial to Tenda. It seems to have disadvantages in the short term, which means it must be beneficial in the long run. What is Boss Pei's real intention? Well, maybe we should start with this list. As long as we understand the criteria that President Pei used to select this list, we should be able to roughly infer President Pei's true intentions. Lin Wan looked at the computer screen again and fell into deep thought. Although she is no longer the person in charge of Tenda, she has been paying attention to the internal movements of Tenda. After all, the slightest movement within Tenda represents the will of President Pei, and President Pei's behavior often implies deep meaning. Learning more will definitely be beneficial. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 12-13 Current Status of Game Platform. Lin Wan is obviously not the only one who is trying the same thing. In the DGE club, Zhang Yuan also held the list, with fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. As these responsible persons were arrested one by one, Zhang Yuan first felt a fear of impending disaster, and then turned into a feeling of relief after surviving the disaster. Especially when he saw Xiao Peng's name on the list, Zhang Yuan's feeling became even stronger. It's too scary. If I hadn't resigned as the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, Xiao Peng's name on the list would have been replaced by my name this time. Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what kind of place Bao Su's suffering travel special training base was, and what kind of training programs it had, he knew with his toes that it was definitely not a place for enjoyment. After Bao Su turned evil, he instantly changed from a person who was sent out to travel and could only be incompetent and furious to a mastermind who controlled the life and death of the responsible persons. This feeling is a bit like the East Factory master. Xiao Peng, the current head of Moyu Internet Cafe, is on the list, and he is ranked quite high. Zhang Yuan was very lucky. If he had been the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, he would definitely be on this list. Fortunately, after leaving Moyu Internet Cafe and becoming the person in charge of DGE Club and Esports Division, Zhang Yuan escaped a disaster, while Xiao Peng, who took over, was caught. But this did not make Zhang Yuan feel at ease, but even more uneasy. Since this group of persons in charge has been arranged, will it be far from clearing up the other persons in charge? Zhang Yuan pondered that based on his understanding of Mr. Pei's character, this matter would not be so easy to let go. In the worst case, Mr. Pei might normalize and institutionalize this matter and arrange all the persons in charge of the core departments. In other words, Zhang Yuan himself might already be on the next list. It is just a matter of time. No, I have to find a way to save myself. Although President Pei's arrangement must have a deep meaning, it may be beneficial to us and the entire Tenda Group, but I don't want to go to special training. Zhang Yuan's mentality at this time is like a middle school student who is sleeping in bed in the cold. Although he knows that getting up early in the morning and running laps is good for the body, knowing is one thing, and being willing to do it is another. Hurry up and study this list to see what similarities these 10 Randy have. We must study it quickly so that we can avoid being caught as much as possible. Zhang Yuan listed the various characteristics of the 10 people and the recent work of their departments on the computer, and began to analyze them seriously. More seriously than when he was working. The other leaders of Tenda who were lucky enough not to be selected for this special training list are more or less doing similar things. The group of people in charge of Tenda became very quiet. September 7th, Friday. The office building where the Chaolu game platform is located. Yan Qi looked carefully at the various data of Empire of Certainty on the Chaolu game platform, and his mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. It's better than I expected. After Empire of Certainty was officially launched, the situation was good. Because it was one of the earliest games to be launched on the platform, it got a very good recommendation position, and it could even be regarded as the best platform action mobile game for a period of time. After the bug-finding activity, a large number of players poured in. Empire of Certainty is a game with good quality and few bugs on the platform, naturally favored by a large number of players, and full. New servers are opened one after another, and the popularity of the game is naturally growing. Before, Yan Qi was always worried about what to do after the popularity of the bug-finding activity has passed. By then, the popularity will plummet, and the game may even be in danger of being removed from the shelves. But unexpectedly, after Mr. Tian's video came out, the situation was completely reversed. A large number of players and designers responded, and the influx of new players caused a huge impact on those old players who maliciously did not recommend the game. The continuous listing of a large number of excellent independent games by the Qingshan plan also injected a lot of fresh blood into the game library of the Qiaolu game platform. In this way, the Qiaolu game platform was gradually revitalized. Of course, there will not be a radical change in the short term, but everyone can feel that the situation is changing. Before, almost all the games on the platform were on the verge of being removed from the shelves, but after this group of new players came in, the non-recommendation rate actually gradually dropped, including Empire of the Confirmation. Many games have left the danger zone of being removed from the shelves. Obviously, this group of new players are working hard to fight, using their votes to keep these games for the platform as much as possible, so that those players who hope to profit by removing the game from the shelves will not succeed. For some old players on the platform, they are of course unacceptable. After so much effort, I was finally about to take the game off the shelves, and I was about to get a 50% refund for free, but suddenly a group of new players came in and pushed the recommendation rate back up. How can I tolerate this? Both sides showed their skills, brushed no recommendation on the platform, or attacked and cursed each other on the forum outside, and the battle was very fierce. However, the situation inevitably fell to those rational players. At this time, the excellence of the rating mechanism of Qiaolu game platform was revealed. It was not a rating from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, but a simple recommendation or no recommendation. Although the rating can often better subdivide the quality of the game, it is almost impossible for most people to maintain objective and rational ratings in extreme cases. Once the two parties with different opinions fall out, either you will mindlessly brush 1 point or I will mindlessly brush 10 points, and each will impact the extreme direction. Whoever objectively gives 7 points will lose. The original intention was to more accurately show the real rating of a certain game or a certain movie, but the result is often counterproductive. Therefore, it is better to directly use the two options of recommend and not recommend, which is easier to deal with such extreme situations. In this process, some games were indeed removed from the shelves, but basically they were some games with old-fashioned gameplay and poor quality. Although the Qiaolu game platform can strictly limit the number of bugs in the game, it is impossible to limit the gameplay and the quality of art resources, so it is inevitable that some unpopular old games will be put on the shelves. The main purpose of this new group of players is to protect the excellent games on the platform. As for the old games that are outdated and not fun at all, they will naturally let them fend for themselves. However, this is not a big problem. On the one hand, the survival of the fittest was the original purpose of the Qiaolu game platform when it was first created. On the other hand, although these games were removed from the shelves, they could still get their own half of the share, and they could be put on the shelves again after a period of time. As long as most of the excellent games on the platform can be saved, there will be no problem. After watching the living towards death operation of the Qiaolu game platform, Yan Qi knew very well that the most dangerous period for the platform has passed. If the video of Mr. Tian did not cause much response, or the players only expressed their support verbally, the discussion of this incident would quickly drop to the freezing point, and then it would only be a matter of time before the platform collapsed. In the current situation, game developers and players continue to pour in. Although it seems that the struggle between players on the platform will continue for a long time, it at least means that the platform has survived the biggest crisis, and the situation will inevitably improve slowly in the future. The game empire of the realm, naturally, can rest easy. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the leader of the test team next to me muttering, "Why does this feng shui treasure land seem to be ineffective again? Strange, isn't today Friday?" The main body of empire of the realm has indeed been developed, but there are still subsequent updates. For a mobile game, the first few months after it goes online are the most profitable time, so although you can relax a little compared to the development period, you still have to continue to develop new content. While there are many players and enthusiasm, launching more new content will also make more profits. When the game really reaches the middle and late stages of its life, when new content will not stimulate revenue too much, the entire project team will enter a completely salted fish state and start brewing new projects. Yan Qi said, if it doesn't work, then write something, do something else, and write a work summary. Eternal reincarnation will be officially updated in a while, so it's okay to relax and combine work and rest. Chapter 12-14 Recommendation Mechanism and Game Connoisseurs. Since moving here, Yan Qi and his employees' work habits have also changed to some extent. Mainly because the efficiency gap between different time periods is too big when fixing bugs in a feng shui treasure land. If working overtime all day on weekends does not find as many bugs as an hour on weekdays, then what is the need for overtime? Of course, it is not ruled out that some bosses are black-hearted and force employees to continue working overtime even though they know that their employees will not help the project at all. But Yan Qi is obviously not such a person. After moving here, he also found that the rules of this feng shui treasure land are not immutable. It is not just no work on weekends and spherical range. Sometimes there are some exceptions. For example, some weekdays do not work either. At first, Yan Qi was still thinking hard about what was going on, but he searched for the reason with other designers in the group for a long time, but to no avail. He had no choice but to give up. After all, for metaphysics, even if you find a rule, you can only rely on guessing. If there is really no trace to find, you can only leave it to fate. So Yan Qi stopped worrying about this. After all, the game was sure to make money, so there was no need to be so impatient. He could work when he was efficient, and do something else when he was not efficient. Today is the first update day of Eternal Reincarnation. Yan Qi had already pre-ordered the game when the announcement came out, and was waiting for the time to download the content and experience it. Anyway, it's only 30 yuan, which is almost the same as giving it away for free in Yan Qi's opinion. After all, in mobile games now, 30 yuan is just a monthly card. Eternal Reincarnation is the DLC of Turning Back. Logically, the gameplay should be similar. But I heard that it was personally handled by President Pei, and the original novel author was involved in the development, so it is still worth looking forward to. Yan Qi looked at the time and started downloading the game content. At the same time, in an inconspicuous small coffee shop. At the table in the corner, Pei Qian, Liyata, and Tang Yishu were staring at each other. "Sir, your coffee is here." "Oops." The waiter came over with a tray. On the tray were the coffee ordered by the three people. As a result, as soon as he walked to the table, he stumbled and was about to fall forward. Pei Qian and Tang Yishu, who were near the waiter, almost reached out at the same time to hold the coffee cups on the tray. However, Tang Yishu was so flustered that she almost knocked over the chair when she stood up, while Pei Qian was quick and calm. The 3 cups of coffee were saved, but the third cup of coffee was not directly held up, so it bumped against the other 2 cups and splashed a little. Pei Qian calmly took down the 2 full cups of coffee and handed them to Liyata and Tang Yishu. The waiter hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, I'll change a cup for you right away." Pei Qian waved his hand and sent him away. "Oh, fortunately I was keeping an eye on everything and had a good sense of what was going on." Pei Qian took out a tissue from the side to wipe off the small amount of coffee stains on his hands, looked at the 2 people sitting across the table, and sighed. Why is it like meeting with his own employees and contacting the underground party? Ever since the Chaolu game platform was saved from danger, Pei Qian has been thinking about how to turn it back. After thinking for a few days, although he hasn't come up with a good solution, he finally has some clues. So, he wanted to meet with Liada and Tang Yishu and have a little chat. Pei Qian thought about it, whether he went to the Chalu game platform himself or asked Liada and Tang Yishu to return to Tenda. It seemed that it was not very safe. There are so many people and eyes, and if the secret is leaked, it will be a big deal. So, they had to find a random coffee shop on the roadside to have a private conversation. Boss Pei, let me first report the specific situation of the Chalu game platform during this period. Liada had already prepared for the report before coming. Pei Qian shook his head, no need, I already know everything I need to know. Liada nodded slightly. Sure enough, President Pei still attaches great importance to this game platform. Always pay attention to every move of the platform. This further confirms her and Meng Cheng's guess. Chalu game platform is obviously a large-scale experiment and an innovation of the game platform model. Once successful, it will be fully connected with Tenda games and soar to the sky. Pei Qian didn't know Liada's psychological activities, but was just sorting out his own thoughts, thinking about how to turn the Chalu game platform back. After all, the current situation of the platform is just a fluke escape from danger. Although it has not died suddenly, it is still far from a real full-scale explosion. There is still room for recovery. Soon, a new cup of coffee was brought over, and there was no moth this time. Pei Qian took a sip of the coffee and asked, how is the recommendation of the Chalu game platform now arranged? After a slight pause, Liada was secretly happy. Sure enough, President Pei saw that the first phase of the Chalu game platform was successful, so he had to start arranging the work of the second phase. She immediately answered truthfully, it's similar to other game platforms, manual review and data screening. For games that have passed the bug test, we will first give a rough rating based on the quality of the game. The higher the rating, the better the initial recommendation position. After being on the initial recommendation position, you can see the corresponding data, such as click-through rate, retention rate, payment rate, etc. We will make follow-up arrangements based on these data. Games with good data will continue to be recommended in the next round, and games with poor data will be recommended after a while. Of course, we will also give preferential treatment to particularly excellent games. For example, those excellent standalone games and independent games in the Desperate Plan will be recommended more resources. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and did not comment. Obviously, this is the recommendation mechanism currently adopted by most mainstream platforms, including official game platforms. Some novel websites, video websites, etc. basically have similar recommendation mechanisms. The various data can reflect the popularity of a certain game in a relatively comprehensive and objective manner, and are not easily affected by too many subjective factors. On the basis of objective data, combined with the judgment and analysis of professionals, corresponding interventions can be made in the inaccurate data to achieve a better result. Of course, different platforms have different focuses on data and artificial. Some platforms trust data more and are completely data-oriented. No matter how good a game's reputation is, as long as the profit data is not good, it will not be recommended. The advantage of this is that you can boost performance, make more money, and avoid mistakes caused by subjective misjudgment. Some platforms give their staff members a lot of weight, and which recommendation position is completely determined by internal arrangements. Sometimes after a PY transaction with a game developer, a not-so-good game occupies the best recommendation position for a long time, which is also common. After all, the ultimate goal of the platform is to make money, and it is not shameful to openly mark the price of the recommendation position. As for the possible impact and loss on the platform, in fact, it is not that big. As long as the developer pays more, everything can be negotiated. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, book fan base, you can get a 888 red envelope. For Pei Qian, this matter seems to be a dilemma. All rely on data? But in many cases, the data is indeed quite accurate. Although a small number of good games will be buried, it is still a very fair system overall. Apart from other things, no matter how good the quality of the games pushed to the forefront by data is, most of them are very profitable games at present. With a 50-50 split, the platform will definitely not make less money. But relying entirely on manual labor is not appropriate. Because Liada understands games, not only she understands, but many people on the entire platform understand. Even if Pei Qian assigns a few people who don't know much about games to take care of this matter, they will inevitably be influenced by the spirit of Tenda and guided by other employees, and will eventually select some relatively excellent games. Combining data and manual work? Wouldn't that be back to the original starting point? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, I think, the recommended arrangements should all be left to the players. Liada was stunned for a moment. Leave it to the players? Pei Qian nodded, yes. What I am considering is to select a small number of players from the players through a certain mechanism as opinion leaders. These people will have a special label on the platform, which can also be called tasters. Tasters have the power to decide the recommended positions of games. Which game is on which recommendation position does not depend on the specific data of the game at all, but depends on the ideas of these tasters. Of course, there is a certain screening and removal mechanism for tasters. You should think about this carefully and show me the plan after you come up with it. Pei Qian's idea is very simple, that is, to deliberately use this system to induce internal strife among players. If all players vote publicly, it is actually just a rating system with relatively large power. Most of the games selected for recommendation positions are still games with many players and high profits, which will not achieve the desired effect at all. Therefore, we have to find a way to divide the players, let a small number of players become tasters, and master the right to arrange recommendation positions for games, while most players can only watch. There are also different preferences among tasters, and they will definitely fight each other to compete for recommendation positions. Game companies will try to curry favor with these connoisseurs and exert influence on them. Ordinary players will also try to pull down existing connoisseurs and take their own positions. In short, the right to recommend is in the hands of other platforms. No matter how it is arranged, the final result is mostly to make money, but the difference is whether to make money with this game or that game. After Pei Qian's operation, the recommendation position of the Qiaolu game platform was actually given to a few players in a very irresponsible way. Now many players look righteous and say that they want to judge these games fairly. But if a few people become connoisseurs and gain the power to manipulate the recommendation position, will they still stick to their previous ideas? Can those who become connoisseurs stick to their original intentions? Can those who do not become connoisseurs accept it calmly? Pei Qian thinks that it is unlikely. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1215 Eternal Reincarnation, CG. Liada and Tangishu were both stubborn and didn't ask any more questions. If the two had some doubts when the Qiaolu game platform was just established, then at this stage, all the doubts have gone to the sky. The game platform has already taken off, and President Pei will definitely make it fly higher next. As for why such an arrangement will make it fly higher, who cares, anyway? The boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridge. No matter how many setbacks this system encounters during the implementation process, what kind of difficulties it encounters, and what kind of misunderstandings it endures, it will definitely be a great success as President Pei planned in the end. In this case, what else is there to worry about? Of course, this system is still very vague at present. How to select and dismiss the tasters, and how many people to maintain, all these contents need to be carefully considered and planned in the long run. But for details like these, President Pei must not be expected to take on all the responsibilities and do everything himself. This is the task of Tangishu and Liada. Seeing that the two people did not raise any questions, Pei Qian could not help but feel a little complicated. Every time a new idea came up, Pei Qian's mentality was always very conflicted. If his subordinates raise questions, he will worry that they don't understand the spirit well enough, and he will have to use big tricks to deepen their wrong impression. If his subordinates don't raise questions, Pei Qian is afraid that they have misunderstood on the spot, and after a lot of imagination, they will deviate from his original intention. In short, he is not at ease. But on second thought, the start of the Chaolu game platform is already a mess, so there is not so much pressure at this time. The worst thing is to take the last step in advance, drinking poison, to quench thirst. Anyway, this is not the first time he has done this. Pei Qian looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work, so he finished his coffee and stood up. Okay, then let's arrange the game platform like this. After you set up this connoisseur system, report to me in time. It's the weekend, go home after get off work. At the same time, Yan Qi has downloaded the updated content of Eternal Fall. He entered the game with a very yearning mentality. As the producer of the action mobile game Empire of the Confirmation, Yan Qi is also a loyal fan of action games, although his psychological endurance is not particularly good, and the frequent suffering in turning back as the shore often makes him impotent and furious. The unique combat mechanism in turning back as the shore, the excitement of defeating strong enemies, the level design full of conspiracy, the design concept of breaking the dimensional wall, all these still make him love and hate this game, and he can't stop. Having already played Turning Back as the Shore and got tired of it, this new DLC naturally placed all his expectations on it. The official has already updated only 25% of the content in the DLC this time. Many players think that 25% is too little and not satisfying. But Yan Qi doesn't think so. 25% of the game content is enough to play for a long time, and the key is to play it in advance. Playing Eternal Fall of Reincarnation a month in advance is a happy thing, no matter how you think about it. Of course, the premise is that the level of this DLC is online. If the DLC is released separately just for the sake of speed and popularity, but it reduces the player's gaming experience, then Yan Qi will definitely not agree. Enter the game. Yan Qi originally thought that he would directly enter the title interface, but he didn't expect that it would be a black screen and a new cut scene would be played. In the silent temple, blood-red maple leaves slowly fell. A soothing and melodious melody sounded. The beginning of Turning Back as the Shore also has a similar melody, but that melody is melodious and graceful, with a unique sad atmosphere, while this melody is calm, peaceful, and a little zen. If you listen carefully, it feels as if the blood lurking in your heart is slowly awakening, and there is a faint sound of conquest. This seems to imply that there is a difference in the tone between Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation. With a pop, a black piece fell on the chessboard. The black piece was held by a pair of hands covered with calluses, weathered, but full of great strength and confidence. When the black piece fell, a skinny, wrinkled hand trembled and stretched out from the other side of the chessboard. The white piece fell, the skinny right hand was retracted, and the monk's robe flashed by. On the chessboard, a big dragon of the black piece was strangled by the white piece, and it was almost in a dead end. An old voice sounded. I have heard of the name of the donor. The picture turned, and the figure of a young swordsman appeared on the screen. Under the setting sun, his shadow was stretched very long, and the sword was hidden in the sheath. He was alone, but seemed to contain an extremely terrifying edge. Around the camera, countless sharp blades were unsheathed, and fierce-looking people from the rivers and lakes surrounded him. However, the next second, the young swordsman swung his sword lightly, and the blood on the sword gathered into beads of blood and rolled down. He sheathed the sword, stepped over the corpses on the ground, and headed towards the sunset. The bodies of the people in the martial arts world were in a mess, with expressions of fear and disbelief on their faces. When the donor was 17 years old, he was a swordsman in the martial arts world, heroic and chivalrous, and could kill the knight's followers. The scene changed, and the gorgeous palace of Jing. There is an assassin. Protect the emperor. The imperial guards held spears or long swords, and although they were in a neat formation, they still retreated uncontrollably. The unshaven and bearded Jianghu, who looked to be in his 30s, stepped over the high threshold with steady steps, his hands empty, but his body was covered with blood. A guard suddenly rushed over from the side and chopped down fiercely with the long sword in his hand, but the next second, the sword somehow ran into the hands of the Jianghu, and a stream of blood spurted out of the guard's neck, and he fell down dejectedly. The guards holding spears high stabbed the Jianghu, but the Jianghu just opened his seemingly sleepy eyes, swept the long sword in his hand, and the long spear was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Stepping over the body of the guard, the Jianghu came to the emperor, who was fleeing in a hurry. He looked at the long sword in his hand that had already rolled up, and threw it aside. Then, he dodged a guard's long spear, grabbed it casually, and flicked it lightly, nailing the emperor to the red-painted beam of the palace. When the donor is 30 years old, he will be able to defeat all enemies in a short distance and behead the tyrants and corrupt officials. The scene changes again, with an endless field and a battlefield full of corpses. Armored foreign cavalrymen lined up in battle formations, their horses' hooves gently scratching the ground, and the heads of innocent people from the borderland are still hanging on their saddles. Across the battle formation, there is a man wearing heavy armor, carrying a huge iron spear on his shoulders, and a long saber in his left hand, dragging on the ground. Amid the sound of foreign horns, the cavalry charged, and the horses' hooves raised dust, like an earthquake and landslide. The figure in heavy armor rushed into the enemy's formation, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. When the donor was 40 years old, he was fierce, invincible, and could kill thousands of troops. The scene changed, and finally came to a tavern in a remote town. A bowl of turbid wine reflected mottled white hair. A knight wearing a bamboo hat and holding a 7-star sword came to challenge. The long sword flashed with cold light, pointing directly at Lao Rao's throat. However, the next second, 2 fingers holding a chopstick met the sword's edge. A metallic clanging sound rang out, and the 7-star sword broke into pieces, turning into a pile of scrap iron. When the donor was 60 years old, he picked leaves and flew flowers, and his martial arts were profound, and he could kill everything in the world. At this point, the old voice paused for a moment. Another chess piece fell on the chessboard. But benefactor, no matter how superb your martial arts skills are, you can never cut off life and death. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the 6 paths of reincarnation, are the fate that all living beings in the world cannot escape. Benefactor, you are about to fall into the devil's way, why don't you turn back? On one side of the chessboard, the old monk with a haggard face put his hands together and patiently advised. The old martial god was silent for a moment and placed another black piece on the chessboard. The black dragon, which was almost strangled to death, actually broke through the heavy blockade of the white pieces and survived from death. I've never cut it, so how can I know if I can cut off life and death? The god of war asked calmly. The old monk knew that the situation was irreversible, so he could only chant in a low voice, Amidst. The god of war spread out his left hand, and a black and white pill with yin and yang appeared in his palm. He slowly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he took the unprepossessing magic sword that had been placed next to the chess table. The sword was unsheathed, and blood was everywhere, which was a sign of great misfortune. Chapter 12:16. Is this called martial god? The bloody light in the sky covered the entire screen. In the background melody, the eyes of the martial god slowly closed. The bloody light in the sky turned out to be a close-up of his 2 eyeballs. At this time, as his eyelids fell, the camera zoomed out, and the bloody light gradually dissipated, but there was still blood-colored smoke in the eyes of the martial god, as if blood tears floating in the air. The camera continued to zoom out. The martial god closed his eyes tightly, still sitting cross-legged on the opposite side of the chess table, holding the magic sword on the ground with his right hand, and the dripping blood flowed down along the edge of the magic sword, completely coating the entire magic sword in blood red. On the chess table, the black and white chess pieces still remained in the state at the end of the chess game, but they were already covered with blood. The old monk still sat cross-legged on the opposite side with his hands folded, but his old head was drooping, and his cassock and monk's clothes were stained with blood. Obviously, he had passed away. The whole picture was completely still, only the flaming red maple leaves were still slowly falling. This silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, a crisp dingling sound broke the silence. It was just a barely audible sound at first, but soon there was a second sound. This time the sound was much louder, as if it was right next to my ear. The body of the god of war and the body of the old monk shook at the same time. Nothing appeared above the old monk's head, because his 3 souls and 7 spirits had been slain by the magic sword. The blood of the enlightened monk gave the magic sword the powerful power to kill the ghost messenger. A slightly swaying spiritual fire appeared above the head of the god of war, which was his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The god of war, who was in his twilight years, had lost the strength of his 3 souls and 7 spirits as he had when he was young. He was a bit like a candle in the wind, as if he would be hooked away in the next second. However, at this moment, the god of war suddenly opened his eyes. The magic sword in his hand suddenly released a monstrous demonic energy, and the blade swung with a sky full of bright red blood and filthy black flames, slashing towards somewhere in the courtyard. Although the sword blade passed through the chess table, it did not cause any damage to the chess table. Instead, it was like passing through a phantom, as if it was already in a different time and space. As the monstrous demonic energy swept past, 2 figures vaguely appeared in the courtyard. One black and one white, with a long tongue sticking out of their mouths, shackles in their left hands, and a mourning stick in their right hands. The long white spike on the mourning stick was swaying, trying to hook the wandering soul, and the bell on the top of the mourning stick made a crisp sound again. In front of the 2 tall and gloomy ghost messengers, the god of war gradually adapted to the state of floating in the yin and yang worlds, and held the magic sword tightly in his right hand. Then, he made a please opening gesture. After this opening gesture, it seamlessly cuts into the real battle scene in the game. The old monk's corpse, chess table, and other elements remain unchanged, but there are now black and white impermanents on the opposite side. 2 extremely tall and oppressive bosses, with 2 long boss health bars on the top of the screen. The sudden battle caught Yan Qi off guard. Damn, it's starting now? Fighting the black and white impermanents right at the start? That's too exciting. Fortunately, Yan Qi had already taken the controller in his hand. After all, he had suffered many times in turning back on the shore before, and he subconsciously became nervous and excited when playing this kind of game, and he didn't dare to be distracted at all. But even so, these 2 bosses still gave him a huge sense of oppression that he had never had before. He had already fought the black and white impermanents in turning back on the shore, but the black and white impermanence he encountered this time was obviously different from the one in turning back on the shore. In turning back on the shore, the black and white impermanents were actually in a relatively crazy state and had lost their minds. They had completely forgotten their mission to guide souls and wandered aimlessly as bosses in the game. The black and white impermanents in turn back look even scarier. The ghost uniforms they wear are torn and bloodstained, their eyes are a wild blood red, they cannot communicate with people, and can only roar out some meaningless interjections. Their attack methods seem crazy and chaotic. The black and white impermanents in eternal reincarnation look much more normal in appearance. The ghost messengers are neatly dressed, and you can even see the words "Make money at first sight" and "Peace in the world" written on their official hats. Their movements also look very rational, and they don't have such a strong desire to attack as in turn back. Not only that, they also have lines. The evil ghosts are taking souls, and the impermanence is asking for lives. The outrageous ghosts. Surrender quickly, lock them up in Fengdu, judge their sins, and judge the yin and yang. Resist the ghost messengers, and you will be thrown into the hell of hell, and you will never be reborn. The gloomy and terrifying voice is even more frightening than when I saw the black and white impermanence in Turn Back. After all, the black and white impermanence in Turn Back is considered a midterm boss. Players fight their way out of the mass grave, defeat the crazy townspeople in the initial town, and set foot on the road to the underworld. I don't know how many times they have to suffer before they can meet the black and white impermanence. By the time I see them, I have already been mentally prepared. But eternal reincarnation is different. Right at the beginning, you actually fight two bosses, and they look like they are in their prime. The sense of oppression comes out all of a sudden. Yanqi was a little confused. How can I fight this? I'm only level 1, I don't have anything. In Turning Back, at least you will encounter a boss battle after leveling up, getting weapons and blood recovery items, but now the protagonist has nothing on him. How can he fight this? Could it be that the protagonist of Eternal Reincarnation is much stronger than Turn Back to the Shore in terms of setting, so they arranged such powerful enemies as black and white impermanence right at the beginning? Well, that makes sense. After all, the setting is that he is a martial god, and he is holding a powerful magic sword. It should not be too difficult to kill black and white impermanence. Besides, I'm not a new player. I have already completed Turn Back to the Shore. Thinking of this, Yanqi rushed up very confidently. Less than a minute later, Yanqi watched the so-called martial god being hammered to the ground by the black and white martial god. 2 morning sticks directly knocked him to the ground. The iron chain passed through his collarbone and was locked by the black and white impermanence. Damn, this is not right. These two bosses are ridiculously strong. Is this a plot kill? Yanqi found that things were very different from what he expected. He originally thought that the martial god holding the magic sword should be very powerful, but after rushing up, he found that it was not the case at all. The attributes of the black and white impermanence seem to be higher than those in Turning Back, with thicker health and higher damage. Although their desire to attack is no longer as strong, the AI seems to have become smarter, which makes the difficulty of 1v2 battles increase sharply. From the setting point of view, this makes sense. After all, the black and white impermanence is now in a normal state of rationality. It is understandable that the attributes are adjusted higher, but the key is, what kind of martial god is this? He will break at the slightest touch. Yanqi originally thought that the damage of this magic sword would be very high, and he would lose blood when he chopped the black and white impermanence, but when he really chopped it, he found that the damage was not high at all. Although he lost blood, he would need great perseverance to grind the black and white impermanence to death. Moreover, the lack of blood recovery items made the tolerance rate of the battle extremely low. Once one of the impermanents was knocked down, the other impermanents would definitely follow up with a combo. This blood bar was not enough and would be cleared in minutes. After being locked up, the protagonist was taken to the underworld by the black and white impermanents. Well, it seems that it is indeed a plot kill, and the characters that the players cannot beat are deliberately arranged. The real plot of the game should start from the Yellow Spring Road. Compared with Turning Back, Eternal Reincarnation skipped part of the game content, such as the initial small village, town, and Ghost Gate, and started directly from the Yellow Spring Road. There are a lot of ghosts on the Yellow Spring Road, who are led by the Ghost Messenger and walk towards the Sunta River and Naiha Bridge in a daze. The black and white impermanence throws the protagonist here and hands him over to the Ghost Messenger, who leads the way, and then goes to the world to lock up other ghosts. The protagonist breaks free from the shackles again, and the next step is obviously to kill the Ghost Messenger on the Yellow Spring Road and continue to move forward. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. Compared with the scenes in Turning Back, It's Time, the scenes in Eternal Reincarnation are obviously closer to the normal state of the underworld. The ghosts led by the ghost messenger to the underworld in an orderly manner. They were not cluttered with the yellow spring road and could not be guided like in Turning Back, It's Time, and the ghost messenger did not become crazy. Yanqi quickly got rid of the frustration of the plot killing just now, and rushed to a ghost messenger in front of him with the magic sword. The first ordinary monster encountered in the game, this can always be solved smoothly, right? However, half a minute later, looking at the soul-destroying martial god on the screen, Yanqi fell into deep thought. It feels wrong. Production team, are you sure this thing is called Martial God? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1217 The Demon Sword is a piece of crap. Calm down. Maybe I opened it the wrong way. Stay calm, and show my best state. Yanqi adjusted his breathing and continued the game. This time, he took some trouble and finally killed the first monster he encountered, a ghost messenger who looked very ordinary and very rubbish. In Turning Back is the Shore, although Huangquan Road is the third big scene, because the player has suffered before, the possibility of dying at the hands of an ordinary monster like a ghost messenger is very small. Needless to say, the attributes of the ghost messenger in Eternal Reincarnation must have been adjusted. Compared with the original ghost messenger, the current ghost messenger is faster, has a higher attack frequency, and has higher damage. The extremely fast knife speed and extremely high damage made Yanqi want to complain that this ghost messenger was like a peerless swordsman who directly cut the god of war with one knife. If the protagonist is the god of war, then the ghost messenger should be regarded as the father of the god of war. Fortunately, it was a small monster after all. Although the damage was high, the moves were very simple. I got used to it and defeated it. Then, Yanqi followed the game prompts and asked the god of war to stab the magic sword into the ground of Huangquan Road. The resurrection mechanism after death in Eternal Reincarnation and Turning Back is the Shore is different. In Turning Back is the Shore, the protagonist is an ordinary person who moves forward step by step with the guidance of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue is equivalent to a save point, allowing players to restore their status and refresh the surrounding monsters, while the land statue can collect the residual souls nearby. But in Eternal Reincarnation, there are no Buddha statues and land statues. Instead, there will be a special anchor point every time a certain distance is passed. The god of war will stab the magic sword into these places and leave a trace with the magic sword. After stabbing, red and black magic energy will seep out of this crack. The god of war can be resurrected in these places with the magic sword, or he can kill enemies nearby and let their souls dissipate. After inserting the magic sword at these locations, he can collect souls to improve his abilities. If you die before activating the first save point, the magic sword will automatically collect the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the god of war, and automatically revive after the Ghost Gate and the entrance of the Yellow Spring Road. Strictly speaking, it cannot be considered a resurrection, but can only be said to be a restoration of this half-life and floating in the yin and yang worlds. Yanqi continued to move forward and soon encountered the second ghost messenger. He used the same method as before to deal with it. Huh? Something dropped? Yanqi couldn't help but be refreshed. He went over to pick up the prop that fell on the ground and found that it was a soft weapon, a pair of shackles. This kind of weapon also exists in Turning Back on the Shore, but no one uses it because it is too weak. It's a pity. If a knife or a long weapon dropped, it might be better. This drop should have a certain probability. The weapons held by the ghost messengers on the Yellow Spring Road are varied. The most common ones are swords, but there are also shackles, spears, axes, and grappling hooks. The ghost messengers can only drop the weapons they hold in their hands. Yan Qi's luck is not very good. The first ghost messenger was holding a knife, but did not drop any equipment. The second one dropped equipment and turned out to be the least commonly used shackles. However, Yan Qi thought about it and opened the inventory to check the properties of the shackles. It seems wrong. Yan Qi took a look and found that the properties of the shackles seemed to be the same as in turning back on the shore. They were not enhanced in the DLC and were probably still an unpopular weapon. But even if it is an unpopular weapon, it is better than the properties of the magic sword in the hands of the god of war. Because although the bonus coefficient of this chain to various attributes is very low, at least there is still a bonus. And the bonus column of the magic sword is all dash, which means there is no bonus at all. It seems that it can be dual-wielded? Yan Qi immediately equipped the chain in his left hand. According to the setting in turning back, the right hand is the main hand and the left hand is the secondary hand. When the left hand uses a weapon, it is naturally slower than the right hand and the damage is only 70%, but the left hand can use some special weapon skills, that is to say, weapons with high damage should be placed in the right hand to deal damage, while functional weapons should be held in the left hand. In Eternal Reincarnation, perhaps because the protagonist is a martial god, the speed of the left-hand weapon is the same as that of the right hand, and the damage is 90%. But even so, the right hand is still stronger. The reason why Yan Qi put the chain in his left hand is because he still looked down on the chain in his heart, thinking that the martial god's awesome magic sword must have higher damage than the chain. Maybe the magic sword has some hidden attributes, and the data written on the panel may not be all the data. Then, he continued to move forward and beat a few more ghost messengers, as well as the wronged souls who were summoned by the ghost messengers to fight him together. After the battle came to an end, Yan Qi stopped again and doubted his life again. This magic sword, are you here to make fun of me? Yan Qi found that the chain in his left hand, even when the damage of the secondary weapon was lowered, still had much higher damage than the magic sword in his right hand. In addition, the explosion rate of the ghost messenger's weapons seemed to be very high at this distance of Huangquan Road. He now had a ghost messenger's knife and a ghost messenger's sword in his backpack. After comparing the properties, Yan Qi silently took off the chain and magic sword and replaced them with the ghost messenger's knife and sword. However, the removed magic sword was not put into the bag like a chain, but was carried on the back, and would be taken out and used when the teleportation point needed to be activated. After holding the two swords of the ghost messenger, Yan Qi set out on the journey again. This time he was surprised to find that the difficulty of the battle seemed to have dropped sharply. Of course, if you are chopped, you will die. These two weapons are of no help in improving the defense of the god of war, but the attack power is really improved, and the efficiency of chopped monsters is greatly improved. This is the normal rhythm of the game. Although it is still as fragile as a piece of paper, at least you don't have to scrape the monsters like before. Although the health of the monsters is still too high compared to turning back on the shore, it is at least playable. But this is a bit strange. Although it makes sense from the setting, the experience it brings to the players is really a bit bad. Yan Qi didn't care too much. After all, he is an old player of turning back on the shore with a high tolerance, and continued to experience the game. 2 hours later, Yan Qi temporarily quit the game and turned his neck, which was a little sore due to fatigue. If the game duration of turning back as the shore is taken into account, the entire game's pure plot process may be completed in 12 or 13 hours. Of course, this can only be achieved by people who are familiar with the game and have no stock at all. In fact, since most players are getting lost and suffering crazily, it is not surprising that the game time is extended to dozens of hours, and there is no upper limit. Not to mention that you can continue to play the second round after completing the game. Yan Qi estimated that according to the current official statement, Eternal Reincarnation has been updated by about 1/3, which means that the pure plot process should be more than 4 hours. Considering that his efficiency in killing monsters is not high, and he took a detour due to the change of the route in the middle. The current game progress should account for about 1/3 of the released progress. Yanqi looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work. There was no need to finish it all at once. This kind of game should be savored slowly. Continue to work hard on the weekend. Although the experience content is not much, Yanqi probably has the following feelings. First of all, the changes in this DLC are indeed not big, and it looks a bit like a skin change. At present, the biggest change is that the identity of the protagonist has changed, a new opening has been made, and the expression of system functions such as save points and upgrades has changed. The appearance of monsters, combat styles, and the appearance and routes of scenes have all been modified. But the world is still the same world, and the scenes are still the same as the Ghost Gate, Yellow Spring Road, and Naiha Bridge. Although there are indeed changes, there are no new scenes at all, which is still a bit disappointing. Secondly, the combat system and basic settings of this game seem to have some problems. The magic sword has so many scenes, but the damage is so low. It is even lower than the garbage chain in the hands of the ghost. This makes sense from the setting. No matter how powerful the protagonist is, he is just a martial god in the human world. In the underworld, the strength of the soul can only be beaten by the ghost. And no matter how powerful the magic sword is, it is just a weapon in the human world. Of course it is not as good as the spiritual weapon in the hands of the ghost. But it is reasonable, but the combat experience is completely broken. Black and white impermanence is fine, after all, it is a plot kill, and it doesn't matter if you can't beat it, but the damage of the magic sword is so low that it is very difficult to beat a small monster in the front, so the magic sword quickly became a tool sword, just inserted into the ground to create a teleportation point, completely losing its original high-end style. I feel a little disappointed. Although it still has the same flavor, I always feel that it has lost that sense of surprise. Although this DLC is not expensive at all, you won't lose money or be cheated, but it doesn't seem to be at Mr. Pei's level. Yanqi opened the forum and read the comments of other players. This magic sword is too shabby. It's completely garbage. I think so too. At the beginning, he was so cool, saying that he was a martial god, but in the end, the martial god was directly pinned to the ground by the monsters. How can it be okay? There is no coolness at all, and the character design is broken. I think there is a big problem with the numerical system of this game. The numerical values of turning back were actually too much, but as a suffering game, it was stuck at the limit that most people could accept, so it became a classic. However, eternal reincarnation is a bit too much. The damage of the monsters is too high and the damage of the protagonist is too low. This is no longer honing skills, but is completely for disgusting players. There is no sense of accomplishment after suffering. The announcement said that the last patch will update the combat system. Maybe there will be some changes then? Well, I think it's probably like this: suffer first in the early stage, and then release the combat system modification in the end. Isn't this a bit bad? The combat system is the essence of the entire game. Since all aspects are centered around the combat system must be updated first, right? What's the point of making us suffer? And this game seems to have no new scenes. The original monsters and scenes are modified and used as DLC. I'm disappointed. It's okay. This DLC was originally very cheap. It's not a question of whether it's cheap or not. The DLC has been promoted with great fanfare. Everyone is expecting a game that is comparable to Turning Back. As a result, the current situation is not satisfactory, right? That's right. The core spirit of Tenda is not cheap, but value for money, and excellence. We don't want cheap, but real game content. Obviously, many players have the same idea as Yanqi. In terms of the current updated content, this part of the game experience is obviously not satisfactory. Yanqi shook his head slightly, not understanding what Tenda is up to. Maybe President Pei is too busy, just a name, and did not participate in the design of the game's detailed experience, resulting in a large deviation from President Pei's plan? Maybe the participation of the original author has some impact on the game project? Maybe the main designer simply wanted to do something fancy, but he didn't have President Pei's ability, and played it too hard? It's all possible. But after all, there will be 4 updates, and this is only one update. As some players emphasized, the battle system seems to be put in the last update. It seems a bit too early to say that eternal reincarnation is not good. Yan Qi casually browsed the forum again and prepared to go home after work. But just then, he found a post. Fuck. I don't know if it's my illusion, I saw that the god of war seemed to move by himself just now. Yan Qi was stunned for a moment. The character was dazzling? The difference between often violent and walking is that Yan Qi was only killed by the ghost of the knife once, and then went forward smoothly. But the landlord couldn't beat the mobs of the knife, and he was doubted in all kinds of life. Give it out, but the martial arts still die, so the landlord himself is not sure if he is dazzling. Before Yan Qi came, this thread had been debated for many times. Finally, the poster released a screen recording to prove himself. The screen was recorded with a mobile phone, and the clarity was worrying, but the computer screen and the hand movements of the poster holding the controller could be seen at the same time. It can be clearly seen in the video that in the face of the long knife chopped by the ghost, the god of war moved himself and used the magic sword to block the long knife. This action was very slight and inconspicuous, and he was not completely immune to damage. The ghost's knife still chopped him to death. But if you look closely at the screen recording, you can see that the god of war did make a parrying action, and it was not controlled by the player. Obviously, the player just sent the god of war to the side of the monster, and then put down the handle. I don't know how many times he was chopped to death before trying this strange, but low probability phenomenon again. Yan Qi was stunned. What's going on? There is definitely no such setting in turning back as the shore. It looks like a new combat mechanism. Isn't it wrong? Didn't they say that the combat system will be updated at the end of this month? I created a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. Then what is this? Yan Qi felt deeply puzzled. Obviously, this must be a suspense deliberately buried by Tenda. The person who planted the suspense was either President Pei or the person who decided to split eternal reincarnation into 4 parts. What Yan Qi didn't know was that Pei Qian and Meng Chong were also looking at this post at this time, with a confused look on their faces. In their minds, they were also confused and bewildered like Yan Qi. What the hell is going on? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1218, Something Went Wrong. After Eternal Reincarnation was officially launched, Pei Qian and Meng Chong were also paying attention to it. Of course, one of them was in the advertising and marketing department, and the other was in his own office. They were both surprised by the discussions on the internet, but the reasons for their surprise were very different. Meng Chong sat at his workstation in the advertising and marketing department and scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? The combat system was updated last week? The automatic blocking setting of the magic sword should obviously be part of the combat system, right? Why has it appeared now? No, I have to go find you, Fei. Meng Chong couldn't sit still. Obviously, after this automatic blocking came out, it would disrupt his plan to some extent. In fact, Meng Chang's original publicity plan was very simple, and it was still the standard application of Pei's publicity method, praise suppression praise. First, through blanket advertising, they burned money and hyped up the popularity of eternal reincarnation, making everyone think that it is a large-scale DLC comparable to the main body of The End of the World and with huge innovations in gameplay. While accumulating a lot of attention, it naturally also planted some seeds of criticism. Next, the entire content of Eternal Reincarnation was divided into 4 parts. The first 3 parts updated the new maps and new monsters of the game, and finally updated the most critical key of the combat system, connecting all the previous contents. Although the entire game length and volume of Eternal Reincarnation are almost the same as Turning Back on the Shore, the scenes and monsters in it are all modified with the original materials, which can easily give players a feeling of skinning. And skinning can often be equated with perfunctory. In the first week, the player's dissatisfaction may not be so high, and they are still looking forward to the content later. By the second and third weeks, players found that it was all the same old stuff, and their emotions would definitely be a little out of control. What's more, without updating the combat system, the monsters and bosses of the entire map are still equivalent to the previous values. The original values of Turning Back on the Shore were just at the limit that players could bear. Now the values are raised again. Without the blessing of the new combat system, it is almost difficult for players to have fun. It may even cause some hardcore players, loyal players, and ordinary players to confront each other. For example, hardcore players mock ordinary players for being too bad and unworthy of playing, and ordinary players vent their anger on the game Eternal Reincarnation itself. In this way, the controversy over Eternal Reincarnation will inevitably continue to accumulate. When the last week came and the new combat system was updated, players suddenly discovered that Eternal Reincarnation was not just a simple skin change. This combat system really had the power to turn decay into magic, making it a completely different game from Turning Back. At that time, Meng Qiang had already received a high commission, and he left after the work was done, hiding his name and fame. All the surging popularity and the players' praise for the game were left to President Pei. Of course, at this time it was also necessary for Mr. Qiao or Mr. Tian to interpret the connotation of the game, such as the setting of the magic sword, the improvement of the new combat system, various changes in the plot, etc. Meng Qiang originally thought that his plan was perfect, but he never expected that something went wrong in the first week of going online. The magic sword was exposed right at the beginning, which was equivalent to hinting to the players that the game had a brand new combat mechanism. How to accumulate players' dissatisfaction at that time? Will it be so amazing when the combat system is updated? If players always believe that Eternal Reincarnation will never disappoint, and even find more suspense in the process of constantly digging into the game content, thus always maintaining their expectations for this DLC, then Meng Qiang should not expect to get a commission, and even if he does, it will definitely not be much. So, Meng Qiang was very anxious. He immediately got up and prepared to go to Tenda Games to ask Yufei what was going on, and at the same time think carefully about whether there was any way to remedy the situation. The advertising and marketing department and Tenda's game department were both in Shenhua Haojing, and Meng Qiang arrived soon. He went straight to Yufei, who was working, and explained his purpose. Ah? Magic sword? Yufei scratched his head in surprise. Obviously, he didn't have a clear grasp of the relevant situation. Wait a minute, I'll ask the designer in charge. Yufei didn't dare to neglect it and immediately got up to check. After all, Yufei patted his chest and promised that he would definitely cooperate with Meng Qiang's publicity work, but something went wrong in the first week, which made him feel very embarrassed. About 10 minutes later, Yufei finally found out the situation and came back. I'm really sorry. It's like this, Brother Meng. When I was making the update plan and splitting the game content, I just wrote to put the battle system part in the last update content Xing. But there was a problem during the specific implementation. The automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword was a relatively independent underlying design during the production, so the colleague responsible for splitting the game forgot to split it out. After all, my plan did not specify this in detail. Brother Meng, what do you think we should do? Yufei's face was full of guilt. He had just been the chief planner for a month, and he thought this job was quite easy. Unexpectedly, he got into trouble just after making a slightly larger plan. Strictly speaking, this is indeed the responsibility of him as the chief designer. Because the designers below have more work to do, they will definitely strictly follow his plan when completing the task. As the chief designer, Yufei should have realized the special nature of the magic sword's automatic blocking mechanism at the first time, and separately stated the handling method of this mechanism in the plan, so that the current situation would not occur. As the chief designer, he did not write it, so he naturally bears the responsibility together with the people below, and he should even bear the main responsibility. Meng Chang couldn't help but hold his forehead. This is a bit painful. He couldn't blame Yufei for this matter, because firstly, Yufei was just a substitute chief planner. He was a writer before, and he had only been a substitute for a month. It was obviously a bit too much to ask him to do all the work as perfectly as Hu Xianbin. Secondly, Yufei showed this plan to Meng Chang, and Meng Chang didn't realize the problem of the magic sword's automatic blocking mechanism at that time. You didn't see it either, so how can you blame others? It can only be said that the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword is a very hidden mechanism. At the beginning, everyone subconsciously thought that even if this hidden mechanism was discovered by players, it would be a while after the game was fully released, so no high attention was paid. Thus, the current situation occurred. Meng Chang was a little confused. How should he deal with the current situation? Update the game and remove the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword? It is possible, but how to explain it to the players? If he does not admit that this is a game mechanism and it is a bug, then he is lying with his eyes open. Players are not stupid and cannot believe it. If he admits that this is a game mechanism and it was just released by mistake, then it will not be embarrassing, and it will show that the internal management of Tenda Games is chaotic. The most important thing is that the new combat system that has not been updated has been exposed in advance. Once the players know the combat mechanism of the game in advance, Meng Chang's commission will basically be greatly reduced and he will not be able to get it. Therefore, Meng Chang's idea is to cover up this matter by all means. But he has no idea how to cover it up. At this moment, Meng Chang's mobile phone vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it, then said to Yufei, "I'll go to Mr. Pei first. Since it has already happened, you don't have to worry, we'll continue to discuss countermeasures later." Seeing Meng Chang hurriedly leave, Yufei returned to his workstation, feeling a little restless and very nervous. How about Mr. Pei take this opportunity to quickly replace me? It just so happens that I don't want to be the chief planner of this substitute shift. At the same time, Pei Qian was also in his office, anxiously turning around and mumbling silently. He had never expected it to turn out like this. He had never asked about the promotion plan for eternal reincarnation. On the one hand, it was because he trusted Meng Chang very much and felt that he was able to get a commission last month. Although the game platform was revived by Mr. Tian later, it was an accident and not Meng Chang's fault. On the other hand, it was because he did not have much expectations for eternal reincarnation. He would probably make money, as long as he did not make too much. So, no matter what the promotion plan turned out to be, as long as it was not too popular, Pei Qian felt it was acceptable. Anyway, if it really became popular, it was Meng Chang who did not get the commission, and Pei Qian himself was not the most unlucky one. What was there to be upset about? But the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword was exposed after only a quarter of the content was updated. This was completely unacceptable. As Pei Qian's own exclusive tool for skipping classes, he originally hoped that players would never find the magic sword in their lifetime and could only suffer in the game. After all, the original intention of creating such a difficult combat system is to discourage players. But the combat system has not been played yet, and the method of skipping classes has been exposed first. How can this discourage players? Just as I was feeling frustrated, there was a knock on the door outside the office. It was Meng Chang. Pei Qian asked directly, how could the mechanism of this magic sword be exposed so quickly? Is this also part of your publicity plan? Meng Chang coughed twice in embarrassment. Mr. Pei, I'm sorry, this is my work error. It's like this. He explained in detail the problem of miscommunication between him and Yu Fei, which led to the incorrect update of the magic sword's blocking mechanism. Pei Qian fell into silence. He instantly understood what was going on. In order to prevent players from finding the magic sword and achieve the effect of darkness under the lamp, Pei Qian took great pains to arrange triple insurance. The weapon damage of the magic sword is lower than other weapons, and the automatic block cannot be triggered in the dual-wielding state. Players can obtain the ghost weapon after killing the ghost in Huangquan Road, which will definitely replace the magic sword. The magic value of each game stage has a limit. It is impossible to trigger the automatic block even if you die many times in the early stage. At most, you can make an imperfect block action in extremely rare cases, but it is not 100% damage-free, and you will die if you die. Even if the big brother wants to pass the level with a low-damage weapon, he will not die many times because he has mastered the combat mechanism very skillfully, and naturally he will not trigger the automatic block mechanism. But this triple insurance was disrupted because of Meng Chang's routine of disassembling and updating. Chapter 12:19 President Pei's Remedy Method. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Because Yu Fei has only been the chief designer for a month and is relatively inexperienced, something went wrong when arranging the work. Wanting to split the content of a game into 4 parts and update them in sequence is a huge and cumbersome workload. The original underlying design must be retained, otherwise the game may be stuck or crashed for various unknown reasons, giving players a bad experience or even completely unable to run. Moreover, the various scenes, monsters, gameplay, mechanisms, etc. in the game are closely related, and must be carefully separated. In addition, the plan written by Yu Fei was not explained in detail, so the designer responsible for the separation ignored the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword under the huge workload, and let it be updated in the first part along with the underlying mechanism. This may seem insignificant, but it caused a suffocating chain reaction. The game's numerical values have been updated, but the combat mechanism has not been updated, so players are actually using the traditional combat mechanism of turn back to fight enhanced monsters, so the difficulty has increased sharply, not to mention that some novices who have never played turn back are also playing Eternal Reincarnation. As a result, the number of players who cannot defeat the monsters has increased significantly. If you can't get the ghost weapon at all, you can only die over and over again with the magic sword, right? If the combat system is updated, players can make various blocking actions, which will form a natural and perfect cover effect. Because players can perform manual blocking, the occasional automatic blocking will not attract too much attention. Players will think that it is an accidental pressing and will not consider the game mechanism. But now players can't perform blocking operations at all, and the occasional automatic blocking will naturally become particularly eye-catching. As long as players see it, they will inevitably be suspicious. So, under a series of coincidences, the hidden mechanism of the magic sword automatic blocking was exposed earlier than the combat system. I can only say that plans cannot keep up with changes. This is really a sad story. Who should be blamed for this? Blame Meng Chang? Blame Yu Fei? Or blame other designers? It seems that they all have some responsibility, but not the main responsibility. Pei Qian himself decided to promote Yu Fei to chief designer, and even if there were some mistakes in the work, it was what Pei Qian expected. It doesn't seem appropriate to blame Yu Fei now. Not only should we not blame him, but we should encourage him, because most of the time mistakes at work lead to losses, and only a very small number of cases lead to profits. Yu Fei should be comforted and asked to continue to maintain his current state. Maybe he will lose money if he makes a mistake at work next time? No, wait a minute. The publicity plan that Meng Qiang just mentioned. Pei Qian was still thinking about the exposure of the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he realized that there seemed to be a big problem with Meng Qiang's publicity plan. When Meng Qiang reported, he simply talked about his publicity plan, which was to divide the game into 4 parts, and the battle system was updated last. Of course, Meng Qiang did not say the specific intention of this plan. After all, Meng Qiang tacitly acknowledged that President Pei was the master of Pei's publicity method. This intention does not need to be explained, and President Pei will definitely understand it. But even a dry publicity plan is enough to arouse Pei Qian's vigilance. Something is wrong. According to Meng Qiang's promotional plan, it will indeed cause some criticism from players in the early stage, and it may even last until he gets his commission. But once the battle system is updated, won't it be just as popular? It may even be more popular than a normal update. Meng Qiang, this promotional plan he came up with is a wicked one. Pei Qian suddenly realized this serious problem. The last time Meng Qiang arranged a promotional plan for the Qiaolu game platform, it was a plan that Pei Qian was relatively satisfied with. Although the final result was not very good, it was mainly because Mr. Tian was messing around. Although Meng Qiang's plan also had some minor flaws and room for improvement, it was generally harmless. This time it was different. How could Meng Qiang do such a thing that only cared about the head and not the butt? If this plan was really implemented perfectly, Meng Qiang would indeed get a commission, but wouldn't Pei Qian be cheated? Thinking of this, Pei Qian's face sank, and his expression when he looked at Meng Qiang was also a little bit unfriendly. Meng Qiang looked at President Pei, who was thinking for a long time, and then looked at himself with a look that was a little wrong. He couldn't help but click in his heart, not knowing what President Pei meant by this. Was he dissatisfied with the problem in the implementation of the promotion work? Or was it because of some other reason? Pei Qian said with a serious expression, "I trusted you very much before, so I didn't ask too much about the promotion plan of eternal reincarnation. I didn't expect you to come up with such a plan. If it hadn't gone wrong during the execution, I wouldn't have noticed it. Think about it carefully, is this promotion plan suitable?" Meng Qiang was stunned, looking confused. Is the plan suitable? Of course it is suitable. Mr. Pei, I designed this plan according to your Pei's promotion method. It has been successful once before. How can it be inappropriate? Meng Qiang subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but seeing that President Pei had a bad expression, he silently swallowed back his words. Something was wrong. President Pei must have seen the huge problem in the plan, so he was so serious. It was impulsive and stupid to fight with President Pei now. After thinking for a moment, Meng Qiang felt that he could not ask further questions or explain, because it would make him look stupid, unable to understand President Pei's intentions, and would make him look irresponsible. So, in the spirit of solving the problem, he asked, "President Pei, I know I was wrong, so, how should I deal with this situation now?" Although he didn't know exactly what he did wrong, as long as he admitted his mistakes first, calmed President Pei's anger, and then asked for President Pei's way of handling, he could find out where his mistakes were through reverse analysis of this way of handling. Seeing Meng Qiang's sincere repentance, Pei Qian felt a little more comfortable. Well, it is a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. Fortunately, it was discovered early this time and no greater damage was caused. It should still be in time to remedy it. As long as Meng Qiang remembers this lesson and doesn't try to be clever again, he will still be Mr. Pei's good brother. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Issue a notice, admit the mistake, and put the game's combat system on hold for an emergency update next week. Since the automatic blocking of the magic sword has been discovered, it is impossible to keep it secret. We should promote it as we should. Of course, there is no need to make the announcement so clear. Just be sincere. Since the mechanism of the magic sword has been exposed, it is impossible to keep it secret. For Pei Qian, the most important thing now is to disrupt Meng Chang's original promotion plan. Because according to the original plan, eternal reincarnation will definitely be a big hit at the end of next month, without any surprises. The development of the battle system has been completed. Meng Chang put it last, to update it simply to gain more popularity. Pei Qian asked to update the battle system in advance. Although it would also trigger a burst of popularity, it would be equivalent to spreading the popularity of eternal reincarnation over a month, and there would not be that kind of explosive popularity. For Pei Qian, this is the least bad choice. Of course, it may be embarrassing for Meng Chang. This month's commission is probably going to be gone from him again. But who asked him to mess around? Pei Qian also wanted to warn him to stop doing such evil things that harm others and benefit himself. You, Meng Chang, are happily getting commissions, but I am making a lot of money at the expense of you. Is this reasonable? Such evil practices must be stopped. Pei Qian thought Meng Chang would immediately jump up and protest resolutely. After all, in the current situation, if Meng Chang resists stubbornly, does some tricks, and continues to forcefully promote the previous publicity plan, he may be able to get a little commission, but if he follows Pei Qian's method, it is equivalent to the entire publicity plan being scrapped, and I am afraid that there will be no commission at all. But Meng Chang did not say much, but his expression was a little painful. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand, I will arrange it now. Just as Meng Chang was about to leave, Pei Qian stopped him again. By the way, remember to comfort Yu Fei. After all, he has just become the person in charge and is not familiar with many business matters. He needs to take it slowly. Moreover, this time is not a big problem, so he must not blame himself. Pei Qian was very worried that Yu Fei would run away. Meng Chang nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. Watching Meng Chang leave the office, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little distressed and a little strange. The distressed part is that after all, he only has such a good brother in the company. Although he was not right this time and wanted to do some tricks and almost pitted himself, but it was indeed a big punishment to make his commission 0 this month. The strange thing is, shouldn't Meng Chang be such a submissive person? Shouldn't he have argued with me with the contract, saying that even President Pei had no right to interfere and the plan must continue to be implemented? Why did he give up the commission so obediently and change it according to what I said? Maybe Meng Chang also felt guilty? Or because the mechanism of the magic sword has been exposed, Meng Chang felt that he couldn't cover it up anymore, so he just gave up? Pei Qian thought about it and it seemed possible. Let's wait and see the subsequent development of eternal reincarnation. After coming out of President Pei's office, Meng Chang went directly to the Tenda game department upstairs. While climbing the stairs, Meng Chang kept wondering why President Pei made such an arrangement. Wouldn't the early update of the battle system completely destroy the entire publicity plan? Why did President Pei make such a heroic decision? Obviously, there must be a huge loophole in his publicity plan, which made President Pei very angry and even wanted to overturn the entire plan. But Meng Chang didn't know where the loophole was, and he didn't know why President Pei's current approach could plug the loophole, so he was very confused. He could only take one step at a time. So Meng Chang found Yu Fei and told him President Pei's request. Yu Fei was very embarrassed. I'm sorry, Brother Meng, I made some mistakes in my work, which affected your plan. I had to start over. Meng Chang shook his head, you don't have to blame yourself for this. Boss Pei's attitude has already shown that my plan itself has problems. Although there are some problems in the execution, this has exposed the problem earlier. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes now on the WeChat official account. So, this is actually a good thing. And President Pei said that you just became the person in charge, so it is inevitable that there will be some omissions. This is normal. Just let it go. Yu Fei couldn't help but be very moved. President Pei actually trusts him so much? Wouldn't it be irresponsible for him to just leave? He nodded immediately. Brother Meng, don't worry, I will definitely be very alert this time and complete the tasks assigned by President Pei. I will never be careless like last time again. I will arrange it now, draft an announcement, and change the update of the combat system to next week. By the way, President Pei said that since the matter of the magic sword can no longer be concealed, we should promote it as we should. Then can GOG's new hero, the prisoner, also be arranged to go online? Min Jingqiao has already prepared it and has been waiting. Meng Chong thought for a while. It should be. Yu Fei nodded. Okay, then I will tell Min Jingqiao now. Chapter 1220 Falling from the Altar? September 10th, Monday. Yan Qi sat down at his workstation, still yawning. This weekend, he spent some time and finally got through all the updated content of Eternal Reincarnation. According to the information currently available, the entire game process of Eternal Reincarnation is highly overlapped with Turning Back on the Shore, and the large scenes are basically the same, except that the monster appearance, skills, and scene style and routes have changed. The entire scene process of Turning Back on the Shore can basically be divided into the initial village, the evil ghost town, the ghost gate, the Yellow Spring Road, the Three-Way River, the Forgotten River, the hometown platform, the Yama Palace, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the Infernal Hell, etc., as well as a few scenes updated by the DLC before Eternal Reincarnation. Eternal Reincarnation is a game that starts directly from the Yellow Spring Road, and the first part of the content is updated to the Naiha Bridge. The end of the Naiha Bridge is still used as a scene for the boss battle, but after defeating the boss Mengpa, you can't move forward. Although the teleportation point is activated, the white fog door behind Mengpa is not opened. It is obvious that it will have to wait until the next update. This new version of Mengpa made Yan Qi suffer a lot. The changes of boss are similar to those of other monsters. Compared with the original version, the new version of Mengpa is no longer set to a crazy state, and the desire to attack has decreased. It remains rational according to the setting, but its AI seems to be adjusted up a bit, and the threat of combos and instant death throws is greater. Yan Qi feels that the current combat experience of Eternal Reincarnation is difficult, but the fun has not been improved, but has decreased. He couldn't tell whether it was because the numerical value was not done well this time, resulting in a little damage to the God of War, or because he was actually tired of the combat method of turning back to the shore, and this boredom completely broke out in Eternal Reincarnation. After all, Eternal Reincarnation is all reusing the game scenes in Turning Back to the Shore. If a new game scene and a new monster are changed, then even if the previous combat system is reused, a new combat experience can still be obtained. But now these things are repeated over and over again. Even if the appearance of the monster has changed, it still gives people a feeling of playing the second round, which is relatively boring for many old players. Yan Qi's idea is obviously not an exception. This weekend, online players also had a heated debate about Eternal Reincarnation. The conflict between core players and ordinary players broke out instantly. In fact, when Turning Back was first released, this conflict had already begun. Core players want to pursue more difficult challenges. They hope that their superb skills can be distinguished from ordinary players. Therefore, the harder the game is, the better, and the fewer people who pass it, the better. The higher the challenge, the more their skills can be highlighted. Ordinary players do not have that kind of patience. They just want to get limited challenges while maintaining the gameplay. Once the difficulty of this challenge is too high, they will lose patience and become irritable. Therefore, this situation often occurs. Ordinary players feel that the difficulty is too high and complain online. Core players sarcastically say that this game is not for handicapped players, and the two sides start arguing. When Turning Back is the Shore was released, there was already an argument, but that argument was resolved by Qiao Laoshir's video. Handicapped players can better understand the true meaning of the game, because struggling and sinking in the sea of suffering can better unite with the protagonist's feelings. This sentence gives ordinary players a reason to continue playing, so turning back as the shore can bridge the demands of the two types of players and become a classic. But eternal reincarnation seems to be unable to use this reason to get away with it. Because the numerical difficulty of eternal reincarnation has actually exceeded the tolerance threshold of ordinary players, they no longer have the patience to experience the so-called true meaning of the game. So, a debate broke out between ordinary players who complained about the problem of the game's numerical design and those core players who wished the game was as difficult as possible. Ordinary players believe that games are for the public. If most people cannot have fun in them, then this is undoubtedly a failed game. The success of Turning Back was due to the balance between difficulty and fun, but Eternal Reincarnation did not do this well. Core players believe that the Turning Back series of games are originally difficult action games. Under the premise that the main body has taken care of ordinary players, it is understandable that DLC increases the difficulty and gives players higher challenges. Those with clumsy hands and glass hearts can just not play. These two types of players are arguing fiercely. In addition, there are another group of players who are studying the special blocking mechanism. Many players have discovered that a special blocking mechanism will indeed be triggered in the game. Only after holding only one magic sword and dying frequently many times, there is a very small probability of triggering it. After triggering, there will be a certain damage reduction effect, but it cannot completely avoid damage. Because the monsters in the game have extremely high damage, the significance of this damage reduction is really negligible. However, this automatic blocking mechanism will change as the game progresses. The probability of blocking will be more frequent, and the damage-free effect of blocking will gradually increase. However, since the entire process is not yet open, it is still unknown what it will look like when it reaches the highest stage. So players are speculating whether this blocking mechanism is related to the new combat system. For a while, the update content of Eternal Reincarnation caused huge controversy and received a high degree of discussion and attention on the internet. Yan Qi sat at his workstation, eating melons on the internet while checking the work reports and work plans submitted by various departments. Tenda is really a hot company. It can make such a sure thing as releasing DLC so thrilling. I have never seen it before. It always jumps back and forth on the edge of death. The key is that until the last second, you can never tell whether it is really dying or playing performance art for everyone. Forget it, eat melons rationally. It's just a DLC, it won't make Tenda fall from the altar. In theory, if the game itself has been successful, DLC will basically not be criticized as long as the price is not too outrageous and the product is not too bad. But the current situation of Eternal Reincarnation is obviously different from ordinary DLC. Recently, there have been many comments on the internet that Tenda has fallen from the altar, which shows that the update of Eternal Reincarnation has not pleased enough Tenda players. Some people here are just trying to lead the discussion, and some are really disappointed with this highly anticipated DLC. But no matter what, this is just a cheap DLC after all, and Yan Qi feels that it is a bit too early to say that it has fallen from the altar. Yan Qi, who had seen many of Tenda's tricks, felt that it was better to wait until the entire DLC was updated and carefully analyze it before making a final conclusion. At this time, Yan Qi saw a new announcement on the Chaolu game platform. Huh? Game connoisseur? When he first saw this announcement, Yan Qi didn't think too much about it. After all, the concept of connoisseur is not uncommon on many game platforms and even movie review websites. The so-called connoisseur is nothing more than giving high-quality users certain rights, allowing them to become opinion leaders and influence other users' first impressions of a certain game or a certain movie to a certain extent. The job of these connoisseurs is to write reviews and enrich the content on the platform. As a platform where players have a high degree of autonomy and can even remove games, it is normal for the Qiaolu game platform to launch this connoisseur system. Yan Qi originally thought this was normal, but after carefully reading the content of the announcement, he was shocked. Because the connoisseurs on the Qiaolu game platform are completely different from the connoisseurs on other platforms. The announcement clearly states the detailed rules of the entire taster system. First, the number of tasters, 1/10,000th of the number of monthly active players on the entire platform. If the monthly active users are 500,000, then there are 50 tasters. If the monthly active users are 2 million, then there are 200 tasters. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat official account. In the future, as the scale of the Qiaolu game platform continues to expand and the number of active users continues to grow, the number of tasters will naturally continue to grow. Different game categories will be assigned different numbers of tasters according to the number of players. There are more tasters for popular games and fewer tasters for niche games, but there will not be a situation where there are no tasters in a certain unpopular category. The second is the selection method of tasters. There are mainly three criteria: the length and number of games, the number of trophies in the game, and the number of likes for the game review. In other words, the more games you play, the longer you play, the more achievements and trophies you get, and the wider the impact of the game reviews you write, the easier it is to win the election of tasters. It should be noted that when selecting tasters, it is important to specialize in the profession or professional counterparts. For example, a taster who is good at action games can only play a role in the field of action games and cannot extend his hands to other unfamiliar fields. Of course, it is not ruled out that some players specialize in multiple fields at the same time. As long as his data in the corresponding field meets the requirements, there is no problem. The next is the specific responsibilities of the taster: writing game reviews and deciding the game recommendation position. There is no need to say much about writing game reviews. In fact, there is no limit to this. Every player on the platform can write, but the reviews of tasters will be displayed first. Moreover, the Qiaolu game platform will actively invite these tasters to write, allowing them to play the unlisted games in advance. If the game reviews they write are well received, there will be certain cash rewards. More importantly, the recommendation position. The tasters can decide the recommendation position of the games in their own areas of expertise. The specific mechanism is: tasters will vote for the games in their own areas of expertise every week, and finally arrange the best, second best, ordinary, and other different levels of recommendation positions in order from high to low in terms of the number of votes. If the number of votes is the same, the order of priority will be determined according to the player recommendation rate of the game itself. The vast majority of recommendation positions on the entire platform will be allocated according to the votes of tasters, and only a very small part of the small recommendation positions in the corners will be allocated by the platform, mainly to allow some new games to have a minimum exposure. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1221 Game Platform Connoisseur System. In addition, the same game cannot be on the same recommendation position for 2 months. That is, if a game is always ranked first in the selection of connoisseurs, it cannot always rely on the best recommendation position, but needs to rotate back and forth among the top 8 recommendation positions. In other words, if you want to get the best recommendation position on the website, you must enter the top 8 of the entire site. At the same time, since there are also recommendation positions within each game category, some multi-category games can be self-developed within the category section. In order to allow connoisseurs to better estimate the arrangement results of the current recommendation position, there will be a special preview entrance on the platform. It will clearly show what kind of recommendation position each game will be arranged in the next week and how many votes it will get based on the current number of votes from connoisseurs. If connoisseurs feel that this result is questionable, they can change their votes. Although individual votes are not enough to directly rewrite the final arrangement results of the recommendation position, if more people change it, the situation of the recommendation position will change. Finally, there is the appointment and removal policy of connoisseurs. When selecting the tasters, alternate tasters will also be selected according to 50% of the number of tasters. Every player has the right to supervise and report tasters. If the tasters have inappropriate words and deeds, such as arranging recommendation positions for specific garbage games for a long time, suspected of private PY transactions, or containing too strong personal subjective tendencies in game reviews and failing to objectively evaluate the game, players can write essays to list evidence and report. When the number of reports reaches a certain number and the official verifies that the reported problems do exist, the taster will be dismissed and replaced by alternate tasters. The dismissed tasters will have a large amount of weight deducted, that is, in the subsequent taster selection, his priority will be lowered, but he can still participate in the selection again by writing more high-quality game reviews. If he is dismissed multiple times, the weight deducted each time will increase until he is completely unable to participate in the taster selection. After reading the details of the taster system, Yanqi couldn't help but sigh. It really deserves to be the Chaolu game platform. This connoisseur system can be seen as an extension and supplement to the rights that belong to players. Not only does it give players the right to remove games from the shelves, but it also gives players the right to arrange recommendation positions. Moreover, this system seems to be quite reasonable. Allowing all players to jointly master the right to remove games is actually to ensure the lower limit of the entire platform. When a game is too poorly made and despised by most players, it must be removed from the shelves for rectification, which can effectively eliminate junk games on the platform. But if you want to raise the upper limit of the entire platform, you can't rely on this method. Especially when arranging the recommendation position, the recommendation degree cannot be used as the only indicator. After all, games are not just a form of entertainment, they are also a special art form with a certain threshold. Many times, games with profound meanings and complicated gameplay will not be popular with the public at the beginning. A part of the players must take the lead in tasting and analyzing the games before the gameplay of the games can be gradually accepted by the public. Many of Mr. Pei's games, from being misunderstood at the beginning to ascending to the altar later, are such a process. The recommendation position represents the taste of the entire platform. If the players vote one by one, then the games that are finally voted out must be some popular games. Those popular and artistic games will never come out. The connoisseur system can achieve a good balance between the public taste and the depth and artistry of the game, which is equivalent to raising the taste ceiling of the entire platform. In addition, connoisseurs are also supervised at all times. If ordinary players think that a connoisseur is crooked or has received black money, they can write an article to report it. When the number of reports reaches a certain level, the official will intervene and criticize the cow. This is equivalent to a double insurance. Only when both players and officials think that a taster has problems will he be dismissed, and malicious reports will be avoided to the greatest extent. Of course, Yanqi also knows very well that in order to make this taster system work perfectly, one thing is indispensable, that is, a detailed grasp of the identity of the players. There will definitely be players or studios who see the huge business opportunities hidden behind the taster system. You know, the recommended positions of many game platforms are clearly marked, and the price is not cheap. If you can buy off the tasters to get your own game on a good recommendation position, it is definitely a sure win. Therefore, the platform must segment each player. Which are real players, which may be accounts opened by the studio, and how to maximize the authenticity of the data are all issues that the staff of the Chaolu game platform need to consider. This is a bit difficult, but it should not be completely impossible. After all, Tengda's TPDB website has done a good demonstration. It seems that there is a master behind the Chaolu game platform. This connoisseur system is definitely not something that ordinary people can come up with. Yanqi couldn't help but silently improve his evaluation of the Chaolu game platform. At the same time, Pei Qian was also reading the Chaolu game platform's announcement about the connoisseur system in the office. It's quite efficient. The announcement has been issued. Liada sent this announcement as soon as he got to work this morning. Pei Qian took a look and found nothing wrong, so he asked Liada to publish it directly. Of course, after the announcement was released, the connoisseur system could not be implemented immediately. First of all, preliminary preparations must be made, including modifying the game platform program, optimizing the algorithm, pre-screening connoisseurs, encouraging players to write more game reviews, etc. It will take some time for this system to be officially launched. But for Pei Qian, it doesn't matter how the connoisseurs are selected. The key is whether this system can meet his expectations. The small number of connoisseurs controls most of the recommendation positions on the entire platform. Ordinary players, connoisseurs, and game manufacturers will definitely have many conflicts for this part of the interests. When the players fight each other crazily and fall into chaos, won't they disrupt the order of the entire Chaolu game platform? Pei Qian felt that this was similar to two peaches killing three warriors. Just as he was happily looking forward to the bright future of the Chaolu game platform, there was a knock on the door outside the office. He looked up and saw that it was Yu Fei. "Boss Pei, the new announcement has been written. Please take a look." Pei Qian took the printed announcement and quickly read the full text. After all, Yu Fei is a novice, and his work efficiency is not as high as Liada. It is the same announcement, but Liada has already shown it to President Pei and sent it out, while Yu Fei has just finished it. But it doesn't matter, Pei Qian likes Yu Fei's unprofessionalism. This announcement was generally written according to Pei Qian's instructions last Friday, and only two things were mentioned. First, due to the mistakes in internal communication and work coordination, the update of Eternal Fall did not achieve the expected effect, which caused some troubles to the players, and we deeply apologize. Second, the battle system of Eternal Fall will be updated in advance this Friday, and other updates will remain unchanged. This apology is vague, just that there was an internal mistake, and it was not specific about whose mistake it was and where the mistake was. This was also Pei Qian's special instruction. An apology is necessary. After all, there is a problem with the update plan, and a sincere and reasonable explanation must be given to the players. Pei Qian is not worried that admitting the mistake will affect Tenda's glorious image. It would be better if it is affected. But some details don't need to be so clear. It doesn't matter whether it's Yu Fei or Meng Chong who's to blame. Some things involve Tenda's internal affairs, so it's not appropriate to be detailed. As for the Tenda falling from the altar that many people outside are talking about, Pei Qian doesn't care at all. He only has one thought: I'm thankful for your good words. If it really falls from the altar, that would be great. Wouldn't it mean that Tenda Games can finally start to lose money? Forget it, this kind of good thing is probably impossible to happen, you are just dreaming. Pei Qian nodded. No problem, publish it. Yu Fei took the announcement and said with some guilt, also, President Pei, I want to apologize for the mistakes I made at work last week. Pei Qian didn't care about the bad reviews and scolding on the internet at all, and was even a little happy, but Yu Fei obviously didn't think so. He felt that Tenda Games was well known, and so many projects had never had any problems, but as soon as he took over, something went wrong, and the mistakes he made were relatively stupid. This really let down President Pei's expectations of him. Although Meng Chong had comforted him last Friday, Yu Fei still felt very guilty when he saw President Pei again and wanted to apologize. Pei Qian immediately said seriously, work mistakes? What work mistakes did you make? That's obviously Meng Chang's fault. The publicity plan he made was not reliable. If it weren't for that omission, the problem of the publicity plan would have been exposed earlier, and the entire plan might have caused a more serious impact. So, not only are you not at fault, but you have made contributions. You don't have to worry about this problem, just work according to the previous process. Well, I'll give you a raise later. Yu Fei nodded in surprise. Okay, President Pei. Leaving President Pei's office, Yu Fei felt even more guilty. Boss Pei is so generous. To comfort me, he put all the blame on Meng Chong. However, this just shows the difference in status between Meng Chong and me. Because Meng Chong is a veteran employee, Boss Pei thinks he can bear more, so he let him take the blame to take care of my feelings. Including this announcement, I was not named as the first person responsible. Instead, I was vague and fooled around. This is a kind of protection for me. My mentality was wrong before. I always felt that I was a substitute, so I didn't work 100% seriously. I can't go on like this in the future. I can't let down Boss Pei's trust and expectations. Yu Fei silently made up his mind. Chapter 1222, The Suffering Leaders. September 12, Wednesday. The Suffering Travel, Special Training Base. The leaders stood in a row in front of the nearly 20-meter-high huge simulated landscape rock wall in the venue, with sad expressions on their faces. It's so unfair. Hu Xianben and Huang Sibo were pulled here last Wednesday, while the other leaders were arrested last Friday or this Monday. Excluding the rest time on weekends, they have spent 3 to 5 days in this special training base. Bao Su is still relatively kind. He remembers the Tenda spirit of no overtime on weekends and did not arrange training tasks on Saturdays and Sundays. Instead, he let these people go back and reunite with their families. Anyway, he is not worried that they will run away. But such limited kindness is obviously not enough to offset the pain of training. These leaders have never suffered such hardship before. They dare not speak out, and their expressions are like constipation. The schedule at the special training base is still relatively scientific. Get up at 6:30 and have breakfast. Learn wilderness survival knowledge from 7 to 8 o'clock. Jog and warm up from 8 to 9 o'clock. Rock climbing and rappelling training from 9 to 10:30. Physical training from 10:30 to 12 o'clock, lunch from 12 to 1. There is an hour break from 1 to 2. From 2 to 5 p.m., there is simulated field training, such as frog jumps, weighted squats, one-legged balance, archery, etc. From 5 to 7 p.m., there is special training for field life skills, such as setting up tents, setting up shelters, killing chickens and plucking feathers, killing fish and peeling fish scales, etc. Dinner at 7 o'clock, and then a short field survival knowledge learning. Around 9 o'clock, it's time to rest. Although the sleep time is fully guaranteed and the nutrition of the diet is no problem, this experience is still a torture. On the one hand, the training volume is quite huge, and everyone is exhausted after training every day. On the other hand, the food and accommodation conditions are not good. In order to adapt to the survival conditions in the wild, everyone has to sleep in tents and sleeping bags. Although the food is nutritious, they must also be rationed with a certain amount of compressed biscuits, canned food, dried meat and other emergency foods that are not delicious, and they must be eaten. But this kind of suffering is subtly maintained at a level that can be tolerated and overcome with a little effort. Anyway, it's only a month, and we can get through it if we grit our teeth. Bao Su walked back and forth in front of everyone with a serious expression. After 2 days of training, everyone has mastered the basic skills of rock climbing. Today, everyone will try to climb this 20-meter-high simulated rock wall for the first time. The person who climbs the highest within the time limit can get a reward. You can play with your mobile phone during the break from 1 to 2 noon. The people who were originally depressed instantly became energetic after hearing this. Because they haven't touched their mobile phones for 3 days. God knows what kind of torture this is. Although you can only play with your mobile phone for an hour, it is already a huge temptation. Bao Su is very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. Okay, everyone remember the key points you learned before, take safety measures, and start climbing. At the command, the responsible people quickly put on protective gear. Because they have already done jogging warm-up and stretching in advance, there is no need to do warm-up activities. Regarding the issue of wearing protective gear, the specially hired instructor Chuzui has also said that it should not be too tight or too loose, and it is best to keep an index finger distance from the width between the legs. After the safety belt, helmet, fall arrestor, etc. are all checked properly, the protector will carefully check and protect one-on-one before you can start rock climbing. When Bao Su blew a whistle, the people in charge immediately climbed up the simulated landscape rock wall with their hands and feet. Bao Su smiled happily. Ah, this job is so happy and enjoyable. Watching the leaders climbing up the rock wall slowly and arduously, Bao Su felt that this was even more fun and fascinating than playing games. As expected, Guo Liqing took the lead. Among these leaders, Guo Liqing, who was a professional fitness coach, was simply a dimensionality reduction blow to others, and he was a one-shot killer in most physical training. But only in rock climbing, there was not much difference. Because rock climbing is a sport against gravity, it requires high finger strength, and finger strength is different from other large muscle groups in the body. It is difficult to improve, and the limit of strength growth is very obvious. In this case, too much muscle and fat have the same effect in rock climbing, which will only increase weight and become a burden. Moreover, too large muscles may also affect the flexibility of certain movements. Rock climbing itself is a sport that emphasizes flexibility and flexibility. Some muscular people have too large muscles, and their arms or thighs are difficult to fully cross, and their flexibility and endurance will be poor. Guo Liqing is a very well-developed muscle man, with strong muscles all over his body and a weight of over 100 kilograms, so he has no obvious advantage in rock climbing. Hu Xianben followed closely behind, using his hands and feet, as if trying hard to surpass him. Hu Xianben is quite motivated, not bad. Bao Su nodded approvingly. These leaders of Tenda basically have fitness plans in the managed gym. Although they can't train to be like Guo Liqing, their physical fitness is still good. Hu Xianben is relatively young among them, and his physical fitness is relatively good, so he climbs very fast. Rock climbing is indeed a very physically demanding sport. After a while, some leaders were already panting with exhaustion. After persisting for a while, they gave up and descended by holding the rope. Chuzui silently recorded the height of each person's climb. Hu Xianben gritted his teeth and persisted to the end, and successfully surpassed Guo Liqing. It is not clear whether it was based on his real strength or a secret PY transaction from the top, so that Guo Liqing let him go. However, seeing that Hu Xianben was so desperate, Bao Su turned a blind eye and acquiesced. After rock climbing and rappelling training, rest for a while and then start physical training. The physical training in the morning is a regular physical training, so the leaders can only be beaten by Guo Liqing. The same thing happened to Hu Xianben. He consumed too much energy while rock climbing, so the physical training session was a waste. Even at lunchtime, Hu Xianben's hands were still shaking and he could hardly hold the food. Finally, it was time for a break. Hu Xianben almost snatched the phone from Bao Su and lay down in his tent. Hurry, hurry. What's the status of eternal reincarnation? Hu Xianben was browsing the web page very urgently. Last weekend, he found that eternal reincarnation had updated some of its content, but did not update the combat system, which caused a huge controversy on the internet. Hu Xianben had no idea what Meng Chong and Yufei were doing. After all, he had gone out to travel last month, and he had not been able to meet Yufei to ask him clearly until now. Now another 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, he was completely isolated from the world and was very eager to know the latest situation of eternal reincarnation. Is there an announcement? Ah? The combat system is to be updated in advance again? This? Hu Xianbin scratched his head. He felt that this handling method was not very appropriate, but he could only worry and could not help. Before, he was the chief designer of Tenda Games. He could directly ask Mr. Pei for any problem he encountered. Although there were occasional twists and turns, the final result was always good. The most important thing is that he is always inside Tenda. Even if he can't figure out what Mr. Pei means, he is at least at ease. But now, Hu Xianbin knows nothing about the situation inside Tenda Games, so he is naturally full of worries. It can also be seen from the feedback of players that this announcement has calmed the original debate of players to a certain extent, but it has also triggered new debates. Because of work errors, the originally expected effect was not achieved. It is too vague. What is the specific error? What is the expected effect? Will a game company like Tenda also have loopholes? It is really rare. It should be the game experience problem that many people are complaining about. I said that the game experience of Eternal Fall has a big problem now, and some people have been arguing with me, saying that it is because I am bad. Now look, Tenda has admitted its mistakes, so you don't have to defend it anymore. I think it should be a problem caused by the split update. If it is a whole update, it may not be like this now. Anyway, the battle system, it's a good thing that it's updated in advance. No one is perfect. Tenda is not just President Pei. Even if President Pei's plan is perfect, his subordinates will inevitably make mistakes during the implementation. Don't worry too much about this matter. It's not a principled mistake. There's no need to hold on to it. Hey, I think this is a bad sign. Does it mean that there are some problems with internal management? I'm afraid it's really going to be the beginning of Tenda's fall from grace. The players' discussions were varied. Although there were sporadic quarrels, most people focused on the update this Friday. If Eternal Reincarnation updates the combat system and the entire game experience has been greatly improved, then this matter will be over. If the game experience remains unchanged, then it will be a failure. Hu Xianbin sighed silently. In this situation, he was anxious and could not help. Let the special training end quickly. I really can't wait to go back to work. Well, think about it on the bright side. After this month of special training, I should be free. There are so many heads of various departments in Tenda. At least 2 more groups of people can be gathered for special training. And there are even more core employees in each department. In other words, the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. As long as you survive this month's special training, I may not have to suffer again in the next 6 months. Well, if you think about it this way, life is still full of hope. Hu Xianbin felt like a prisoner in prison at this time. He wished he could carve the word positive on the wall every day to record how many days were left in his sentence. When he thought that the 1-month sentence had just passed for less than a week, he felt a kind of despair from the bottom of his heart. Oh, I regret that I arranged Baosu with others. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 1223. I'm sorry I can't perform the full ceremony, because I'm paralyzed in bed. After lunch break, there will be field simulation training and special training of field life skills. Unlike the physical training in the morning, although field simulation training also requires a certain amount of physical strength, it is not completely dependent on physical strength. There are projects such as frog jumps and weighted squats, as well as single-leg balance and archery. Of course, for Hu Xianbin now, even those projects that don't rely much on physical strength are still strenuous. Because he was almost exhausted in the morning rock climbing process, although the lunch break can restore some physical strength, it is far from enough to make him return to a state of full energy. The other leaders are not much better. The rock climbing and physical training in the morning have drained them, so the afternoon training is basically supported by willpower. After weighted squats, the leaders can't wait to take off the heavy backpacks on their backs, lie down on the spot, and spread out in a big shape, looking at the ceiling of the venue, like salted fish that have lost their dreams. Bao Su looked at everyone with a sneer on his face. Is that all? This is just the beginning. I remember walking in the Great Rift Valley of Africa and trekking in the Sahara Desert. Humph, you are just doing warm-up exercises in the indoor venue, and you are already not good enough? A bunch of scum, you have to keep working harder. Bao Su obviously didn't intend to let these people go. He looked at the time and prepared to catch them up as soon as the break time came, so that they could continue with the subsequent projects such as single-leg balance and archery. It must be said that Sa Xiren's training program arrangement is quite reasonable. There are 4 major projects from morning to afternoon. First, the most physically demanding rock climbing, then the relatively physically demanding physical training. After a break at noon, the 2 projects in the afternoon are also the most physically demanding first, and then the less physically demanding. The amount of exercise gradually decreased, slowly squeezing out all the physical energy of this group of people. This process is like filling an empty cup, starting with large stones, followed by gravel, and finally water. In short, such a more scientific arrangement of training projects also allows Bao Su to be bold and ruthless. Bao Su looked at the timer on his phone, calculating how much rest time these leaders had left, and at the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of happiness from the bottom of his heart. When he was forced to travel before, he could not play with his phone for a long time, while other leaders were enjoying themselves in Jingzhou. Now, he can play with his phone at will, but other leaders can only watch. This feeling is really good. Just then, Bao Su saw a familiar figure walking in from outside the venue. Bao Su was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly walked over to greet him. Boss, Pei. Bao Su's voice was full of joy and a sense of seeking credit. Pei Qian's eyes swept across the venue, and he couldn't help but smile. I saw these leaders lying on the ground one by one, all with their legs up and twisted in all directions. It was obvious that they had been squeezed out of their last bit of strength by Bao Su. At this time, they also saw Boss Pei coming, but they could only stretch their necks and move their eyes with all their strength. It was absolutely impossible to stand up and say hello. Seeing the current situation of these leaders, Pei Qian suddenly thought of a sentence. I'm sorry that I'm paralyzed in bed and can't give you a full greeting. Don't say it, it's quite appropriate for the current scene. Guoliqing still had some strength to sit up from his lying position. Seeing that he was about to stand up and say hello, Pei Qian hurriedly walked over and held him down. It's okay, no need to get up, just have a good rest. Guoliqing was pushed back, and inexplicably had the illusion that he was actually a critically ill patient and that President Pei came to visit him. Seeing that Bao Su had trained Guoliqing to this state, Pei Qian looked at Bao Su with a look of admiration. Sure enough, I knew I was right. These leaders were all listless, as if their bodies were hollowed out. This was obviously all Bao Su's fault. Oh, you idiots have come to this day. Pei Qian was gloating. Just then, Pei Qian heard a faint voice at his feet. Boss Pei, I see that many people on the internet are arguing about eternal reincarnation. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Pei Qian looked down and saw that it was Hu Xianben who was asking weakly, just like a critically ill patient lying on the ground, asking the doctor if he can be saved. Pei Qian couldn't help but say hee. You are like this, but you still think about work. It seems that you haven't practiced enough, and there are still distractions in your mind. Bao Su, continue to arrange extra training for Hu Xianben. Pei Qian smiled slightly, half knelt down and patted Hu Xianben on the shoulder. Don't worry, I have arranged all this, there is no problem. Since you are in the special training base, then train well and stop worrying about work. Bao Su, Hu Xianben obviously still has some energy left, give him some more exercise. When Hu Xianben heard the first 2 sentences, he felt very warm, but when he heard the last sentence, his face instantly turned ashen. "Boss Pei, you absolutely cannot do that." But Boss Pei had already stood up and was ready to leave. Bao Su looked down at the time. "Okay, everyone, get up. Boss Pei has already let you rest for 5 more minutes. Let's start training now. Hu Xianbin, in the next archery training, you should draw the bow 20 more times and shoot arrows 20 more times. Archery training has 2 parts. One is simply drawing the bow. You must ensure that the bow is fully drawn for a certain period of time. This is to correct everyone's posture. The other is shooting arrows, to see the accuracy and number of rings on the target. When Hu Xianbin heard that he had to draw the bow 20 more times and shoot arrows 20 more times, his face instantly fell. "It's over. It seems that I won't be able to take food for dinner tonight." Pei Qian looked at the current situation of the special training base and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, very good. This special training base should indeed be carried forward so that the heads and key members of each department can all enjoy it. This is the first batch of special training list, which has proved that Bao Su is a reliable person and the training programs of the special training base are completely trustworthy." Pei Qian couldn't wait to see more training camps. September 14th, Friday. Yan Qi once again stayed in front of the computer, downloading a new round of updates for Eternal Reincarnation while waiting for the end of Get Off Work. This time, Yan Qi was both excited and nervous. The reason for the excitement was that he had already known in advance that the update of Eternal Reincarnation would adjust the combat system, and he was looking forward to what this game known for combat would be like. And the reason for the nervousness was that there were many arguments among players about the game Eternal Reincarnation, and it was not certain that the change in the combat system would satisfy the players. What's more, the update of Eternal Reincarnation was a bit messy. Obviously, there was a small problem inside Tenda, which made people worry whether the quality of the game would be affected. In addition, GOG has also released an update announcement, and will release a new hero, the Prisoner, this weekend, which is obviously a joint update with Eternal Reincarnation. The specific skill mechanism of this new hero is still unclear, and the official has not disclosed it. Yan Qi speculated that this was because the combat mechanism of Eternal Reincarnation was related to the heroic skills of the Prisoner in GOG. The official did not want to spoil the game in advance, but let the players experience it in Eternal Reincarnation first, and then promote it through GOG to let more players know. Before downloading this update package, Yan Qi first went online to read the comments of players. As expected, everyone had temporarily put aside the dispute and were waiting for this week's update. Soon, the download was completed. Yan Qi immediately entered the game and read the save file. He still remembered that he had spent a lot of effort to get through the first part of the game last weekend. He had just defeated Mengpa and was waiting for the white fog door behind Mengpa to unlock. However, after reading the save file and entering the game, he did not appear in the scene of the Mengpa boss battle, but an option of recalling the fighting skills in life appeared, and entered a place similar to a martial arts field. Sitting cross-legged opposite was another martial arts god, but his whole body was emitting a faint red light to distinguish the enemy. Huh? A training mode was specially made for this combat system? Yan Qi was a little surprised. Because according to the nature of the Turning Back on the Shore series of games, the explanation of the combat system is generally not so detailed. Although Turning Back on the Shore itself is very difficult, there is no training content. After the player enters the mass grave, there are only simple instructions on the ground or on the tombstones for the functions of each button, and then it is up to the player to figure it out on their own. Apparently, Mr. Pei's design concept for this game is that players should figure it out on their own, and if you die in the game, it has nothing to do with me. But Eternal Reincarnation actually has a training mode. Does this mean that the newly updated combat system is too complicated, so that players may not be able to master it at all without the training mode? Yan Qi thinks this is the only possibility, but after thinking about it carefully, he feels that this possibility should not be high, and he is overthinking. Eternal reincarnation is just a DLC after all. Even if the combat system is to be updated, at most it will be to pick the values, make fine adjustments to the functions of each button, and adjust the details of certain actions. The underlying combat mechanism should not have any major changes. If even the underlying combat mechanism is changed, what is it called DLC? Isn't it better to develop a new game directly to make more money? After entering the training mode, the system begins to guide players to try various operations step by step. The first is the setting of the breath value. The system introduces the difference between the current physical value and the original physical value concept, and introduces the meaning of the breath value icon, and allows players to attack the enemy according to the law of exhalation to sort out their breath value. The four colors of green, white, yellow and red represent different states of breath values, and the expansion of the icon represents inhalation, and the contraction represents exhalation. Why does this look like a music game? Yan Qi discovered that the addition of a simple breath value alone has made a radical change in the combat system of eternal reincarnation. With the breath value, players have an extra dimension to think about. Originally, we only needed to consider the 3 dimensions of attack, defense, and movement, but now we also need to consider the dimension of timing or rhythm, and the difficulty has suddenly increased. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel reading website. Chapter 1224 Unique Combat Mechanism. After trying it a few times, Yan Qi basically adapted to this rhythm. This is not difficult. After all, when the breathing icon changes, the background sound of the game will also have a faint breathing sound effect. This breathing rhythm will not become chaotic due to intense exercise, so you only need to get familiar with it a few more times, remember the breathing frequency, and let the timing of the knife become a muscle memory. But Yan Qi feels that this change does not seem to be very outstanding. Although it is very novel in setting, the actual effect may not be good. Adding an extra dimension of difficulty to the player may make the already slightly lengthy battle even more lengthy, because the player cannot attack immediately after the boss finishes the move, and must consider whether the god of war is in the exhalation state, which will obviously waste some attack opportunities. So, whether this is a good setting depends on other changes. Next, there is the description of the physical strength and killing settings. To put it simply, the breath value affects the recovery of physical strength. When there is a gap in the physical strength of both sides, the combat power will become disparate, and the side with too low physical strength will be killed. Well, this is equivalent to further emphasizing the importance of breath value. The physical strength of slow use and slow recovery replaces the physical strength of fast use and fast recovery, which is closer to the concept in reality. The difficulty is further increased, but the problem is still the same, the fun may not be increased. Yan Qi continued to read on. Then came the conventional response methods for the 3 attacks. The enemy's attack is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The upper attack uses stepping and dodging, the middle attack uses parrying, and the lower attack uses jumping. These 3 attacks require players to judge by themselves, based on the opponent's hand-raising action. Moreover, this response method does not require locking the target, and can be triggered immediately by pressing the corresponding button. Although the distance of Wuxian's stepping and dodging is closer than the rolling distance of the protagonist of turning back, it is faster and more flexible, which is equivalent to dancing on the edge of a knife, which is in line with Wuxian's character setting. The enemy's attack methods have become 3. The response methods are more complicated, and the originally limited opportunities to draw the knife have been further compressed. Originally, in the battle of eternal reincarnation, you can just roll and dodge when you see the enemy raise his hand. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that the enemy may have a fast and slow knife, that is, two attack actions of raising the hand quickly and slowly are used continuously, which may make it difficult for the player to grasp the timing of rolling and hit the edge of the knife, but now you need to react according to the enemy's hand-raising action. If you make a mistake, the consequences will be extremely serious, which obviously increases the difficulty. Yan Qi even became a little worried. He was afraid that after changing to this new combat system, he would not be able to beat the monsters resurrected on the Yellow Spring Road. Next, it was the explanation of seeing moves and countering moves, that is, accurate parrying. After locking the target, use the right joystick to select the direction, and press the parry button at the right time. You can perfectly parry and disrupt the opponent's breath value. Huh? Isn't this the parry action of the magic sword? Yan Qi finally knew what the parry action that many players had tried out after dying too many times was used for. The practice of training mode is step by step. First repeatedly practice the same direction, and then gradually increase the attack in more directions. But even so, Yan Qi was still chopped up, because the judgment mechanism of perfect parry is relatively strict. If you don't master the attack rhythm well, you may not be able to achieve the effect of perfect injury avoidance, and it will seriously disrupt your breath value. Even after his own breath value was messed up, he would be killed by the opponent. The red glowing martial god on the opposite side performed an execution move very coolly, turned around and sheathed his sword, leaving only a handsome back. What a rip-off. They are both martial gods. Is this the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show? And this combat system, can a carbon-based creature design this? Parrying requires the right timing, but you need to push the joystick to distinguish between parries in different directions, and even the parrying actions in different directions are different. You need to use the left joystick, the right joystick, the parry key, and the attack key, and you have to memorize the breath value in your mind. You can only attack when you exhale. If the breath value is messed up, you have to find a way to distance and calm your breath. This is simply changed beyond recognition. Yan Qi threw the handle on the table, his mentality a little broken. The combat skills that he had worked so hard to hone in Turning Back is the Shore are completely useless in eternal reincarnation. He was in a good mood today and planned to continue to advance after eternal reincarnation was updated. As a result, nearly 10 minutes later, he was still in the training mode to adapt to the basic operations. This feeling of going backwards is really hard to accept. It's like a student who has studied hard for several years and has mastered the knowledge of various courses. He just practices questions every day and waits for the exam. Suddenly, he finds that the exam syllabus has changed drastically. All the knowledge he learned before is no longer applicable. He has to learn all the knowledge from scratch. It makes people despair just thinking about it, but Yan Qi couldn't just skip the training mode and fight monsters, because he knew very well that the combat mechanism in the game must have been changed. It's all abuse. It's nothing more than being abused in the training mode or being abused in the normal process of the game. Thinking about it this way, it's better to be abused in the training mode, at least you don't have to revive again and again. After calming down, Yan Qi still quietly picked up the controller and continued to familiarize himself with this new combat system. In the original combat system of Turning Back is the Shore, the roll of the right joystick is actually not great, it just adjusts the perspective when the enemy is not locked. Once the enemy is locked, the right joystick is completely useless. But in the combat system of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation, the right joystick really comes into play after the enemy is locked. Yan Qi has been subconsciously reciting directional words such as upper left, upper right, lower right, and his right thumb is also pushing the right joystick at the same time. Inexplicably, he has a feeling that he is playing a fighting game and rubbing a big move. The sound of metal clanging is endless, Yan Qi's parry is getting smoother and smoother, and the timing is getting more and more accurate. Yan Qi breathed in the same frequency as the god of war in the game, while silently reciting the direction to parry. Just after the opponent's series of attacks ended, he found the right state to exhale and slashed with a knife. Clang! The opponent parried the knife, but even so, he still staggered and lost his balance. I hit the killing line. Yan Qi subconsciously pressed the attack button, and the god of war directly killed the opponent with a clean and sharp killing action. This is too fast. Besides being surprised, Yan Qi was also very surprised. Because the opponent still had a lot of health, Yan Qi had been fighting with swords before, and had been losing. The opponent was simply an invincible god of war, which made him seriously doubt whether it was because this was a training mode, so there was no killing mechanism at all. Now I understand that there is a killing mechanism in the training mode, but he just didn't use it. The frequency of the perfect parry he played before was too low, and it was not enough to disrupt the opponent's breath value, but it messed up his own breath value, so the opponent seemed so awesome. I understand. This battle mechanism is simply that it's either you or me. If you only use conventional means such as stepping, dodging, and jumping to dodge attacks, it will take a long time to disrupt the opponent's breath value, and the whole battle will become extremely lengthy. But if you frequently fight with the opponent and trigger a perfect parry, you can quickly disrupt the opponent's breath value and meet the conditions for killing. In other words, the number of times you draw the sword is not important at all, but the timing of the sword is very important. I'd rather not use my sword for a minute, but if I do, I must use it at the most appropriate time. Interesting. After understanding the correct way to use this combat mechanism, Yan Qi suddenly realized the fun of it. The original combat mechanism of turning back can be seen as an optimization and continuation of the traditional combat mechanism. Although there have been some improvements in the feel and operation details, it still emphasizes the number of correct attacks in the final analysis. On the premise of not being greedy and avoiding the enemy's attacks, kill the enemy one by one. The attack power of both the enemy and us is very high, and the consequences of each mistake are very serious, which requires players to restrain their reckless impulse and act rationally. But even so, it still emphasizes number of times. In other words, it doesn't matter if the battle takes a little longer, the key is not to make mistakes. Anyway, the number of swords to kill the boss is certain, as long as you find a way to reach this number. But the combat mechanism of eternal reincarnation is equivalent to subverting all of these. It no longer emphasizes number of times, but timing. It is better to parry or attack once at the right moment than to parry or attack 10 times at the wrong moment. It is completely unrealistic to grind the boss to death in the way of turning back as the shore, because the benefits of using the knife at the wrong time are extremely low, or even negative. The two core experiences are completely different in combat mechanisms, which also bring completely different combat experiences to players. The combat in turning back is the shore is more like an ordinary person. The combat is mainly based on stability. He moves carefully and tries every means to avoid the opponent's attack, and then seizes the flaws to counterattack and grind the opponent to death bit by bit. The combat in eternal reincarnation is really like a martial god, dancing on the tip of the knife every moment. Even if the result of a failed knife fight is sudden death on the spot, he must fight the knife continuously, adjust his breathing and wait for the opportunity. Once the right opportunity is found, it is a sword to kill the throat. This is a bit like a duel between two knights in ancient times. You need to stare at the opponent's moves carefully, counter them, find the opponent's flaws in the exchange of weapons, or force the opponent to have flaws through strong pressure, and then decide the outcome with one blow. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1225 Is Pei's propaganda method wrong? This combat system is too awesome. At the beginning, Yan Qi felt that this combat system was changed beyond recognition and was very unhappy. However, after adapting to this rhythm, he suddenly felt a unique sense of pleasure. At this time, he was no longer an ordinary person, a weak chicken who was timid in front of the monsters in the mass grave, but became a real martial god, an ultimate killer who mastered powerful skills and danced on the tip of the knife. The reason why the value of eternal fall of reincarnation is higher than that of turning back is the shore has also been found. Because eternal fall of reincarnation has this special killing mechanism, in order to prevent the killing from being too simple, the monster's health, physical strength, and other attributes have been comprehensively adjusted to make the rhythm of the whole game more in line with expectations. This is also to encourage players to play more perfect parries, rather than grinding the boss to death one by one, which does not meet the original expectations of the designer. If you think about it this way, can you resist the plot killing of the black and white impermanence at the beginning? I couldn't beat black and white impermanence before, mainly because the damage was too low. But with the current combat mechanism, the damage is not important at all. No matter how much blood the opponent has, you can kill him directly if you hit him. Well, let's try it. Yan Qi immediately saved the current save file, then created a new save file, and came to the initial courtyard again to challenge black and white impermanence. In less than 2 minutes, the god of war was knocked to the ground by black and white impermanence again, and the iron chain passed through his collarbone and was taken away. Yan Qi. Sure enough, the ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. The picture in his mind is very perfect. First, he will fight with white impermanence with a knife, and perfectly block the morning stick. Black impermanence will just throw skills at the side at the beginning. As long as he dodges at the right time, then after Bai Wu Chang is solved, black impermanence can be easily solved. However, when the fight really started, the first parry failed, and he was knocked to the ground by the morning stick. The morning stick held by black and white impermanence is considered a heavy weapon, so the pre-swing time of the attack is longer than the long sword in the training mode, and the attack rhythm is different. Although Yan Qi did well in the training mode and felt good about himself, he only adapted to the attack rhythm of sword-type weapons, and was immediately at a loss when he encountered the morning stick. Well, I am not worthy of it. Yan Qi silently restored the save file and continued to play his original save file. At the same time, the advertising and marketing department. Meng Chong was also paying attention to the feedback from players after the update of Eternal Reincarnation. What the hell is this new combat system? I can't even beat the monsters. Yeah, these monsters can also defend themselves, so I can't beat them at all. And while we were fighting, it killed me with one sword, and I fainted. The god of war is even more useless. Before, I could at least beat Meng Po with difficulty, but now it's hard to beat the monsters outside. You didn't play the training level, did you? The tutorial said that you have to strike according to the rhythm of your breathing, otherwise you will be killed by the monsters after your breathing is disordered. This new combat mechanism encourages sword fighting. If you play correctly, no matter how you killing monsters or bosses is very fast. I am a little addicted to the feeling of rubbing the joystick. Indeed, with this change, it doesn't look like an action game anymore, but a bit like a music game and a fighting game. Find the rhythm and timing, and then push the direction to parry. Too complicated, I can't play it. I think it's fun. There is really a sense of pleasure that other action games can't experience, especially the moment of disrupting the opponent's breath execution. It's so exciting. As Meng Chong expected, the online players' evaluation of this battle was quite polarized. Some players who particularly like the combat system of turning back to the shore feel that it has been changed beyond recognition and it is difficult to adapt and accept. But other players think that this combat system is very novel, with a faster pace and a stronger sense of excitement. This is normal. After all, everyone has different tastes, and there are many players who prefer the traditional combat mode of turning back to the shore. But in general, after the update of this combat system, the overall evaluation of players is gradually improving. Because Eternal Reincarnation provides all players with another combat experience, Even for those players who are not very adaptable, there will be a very novel feeling. Not only that, the automatic parry mechanism of the magic sword has also been studied. Some players have already discovered that if you only hold a magic sword, the more you die, the more frequently the parry action is triggered. Of course, only about 1/3 of the map was released in the first part, so the magic value of the magic sword has an upper limit, and the effect of fully automatic parrying cannot be achieved at all. After this update, the scene completion of the entire game has reached 2/3, and players can already enter some mid to late stage scenes. In this case, the magic sword's automatic parry skill is triggered more frequently, and the type of parry is slowly changed from imperfect parry to perfect parry, and the damage reduction effect is becoming more and more obvious. Many people speculated that when they reached the last third of the game content area, and reached the later scenes such as the Yama Palace, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and the Infernal Hell, as long as they died enough times, the magic sword might be able to achieve the effect of fully automatic perfect parrying. This means that skipping classes is easier than turning back on the shore. Many people shouted that this is the mercy of President Pei. The weapon Pudu in turning back on the shore was hidden very deep before, and it was not found until a few days after the game was released. Obviously, this time the mercy is more obvious, and President Pei has opened a convenient door for players with poor hands. Of course, players with poor hands will continue to suffer in the front, and it is impossible to defeat the boss with just the pitiful automatic parry in the front. But as the difficulty of the game increases, the frequency of automatic parrying will also increase, which is equivalent to giving players with poor hands a bottom line. As long as you are willing to suffer, you can pass the level sooner or later. Many players with poor hands have no burden. At most, they can slowly practice their skills and die with the magic sword. Anyway, even if they die, they can accumulate magic points. In short, after the battle system of eternal reincarnation was updated, the previous controversial topics were quickly calmed down, and players said, "It's really good." But the more the comments improved, the more heartbroken Meng Chong felt. My commission. Meng Chong felt like his heart was being cut by a knife, and he seemed to see a large sum of money slipping away from him. He reviewed his plan again and still felt that it was perfect and had no problems at all. First, update the game scenes and monsters 3 times, so that players can accumulate dissatisfaction in the process of suffering, and then update the combat system, instantly turning decay into magic. However, due to unexpected circumstances, the player's dissatisfaction did not accumulate at all, and it was dissipated because of the update of the combat system. This is equivalent to the timing of Pei's propaganda method being greatly advanced. The explosion moment is no longer so sensational, but the heat is spread over a long period of time. For Meng Chong, he probably won't get the commission. And for President Pei, it seems that the best publicity effect has not been achieved. Eternal reincarnation is considered a success, but it could have gained greater popularity. Although the money earned by this DLC in the end will not be much different, it is not perfect after all. Losing a month's commission is not a big problem, but the key is that it makes Meng Chong deeply doubt himself. My plan clearly fully complies with the requirements of Pei's publicity method, but President Pei ruthlessly took action and disrupted my plan. But when I promoted the game platform last time, President Pei didn't say anything and even praised me? Could it be that my understanding of Pei's publicity method is completely wrong? Could it be that the Pei's propaganda method I summarized was just a misunderstanding, and the agreement signed by President Pei and me was not what I thought? Meng Chong was simply puzzled. Huh? Who sent me a message? Don't you know I'm annoyed? Hey, Mr. Chiao. Meng Chong didn't want to read the message, but after seeing that the sender was Mr. Chiao, he still clicked it. Are you going to make a video for this game? I don't mean anything else, I just ask, don't mess with it. Obviously, Qiao Liang is planning to make a video for Eternal Fall. After all, from the current situation, the battle system of eternal fall has been updated, and the core content has been exposed, so you can start preparing the video materials in advance. Wait until the last third of the scene is updated next week, and then add the corresponding content to the video, export it, and it can be released. Xiao Liang didn't know whether Meng Chang would make an analysis video in the name of Mr. Tian, so he said hello in advance to avoid a video collision. Meng Chang replied weakly, "I don't plan to make a video, you can do whatever you want. The publicity plan has been ruined, the commission has been lost, and there is no need to make a video." Before, Meng Chang was ambitious and wanted to follow Mr. Pei's advice to build the Tian Gongzi account into an internet celebrity account with a personality and fixed fans like Qiao Laoshi, but now, he was like a deflated ball, completely unable to cheer up. Not long after, Qiao Liang sent another message. "I see, then leave the interpretation task to me this time. By the way, there is something else I want to ask you. It seems that eternal reincarnation has not been updated according to the previous established plan. Is there any twists and turns in the middle? Why is the content originally scheduled to be updated at the end of the month updated in the second week? Is there a problem with internal communication, or did they change their minds for some special reasons?" Obviously, Qiao Liang was also very curious about this. He knew that the Tenda game department was a very mature department, and any ordinary employee in it was not an ordinary person. After making so many games with President Pei, even a fool can become a game design master, right? However, many of the 3A masterpieces that were released before and had huge investments did not go wrong, but a problem occurred in a small DLC, which was really a bit strange. Meng Chang didn't want to say it at first. After all, it would be considered a work mistake if he told it out, which was a bit embarrassing. But on second thought, maybe Qiao Liang could help him solve his puzzle? Until now, Meng Chang still couldn't understand why President Pei disrupted his publicity plan and ignited the accumulated popularity in advance. Although Qiao Liang doesn't understand marketing, he understands games and also understands President Pei. This eternal reincarnation is a game project after all. Maybe Qiao Liang can see some clues. Meng Chang also felt that his behavior was a bit desperate, but this matter was of great importance after all, and he was very eager to know what was going on. So he simply told Yu Fei about being forced to become the main planner, his own publicity plan, and the misunderstanding with his cooperation. After listening, Qiao Liang fell into a brief silence. "So that's it, I understand. I have two ideas about the deep meaning of President Pei's doing this, but it is difficult to confirm it at present. I have to think about it again and verify it from multiple parties before I can have a very definite answer. So, you wait for my new video. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1126 Another accidental injury to a good brother. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After reading Qiao Liang's reply, Meng Chang was very surprised, but in a mysterious way, he felt that it was as expected. He had just tried desperately to find a cure, and told Qiao Liang briefly about what happened. He didn't expect that there was really any hidden story behind it. Unexpectedly, Qiao Liang actually analyzed something. Maybe this is the so-called those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines can see clearly? It is precisely because I am in it and I am always thinking about the commission, so I can't think rationally and objectively, so I can't understand the deep meaning behind this matter. As a bystander, Qiao Liang can think of some possibilities that I can't find out by relying on his understanding of President Pei and his analysis of the game. Meng Chang will definitely not admit that he is dumber than Qiao Liang, or he doesn't think he is dumber than anyone else in the world. Except for the unfathomable President Pei. But in many things involving himself, he has to admit that Qiao Laoshi, as a bystander, can see more clearly. Really smart people should not be self-righteous and refuse to listen to other people's advice. On the contrary, they should understand that everyone's ability has its limits. Sometimes in certain specific areas, they still need to seek help from professionals in this field. After all, a demon like Mr. Pei, who is proficient in all fields, strategizing and planning far-reaching, cannot be an object of imitation. After thinking this through, Meng Chang felt much more comfortable. Xiao Liang's words were like a life-saving straw, which made Meng Chang, a drowning man, rekindle a little confidence in the Pei's propaganda method he summarized. Maybe it's not that there is a problem with Pei's propaganda method, but that the Pei's propaganda method he summarized is not comprehensive enough? So, what are the two aspects of Mr. Pei's deep meaning? Can you briefly reveal it? Meng Chang couldn't help his curiosity. After a while, Xiao Liang replied, I can't explain it too clearly at the moment. I have to go back and sort it out. But I can briefly talk about the general direction. One is the personal experience that the game process brings to the players, and the other is the relationship between products and marketing. However, these 2 points may be the same thing in the final analysis. Meng Chang savored Xiao Laoshir's words carefully. Although he still had no clue, it was obvious that in Xiao Laoshir's view, President Pei's rude interference in the publicity plan this time was obviously directly related to Meng Chang. Okay, thank you very much. Then I'll wait for your new video. Meng Chang thanked Xiao Liang from the bottom of his heart. Unconsciously, Meng Chang's attitude towards Xiao Liang gradually changed. At the beginning, Meng Chang felt that Xiao Liang was a stumbling block, because Xiao Liang could always interpret the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's project through videos or other means, making the project quickly popular, and also making Meng Chang's carefully prepared reverse publicity plan go down the drain. For this reason, Meng Chang tried every means to divert Xiao Liang's attention, but the result was always counterproductive. Now, Meng Chang unknowingly stood on the same front with Xiao Liang, and found that what Xiao Liang was doing was actually beneficial to him. Xiao Liang is like a bridge, building a bridge of understanding for Mr. Pei. Through Xiao Liang's analysis, Mr. Pei is no longer an indescribable, elusive and powerless existence in Meng Chang's heart, but has become a person who can try to understand and analyze, although he is unparalleled in wisdom and strategy. As Meng Chang's understanding of Mr. Pei deepened, he began to gradually grasp Mr. Pei's rules of conduct and the deeper meaning of some seemingly bizarre behaviors, which in turn helped his propaganda plan and summed up the Pei's propaganda method. When Meng Chang began to waver in his belief in the Pei's propaganda method, he could use Xiao Liang to complete and correct it. Now it is a process of completion and correction. Although the result is still unknown, it at least gives Meng Chang some hope. Anyway, this month's commission has gone. Meng Chang can calm down and wait for Mr. Chiao's video, and at the same time sort out and reflect on Pei's propaganda method. Perhaps a more correct interpretation of Pei's propaganda method is nurtured in it. September 17th, Monday. Pei Qian was drinking coffee in the office, while checking the work reports sent by various departments. After seeing the report from the Tenda game department sent by Yu Fei, Pei Qian's brows first relaxed, and then frowned again. Damn. He couldn't find a particularly suitable word to describe his feelings at this time. Last Friday, Eternal Reincarnation was updated for the second time. According to Pei Qian's request, Eternal Reincarnation updated the battle system that was originally scheduled to be updated at the end of the month in advance. I thought this difficulty should make the players angry, but the feedback after the update was quite positive. Many players said that this battle rule was very novel and completely exceeded their expectations. Alas, plans can't keep up with changes. But on the bright side, at least the worst situation was not triggered. In fact, the battle system of Eternal Reincarnation should not have received good reviews so quickly. At least it should have been criticized for a while at the beginning, because the battles in Eternal Reincarnation are difficult both numerically and mechanically. Not only has the strength of the monsters been increased numerically, but the new complex mechanism also has a very high learning cost for players, and it is not something that can be mastered by suffering for a day or two. But the bad thing is that the automatic parry mechanism of the magic sword that President Pei used to skip classes was exposed in advance due to a wrong update. This is a pitfall. According to Pei Qian's original plan, players will definitely turn the game upside down to find a weapon similar to Pudu. In this process, they can't find it no matter how hard they try. In addition, they are unfamiliar with the new combat system and suffer from the powerful monsters, which will definitely make them gradually irritable and even curse. But now, with the guarantee of the automatic parry mechanism of the magic sword, players are equivalent to taking a reassurance pill. They know that even if they keep dying, as long as they persist in suffering and moving forward, the magic sword will always lead them through the game. This mentality is different all of a sudden. In other words, Meng Chang's pitfall split plan and the omissions in the split process caused Pei Qian's plan to make players suffer to partially fail, and the original good plan became fragmented. But on the bright side, at least the worst-case scenario was not triggered. If Meng Chang's original plan is followed, the result is predictable. First, update the scenes and monsters of eternal reincarnation, but do not update the combat system. So the players suffer desperately and accumulate negative emotions, and the topic of eternal reincarnation on the internet will become very high, accumulating a lot of negative heat. Finally, the combat system of eternal reincarnation is updated, and the experience of the entire game suddenly changes dramatically. This novel combat experience will have a magical effect of turning decay into magic, turning all the negative emotions accumulated before into positive heat, and players say it's really good. That's a big deal. I'm afraid that the situation of Chaolu game platform will happen again. Meng Chang was very happy before he got the commission, and Meng Chang collapsed on the spot after he got the commission. Hey, why do you say again? The promotion plans of these two times are obviously fundamentally different. In short, this time it is considered to be a disaster. Pei Qian's forced intervention finally detonated the heat that was originally going to explode at the beginning of next month in advance, and dispersed it to the second half of this month. Both are explosions, but the harm of the latter will be much smaller. In this way, Pei Qian's bottom line goal, that is, to reduce the sales of turning back and achieve the goal of free through eternal reincarnation, should still be achievable. This is also a blessing in disguise. Pei Qian no longer has any more requirements for eternal reincarnation. The reason why he frowned was mainly because he saw the part of the report that Min Jingqiao was responsible for reporting. This weekend, GOG's new hero, Prisoner, was also launched and received rave reviews. This shouldn't be a big problem, but the key is that it has seriously affected the situation between GOG and IOI. This is a bit unacceptable. Every time IOI loses some players, Pei Qian feels like he is being cut and his heart aches. Ever since Eric came back from the Dayak Group headquarters, things have been a bit wrong. IOI has started to frequently launch some Krypton Gold activities, and it is obvious that they are not going to continue playing with GOG, but are focusing on making money on hand. Pei Qian has been thinking about how to help his brother, but he has no idea no matter how he thinks about it. Let's raise the price together. The two brothers can indeed be scolded together, but how much more money will Tenda make? Pei Qian has long worked hard to keep the profit of GOG skins very low. If he raises the price casually, the income will roll up. But if he doesn't raise the price together, he can only watch his good brother go away forever. Pei Qian was in a dilemma and couldn't think of a good solution. He could only hope that the Dayak Group was big and powerful, and could at least last for a few more months. As long as he could come up with a solution within these few months, his good brother could still be saved. But the appearance of the prisoner intensified the conflict again. GOG has no pressure. Min Jingqiao has nothing to do every day, just browsing the forum, looking for interesting hero designs, arranging game content updates step by step, and focusing on studying the gameplay. There are more and more players, more and more hero designs on the forum, and the GPL League is getting more and more prosperous. These factors have all formed a positive feedback, so that as long as Min Jingqiao is careful at the helm, the big ship of GOG can sail with the wind. But IOI is completely different. Eric has to complete the performance indicators given by the top, and the R&D team of Zhito Company has also spent a lot of energy on the design of new skins and Krypton Gold activities. There are even certain differences within the Diak group. In this case, how can you concentrate on making better content? In addition, IOI's player group is originally thin, lacks the player crowdfunding design mechanism like GOG, and various other problems. Under this situation, even if Eric paddles hard with the oars, this big ship will just spin in place. The launch of the new hero, Prisoner, is not a big deal in itself, but it has become a landmark, a microcosm of the growing gap between the two games. GOG's online user base hit a new high because of the new version, which means that IOI's life will definitely be getting harder and harder. What should we do? We can't delay it any longer. If we delay it any longer, our good brothers may not be able to hold on at any time. Once it collapses, there will be no chance of recovery. We must think of a solution quickly. Pei Qian frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 1127 GOG and IOI Joint Activities? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. The previous idea was not right. I should not limit my thinking to the price. I can't afford to raise the price, and I can't afford to lower the price, so the price part is a dead end. Starting from the price, you can never solve the problem. Then consider it from another angle. The key now is how to get the players on GOG to flow back to IOI. Even if these players don't give up GOG, as long as they can bring some traffic and income to IOI, won't the good brothers be able to survive? Besides, this is not a violation, it can only be regarded as normal business communication, and the system should be able to fool it. Before, Pei Qian struggled for a long time and didn't come up with a good solution, but now suddenly a light bulb flashed, and he found another idea. Maybe this is the so-called thinking in a hurry? Seeing that the good brother was dying, the previous treatments didn't work, and suddenly thought of a new treatment. The good brother seemed to be saved again. Pei Qian immediately turned on his computer and wrote down his general ideas. In short, it is to promote cooperation between GOG and IOI, and GOG will organize some official activities to attract its own players to IOI. Of course, players are too lazy to move, so they need certain rewards and incentives, such as playing IOI for a period of time and getting a skin when they come back. If only GOG is doing this, it will definitely look strange and it is easy to make people doubt the motive. Therefore, it is necessary to communicate with Zhito Company and Longyu Group to let them cooperate and symbolically organize similar activities. However, during the negotiation process, Pei Qian will make the biggest concessions as much as possible. For example, in this activity, GOG gives some very good rewards to drive players to play IOI to get rewards, while IOI gives some relatively ordinary and useless rewards, so that IOI players will not be moved, forming a one-way flow from GOG to IOI. On the surface, the two games have reached a cooperative relationship to make the cake bigger together, but in fact it is a unilateral transfusion of GOG to IOI. Well, there shouldn't be any big problems with this idea. If we can achieve our goal, then IOI will definitely be able to stick around for a while longer. It seems that no similar games have done this kind of linkage before, but Tenda is the first to dare to be the first. Pei Qian's impression is that the linkage between games often only exists between games from the same company, or between games that do not have direct conflicts of interest. For example, some standalone 3A masterpieces will have linkage activities. This is because there is not such a strong competitive relationship between 3A masterpieces. Players will spend dozens of hours to complete one game and then look for the next one. But MOBA games are different. There is fierce competition between each other. There is no such thing as completing a game in this kind of game. Every MOBA game wants to tie players to the game for 24 hours. Therefore, Pei Qian's impression seems that there has never been a linkage activity between two MOBA games. Your hero has made a guest appearance in my game, and we have jointly developed a set of special skins, etc. These situations have never happened. But this obviously cannot stop Pei Qian's pace, and even makes him speed up. The only question is whether Finger Company and Longyu Group will accept my proposal. Well, if IOI is still in its heyday, they will definitely refuse, no doubt. But now GOG's market share, especially the market share of the national server, has far exceeded IOI. As long as I make enough concessions, it is equivalent to GOG's unilateral transfusion to IOI. In the face of very realistic interests, the top management of Finger Company should accept it. Well, let's do it. Although it may not save my good brother, I have to give it a try. When it comes to trying to lose money, Pei Qian is a very active person and decided to call Eric immediately. 15 minutes later, Pei Qian hung up the phone. Sure enough, Eric is still full of doubts about my motives. But the good thing is that he can't make a decision on this matter alone, and he will ask the top management. In this way, there should be hope. After Pei Qian called to explain his purpose and briefly proposed several cooperation suggestions, Eric fell into silence for more than a minute. Obviously, Eric has always been very vigilant about Pei Qian. Pei proposed a plan for in-game linkage and mutual diversion of players. He generously gave generous reward conditions on the GOG side, and also emphasized that IOI does not need to give equal reward conditions, as long as it is acceptable. How to divert players is exactly the problem that Eric and the entire Finger Company have been worrying about. For MOBA games, active players are everything, because the number of active players will directly affect the game experience. Fewer players means fewer rookies, which also means that it is more difficult for the matching mechanism to match opponents of similar strength. Once the bottom layer of the matching mechanism collapses, the middle-level players will become the bottom-level players. They used to be able to carry the whole game, but now they are always matched with opponents who are obviously stronger than themselves, and are beaten. This imbalance in mentality will further aggravate the loss of players. On the other hand, the increase in active players can improve the game experience and enter a virtuous circle. That's why it is said that MOBA games are a winner-takes-all game. In the same field, there must be only a few giants who can make it to the end, and latecomers will find it difficult to shake the position of the rulers. On the surface, Mr. Pei's proposal is obviously very tempting, because it can bring active players to IOI and bring income. But Eric knows Mr. Pei too well. He always feels that there must be some conspiracy behind Mr. Pei's doing this. On the surface, it seems to be a timely help and mutual help. Who knows if it will be a false way to destroy Gua and a Trojan horse entering the city in the end? If Eric has the final say, he will definitely reject Mr. Pei's proposal immediately. But now he is just a tool man. In order to better enable IOI to perform its duties and earn profits, Dayak Group has unknowingly tightened its control over the Finger Company headquarters and its regional branches. Now, Eric must report this matter truthfully. Whether to cooperate or not depends on the decision of the Dayak Group's top management. This will inevitably be accompanied by struggles between the top leaders of different factions, and a more compromised or distorted solution may be drawn in the end, but no matter what, this is not something Eric can participate in. Although he was deeply misunderstood by his good brother Eric, Pei Qian did not care. Anyway, he just did his best and listened to fate, and helped his good brother. If the other party did not appreciate it, he could only give up. With the efficiency of the top leaders of Dayak Group, this matter may not be settled for a while. However, Pei Qian was not in a hurry. Anyway, although the current situation of IOI was not optimistic, it would not be easy to die suddenly. Pei Qian drank 2 more sips of coffee and continued to check the situation of other departments. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that the person who came was Liang Qingfan. The person in charge of the sloth apartment was not selected for the special training list of the suffering journey, so he was able to cooperate with the Qingshan studio some time ago to provide data support related to room types for the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. Pei Qian did not choose him for special training, mainly for 2 considerations. On the one hand, although sloth apartment is very popular, it does not make much money, and it is a distant dream to recover the money used to purchase fixed assets. On the other hand, Liang Qingfan is also responsible for the site selection and design for the Tenda building, and this work cannot be delayed. Mr. Pei, after a period of research, I have some preliminary ideas about the location and design of the headquarters building. I'm here to report to you. Liang Qingfan said as he handed the plan in his hand to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took it. Liang Qingfan said, first, the problem is about the site selection. From the current perspective, Jingzhou actually does not have many large plots of land that can be used for the construction of the headquarters building, so our choices will of course be limited. Jingzhou as a whole is expanding westward and southward, but the land in these popular locations is either already under construction or has been auctioned and is waiting for development. Even if we are a major taxpayer in Jingzhou and can enjoy certain conveniences on some issues, this procedural problem cannot be circumvented. If it is just one building, it is easy to say, but Mr. Pei's requirement is to occupy as much area as possible, so ordinary small plots of land naturally do not meet the standard. So, the site I am considering is in the northeast of Jingzhou City, which is near the old industrial area. It just so happens that there are already related industries such as snack markets and Jingji Hostel here, and the subway line has also been planned. Comprehensive considerations make it a more suitable location. Pei Qian fell into deep thought and did not speak. He was not very satisfied with this site selection. Because it is too close to Jingji Hostel and snack market, as we all know, it seems that inexplicable chemical reactions seem to occur easily between Tenda's industries, especially this kind of geographical proximity, which is more likely to lead to some unpredictable changes. But as Liang Qingfan said, there are not many places to choose from. Municipal planning is a long-term thing, and the use of a piece of land may have been decided several years ago. And now is a period of rapid economic development and booming real estate companies, and all kinds of land in the city are being snatched up. It may not be difficult to find a small piece of land, but it is not easy to find a piece of land large enough to accommodate the entire Tenda Group. Because Pei Qian's goal is to spend more money, the bigger the stall, the better. Just one building obviously cannot meet Mr. Pei's need to spend money. Pei Qian even has an idea, which is to take advantage of this opportunity to build the headquarters building to clean up his fixed asset share. So many fixed assets have already affected the settlement. If there is not enough money in the process of building the headquarters building, Pei Qian can naturally sell some of these buildings to reduce the burden for settlement. Comprehensive consideration, this place is really the most suitable. As for the problem of being too close to the Jingji Hostel and the snack market, I don't think it's a big problem. After all, the Tenda headquarters building can't make a profit. At most, it will become an internet celebrity building, right? As long as it doesn't make too much money, it's fine, Liang Qingfan continued. As for the shape of the building, I also designed a few simple ones. Mr. Pei, take a look, which one is more pleasing to the eye? Or some more specific design elements can be added. Chapter 1228 The Mission of the Headquarters Building. If he was designing for someone else, Liang Qingfan would hope that his plan would be approved directly, and it would be best not to make any changes. As an architect, he has strong confidence in his own plan, and of course he does not want the client to make comments and destroy the beauty of his carefully designed design. But for President Pei, Liang Qingfan would like President Pei to make more requests. Because he thinks that President Pei has a power to turn decay into magic. Even if President Pei's real expertise lies in game design, business, and investment, and he does not have the corresponding architectural knowledge, it can be seen from a series of projects such as the Jingji Hostel and the Sloth Apartment that President Pei can often see from a higher level what Liang Qingfan, an architect, cannot see. And this high-level perspective can often give Liang Qingfan some inspiration and allow him to make greater progress. Pei Qian took a quick look and found that Liang Qingfan's plan was quite considerate. He only drew a sketch of the building's appearance, simply pointed out several key divisions in the building, and did not elaborate on the details of the internal structure. Obviously, even if the details were marked, Pei Qian could not understand it at all. Liang Qingfan gave 3 different design plans, and these 3 plans have some common points. For example, the main buildings are very high, and the surrounding open spaces are designed with lawns, gardens, etc., for beautification. The buildings have a strong sense of design, with a large number of glass curtain walls and special shapes that are staggered and look very consistent with the tone of high-tech companies. Entertainment space is reserved on each floor of the building, deeply implementing the spirit of Tenda. Considering the location of Tenda's headquarters, this building will definitely stand out from the crowd after it is completed, and it will be quite eye-catching and become a landmark building nearby. After reading the 3 plans, Pei Qian fell silent. How to say it, from all aspects, Liang Qingfan has completed the task very perfectly. No matter which plan is adopted, there will be no sense of disobedience when the Tenda logo is hung on the building after it is completed, and it will not be inferior to the headquarters buildings of some other domestic internet giants. But, this seems to be completely unable to meet Pei Qian's requirements. For other companies, the 2 most important points of the headquarters building are, one is the convenience of function, and the other is the uniqueness of the shape. The headquarters building integrates various departments together, making exchanges and communication between departments more frequent and convenient, thereby improving employee work efficiency. The restaurant, coffee bar, and various entertainment facilities in the building are designed to adjust the working status of employees and encourage them to work overtime. The unique shape and magnificent momentum of the building can show the company's strong financial resources to the outside world, so that employees can have a sense of belonging and pride when they go to work, which is also part of the brand image building. In short, for those companies with strong financial resources, building a building has many benefits. But for Pei Qian, he doesn't care about these benefits at all. Make communication between departments more frequent? Improve employee work efficiency? Let employees work overtime? Pei Qian absolutely does not want this to happen. The only thing that makes Pei Qian more satisfied is that an entertainment area is reserved on each floor. But this approach seems a bit dull and old-fashioned, because this is how Tenda arranges it now, and some other large internet companies also arrange it this way. Tenda's employees are all experienced, and just arranging a small entertainment area on the same floor can no longer tempt them. We must increase our efforts. Therefore, according to the standards of general companies, Liang Qingfan's plans are all fine. But for Mr. Pei, it did not meet his requirements at all. If the needs and solutions are misaligned, no matter how good the solution is, it will be useless. Pei Qian had not set any rules for Liang Qingfan before, and let him use his imagination without any restrictions, mainly because he did not want an outsider to guide an insider. After all, the headquarters building was not profitable, so it was no big deal to let Liang Qingfan let go of his free play. But now it seems that Pei Qian still has to give some advice, and cannot be lazy. Because Liang Qingfan's own plan was still considered from the perspective of an architect, and he obviously did not really understand the actual use of the building. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "The plan is very good, and the shape of the building is also good. But it seems to lack a little bit of whimsical ideas." Liang Qingfan was not angry at all, but very happy. "Mr. Pei, how do you change it?" How can whimsical ideas just come out? As an architect, Liang Qingfan felt that he was very active and very open when designing these plans, but when he finished the plan, he did not have the eye-catching feeling of other industries of Tenda. It can only be said that the ability to come up with good ideas like Mr. Pei is a talent. Ordinary people really can't do it. So Liang Qingfan stopped struggling and listened carefully to what President Pei said. Pei Qian fell into deep thought again. How to change it? For other companies, the functionality and symbolism of the building are the first priority. For Pei Qian, the functionality of the building is also the first priority, but the specific functions should be completely opposite to those of other companies. The effect of the Tenda headquarters building should be to make communication between departments less convenient as possible, reduce the work efficiency of employees, and let employees work less overtime as much as possible. Of course, spending more money is also necessary. So the question is, how to design this building to achieve these goals? Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "Well, let me first say a few key points, you remember them. These key points are the most basic requirements. First meet these key points, and then slowly consider the specific shape of the building. First, the Tenda headquarters building should be as flat as possible, rather than developing high." Pei Qian thought very clearly that the taller the building, the more conducive it is to communication between departments, because different departments can get to each other by taking an elevator, which is very convenient. But if the building is flattened and expanded horizontally, then the departments can only communicate with each other by means of transportation such as balance cars, which is obviously very inconvenient and will naturally reduce the efficiency of communication. Pei Qian will also allocate some related departments to the farthest ends of the building as much as possible. Want to link? It's okay, just get ready to run yourself to pieces. Although some departments were scattered in other places in Jingzhou before, they could take a taxi, which was relatively faster. If they were all placed in the headquarters building, they could not take a taxi, and they could only walk. As long as the distance was far enough, it would be more inconvenient. In addition, flattening the building can also occupy as much land as possible. If you build a building and turn the surrounding area into green space or gardens, maybe you can use it to build other buildings in the future, but if you spread it out and occupy all the land, then if you want to expand in the future, you can only buy another land. Doesn't this cost more money? Liang Qingfan hurriedly wrote it down. Sure enough, President Pei's design ideas from the beginning were different from mine. But why flatten the building? Aren't companies now pursuing high-rise buildings and city landmarks? Many companies even compete in height, and are proud to build the tallest building in XX city. As a result, President Pei turned out to be the opposite, not caring about height at all. Sure enough, he is different. Liang Qingfan couldn't figure out why Mr. Pei wanted to flatten the building. Tenda didn't sell pancakes, but he didn't have time to think about it now. He listened to all of Mr. Pei's requests first, and then combined them for unified analysis. Pei Qian continued, second, the game and entertainment areas should not be scattered on each floor, but should be concentrated. The entire building should be cut vertically into two large areas, one work area and one entertainment area. The entertainment area should also occupy half of the building. In addition, we should try to find ways to increase the contact area between the work area and the entertainment area as much as possible, so that it is very convenient for employees to cross areas. Well, to be precise, it is very convenient to go to the entertainment area, but it is not very convenient to return to the work area. There is always not enough space to set aside a part of the area on a single floor as an entertainment area. Because there are many large-scale entertainment projects, it is not possible to simply handle them on one floor. And by integrating the entire entertainment area, employees can play one project after another after entering, and they can't stop at all, so that they completely forget that they have to go back to work. In other words, there will be a stronger sense of immersion. In fact, Pei Qian originally wanted to build a twin tower, one building is purely for work and the other is purely for entertainment. In this way, as long as employees mistakenly enter the entertainment building, they will immediately enter the ocean of happiness and it will be difficult to swim out. But on second thought, if this approach is adopted, the connection between the two buildings is not close enough, and it is not convenient for employees to go to the entertainment building. What if they think it is too troublesome and don't want to go to the entertainment building? So, we must find a way to increase the contact area between the work area and the entertainment area, so that employees can easily travel to the entertainment area and forget to come back if they are not careful. Liang Qingfan scratched his head, feeling that Mr. Pei's request was a bit abstract. Increase the contact area? How to increase it? It is very convenient to go to the entertainment area, but it is not very convenient to return to the work area. Is there a one-way passage? You can go directly to the entertainment area, but if you want to return to the work area, you have to take a detour? It feels even more difficult to grasp the specific form of this building. But he still didn't say anything and continued to record carefully. Pei Qian continued, third, the building should have multiple different entrances, each facing a different location of the building. The entertainment area of the building should face the subway station and transportation hub, which is more convenient to enter, while the work area side needs to be detoured. The underground parking lot. If you go to the entertainment area, you can take the elevator directly. But if you want to go directly to the work area, you have to walk through an underground maze. In other words, after parking the car in the underground parking lot, there are only two ways to go to the work area, either take the elevator and then pass through the entertainment area, enduring all kinds of temptations, or walk through a maze in the underground parking lot, find the way and take the elevator to the work area. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1229, Preliminary Plan for the Building. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from playing games. This underground maze and the setting of the entertainment area are both soft and hard. The entertainment area is soft, trying every means to lure employees to the entertainment area, and let them be tripped by all kinds of fun things, so that they forget to go back to work. Opening the entertainment area on the side of the transportation hub, employees will inevitably pass through the entertainment area before going to work, and be tempted by all kinds of temptations. But some special situations are not ruled out, such as what to do if employees drive to and from get off work. As the headquarters building of Tenda, it is definitely impossible not to build a parking lot. Pei Qian's attitude is that not only should a parking lot be built, but it should also be built very large. After all, the parking lot is not an office space. The more parking spaces there are and the larger the size, the more money it costs. In addition, the investment in parking spaces is basically a waste of money, and this kind of good thing cannot be missed. But if employees drive to work and go upstairs, directly from the underground parking lot, wouldn't the design be in vain? In addition, Tengda's welfare benefits are so good, and there are enough underground parking spaces, so there must be many employees who drive to and from get off work. That's why Pei Qian came up with this idea. Liang Qingfan also carefully wrote this down. At the same time, as President Pei asked more and more, a new design began to emerge in his mind. Pei Qian thought about it and added, there is one last point. The building should be divided into several different areas. On the basis of the existing holidays, each area should arrange additional holidays regularly. But this division must be justified. Do you understand what I mean? Pei Qian felt that the current holidays for Tengda employees were still too few. The system is quite strict in giving leave. Otherwise, Pei Qian would have changed Tengda's working hours to 2 days of work and 5 days of rest per week. But within certain limits, holidays can still be adjusted. For example, granting employees 2 more days of paid annual leave, or finding a reason to take a day or 2 off on special holidays, no problem. Pei Qian wondered if he could use this building as an excuse to find a way to get more holidays from the system. These holidays should be long-term and institutionalized, which is more valuable than temporary holidays. Liang Qingfan quickly wrote it down, was silent for a while, and then said, "Boss Pei, according to your requirements, my previous 3 plans are completely incompatible. It's no different from overturning and starting over. But don't worry, Boss Pei, I just suddenly had a general idea. There is a shape that is particularly suitable for the requirements you raised." Pei Qian was very happy. "Oh? What shape?" Liang Qingfan said, "The Tai Chi diagram." As he spoke, he drew a simple sketch and explained it to Pei Qian. "Mr. Pei, you see, the Tai Chi diagram is a circle, and there are also the hexagrams of the 8 diagrams around it. In terms of floor space, the circle has the largest floor space, which is very consistent with your previous requirement of flattening the building. At the same time, the work area and the entertainment area are separated, but the 2 areas should be in contact as much as possible, which is very consistent with the black and white structure of the Tai Chi diagram. White is yang, which is the work area, black is yin, which is the entertainment area. And the hexagrams around the Tai Chi diagram can also correspond to the 8 directions such as east, south, west and north according to the specific hexagrams. These hexagrams can be seen as the 8 entrances of the building, 4 of which correspond to the work area and 4 correspond to the entertainment area. The 4 entrances to the entertainment area happen to be on the side of the transportation hub, and employees have priority to enter. The S-shaped arc in the middle can maximize the contact between the work area and the entertainment area. The positions of the 2 yin and yang fish eyes can be designed as elevator rooms, with regular elevators in the work area and sightseeing elevators in the entertainment area. At the same time, this S-shaped arc can also be used as an atrium, just like in many shopping malls, running from bottom to top. On the one hand, you can see different floors, and on the other hand, it can increase the lighting, making the interior of the building more bright. Pei Qian tried to imagine the shape of this building. Looking down from a high altitude, it should be a huge Tai Chi diagram, and there will be a clear separation at the dividing line where yin and yang blend, like a crack, to increase the lighting inside the building. Liang Qingfan continued, "As for what you said, Mr. Pei, it is convenient to go to the entertainment area, but it is troublesome to return to the work area, which can also be properly solved. First, at the center of the entire Tai Chi diagram, that is, the contact point of the waist of the yin-yang fish and the center point of the atrium area, we make a landscape waterfall to divide the entire floor. Then, we make this arc position of the head of the yin-yang fish into 2 partitions, and connect them, and arrange the gates and escalators in this place. But whether it is a gate or an escalator, it is one way, from the work area to the entertainment area, go through the gate and go to the same floor. From the entertainment area to the work area, you can't go through the gate, you can only take the escalator to the upper or lower floor. The escalator connects the yin-yang fish at different levels, and also symbolizes the harmony of yin and yang and endless life. In this way, it is very simple to go from the work area to the entertainment area, but it will take some trouble to return to your original workstation." Pei Qian continued to think hard. A landscape waterfall in the center would be like a city roundabout to divert vehicles, diverting everyone to the head of the yin-yang fish. From the work area to the entertainment area, you can go directly through the gate passage and go directly to the same floor, but from the entertainment area to the work area, you have to take the escalator, which can only go to the upper or lower floor. In other words, it is easy to get to the entertainment area, but you can't go back the same way. Well, it sounds good. Liang Qingfan focused his attention on the underground area of the building again. As for the parking lot, according to the previous plan, the transportation hub and the main road are close to the entertainment area, so the parking lot is normal under the entertainment area. After parking here, you can take the elevator directly to the entertainment area, which is more convenient. And the bottom of the work area has been transformed into an underground maze. If employees want to find the elevator to the work area after parking, they need to enter the maze to find it. Pei Qian nodded slightly, which was also in line with his previous expectations. Liang Qingfan continued, as for what you said about dividing the building into several areas, I have a preliminary idea. According to the directions of the 8 diagrams, 24 solar terms can be divided. These 24 solar terms can divide the entire Tai Chi diagram into 24 small sectors. Of course, according to this division, half of the solar terms will fall on the entertainment area. These solar terms can be either not taken as holidays or transferred to the work area. The specific arrangement depends on what you want, Mr. Pei. Hearing this, Pei Qian said without hesitation, of course, the solar terms in the entertainment area should also be transferred to the work area. In this way, everyone will have 2 solar term holidays every year, and the interval in between is exactly half a year. There are 24 solar terms throughout the year. In each solar term, 1/12 of the employees in the building are on holiday? It's simply great. The number 24 alone made Pei Qian feel very happy and felt that it exceeded his expectations. The most important thing is that this setting can be related to the traditional solar terms and the building in the shape of the Tai Chi diagram. In this way, the possibility of persuading the system will be greatly improved. After all, this is to promote and inherit traditional culture, so that every employee can actually benefit from traditional culture. After listening to Liang Qingfan's new plan, Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, this plan is more in line with my requirements. However, I have 2 small questions, or suggestions. First, the entrances located around the building, representing the 8 directions, should be square from a bird's-eye view. Even if the height cannot reach the height of the main building, at least it cannot be too short. If these 8 buildings are only used as entrances, it's obviously too empty. We need to think about what else we can do with them besides office use. The second thing is, the Tai Chi diagram plus the Bagua formation, although it is more in line with the concept of traditional culture, it always feels like it is suppressing something. Isn't it a little strange? Pei Qian actually hoped that this building could suppress his luck a little bit, making the luck of the entire Tenda a little worse, so that the difficulty of losing money should drop sharply. But I am afraid that, as Liang Qingfan said, the harmony of yin and yang and the endless life will directly condense the luck, resulting in a profit for each project in the future. Wouldn't that be a pitfall? Although Pei Qian believes in science very much, sometimes metaphysical factors still need to be considered a little bit. Liang Qingfan nodded. Well, what you said makes sense, Mr. Pei. The first question is about the use of these auxiliary buildings around. I have to go back and think about it carefully. But Mr. Pei, don't worry, the Tenda headquarters is so large and has a lot of functions. After sorting out the functional divisions of the entire building, we will definitely be able to think of additional uses for these 8 entrances. As for the second question, there is no need to worry. I will definitely not just throw a Tai Chi diagram on it. As an architect, I will keep the Tai Chi elements in the general structure and layout, and try to add some sense of technology and modernity to the appearance, so as to combine traditional and modern elements. In other words, the appearance of this building will never give people a sense of being old-fashioned and outdated. It will be a very beautiful and technological modern building. Perhaps only when you look down from a high place can you realize that it is actually a standard Tai Chi diagram. I think this can also show Tenda's concept to some extent, the integration of traditional culture and modern technology. It will neither follow the old ways and refuse to change, nor will it blindly abandon tradition and lose itself. Pei Qian nodded. Well, okay, then let's improve this plan. It's mainly about how to divide the interior, how many floors the building will have, how much floor space it will occupy, how much the overall quotation is, and other such questions. Liang Qingfan nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will refine the plan now. Chapter 12:30, The Direction of Useful App. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from games. After seeing off Liang Qingshan, Pei Qian continued to read the work reports sent by various departments. Because most of the projects are still in the development stage and there are not many clues, Pei Qian just took a quick look. It is not the critical moment before the project is completed and the product is released. For Pei Qian, at least he can slack off for more than a month. Just then, Pei Qian flipped through a report and noticed a department that he had not paid attention to for some time. Useful app in charge of Qingshan. Well, it is really a good department with a low sense of existence, but it is conscientious and responsible and can really share my worries. 6. After reading the work report sent by Qingshan, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Since the establishment of Useful App, Qingshan has been conscientiously promoting related work. First, it started from Handong University, from the field of poetry and ancient Chinese, and gradually expanded to other domestic universities and other professional fields. Later, UUApp also cooperated with Tuwei Live, selecting young scholars with clear ideas and good eloquence from the cooperation, and recommending them to Tuwei Live to give lectures to ordinary audiences, mainly to popularize some basic knowledge. At the same time, the content of these lectures will be edited and subtitled by a dedicated person, and preserved in the form of open classes on Tuwei Live for everyone to watch repeatedly. From the beginning to now, the form of UUApp has basically been fixed, and the next task is to continuously fill it with content. But this is by no means a job that can be completed overnight. Although it is a knowledge-based website, the knowledge in it needs many scholars to enter it bit by bit, and professionals in various fields also need Qingshan and others to connect one by one. To put it bluntly, this is a knowledge website, but completing it is a huge physical job. So far, the completion of the original field of ancient poetry has reached a relatively high level, and the information and content related to those famous works can fully meet the needs of most ordinary people. As a website mainly for ordinary people, UUApp does not need to be as profound as academic journals, at least not now. Therefore, the completion rate of this area so far can be written as 80%. But this does not mean that the people in the relevant field have completed 80% of the work, it just means that this section has basically achieved the initial goal. But in addition to these famous works, there are also a large number of less famous poems and articles. Even for the same article, with the progress of academic research, its analysis is constantly being added, deleted, and upgraded. Relevant young scholars can continue to enrich the content, or expand in a specific direction, and this work can be lifelong. In addition, Qingshan is also expanding to other fields, but this expansion method is slightly disordered. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, the purpose of creating UUApp is to collect all useful knowledge and popularize them to ordinary people in an easy-to-understand way. There are too many directions to choose from, and Qingshan is somewhat at a loss. Now most of the time is busy setting up the framework and advancing in multiple fields simultaneously. Pei Qian is very satisfied with the current status of UUApp. Its presence is not very strong. Although this software has been officially launched and operated, industries such as Tenda Life App and Rabbit Tail Live have also introduced a large number of user groups to it, but the number of active users is still a long way from being hot. Although many students are using it, they are still a minority group after all, and both time and consumption capacity are very limited. For other people, even if they want to look up relevant information, a useful app can be a very practical software, but this need does not arise often after all. For ordinary people, logging in 2 or 3 times a year is already very good. This is consistent with Pei Qian's initial estimate. UUApp will be a grand and long project, and it is not threatening in the early stage. Of course, the linkage between UUApp and Rabbit Tail Live has caused a certain amount of popularity, but this popularity is mainly directed to Rabbit Tail Live, which is not very helpful to UUApp. Although the popularity is not high, UU app has really helped Pei Qian spend a lot of money. Yu Pingyan is very conscientious and spends all the monthly funds, leaving no penny, and he also writes reports every now and then to apply for some additional funds. Great, in this case, allocate more funds. Yu Pingyan, you said you were so capable, why did you develop Tenda Life app in the first place? You should have developed UU app a long time ago. Well, deciding to let Yu Pingyan take the lead in developing UU app is simply the most correct decision I have ever made. In addition to funding, I have to answer his questions a little bit. In this report, Yu Pingyan not only introduced the current situation of UU app, but also raised a question. Specifically, I hope Mr. Pei can give me some suggestions on a certain direction. What direction should UU app choose next? Because there are so many fields that can be worked on, Yu Pingyan does not have difficulty in making choices, but he still has difficulty in making choices. Pei Qian gently stroked his chin and thought for a moment. According to his idea, he must hope that Yu Pingyan will do everything in this and that, and not be outstanding in any field. Just like a forest, if a tree grows particularly tall and breaks the world record, it will soon attract attention, but if all the trees grow evenly, no one will notice that the forest is growing taller as a whole at a very fast speed. In this way, the possibility of useful apps becoming popular can be reduced as much as possible, and this time node can be postponed as much as possible to burn more money. But the words cannot be said too bluntly, which will seem very strange, and must be expressed in a different way. After considering the wording, Pei Qian replied, "You don't have to stick to a single direction, you should observe more and chase some hot spots appropriately, but they cannot be the common hot spots on the internet." Although this statement seems a bit vague, Pei Qian feels that the meaning that should be expressed has been expressed, and whether Yu Pingyan can understand it depends on his understanding. There is no need to stick to a single direction, which means that Yu Pingyan can spread his business a little wider and try his hand in many fields, but none of them will stand out too much and attract unnecessary attention. Observe and chase some hot spots more often. In fact, it is also hoped that Yu Pingyan will not dig deep and dwell on one field for too long. See a hot spot and chase it. Change it when there is a new hot spot. Try each field briefly, which can further reduce the possibility of the success of the useful app. Of course, chasing hot spots will inevitably bring a problem, that is, riding on the popularity. So Pei Qian added another sentence, asking Yu Pingyan not to ride on the common hot spots on the internet, and it is best to choose some small hot spots. This kind of hot spots are numerous and diverse, quite fragmented, and will not get any popularity. It is the ideal choice in Pei Qian's mind. In this way, even if the useful app is developed, it will most likely continue to deviate to a niche platform, and there will be no possibility of sudden explosion. It can be said to be multiple insurance. Pei Qian carefully sorted it out again and felt that this hint was quite scientific and there should be no outrageous misunderstandings, so he clicked the send button. Okay, today's work is over, get off work. Pei Qian stretched and prepared to go to eat something good to reward himself for his hard work. At the same time, Yu Pingyan was thinking hard in front of the computer. A person who originally had no choice difficulty is about to be forced to have choice difficulty by work. With the development of useful apps, there are more and more options. Although Yu Pingyan has fully expanded the knowledge construction in various fields through cooperation with universities, there must be a specialization direction like the previous ancient poetry, but Yu Pingyan has selected at least a dozen areas that can be specialized in, and how to choose is really a headache. So, he mentioned it in his work report, hoping that Mr. Pei could solve his doubts. Although Mr. Pei can definitely solve the problem if he takes action, Mr. Pei is busy after all, and may not be able to spare time. Yu Pingyan did not hold much hope for this. Just then, he received a new work email, and it turned out to be a reply from Mr. Pei. Sure enough, no matter how indifferent he seemed before, when I need guidance the most, Mr. Pei will definitely take action at the right time. Qingshan was overjoyed and immediately clicked to check. There are 2 sentences in total, and they didn't directly say which direction to choose. Sure enough, it is Mr. Pei's consistent style. He puts forward the direction of guidance, but he doesn't say it too specifically to limit the performance of the person in charge. For more information, you still have to dig it out by yourself, so that you can improve your ability to think independently and keep up with Mr. Pei's ideas. Qingshan began to seriously figure out the deep meaning behind Mr. Pei's 2 sentences. Don't stick to a single direction. This is definitely in terms of the overall strategy of UU app. As a platform dedicated to providing professional knowledge in all fields, we must build the overall framework in the early stage, and then gradually improve it. This coincides with what I'm doing now, and it's a kind of affirmation and support for my work. Then the key should be in the latter sentence. Appropriately chase hot spots, but don't chase common hot spots on the internet. What does this mean? Qingshan frowned slightly, vaguely realizing that this should be the key to the problem. After all, there is a key point in the interpretation of President Pei: any unreasonable place must have a deep meaning. On the surface, this seems to encourage Qingshan to take advantage of those less famous hot spots. But this doesn't make sense. Because the act of taking advantage of hot spots is for the sake of popularity. If you want to take advantage of the popularity, but don't take advantage of the biggest popularity, isn't it like eating X can't catch up with the heat? Ahem, don't think of President Pei like this. Qingshan quickly stopped his dangerous thoughts. So President Pei must not mean this, but has another deep meaning. Qingshan began to analyze seriously. Chapter 1231, The Lack of the Spiritual Core of Eternal Reincarnation? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Why not chase the common hot spots on the internet? Consider it from another angle. What are the problems with the hottest hot spots on the internet? Well, if you think about it carefully, there are still many problems. For example, it is easy to reverse if the truth is not clear, and it is likely to be implicated if you express your position in advance. The hottest hot spots are often superficial, which is completely contrary to the purpose of useful app. These hotspots often come and go quickly, and once the heat is over, there will be a mess. Qingshan quickly found a series of problems and hidden dangers. The current online world is composed of huge information cocoons, and most people only care about the part they are interested in. And this will lead to a problem. The hottest topic must be the topic that can pull all the people in the information cocoon out and fully participate in the discussion, and this topic is often limited to a very limited number of aspects. For example, emotional topics and gender topics. After all, a person likes games, movies, anime. Each hobby can correspond to a small circle. You can ignore the circle you don't like, but people can only be male or female when they are born, and it is impossible to avoid the circle of gender topics. For example, topics in the entertainment circle will always be higher than those in the academic circle. Because only a small number of people can master or access academics, while ordinary people will more or less watch some movies, variety shows, and know a few stars in the process of entertainment. The more such a wide range of topics, the easier it is to arouse heat, but if you discuss in the discussion area, it will be easier to evolve into a chicken and duck talk and mutual criticism in the end. The characteristic of the online world is that no one can convince anyone, and it is simply a matter of who has a louder voice. And the size of the voice often depends on the skills of quarreling. Whoever has a lower limit in a quarrel is more likely to win. Therefore, the biggest hot spots in a period of time are often topics that are generally participated in by ordinary people, but extremely unnutritious. At first glance, these seem to be very delicious melons, but after eating them, looking back, I feel that I have eaten lonely. This is obviously completely contrary to the purpose of useful app. The purpose of a useful app is to create a pure land without spam on the internet, and the repetitive and excessive discussion of hot topics that provoke conflicts is itself creating spam. Thinking of this, Yu Pingan had an epiphany. So, Mr. Pei is reminding me to pay attention to the degree of this. It is necessary to pay attention to hot topics, because hot topics reflect the collective demands of ordinary people to a certain extent. As a software, UU app serves most ordinary people, so paying attention to hot topics is a process of understanding the collective demands of ordinary people. But you can't pay attention to those hot topics that provoke conflicts, are over-discussed, and are meaningless, because it is completely contrary to the purpose of UU app. Well, Mr. Pei's teachings are very reasonable and thought-provoking. But Mr. Pei still didn't say how to choose hot topics specifically? There are too many hot events on the internet at present, but there are few valuable and meaningful ones. The hot topics with the highest popularity are often those that cover a wide range, have no specific connotations, provoke conflicts, and stimulate different groups to attack each other. But aren't the hot topics with low popularity like this? Obviously not. Among the hot topics with low popularity, there are also many garbage hot topics that cover a wide range, have no connotations, provoke conflicts, and stimulate different groups to attack each other. Mr. Pei said that we should observe more. But with so many hot spots, how can we choose? I don't have that kind of strong insight. If Mr. Pei chooses it himself, he will definitely choose the best direction. But how can Mr. Pei spend his precious time selecting hot spots for useful apps? Yu Pingan felt that he seemed to be stuck in a dead end. Mr. Pei proposed a solution, but this solution can only be used by Mr. Pei himself. Wait a minute. Who said that President Pei has no time to help with the selection? Isn't President Pei always selecting? Yu Pingan suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. He thought that President Pei was so busy that he definitely didn't have time to help UU app choose the general direction. But the key is, what is President Pei busy with? Isn't it just to determine the general direction for the development of Tenda Group? As the helmsman of Tenda Group, President Pei constantly allows Tenda to enter various fields. These industries seem to have nothing to do with each other. When they just started, they also seemed to be cold, but soon they had close connections and were proved to be the direction of future development. Every time President Pei enters a field, he can change the business model of this field and cause a certain sensation. Isn't this also a meaningful hotspot? Thinking of this, Yu Pingan's horizon suddenly became clear. What game is Tenda's game department developing? Oh, eternal reincarnation. This doesn't seem to be reliable. What about Shenyang Games? Safe and civilized driving. This seems to be a game related to cars, transportation, and urban planning. Yuyong app can also start from this field and study the automobile-related fields. On the one hand, it can get the popularity when the game Safe and Civilized Driving is released, and on the other hand, it can provide some theoretical support for this game. Yu Pingan suddenly understood the development direction of Yuyong app in the future. The first is to cooperate with various universities step by step, continue to enrich various basic fields, and build the entire framework as soon as possible. The second is to work closely with the industry planned by Tenda in the future, which can not only provide theoretical support, but also use the popularity of the industry to promote Yuyong app. This forms a complete closed loop. It's perfect. Yu Pingan suddenly stopped being confused, and his choice difficulty was completely cured. After getting the inspiration from Mr. Pei, he stopped struggling and immediately devoted himself to work, ready to find relevant professionals. September 21st, Friday. Meng Chang did not go to work today, because he had long realized that he would probably not get any commission this month, which meant that the work had ended early. Without salary, who would work? But Meng Chang did not become depressed like he did in the previous times. Although he returned home, he was still paying attention to the progress of eternal reincarnation. Because he wanted to know what the deep meaning of President Pei's disruption of his publicity plan was, he was still waiting for the answer in Xiao Laoshir's video. If this answer does not satisfy him, then Meng Chang will have to re-examine the Pei's propaganda method he has summarized, because this incident may indicate that he has fallen into a very wrong misunderstanding. If this answer can satisfy him, it means that the Pei's propaganda method is correct as a whole, but there are errors in some details. And President Pei disrupted his propaganda plan in order to correct this error. In short, no matter which situation it is, Meng Chang must be alert and pay attention. Since the battle system of eternal reincarnation was updated last Friday, the evaluation and feedback of players on the internet have also changed. But this change is not exactly the same as Meng Chang expected. Originally, Meng Chang thought that updating the battle system in advance was equivalent to detonating the heat at the wrong time, which would cause the heat at the time of detonation to not reach the highest point, but would spread steadily and continuously to the next period of time. At the beginning, the situation was indeed as he expected. Players were very excited about the new battle system. The difficulty problem that was criticized before seemed to no longer exist. Everyone was seriously honing their parrying skills, and various bigwigs also posted their videos of speed killing without injury on the internet. I have to say that there are indeed a lot of talented guys. Only 1 week after the combat system was updated, someone had already accomplished the feat of killing the black and white impermanents at the beginning. I don't know how many times he had to practice to achieve this goal. Of course, defeating the black and white impermanents will not have a decisive impact on the game process, but will only obtain the weapons and props on the black and white impermanents in advance. In the plot, the protagonist is no longer locked up by the black and white impermanents and taken to the Yellow Spring Road, but will go to the Yellow Spring Road by himself through the props on the black and white impermanents. In addition, in the original process, the black and white impermanents will be encountered again when the game progresses to the middle stage, and if the two bosses have been killed at the beginning, then this place does not need to be fought again. In short, it actually has no impact on the game content, but there is only one more achievement. But in any case, being able to defeat the boss in the middle stage of the game with only a magic sword in the prologue is enough to show the strength of these players. Many players are discussing this combat system, believing that it combines the gameplay of action games with the rhythm of music games and the direction of attack of fighting games, which is another breakthrough in action games. These are exactly what Meng Chang expected. But soon, something unexpected happened to Meng Chang. Some players began to compare eternal reincarnation with turning back. The result of the comparison is that although eternal reincarnation has made some innovations in the combat system, it is far inferior to turning back. Meng Chang's first reaction to this statement was also very confused, even incomprehensible. So, he found the source of this statement, a post from a self-proclaimed turn-back hardcore player. This player also posted screenshots of all achievements of turn back and screenshots of the achievement of killing the black and white impermanents in the prologue of Eternal Reincarnation to prove that he has a deep understanding of the two games and is not just a superficial understanding. To be honest, I was very excited when Eternal Reincarnation just updated the combat system, but now I am a little disappointed. I know many people will say that the game still has 1/3 of the content to be updated, and this is just a DLC, and it should not be required by the standards of a new game. After all, as a DLC with only a fraction of the price of the main game, the current performance is already very good value for money. But I still want to briefly talk about my opinion and why I think Eternal Reincarnation is not as good as Turn Back. Many people have mentioned that the scenes and monsters are repeated before, so I will not emphasize this point. After all, this is just a DLC, and the price is cheap. What makes me feel a little regretful is precisely the combat system of Eternal Reincarnation. I think this combat system is very novel, but it has two biggest problems. First, it is too difficult to operate, so most people can't get enough fun like in Turn Back. Second, it is actually contrary to the spirit of Turn Back to some extent, and loses the effect of breaking the dimensional wall that Mr. Chiao said, and the spiritual core of infinite suffering in this desperate world is weakened to some extent. In turn back, every player can feel the despair personally, but after suffering for a period of time, they can immerse themselves in it. Just like Mr. Chiao said, the game breaks the boundary with reality and will give players a spiritual baptism. But in eternal reincarnation, the combat system has been greatly changed. Later, I lost this feeling. For players who cannot master the new combat system and have difficulty adapting to the blocking operation, this journey becomes pure suffering, and it is difficult to obtain the joy of growth after suffering. In other words, the entry threshold of combat is too high. For those players who have adapted to this kind of combat, although they can get strong joy from it, they have lost the feeling of struggling in the sea of suffering. So, the game itself is fine, it is still as high quality as before, and the combat system is also refreshing, but in terms of breaking the dimensional wall and digging deep into the spiritual gameplay, I think there is a big gap with turning back to the shore. Not only did it not pass on, but it went against the trend. In my opinion, this is a very regrettable point. Chapter 1232, The Ending of Eternal Reincarnation. After reading the post posted by this player, Meng Chong fell into deep thought. His first feeling was that it was a bit far-fetched, but it made sense. Indeed, as most players said, from the current situation, eternal reincarnation is undoubtedly a DLC that is worth the money. Perhaps the only shortcoming is that a large number of scenes and monsters are reused. However, due to the drastic reform of the combat system in eternal reincarnation and the reconstruction of the routes and monster details of all scenes, it depicts a story that happened many years before turning back, so it does not seem repetitive and can still bring enough freshness to players. This price, this volume, this drastic change and innovation. As a DLC, this has been a successful completion of the task, and it is really impossible to ask for more. But this player also has a point. If eternal reincarnation must be lacking in something, it should be the lack of the just right sense of suffering in turning back, and the shock of breaking the dimensional wall. The experience of eternal reincarnation is quite polarized for different players. Those who can adapt to the new combat system, kill all the gods and Buddhas, and perfectly parry and kill all the way, and the game has become a mowing game, while those who adapt to it without talking to the clumsy players have to suffer frequently and advance slowly, and can only rely on the automatic blocking mechanism of the magic sword to barely survive. The sense of suffering in turning back as the shore should be moderate, especially for clumsy players, who can experience the feeling of an ordinary person struggling in this desperate world, but after struggling, they will gain hope. On the other hand, this feeling is weakened to a certain extent in eternal reincarnation. In addition, the amazing feeling that turning back as the shore gave Rao when it first appeared, and eternal reincarnation has carried too high expectations since the beginning of the project, so the different evaluations of the two have naturally become expected. Of course, this method makes people feel that the players have been spoiled and put forward unrealistic requirements. For most games, DLC is a continuation of the game itself. As long as a few new scenes, some new monsters, and some new plots are made to supplement the game itself, that is enough. Considering this perspective, eternal reincarnation obviously completed the task perfectly. But players are no longer satisfied with this, because the previous popularity and publicity have made them regard the status of eternal reincarnation as the same as Return to the Shore 2, and their requirements for President Pei and Tenda games have unconsciously become higher. Moreover, everyone knows that President Pei is a designer who likes to break through himself and constantly strive for excellence. Maybe in Mr. Pei's mind, he also wanted to make some kind of breakthrough for turning back. If you think about it this way, turning back can indeed be in a state of a flawless jade, which is good overall, but not perfect. Meng Chong thought about it, and it was really hard to refute this point, because it seemed that this was indeed a problem that turning back itself had. However, he did not dwell on it, but turned to think about other things. The player's speech provided him with a new perspective. For Meng Chong now, if he wants to do his job well and get more commissions, he must master two abilities. One is the ability to find faults in the project, and the other is the ability to dig deep into the project. He thought he was doing well in both aspects, but now seeing the post of this player, he found that he was actually far from it. Take turning back, for example. Meng Chong had never thought that there was such an angle before. He couldn't help but think of his original promotion plan, and vaguely felt that this plan seemed a little inappropriate. But what was wrong with it specifically? He didn't know. Obviously, there are parts in the promotional plan of eternal reincarnation that are beyond his control, which seems to hint at the reason why President Pei does not approve of this promotional plan to some extent. Meng Chong thought about it for a long time, but still had no idea. Forget it, let professionals do professional things. Let's wait for Qiao Laosher's video. Meng Chong gave up struggling and waited patiently for Qiao Laosher's video, hoping to get some inspiration and spiritual blessing. Of course, he also knew that this video was unlikely to come out so soon. Although the main part of the video has been completed, some materials and content will be added after the update of Eternal Reincarnation is completed. After the ending of the game is revealed, the content of the video should be supplemented. However, this should not affect the overall framework of the video. After all, the ending of Eternal Reincarnation has been fixed by the original work at the beginning. The god of war wakes up at the last moment, goes deep into the hell of hell, and becomes the first prisoner. During the waiting period, Meng Chong had nothing to do, so he planned to take a look at the ending of the game first. He first considered going through the ending himself. After all, there is a magic weapon for skipping classes, such as the automatic parry mechanism of the magic sword in the game. But he soon gave up this idea. Why should I suffer? Or cloud clearance? Thinking of this, he randomly found a live broadcast room on the internet and started to watch how the masters cleared the game. Compared with the previous two parts, the last part has a big change in the game plot and content. First, in the plot of the Infernal Hell, the monsters will become more powerful than in Turning Back on the Shore, and all the shortcuts that existed originally have disappeared, and players need to use the magic sword to get through. In terms of the plot, this is because the infernal hell that the protagonist came to in Turning Back on the Shore has actually been killed several times by the god of war, so the power of the monsters has been seriously weakened. Secondly, the first two scenes, villages and towns, these two scenes were skipped at the beginning of the game, but in the third part, the god of war will return to these two places again. Because the god of war slaughtered all the ghosts and judges, the entire 6 reincarnations almost collapsed, so the human world was also affected. After killing the 10 kings of hell and disrupting the 6 reincarnations, the god of war returned to the human world and wanted to reshape his body for himself, but found that this place had become a purgatory on earth, and various powerful demons were wreaking havoc and slaughtering the people. The god of war tried his best to slaughter the demons, but many people had already died tragically in the claws of the devil, and things became irreversible. He realized that he had made a big mistake, and finally broke into the infernal hell and sacrificed himself to become the first prisoner. However, the host also has another save file, which is a save file in which the god of war keeps dying with the magic sword. In this save file, although the god of war will also enter the hell, he cannot become the prisoner. He can only be controlled by the magic sword and transformed into a hell demon, and the whole world becomes purgatory. Judging from the plot of Turning Back as the Shore, the ending of the prisoner is obviously the official true ending, and this ending of eternal reincarnation echoes the title of the game, and can better reflect the tragic side of the whole plot. After completing the ending, the anchor did not immediately enter the second round, but opened a bottle of drink, chatted with the barrage, and shared his own experience. How do you feel about completing the game? It's still very enjoyable overall. This combat system is much more enjoyable than Turning Back. I feel very involved. It's much more involved than Turning Back. I've also read the post online. Why? It's mostly nitpicking. Of course, it depends on your perspective. If you are a turning back believer and don't allow DLC to make even a little change to the style of turning back, then this post must have some truth. But from my perspective as a pure player, this post doesn't make sense. Turning back has been played for a long time, so what's the point of making DLC based on turning back? Making a new attempt will bring new feelings. How great is that? If you hope that eternal reincarnation will inherit or even extend the connotation of turning back to some extent while making new things, then I think it's a bit too much and a bit excessive. It's just a DLC after all. Besides, I still prefer the combat system of eternal reincarnation. The view of this anchor seems to represent the view of a large part of the players. They think that eternal reincarnation has already completed its mission to this extent. For a DLC, this is already a 100-point answer sheet, but it is too demanding to ask them to make it 120 points. Meng Chong thought while exiting the live broadcast room. The live broadcast time is not short. The last 1/3 of the content and the 2 endings have been broadcast for nearly 5 hours. It is already 10 o'clock in the evening. According to Mr. Pei's request, the battle system is adjusted to the second part of the update. Now eternal reincarnation has actually been fully updated. Since the entire DLC is complete, it can almost be concluded. In the next period of time, the discussion of eternal reincarnation will obviously reach a peak. Meng Chong checked the latest developments of Ellie Island several times, and finally saw that Mr. Chiao updated the video. Finally! The live broadcast just now made Meng Chong a little sleepy, but when he saw Mr. Chiao updated the video, he immediately perked up. Because he knew that this video might contain the answer to the question that had been puzzling him. The beginning was still the familiar, unchanging opening remarks, and a piece of idle chatter. Meng Chong simply dragged the progress bar and went directly to the main topic. So this time, I will analyze the DLC Eternal Reincarnation, or 2 aspects of this game. First, the deep reason why it is updated in 3 times. Second, it is different from turning back to the shore in content, but the spiritual core is at the same ideological level. Enough words, let's start this puzzle. Has it changed from interpretation and analysis to puzzle solving? But for Mr. Pei's game, the method of puzzle solving is not too much. Meng Chong originally thought that the main content of Mr. Chiao's video this time would be to interpret the game content, but he didn't expect Mr. Chiao to mention the 3-time update. This seems a bit bad, right? Chapter 1233, it turns out that I misunderstood President Pei. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Because Meng Chong knew the real reason behind this matter very well. First, in order to get a commission, he forcibly split eternal reincarnation into 4 parts, and then President Pei forcibly updated the combat system of the last part in advance for some reasons he didn't know, which led to the current situation. In other words, the fundamental reason is that Meng Chong wanted to deliberately accumulate popularity to get a commission, and the direct reason was President Pei's intervention. But how can they be said in the video? Meng Chong is not afraid of being scolded, and the more he is scolded, the easier it will be for him to get a commission next time, but the key is that Mr. Chiao has no grudges with Meng Chong, so it seems unnecessary to talk about this matter in the video. What's more, only Meng Chong and President Pei know about the commission, and Mr. Chiao can't possibly know these inside stories. Or did Mr. Chiao have a wrong understanding and start talking nonsense in the video? With doubts, Meng Chong continued to watch. First, here's the underlying reason why eternal reincarnation was updated in 3 parts. Many players are confused about this and have made their own guesses, but as far as I know, these guesses are wrong because they don't have first-hand information from Tenda like I do. I learned from a core employee of Tenda that the original update plan for eternal reincarnation was divided into 4 updates. The game scenes and monsters were divided into 3 updates, and finally the game's combat system was updated. Later, for some reason, the combat system was updated ahead of schedule and updated together with the second part of the content, so it became what it is now. If you don't know this in advance, then all the analysis will go wrong. If you are heading in the wrong direction, you will definitely not be able to draw the right conclusion. That is to say, the original 4 updates plan and the later 3 updates plan seem to be similar, but the motivations and methods are completely different. Here, I want to emphasize, this time eternal reincarnation was actually developed by the original author as the main designer, and the original head of the Tenda game department was on a business trip and was not responsible for the follow-up work of this game. In addition, the person who developed the publicity plan for eternal reincarnation had a certain understanding of this game, but it was obviously not deep enough. So, the 3 updates were actually a correction by President Pei. Of course, there are some deep meanings behind this, from Mr. Pei. He completely changed the nature of the entire plan through very simple methods. At the beginning, Meng Chang was a little trembling, because he felt that Qiao Liang seemed to be inevitably on a wrong path of analysis. Why are you so entangled with Yufei and me? We are both just tools. We took the blame, that's fine, but does it have anything to do with the content of your video? But after hearing the latter, especially when he heard this is a correction by Mr. Pei, Meng Chang found that Mr. Qiao was not off track. Because this was indeed a correction by Mr. Pei. He still remembered that in Mr. Pei's office, Mr. Pei once asked himself a little unhappy, think about it yourself, is this publicity plan appropriate? At that time, Meng Chang thought that his plan was a perfect play of Pei's publicity method, and there was no problem at all. But he thought about it, chose to follow his heart, honestly admitted his mistakes, and asked Mr. Pei how to deal with it. So, Mr. Pei changed his plan to what it is now, and updated the battle system of eternal reincarnation in advance. But Meng Chang couldn't figure out why Mr. Pei changed it this way. After seeing the updated combat system, players all expressed their opinions, saying it was really great, and Meng Chang felt that there was nothing wrong with his plan according to his original plan. Putting the battle system in the last update can connect the previous popularity and reverse all the controversy, thus completing a perfect Pei-style propaganda method. Mr. Pei's change not only made Meng Chang lose the commission, but also made the controversy accumulated in the early stage of eternal reincarnation not enough, and the popularity when it was detonated was not high enough, which seemed to be a lose-lose situation. Therefore, Meng Chang had deep doubts about this. Judging from Mr. Pei's attitude, this was indeed a correction, but Meng Chang couldn't figure out where he was wrong. Judging from what Qiao Liang said, he seemed to understand Mr. Pei's approach. Meng Chang hurriedly continued to read on. In fact, the reason for the 4-part update is very simple, which is to highlight the earth-shaking changes that the battle system of eternal reincarnation has brought to the game content. Let players use the original battle mechanism of turn back to the shore to complete the game first, and then switch to the battle mechanism of eternal reincarnation, so that players can feel the difference between the 2 battle modes more clearly, which plays a finishing touch. From the most original motivation, this is for a good and well-intentioned purpose. But as I said before, Yufei is a chief designer who took over the job midway, and the person responsible for formulating this promotion plan is not a professional gamer, so their plan looks fine, but in fact it is a little bit wrong and 1,000 miles away. After seeing this, President Pei took decisive action, issued an apology notice, and made changes to the update plan, bringing forward the update of the battle system. And the essential difference between them is, which comes first, the publicity effect or the player experience? Immediately afterwards, Mr. Qiao gave a detailed explanation and description in the video. If Meng Chang's method is followed, a lot of controversy can indeed be accumulated in the first 3 updates, triggering widespread discussion, and even topics such as Tenda has fallen from the altar will appear. In the end, the battle system update will transform eternal reincarnation like the finishing touch. Doing so will indeed gain huge popularity and have a good publicity effect. However, the player's gaming experience is not guaranteed. Because the entire numerical system of eternal reincarnation is planned according to the new battle system, forcing players to use the battle system of turning back as the shore to play will inevitably not get the best gaming experience. What's more, the battle system of eternal reincarnation is an integral part of the game experience. What's the matter with hiding it from players? And this new update method is much more reasonable. First, release a small part of the content, so that players can use a week to simply recall the combat system of turning back. Update the new combat system of eternal reincarnation, which can also bring a sense of surprise to players. Let players use the new combat system to get through most of the game content, not wasting players' time, and ensuring players' gaming experience as much as possible. After introducing the essential differences between the two solutions, Mr. Qiao made a simple summary. In short, the difference between the two solutions is whether to sacrifice some players' gaming experience for popularity, or to sacrifice some popularity for players' gaming experience. Some people will choose the former, but for Mr. Pei, he will definitely choose the latter. Mr. Pei is indeed a marketing master. From many previous marketing cases, we can see his excellent talent in marketing. But this incident further confirms one thing: although Mr. Pei understands marketing and is good at marketing, he never relies on marketing or blindly markets. For him, even if a marketing plan can bring a lot of popularity, but cannot bring the best experience to users, it should be decisively abandoned. Users, or players, are always the first. Hearing this, Meng Chang felt a thunder flash through his mind, dispelling all his previous confusion. So that's what happened? He recalled the question that Mr. Pei had asked him. Think about it carefully. Is this promotional plan appropriate? Meng Chang stood up and paced quickly in the room to think. He found that many clues were connected. No wonder Mr. Pei looked so unhappy at that time, because my plan was completely off track. After the promotion plan of the Qiaolu game platform, I felt that my Pei-style promotion method had been perfected, and judging from Mr. Pei's happy expression, he should think so too. But I messed up the promotion plan of eternal reincarnation, which instantly exposed the fact that I didn't understand Pei's promotion method at all. I just saw some of the fur, and I thought I understood it. The confidence I showed and the success that I accidentally hit made Mr. Pei overestimate my ability, so after I made this serious mistake, Mr. Pei was so angry. On the one hand, it was because Mr. Pei wanted to personally solve this mess for me, and on the other hand, it was because Mr. Pei was very disappointed in me. I'm so stupid. Mr. Pei has already made his move for more than 2 weeks, but I still haven't understood his intentions. I even misunderstood and doubted him. It was not until Mr. Qiao released a video analysis that I realized the crux of the problem. Meng Chang completely understood the problem with his plan, which was using the Pei's propaganda method too dogmatically to create hype, but completely deviating from the core and original intention of the Pei's propaganda method. This behavior is like studying the Nining manual out of context, and then coming up with the Nining bone claw, and thinking that this martial art is very powerful, complacent and self-satisfied. He has no idea that the real Nining manual is an extremely profound and serious martial art, and the reason why he practiced evil skills is mainly because he went astray in the process of studying it. Before, Meng Chang always felt dissatisfied and sad about his lost commission. But now it seems that he is not wronged at all, because Mr. Pei's loss is greater than his own. Eternal Fall of Reincarnation is a good project that can gain both fame and fortune, and it is a good game that can be recorded in the history of the development of domestic action games. The game experience of the first batch of players was almost ruined by the Pei's propaganda method that he misunderstood, and it almost tarnished the glorious image of Tenda Games. For such a big mistake, only 1 month's commission was deducted. Is it too much? Not too much at all, even a little too kind. Meng Chang deeply understood his mistakes, and his complaints to Mr. Pei and the pain of losing commissions also disappeared. It seems that I am still a long way from mastering Pei's propaganda method, and I have to work harder. Moreover, if the promotion method I summarized is the art and moves, then Mr. Pei's concept of always focusing on users, players, and product quality is the Tao and internal strength. I mistakenly understood the simple moves as the whole of the Pei's propaganda method. This is obviously wrong. Only by combining skills with Taoism, moves with internal strength, can we have the complete Pei's propaganda method, and this is the propaganda method that President Pei really wants me to master. Chapter 1234. It turns out that DLC can be done this way. Update. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Meng Chang's mentality has undergone a 180-degree turn. He suddenly doesn't care about this month's commission at all. Because what he got from Mr. Pei is priceless. The complete Pei's propaganda method can never be measured by tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking of this, Meng Chang felt relieved and continued to watch the second half of Mr. Chiao's video. Secondly, let's go back to the game itself, and talk about its different spiritual core from turn back. Some people say that eternal reincarnation has lost the experience of struggling in the sea of suffering of turn back, and the complex combat system has polarized the experience of different player groups, resulting in the loss of that flavor. I think this phenomenon does exist to some extent. But my point of view is a little different. I think this is exactly what the designer intended, because the content of eternal reincarnation is essentially different from that of turning back. Let's start with the game content and simply compare the differences between turning back and eternal reincarnation. The story of turning back takes place in the future, in a world that has already collapsed, and the protagonist is an ordinary person with no advanced fighting skills. He goes through untold hardships to fight his way into the hell. The story of eternal reincarnation takes place in the future, in a world that has not yet collapsed, and the protagonist is a martial god. His fighting skills are at the pinnacle. He defeats all kinds of powerful enemies along the way. He kills everyone who stands in his way, and kills everyone who stands in his way. He kills until the end, and then realizes that he has made a big mistake. The identities of these two protagonists are obviously different. How can the situation of turning back be used to apply it rigidly? Imagine, if the god of war also struggles and sinks in the sea of suffering like the ordinary people in Turn Back to the Shore, how can he be called the god of war? In the game, due to the different levels of players, the god of war they play is also strong and weak. But when discussing this issue, we must focus on the image of the god of war in the official novel. In other words, those players who can kill the black and white impermanents without injury at the beginning and pass the level like cutting melons and vegetables all the way can be regarded as showing the true state of the god of war. Similarly, the two different combat systems of Turn Back to the Shore and Eternal Reincarnation also correspond to the identity of the protagonist. The protagonist of Turning Back is ashore is an ordinary person, so he can only roll clumsily to avoid the enemy's attacks, find the right time and then carefully attack. After experiencing countless deaths and reincarnations, he finally breaks this fateful reincarnation. And the protagonist of Eternal Reincarnation is the god of war, so he can quickly step and dodge, avoid fatal attacks by moving a millimeter, skillfully use a variety of weapons, control his breath, block the opponent's attacks, and find flaws to kill with one blow. Many details in the game are also constantly reminding players. For example, the god of war uses the power of the magic sword to leave a lot of marks, after death, resurrected here through the power of the magic sword, and the protagonist in Turning Back is Shore uses a broken Buddha statue. If careful players will find that the location where the magic sword leaves the mark is exactly the location of these broken Buddha statues. Combined with some information in the game, it is not difficult to know that the marks left by the god of war on the path are constantly emitting evil spirits, affecting the surrounding areas. And in order to eliminate this influence, a certain Taoist monk carved Buddha statues to suppress these evil spirits. And after many reincarnations, when these Buddha statues became incomplete, they took on the task of guiding the protagonist in turning back is sure. There are many intersections between eternal reincarnation and turning back, which shows that eternal reincarnation is not like other game DLCs, which just add one more piece to the original game content, but directly takes another timeline, forming a unified whole with turning back, becoming two sides of the same coin. So, some people want to find the feeling of turning back in eternal reincarnation, which is a wishful thinking. Eternal reincarnation has the same principle as turning back in breaking the dimensional wall, but it is aimed at different groups of people. Although Meng Chang doesn't understand games very well, and will never suffer in games like turning back or eternal reincarnation, he still enjoys watching it. He had heard that turning back has the effect of breaking the dimensional wall. Players die again and again in the game, and empathize with ordinary people as the protagonist, and can get closer to and understand that desperate world. But what about eternal reincarnation? Meng Chang hurriedly continued to read on. I said in my previous video that the worse the player is, the more he should play turn back. Because dying over and over again due to poor skills can make you feel the despair and pain of the protagonist. If you give up, you actually achieve the ending of turn back. You give up the game, and the protagonist in the game will forever sink in the sea of suffering. And those real masters, because they die very few times and pass the level easily, they can't feel this feeling of struggling to survive. And this time, President Pei made eternal reincarnation to make up for this regret for these expert players, so that they can also feel the feeling of breaking the dimensional wall. Compared to ordinary players who die again and again, the game experience of expert players is more in line with the original story of the God of War, so the mentality of the two is more in line with each other. I think that many players who can kill the black and white impermanence in the prologue should have a strong sense of pride like me, feeling that they are omnipotent and invincible. What are the 10 kings of hell and the judge of life and death? They are all under my sword. Ghost? With this mentality, we killed our way through the Yellow Springs Road, crossed the Naiha Bridge, and walked through the Yama Palace like a leisurely stroll, opening up the 6 reincarnations. With our powerful martial arts, we killed one enemy after another who dared to block our way. Even if they kept warning us, we still turned a deaf ear. The old monk once told us that even the most superb martial arts could not cut off life and death, and would lead us to the devil's way, and advised us to turn back. The black and white impermanence angrily rebuked us, saying that we resisted the ghost messenger and would be thrown into the hell of endless suffering, and we would never be reborn. In addition, Mengpa, the judge, the 10 kings of hell, these bosses said some lines when they were fighting and dying, either threatening or admonishing, but we didn't care, just wielded our weapons and cut them down one by one. It was not until I got through the 6 reincarnations and returned to the human world to see the tragic situation that I realized that I had made a big mistake. So, I entered the hell of endless suffering, sacrificed myself to become the first prisoner. Throughout the process, our emotions were exactly the same as the God of War. We had great power, but because of this power, we became inflated, thinking that we were doing the right thing, but in fact we made a big mistake. And those who are willing to give up and put everything they have on the magic sword, it can also be seen as a martial god who has not taken responsibility. His situation is even more tragic. He can only be controlled by the magic sword and fall into reincarnation forever. And this is obviously another way to break the dimensional wall. The way of breaking the dimensional wall in eternal reincarnation and turn back is essentially the same. Both of them make the player's behavior link with the behavior of the protagonist in the game, produce emotional resonance, and unconsciously drive the player to act in the style of the protagonist, so that they can have a deeper understanding of the plot. So I said, eternal reincarnation is not an ordinary DLC. It and turn back together form a whole, 2 sides of the same coin, covering all players with the feeling of breaking the dimensional wall. Impartial. After understanding this, you will know why Eternal Reincarnation as a DLC is placed before Turn Back to the Shore. Because for a player who has never played Turn Back to the Shore, playing Eternal Reincarnation first may not necessarily give a better gaming experience, but it is more reasonable. Xiaoliang's meaning is not difficult to understand. The combat system of Eternal Reincarnation is more complex, so it may be more difficult to play. Of course, there may be individual cases, and this is just a more common situation. So, the experience of playing Eternal Reincarnation first may not be better, because if you can't adapt to this combat system, you may die more miserably than Turn Back to the Shore. But this arrangement is more reasonable. Because the story of Eternal Reincarnation comes first and the story of Turn Back to the Shore comes later, this arrangement can better understand the development and changes of the whole story and the ins and outs, and the gap from the god of war to the ordinary people can strengthen the suffering of ordinary people, and have a catalytic effect on the player's deep experience of the story of Turn Back to the Shore. Finally, Xiaoliang made a concise ending. In my opinion, as a DLC, Eternal Reincarnation not only achieved 100 points, but 120 points. It is not a simple and crude way to take out a part of the content and forcibly graft it onto the main body of Turning Back, but in a more sophisticated way, it remade the battle system, replanned the timeline, and used reused scenes and resources to show us another possibility of two sides of the same coin. At the beginning, I was a little regretful. I felt that such a novel battle system could be used to make a new game, or Turning Back 2, which would definitely make more money. But Mr. Pei's ideas are indeed different. He used the original materials and scraps of Turning Back and polished them to make these two different games and different battle systems perfectly combined together. This made us exclaim, "It turns out that DLC can be done this way?" Maybe the content of Eternal Reincarnation is not enough to make a masterpiece, but I think it shows us a perfect answer that a DLC should hand in, and it has achieved 120 points out of 100. This is the correct way to open a game DLC. Chapter 12 35 Harsh Conditions. Monday, September 24th. Longyu Group Headquarters. Eric was drinking coffee while browsing the online discussion about Eternal Reincarnation. Although it was just a DLC, the popularity of this DLC on the internet was so high that Eric could hardly ignore it and more or less understood it. Except for the new hero, Prisoner, linked with GOG, this incident was not related to IOI, but Eric still instinctively felt a little panic and fear. Because the more such things happen, the more it can show the strength of President Pei. Finger Company and Longyu Group, so many people, are racking their brains for IOI to defeat GOG's countermeasures, but President Pei does not need to spend too much energy to resolve all the offensives one by one, and even has the energy to do something else while launching a counterattack such as designing a well-received DLC. The more comfortable President Pei is, the more Eric feels that his strength is unfathomable and powerful to be defeated. Of course, considering it from another perspective, perhaps it was precisely Mr. Pei's achievements in other games that provided GOG with a strong boost. Initially, in the international market, GOG was completely suppressed by IOI because its heroes were too Chinese. But soon, President Pei reversed the decline by acquiring Hurricane Comics and launching a series of new characters that met the aesthetic tastes of foreign players. At this stage, both GOG and IOI already have a large user base, and simply buying a few IPs is no longer likely to have a decisive impact. In this case, original IPs are crucial. With the success of its other games, Tenda Group has continuously linked GOG with other games to launch new heroes. Whether it is the new hero Skylark launched in conjunction with Mission and Choice or the new hero Prisoner launched in conjunction with Eternal Reincarnation, this is true. They not only divert traffic to new games through the popularity of GOG, but also divert traffic to GOG through the popularity of new games, or in other words, consolidate GOG's player base. This is difficult for IOI to do. Although there are many game manufacturers in the world that make 3A masterpieces, they are all carefully holding their own ace IPs in their hands, and it is impossible to sell them to others. Even if Fingerprint Company wants to buy, it can only buy some very marginal copyrights. How can it be like GOG, which can link a new hero with a new game released by Tencent? Moreover, due to Mr. Pei's careful design of different gameplay methods, these new heroes have very unique mechanisms. For example, the skills of the new hero Prisoner are in line with the novel combat mechanism of eternal reincarnation, which enriches the gameplay and creates a great deal of discussion. What's more, Mr. Pei's plan is not just a new hero and a new game, but also related publicity plans and linkages of various industries. This kind of fit is impossible to achieve by just buying IP. This is the impact of a business wizard and genius designer on the battle situation. Although all these current situations will not cause any extreme blow to IOI, Eric can already vaguely feel that the situation is getting worse little by little and uncontrollably. Eric fell into deep worry, but he was powerless. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Zhao Shuming. Eric took a document from the desk and handed it over, regarding the cooperation proposal proposed by President Pei before. The headquarters has already responded. These are the conditions they proposed. Zhao Shuming took it and read it carefully. Then, he showed a very surprised expression on his face. This is a very harsh condition. Although Zhao Shuming stood on the side of IOI, he still felt that the conditions given by the senior management of Tenda Group were simply too harsh. It can be called an unequal treaty. In this document, the senior management of Tenda Group made very detailed provisions for this cooperation plan. Scope of cooperation, all regions and servers worldwide. Mode of cooperation, GOG and IOI added a new section in their respective game clients. After players log in, they can register an account for another game through this section and bind the two accounts. GOG needs to abide by the following terms. In a prominent position on the client and the official website homepage, the activities of this section will be exposed and promoted, and accompanied by the eye-catching logo of IOI. For players who register and enter IOI, GOG needs to give generous rewards in the game, including but not limited to rare skins, avatar frames, limited expressions, etc. These rewards are not issued all at once, but must be extended for a long enough period of time, at least 2 weeks. In addition, individual rewards must be collected by spending a small amount in IOI. As for the terms that IOI needs to follow, they are quite vague. There is no mention of promoting GOG on the client and official website, nor is there any mention of specific rewards for players who switch from IOI to GOG. Obviously, the rewards will not be very good, or even dispensable. To put it simply, this clause means, we will arrange for our respective players to play on each other's side, but GOG will use great rewards to lure players to IOI, and there will be a time limit. You can't just register and run, you have to really play for a period of time, while IOI will just do it casually, and if no players go to play on GOG, you can't blame me. Zhao Shuming finished reading this document and shook his head repeatedly. Boss Pei is not stupid, how could he accept such conditions? Even a 3-year-old child can see that there is no sincerity in cooperation. Eric nodded. There is no sincerity in the first place, what do you think? The headquarters is also very wary of Tenda. Boss Pei took the initiative to propose this kind of cooperation. In your proverb, it is the weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chicken, which is definitely not a good thing. But if we refuse directly, it will appear that we are too timid and dare not even propose conditions. So, just propose such a condition that the other party will never agree to and persuade him to back off. Zhao Shuming nodded, yeah, that's right. And if Boss Pei really agrees, we should not lose anything. It's like someone has a very precious heirloom, and someone comes to ask how much it is. It seems a bit stupid to say that you don't want to sell it directly. The best way is to directly quote a sky-high price that the other party can't afford. For example, this thing is obviously only worth 10 million, but you directly quote 200 million. If the other party gives up, then you can say that it's not that I don't want to sell, but that you can't afford the price. If you want to blame someone, blame your lack of sincerity. If the other party really wants to buy, you can also get a very high premium by asking for a high price this time. Eric was stunned for a moment. Do you think President Pei will agree? Zhao Shuming shook his head. I don't know, but who can say for sure about this kind of thing? No one knows how President Pei's brain circuit is. Eric was silent for a moment and nodded. That's right. Although I am now sidelined and have become a megaphone, this is not a bad thing. At least I don't have to rack my brains to compete with President Pei. I will send the document to President Pei right now. Whether he accepts it or not is his business. Eric first sent an email to President Pei, and after waiting for a while, he called him. Hello? Mr. Pei, the headquarters has already responded to the cooperation plan you mentioned last time, and the specific requirements have been sent to your email. There are a little too many terms. If you think it's inappropriate, there's nothing you can do. After all, I can't make the decision on this matter. It's all decided by the headquarters. Eric took the initiative and blocked the possibility of bargaining. However, after 2 seconds, Eric's smile froze on his face. What? Completely agree? Eric looked at Zhao Shuming, and Zhao Shuming looked at him with the same confused eyes. They did think of the possibility that Mr. Pei would agree, but that was probably based on some bargaining. Unexpectedly, Mr. Pei agreed without saying anything. The time was so short that it made people wonder whether he had carefully read the specific terms of the plan. On the phone, Mr. Pei's voice seemed to be relaxed. Yes, I totally agree. When can it start at the earliest? I'll let them arrange it when the time is set. Mr. Pei actually agreed so straightforwardly, which made Eric a little panicked. It feels wrong. He hurriedly emphasized, Mr. Pei, are you sure you have read the terms carefully? I suggest you take 2 minutes to read it carefully to avoid some unpleasantness in our future cooperation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1236 Accept it all. Eric certainly didn't mean well. He was just worried that Mr. Pei would suddenly change his mind halfway through the preparations. If Mr. Pei changed his mind halfway through, then Eric's preparations would be in vain. No one wants to work in vain. And if Mr. Pei verbally agreed without even reading these terms, then the possibility of changing his mind halfway through is actually very high, even inevitable. So Eric made a special reminder. Well, okay, I'll take a look again. Mr. Pei on the other end of the phone seemed a little helpless. After 2 minutes, Mr. Pei said, Okay, I read it again. This clause is indeed fine in general, I completely agree. Of course, if you have to say there is something wrong, there is. Eric let out a long sigh. That's right. You at least pretended to bargain. You accepted it all at once. Who would dare to cooperate with you? Who doesn't know that you, Mr. Pei, are insidious and cunning, and full of bad water? President Pei paused for a moment and continued, I think there are some issues with the cooperation method, mainly because it is not clearly written. It says here, register an account for another game through the in-game section and bind the 2 accounts. So, does it have to be a new account? Can't it be an old account? As far as I know, many GOG players have IOI accounts, but they haven't logged in for a long time. Considering that you need to bind your email, mobile phone, and ID card when registering an account, and this information cannot be bound to multiple accounts repeatedly, then if you already have an IOI account, registering a new account may be a bit troublesome, and there is no need. In my opinion, if you are a player who doesn't have an IOI account, you can register a new account. If you already have an account, you can just link the original account. Eric was stunned for a moment, and then carefully considered the question raised by Mr. Pei. It seems that's the case. There used to be many players who were dual cultivation parties of GOG and IOI, but slowly, many people gradually turned to GOG. But even so, their accounts on the IOI side are still there. According to the current registration rules, email addresses, mobile phone numbers, and ID card numbers generally cannot be bound to multiple accounts repeatedly, especially mobile phone numbers, which are often used as the unique identifier of an account. Once you lose your password, you can change it by sending a verification code via your mobile phone, which is very convenient. So, if a GOG player already has an IOI account and wants to participate in this event, does he have to register again? Obviously not appropriate. For those players who have accumulated a certain amount of wealth in IOI, they cannot continue to play with the old account, but must create a new account to get rewards. This is too inhumane and will create huge obstacles for them to switch from GOG to IOI. This obviously runs counter to the original intention of IOI to participate in this event. So, as Mr. Pei said, it should not be limited to new accounts to participate in this event, but the scope should be expanded to all accounts, so that those old players who have played IOI before can also take this opportunity to return. What Mr. Pei said is indeed reasonable, but Eric is silent again. Because he feels that something is wrong. Just now, when Mr. Pei said there is something wrong, Eric was relieved and felt that Mr. Pei was finally going to start bargaining and things became normal. But now I know that Mr. Pei is not bargaining at all? This is obviously considering IOI. Things have become even weirder. Based on Eric's understanding of Mr. Pei, he felt that the best way now was not to study this plan at all, nor to think about Mr. Pei's motives behind doing this, because it was mostly meaningless. He should just hang up the phone and refuse to cooperate, but the problem is that Eric has no autonomy now. He is just a mouthpiece. Moreover, this event is global. He is only the person in charge of the Greater China region. He has no say on whether to hold the event or not, and how to hold it specifically. He must ask for instructions. Eric wanted to persuade the top management to give up this cooperation, but he really couldn't think of a suitable reason. After struggling for a while, Eric said, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will give this suggestion to the top management again. If there is no problem, we will formally sign the agreement and start cooperation." Eric also figured it out. Since he is just a mouthpiece now, he must have the consciousness of a mouthpiece. Report truthfully and let the top make the decision. If there is a problem at that time, the blame can't be put on a mouthpiece, right? After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is finally good news. Every time at such a critical moment, I have to rely on my good brother Eric. Last weekend, eternal reincarnation became popular as expected. Although Pei Qian had prepared for the worst, Xiao Laoshir's fancy operation pushed the evaluation of eternal reincarnation up a level, making it jump back and forth on the edge of Pei Qian's tolerance. However, for Pei Qian, these are no longer important. If an unfortunate thing happens once, it is a tragedy, but if it happens 10,000 times, it is a daily routine. The only thing Pei Qian cares about now is whether eternal reincarnation can fulfill its original mission, which is to reduce the sales of Turning Back to the Shore to less than 1/5 of the sales in the next month, so that Pei Qian can happily make Turning Back to the Shore free. Originally, Pei Qian was full of confidence, but now it seems that the situation is unclear again. Blame it all on Mr. Qiao. In the video, Qiao Liang closely linked eternal reincarnation and Turning Back to the Shore, saying that they are two sides of the same coin and only when they are combined together can they be complete. This directly led to many players who had not yet purchased Turning Back to the Shore to buy Eternal Reincarnation and Turning Back to the Shore together. And the official platform also launched a bundle package, very timely, making Pei Qian's situation even worse. In short, whether turning back to the shore can be free depends on the next month's scam. Pei Qian wanted to make a public announcement to tell the players that if they didn't buy turning back this month, it would be free next month. But this matter involved the internal rules of the system, so he couldn't say it openly. Today was Monday, and Pei Qian was quite desperate about the current situation of eternal reincarnation. Fortunately, Eric had good news. The senior executives of Tenda Group made some very excessive demands. But this is exactly what Pei Qian wanted. In particular, the fact that GOG players can only receive specific rewards in GOG after playing in IOI for a certain period of time and making a small amount of consumption made Pei Qian particularly satisfied. In simple terms, players spend money on IOI and receive rewards on GOG. It is equivalent to GOG paying out of its own pocket to give rewards and encourage players to recharge and consume on IOI. The art of transferring money. Therefore, Pei Qian agreed without hesitation, and also found a small bug for the other party very considerately, making the effect of this event even better. Eric has to ask for instructions. If both parties want to reach a consensus, it will take tomorrow at the earliest. After that, they have to sign an agreement, develop corresponding activity sections on the client, and connect some data between the two games, including account information. Fortunately, these contents are not particularly complicated. By the end of the month or the beginning of next month, this blood transfusion event from GOG to IOI should be able to be carried out. Let his good brother survive a little longer, and Pei Qian himself can survive a little longer. Well, Chalu game platform will not issue a work report, but according to the previous plan, the connoisseur system seems to be officially launched today. Don't be nervous. We are still in the early preparation stage. The first batch of tasters will be selected. It will be next month at the earliest. 2 weeks ago, the Chalu game platform released an announcement about game tasters and began to make major changes to the platform's recommendation mechanism. Many players are eager to try it out. They started to brush game time on the platform and write game reviews privately. After the platform's revision is completed, they will post these game reviews. The selection of tasters is mainly based on 3 criteria: game time and number of game trophies, and number of game reviews. There is an undisclosed algorithm behind these 3 criteria, which is mainly to filter out players who maliciously brush ratings. For example, if a player has been hanging a niche game and brushed a high game time, but he does not have a precious trophy, and the game review article he wrote is not read by anyone, then no matter how long the game time is, it is useless. For serious players, the way to qualify as a connoisseur is actually very simple, that is, play more games of a certain type, earn more trophies, get more rare achievements, and write more high-quality game reviews. Today, the revision and update of the Chalu game platform has been officially completed, and it should usher in a peak period of active players and a large number of game review content uploads. The initial popularity is actually expected. After all, the connoisseur system is a very beautiful system, and it is impeccable in all aspects. The key is that after a period of continuous operation, under the temptation of interests, will people's nature be exposed? Will the powerful power to arrange recommendation positions cause internal strife among players, and then make the rules and systems of the entire platform unbalanced and develop in an uncontrollable direction? Pei Qian decided to take a look at the current situation of the Chalu game platform. He did not expect to see a no-one-cares state, but just hoped that the popularity of the platform could be within a reasonable and controllable range. As long as there is no moth, even if the popularity increases steadily for a period of time, it is a small matter. Well, the number of active users on the website has indeed increased significantly, and the average online time has also increased. There are new players pouring into each game, which may lead to more games being listed on the Chalu game platform, but there shouldn't be too obvious changes in the short term. There are a lot of updated review articles. How many reviews have these players written during this period? Are they so idle? It's okay. There are not many truly reliable reviews. Most of them are just for show. Huh? Wait, what the hell is this? Pei Qian was still constantly comforting himself at first, saying that everything was within expectations and not a big problem. However, after seeing the last piece of news, he could no longer remain calm. 37 well-known game reviewers, including the famous Game Zone Up host and game review expert Xiao Laosher, have joined the Qiaolu game platform. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1237, For a Good Reputation. Pei Qian hurriedly clicked in to check and found that the Qiaolu game platform actually did a special interview for these people. There are 37 well-known game reviewers in total, including full-time up hosts like Xiao Laosher, well-known single-player game zone anchors on the internet, and some game media who are responsible for scoring and analyzing games and have a certain degree of fame. It can't be said that all the people with strong game appreciation ability on the entire network have been caught in one fell swoop, but a group of well-known people have indeed been brought in. In this special interview, the avatars of the 37 game reviewers are arranged in order. Among them, a small number of people are more well-known and use larger avatars, while the avatars of others are smaller and staggered. Click on the avatar, and the text interview transcript of the reviewer will appear below. Pei Qian's first reaction when he saw this page was confusion. The relationship between the Qiaolu game platform and Tenda should still be kept secret, right? If the relationship was exposed, it would be understandable that these people came to show their support out of their love for Tenda. But now, isn't the Qiaolu game platform just an ordinary small platform on the internet? Although it has a certain degree of popularity, it is still far from being ranked. Are you guys so supportive? Although the Qiaolu game platform is generous in giving money, these people should not be so short of money, right? Of course, money is never too much, but the key is to be a connoisseur on the game platform, which will distract your attention and affect your main job. Take Mr. Qiao, for example. Since he has established a cooperative relationship with the Qiaolu game platform, he must not just have an account as a connoisseur and not do any work. He must write more game reviews and recommend games. There is a minimum workload that must be completed. These tasks will definitely distract him from live streaming and making videos, and take up some time. The popularity of videos and eating are the main sources of income for Mr. Qiao. In this way, isn't it equivalent to affecting the income of his main job and reducing it? So Pei Qian was a little puzzled. What are you doing here? The connoisseur thing may be a little attractive to other players, but it should not be rare for you, right? Or are these people determined to make money by secretly manipulating the recommendation position? Well, this possibility is too low. Because these people are at least well known in the gaming community, not just random people, they have some dignity. If they mess around on the Qiaolu game platform, it might cause a large number of people to quit being fans, and even affect their jobs. No matter how you look at it, this is a thankless choice. What are you trying to do? Puzzled, Pei Qian randomly clicked on the text interviews of several people. I feel very honored to be invited to be a game connoisseur of Qiaolu game platform. Qiaolu game platform is a very special platform, which fully delegates power to players. This kind of mind is worthy of admiration. But after all, people cannot do without a head, and birds cannot fly without wings. Players will still do some blind things without guidance. I feel honored to be able to participate in this group of connoisseurs this time, and I will definitely not let my mission down. Players are already working hard to change the platform's atmosphere and keep the game's non-recommendation rate at the right level. Various game companies, especially independent games of the Poor Road project, have settled in, which has also provided fresh blood for Qiaolu game platform. Now, since we are used to do game tasting, of course we have no choice but to do it. Connoisseur is a brand new identity and a brand new challenge for me. But I am confident that I can complete this task well. I randomly picked a few interview transcripts of people and skimmed through a few paragraphs, which basically expressed similar meanings. Pei Qian was confused and lost. Are these people so responsible? But isn't this level of responsibility a bit too much? This is just a small platform. It's not an official event organized by an official platform. Do you need to be so serious? Pei Qian was confused. He always felt that although the motives of these people sounded legitimate, they seemed insufficient. Something was missing. He didn't give up. He went online to search for discussions about this matter and finally found an analysis by a netizen. The move of the Qiaolu game platform is very clever. When I first heard about the system of tasters, I was very worried. Because this system looks beautiful, but it trusts human nature a bit too much. Especially behind these recommended positions, there are huge interests hidden, and tasters are easily tempted. If you are not careful, if the opening collapses, it will be difficult to turn it back later. Seeing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but nod. That's right, that's what I thought. According to his original idea, connoisseurs would be automatically screened based on data, and in the early stages, in order to meet the screening criteria, it would be necessary to spend a lot of time playing games and gaining achievements on the Qiaolu game platform. Those particularly famous and excellent game reviewers all have their own proper jobs and familiar game platforms. Most of them will not come to Qiaolu game platform to get involved in the early stage. In this way, the selected tasters must be ordinary players who are more diligent and have more free time. After these people have the power of recommendation, it is actually not easy to control themselves. If a game manufacturer comes to the door privately and promises to buy a vote for a certain amount of money to push their own game to the recommendation position, these people are likely to fall. First of all, as long as the quality of this game is acceptable, 1 or 2 votes will not cause any big problems for others. Secondly, even if it is exposed, it doesn't matter if the identity of this taster is no longer needed. Anyway, the money is earned. But if everyone thinks this way, then the games launched by Qiaolu game platform must be terrible. Once this atmosphere is formed and becomes normalized, most of the subsequent tasters will be affected, and the bad money will gradually play the role of driving out the good money. At that time, it will be even more difficult to completely purify this atmosphere. This player was obviously worried about this situation at first. But judging from his tone, he doesn't seem to be worried anymore. Pei Qian hurriedly continued to read. But I have to say that the Qiaolu game platform handled this matter perfectly. When Qiaolu game platform was first established, it insisted on giving players the right to remove games from the platform, which led to many players making trouble, and the platform was almost destroyed. Fortunately, good things happen to people. With the influx of more conscientious players, the situation has gradually stabilized. In addition, with the entry of many high-quality games, the situation has gradually improved. But this is not the core of the problem. The most important point is that Qiaolu game platform established its reputation through its initial risk-taking behavior, making players willing to believe that it is indeed a platform that does what it says. Although this behavior seems stupid, it is full of idealistic romance. Although it is still a small platform, its every move has attracted the attention of a large number of players. Therefore, for game reviewers, being invited to Qiaolu game platform as a taster is no longer a thankless volunteer. On the one hand, they are inspired by this spirit and contribute their own strength. On the other hand, they also hope to take this opportunity to show their character and establish a fair and objective image for themselves. The value of such an image is far greater than money for them. Pei Qian. Got it. At first, Pei Qian was very puzzled. Since tasters don't get paid, why are these well-known people here? Ordinary people can find ways to make some money by becoming tasters, but for these well-known people, it is impossible to do such a thing. The gain is not worth the loss. Now I understand, it's for a good reputation. This is obviously a chain reaction caused by a series of events in the Chalu game platform. Read on. For the Chalu game platform, this is also a brilliant move. The problem I was originally worried about was that the first batch of tasters were tempted by interests and started to operate in secret, which fundamentally undermined the credibility of the entire platform recommendation mechanism. Many things are easy to destroy, but it is even more difficult to restore them. But the Chalu game platform invited these 37 tasters through an invitation system, which perfectly solved this problem. Some people may feel confused. 37 people are not many, and they don't account for the majority of tasters. If others work together to mess up the recommendation positions, these 37 people should be powerless, right? If you think so, you are totally wrong. First of all, these 37 people are opinion leaders among players, and their voice is far greater than that of ordinary tasters selected by the platform. Secondly, although 37 people are not the majority, they have the same goal and are very united, while ordinary tasters selected by the platform will not have strong organization. So in the early stage, these 37 people are actually enough to influence the direction of the entire platform. Any ordinary taster who wants to make trouble must consider whether he will be picked out and exposed by these 37 people. As time goes by, the value of a connoisseur account will become higher and higher, and it will become more and more difficult to obtain. This is truly 1 in a million. Being disqualified just for a recommendation is not worth the loss. Even if some game companies want to find a way to create a connoisseur account themselves, the cost will be far greater than the benefits, which is very uneconomical. Of course, it may be unavoidable to do some shady operations in a small range that ordinary players cannot see. It is indeed unlikely to be discovered if you charge less money and cast a painless vote for some players of decent quality. But this situation is actually not very harmful. If a game itself is worthy of recommendation, then buying off the connoisseur account will not be a big deal. If a game is not worthy of recommendation, buying off the reviewer will cause the reviewer's account to suffer, and the platform will automatically correct the error soon. Therefore, the approach of Chalu Game Platform has solved this hidden danger very well. Now, Chalu Game Platform has a group of upright players, a group of independent games with good quality, and a group of reviewers who are willing to take responsibility. Before, I thought that this platform was too idealistic and would not last long. But now it seems that it is not as simple as I imagined. Chalu Game Platform has actually obtained the dragon slaying technique. Next, it is waiting for the appearance of the real dragon. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1238 The Fantasy of Gods, Together at the Peak. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Pei Qian held his forehead with his hand and fell into silence. It must be said that there are experts among netizens. He actually analyzed the cause and effect of this matter so clearly, even more clearly than Pei Qian, the boss behind the Chalu Game Platform. But this is not a good thing. Chalu Game Platform has mastered the art of slaying dragons? This is not slaying dragons, it is clearly to slay me. Of course, Pei Qian knew what this netizen meant. He said dragon-slaying art means that this mechanism of Chalu Game Platform has formed a kind of dimensionality reduction attack on other game platforms. It is a magical skill that is completely in a different dimension. It is extremely powerful and difficult to imitate, so it is called dragon-slaying art. And as long as there is a perfect opportunity, such as the emergence of a super-hit game, then the dragon-slaying art will be useful. But the truth is this truth, no matter how Pei Qian looks at it, he feels that this dragon-slaying knife is always ready to chop him. What a bummer. I was hoping for a big comeback with this connoisseur system, but before it's officially implemented, it's announced that I'm done for? Pei Qian didn't give up. He was trapped under the Five Fingers Mountain and thought he was about to turn the tables. But after struggling for a long time, he realized that he had only turned over. And he went from lying prone to lying down, which made him even more depressed. But he thought about it and couldn't think of any good solution for the time being. When he handed over many rights to the players, many things were out of control. Since you can't think of a good solution for the time being, don't act rashly. Let's wait and see. After all, the explosion of the game platform is not something that happens overnight. There should be time to think carefully. Pei Qian silently closed the relevant web page and fell into deep thought again. September 26, Wednesday. Pei Qian had just woken up not long ago when he received a call from his good brother Eric. "Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Can't you let me rest well?" Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was only a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. He had just woken up and hadn't had time to brush his teeth. But since it was a call from his good brother, he must answer it immediately. "Boss Pei, After Eric on the other end of the phone greeted him, he was silent for a while, a little hesitant. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Your senior management doesn't agree?" Eric paused for a moment and explained, "After I reported, the senior management of the headquarters held an emergency meeting to discuss it. Well, most of the conditions were accepted. Obviously, the senior management of Tenda Group did not expect that President Pei would accept all the conditions, and they were a little nervous. Hurry up and hold a meeting to discuss whether there is any trap behind this." Pei Qian continued to ask, "What is the result of the discussion? Which conditions are not accepted?" He was a little puzzled. This is obviously an unequal treaty. There are a lot of obligations required of GOG, but there are basically no obligations required of IOI. What else can the senior management of Tenda Group not accept? Eric explained, "To be precise, we hope to add one more condition to the original conditions. Both parties will jointly invest to organize a new event. The name of this event is Fantasy of the Gods, reaching the peak together. Of course, this name was proposed by Mr. Zhao Shuming. The content of the event is to set a popularity target for the two games. The popularity mainly refers to data such as player activity and the number of online players. When the two games achieve their respective goals, players can get rich physical rewards. Of course, this physical reward is jointly offered by our two companies." Eric's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke, and even he felt a little unconfident. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to ask for a sky-high price again and again, but there was no way. Business matters should not be merciful, not to mention that the other party was the cunning President Pei, so there should be no sympathy. So, he introduced the details of this event carefully. Pei Qian nodded, "Huh? This event name is quite good, President Zhao is good." He thought carefully for a moment and soon understood the intention of this event. The name of the event Fantasy of the Gods, together, at the peak is quite good. I didn't expect Zhao Shuming to have some talent in naming. But on second thought, Zhao Shuming is the general manager of Longyu Group's agent IOI, after all. This is his old business, so it's not surprising to give a beautiful name. Why did he choose such a name? Because the full name of GOG is Glory of Gods, which means Glory of Gods or Glory of Gods, and the full name of IOI is Imagine of Infinity, which means Endless Fantasy. As for why the names of the two games are so similar, it's because Pei Qian named GOG according to this format. This activity takes half of each game and spells out Fantasy of the Gods. After adding the four words together to the top, it implies that the two games will go hand in hand, live in harmony, and make a lot of money together. Of course, this is all done in public for the players to see. Even if they want to fight each other to death, they have to save face. Because this event is ultimately about diverting traffic from GOG to IOI, so we must show an attitude of we are good brothers. If we deliberately emphasize the competitive relationship between the two sides, it will definitely cause GOG players to be disgusted. At that time, they would rather not give up the rewards than play IOI. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? As for the specific content of the event, it can be seen as an exacerbation of the original content. This event is jointly funded by both parties and provides physical rewards. The way to obtain these rewards is that the two games reach their respective popularity targets. But the problem is that GOG is popular and IOI is not. So in order to make IOI's popularity reach the requirements for receiving rewards, players must go to IOI more often, play more games and recharge more. In fact, they still try every means to divert GOG players to IOI. While Pei Qian was seriously thinking about the specific details of this plan, Eric was also thinking about his own things. There was a moment of silence on the phone. Eric is considering the ideas of the top management. GOG has more players and IOI has fewer players, and currently players are flowing from IOI to GOG, which is a fait accompli. Holding such an event will inevitably risk the continued loss of IOI players, but with risks, there are opportunities. Although it is difficult to convert GOG players to IOI, it is impossible that none of them will be left after attracting a group of players. Even if only a small number of players stay, isn't this fresh blood? There must be some people who are tired of GOG and want to change their taste. If you think that no GOG players can stay, then why is IOI struggling? Just give up resistance and surrender directly. The senior executives of Tenda Group still think that IOI has the strength to fight, otherwise it would have been sold long ago. This confidence makes them feel that IOI players will not be lost in large numbers because of such an event. Moreover, during this event, IOI's various data, whether it is activity, popularity, or recharge data, will definitely look good, and there will be real economic benefits. The main problem that the senior executives of Tenda Group are thinking about now is not to fight with GOG again, because that will hinder them from making money. They hope to make more money while IOI is in its current state and recover losses as much as possible. This joint event is actually a good opportunity. After all, there are data targets that can only be achieved by recharging in IOI. In the face of such interests, it is normal to take some risks. Moreover, IOI was very cunning and put on two faces. In the in-game activities, in order to prevent the loss of players, IOI would not give too good rewards to players who went to play GOG, but in the fantasy of the gods, together at the peak event outside the game, it took on half of the rewards. The latter was mainly to shut up the players so as not to let itself fall at a disadvantage in morality, while the former was to minimize its losses as much as possible. Eric considered the interests involved and felt very uneasy. He didn't know if this choice was really appropriate. But fortunately, he was just a mouthpiece now, and he didn't need to worry about such things anymore, nor did he need to confront President Pei head-on. Anyway, the blame couldn't be passed on anyway. After the two of them thought about it for a while, Pei Qian said, "Okay, I agree to this condition. Create some heat together, win-win cooperation." Pei Qian said very sincerely, and in a sense, his behavior was indeed win-win cooperation. GOG makes less money, IOI makes more money, and persists longer. Isn't this a win-win cooperation? Eric laughed, of course. He said of course, but he didn't believe a single punctuation mark in his heart. Pei never said a word of truth. If anyone believed it, they would be sold out and have to count money for him. In fact, at this point, Eric had been thinking hard for a long time, and he probably guessed a little bit of Pei's intention. Maybe he wanted to poach some players from IOI through this event, but this is like two masters competing in internal strength. Although your internal strength is stronger, you can only use 30% of it, while I can use 100%. So what the final result will be is still unknown. After hanging up the phone, Eric told himself again that he was just a mouthpiece anyway, and he would not stick to the pot if something went wrong. He was not in the position to interfere, so he should not meddle in it. Zhao Shuming stood aside and asked, "So? President Pei agreed?" Eric nodded, "Yes, we can start preparing for the relevant activities. By the way, President Pei also praised you, saying that the name of the activity is well thought out." Zhao Shuming's eyes lit up, "Huh? Really? I am lucky to get a compliment from President Pei." Eric teased, "In fact, with President Pei's appreciation of you, President Zhao, maybe when IOI really fails, you can jump over and get a position or something like that." Zhao Shuming waved his hands quickly, "Don't say that. I am a loyal minister of Longyu Group. How could I go to my old enemy, President Pei? This is absolutely impossible. I will go to prepare for the activity now." Zhao Shuming immediately turned around and left the office quickly.